Behold a world forged by two simple rules. Power and money can grant you anything. But what happens when someone with nothing decides to crush everyone in his path? Let's go. We journey to Valhalla Academy, one of the top 3 hunter institutes on the planet. Each year, countless aspiring hunters flock to its gates. But with odds of 1 in 500, few ever make the cut. And of those chosen, only 150 will graduate. The difficulty is as brutal as reality itself. On the very first day, the training grounds are a chaotic battlefield where anything goes. The unarmed are pitted against those with drawn steel. Watching over this brutal trial is the senior combat instructor, Lee Sang-cheol. Soon, a figure named Yu Min-jun arrives, here to witness the debut of his family's prized candidate, Yu So Hyun of the legendary Yusin family, one of the 5 most prestigious clans in all of Korea. Her innate talent for mana and the sword is overwhelming. Every opponent who dares face her is utterly defeated. She is a true prodigy. Yet the instructor remains unimpressed, until a whisper reaches him that her family has communed with the Yusin's guardian constellation. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen with interest. In this era, 5 guardian constellations watch over humanity. It is common for hunters to seek their blessings or forge contracts for immense power. Each of these 5 divine beings holds a different domain. The Yusin family commands the god of the sword, the Jangsan, the god of spirits, the Jin Choi, the god of martial arts, the Oyeon family, the god of fists, and the Jin family, the god of the bow. By communing with a guardian, Yu So Hyun is a genius with limitless potential. Conquering this academy's trials should be a simple task for her. The entire world watches through cameras, eager to see this prodigy. The 17-year-old super talent's first opponent is another 17-year-old named Kim Jua. The instructors are baffled by the boy's unnerving calm, knowing the monster he's about to face, confident in an easy victory for their prodigy. The duel begins. The genius draws her blade, but her opponent has vanished. She wastes no time and lunges forward to attack. Her swordsmanship is a breathtaking dance of death. Her mana control, flawless. The strike is aimed with perfect precision. But in an instant that defies belief, he simply punches her in the chest. The fight is over. Our main character seems almost bored by the outcome. And now, the story truly begins. We are thrown 300 years into the past, to the final moments atop the Tower of Destruction. 2 titans were locked in a valiant, earth-shattering struggle. The King of Destruction, Brace, acknowledged the great battle, leaving the martial leader, Kim Hyinino, on the verge of collapse. Brace, with his strange blue glasses and immense white hair, smiled. Kim Hyinino could only agree it had been a magnificent fight. The main character let out a faint, tired laugh. Suddenly, his focus sharpened as a system panel materialized before him. It declared that the Tower of Destruction and its ruler had fallen, and the world's annihilation had been averted. All around them, the colossal structure groaned, beginning to shatter and crumble. Kim Hyinino realized the terrible truth. With his enemy defeated, the entire tower was collapsing upon him. He groaned, clutching his wounds, lamenting that this was supposed to be his reward, a life of peace. From childhood, he had slaved away as a hunter just to survive. All the money, the fame, the life he dreamed of, was turning to dust before his very eyes. He cursed himself for not bringing his disciples, but reconsidered. Brace was the strongest foe he had ever faced. Bringing them here would have been a death sentence for them all. With a hand pressed to his fatal wound, he bids the world farewell as his body begins to fade into nothingness. And then, he opened his eyes. Kim Hyinino had been reborn into the body of a young man named Kim Ju-hyuk, 300 years after the tower's fall. The current era was perfect. Though this new body was pathetically weak, all of his knowledge, all of his mastery, remained. He believed that by adapting to this new vessel, he could finally live that peaceful life, until that translucent window appeared once more. It gave him a dire warning. In 5 years, the Tower of Destruction would rise again, giving him that long to prepare. Rage burned within him. He had already defeated Brace. He should have incinerated the body just to be sure, but there was no time for regrets. In this new era, the conditions to conquer the tower should be far easier, and this time, he was determined to survive and finally enjoy his life. But then, another message on the panel left him utterly baffled. It spoke of finding his lost weapons and memories, hidden in the Valhalla constellation room on the 3rd underground floor. In that moment, his path became crystal clear. Soon it would be the 4th day in Valhalla, the day the top 10 rankings would be decided. All summoned candidates were to head to the stadium. Kim Ju-hyuk rose from his bed, a fire of excitement in his eyes. The participants took their places, the spectators roaring with anticipation. And it was at this very moment that the senior instructor noted the unusually large crowd. From his perch, high above, he watched everything unfold. The newcomer, Kim Ju-hyuk, stood ready for combat. The match would begin in 30 seconds. His opponent was already waiting. He was Oh Si-hoo, 17-year-old eldest son of the Yusin family. He showed no talent for academics, strategy, or the martial arts. But he was blessed with a gift that overshadowed all others. An impossibly strong and impressive physique. He could achieve feats that were impossible for others without mana. Even with little training, his power grew exponentially. He was a natural-born genius, gifted with a top-tier body that required no effort. He glared down at his opponent, his face a mask of pure fury. The two warriors faced each other, the air thick with tension. Kim Joo-hook smirked, raised a defiant middle finger, and hurled an insult. Oh Si-hoo's rage exploded. "You trash!" he roared, charging forward like a beast. Kim Joo-hook knew that in this reincarnated body of his, a direct clash would be his downfall. His opponent's raw power was an unknown, dangerous variable. But superior strength alone doesn't guarantee victory. Oh Si-hoo unleashed a crushing blow, aiming to obliterate our protagonist. But he evaded. He had martial arts to fortify his physique. And something even more critical. In a fluid motion, he swept the bully's legs out from under him. Oh Si-hoo crashed to the floor, his mind reeling in utter confusion. Kim Joo-hook gave a subtle wink, revealing his secret weapon, the ability to perfectly observe his opponent. He landed a single, precise strike. Oh Si-hoo's eyes rolled back as blood trickled from his lips, and he collapsed, unconscious. The victory was his. He knew that without the perfect harmony of those two abilities, this outcome would have been impossible. Even though this new body was weaker than his old one, hunting monsters as a hunter would still be well within his grasp. After utterly annihilating his enemy, he turned toward the exit. He left the entire arena in a state of stunned disbelief. They whispered, "How could Oh Si-hoo be defeated by such a simple-looking attack?" But from the back, a lone figure watched in heavy silence, his mind racing. He was the head of the Yusin family, the king of fists, Shin. He seethed at the ignorance of those who called that technique simple. His son had focused only on his physique, ignoring martial arts. But even so, he should have easily dodged that blow. This time, it was an attack he couldn't escape. Oh Si-hoo had let his temper blind him, charging forward with pure recklessness. He'd even unleashed his rarely used magic for a quick finish. Yet Kim Joo-hook dodged it with a mere tilt of his head, convinced his strike would land. Oh Si-hoo had thrown his entire center of gravity forward, sending himself flying into despair. Surprised by the missed punch, his opponent left himself completely open. The perfect moment for a counterattack. This meant Kim Joo-hook had moved faster than Oh Si-hoo's maximum speed, proving he had a battle plan from the very beginning. That alone was a monstrous level of talent. As Shin processed this truth, he fell deeper into a thoughtful silence. But he wasn't the only one who recognized the rookie's immense value. Not everyone watching was a fool. The name Kim Joo-hook echoed in his thoughts. He made a vow that boy would join his family, no matter what it took. The stadium lights flared to life. A deafening roar erupted from the fans of Choi Aaron. Our hero watched, baffled by these grown men who had served in the military, yet screamed like lunatics for a 17-year-old girl. They were all calling her Nuna. This was it, the final ranked match. Kim Joo-hook versus Choi Aaron, second daughter of the Cho-jin family. The moment the match began, her sword sang from its sheath. She readied her first strike. Kim Joo-hook met her gaze, his expression completely calm. For a tense moment, the world held its breath. He realized immediately, she was waiting for his first move. The fact that she was analyzing the situation already made her better than his previous foes. He chuckled lightly, wondering how he should proceed. And so, he began to walk toward his opponent, who remained on high alert. With his hands in his pockets, he observed her with a chilling intensity. She stared right back, her spirit completely unyielding. She gripped her sword, pouring her will into the steel as it sparked with lightning. The crowd gasped. She had mastered the Chon family's elemental exchange ability. At only 17 years old, she charged at her opponent like a bolt of lightning herself. The boy took a single, deliberate step forward, practically inviting her to strike. She seized the opportunity, unleashing a vicious slash. A torrent of blue lightning surged forth with immense power, but she was left baffled, because her enemy had simply vanished from before her eyes. Suddenly, a calm voice spoke from right beside her. "If you telegraph your attacks with your eyes, they're easy to dodge." Her mind went completely blank with confusion. And in that instant, a decisive blow landed, striking her body directly. Her eyes flashed with pain and relief. Having barely deflected the blow, Kim Joo-hook just stared, his expression cold and unreadable. Choi Ein clutched her massive sword, launching herself backward to gain some distance. Kim Joo-hook was genuinely impressed. The girl had blocked his strike with her weapon, so he felt the jarring impact of steel, not flesh. But the sheer force of it was immense. Suddenly, another fist connected with her blade. Choi Ein stared down her opponent, who challenged her with a look, "Dodge this!" With a devastating surge of power, he sent her flying, a desperate cry escaping her lips. She crashed to the ground, utterly defeated. The boy sensed something was off about his last attack. His form felt slightly imperfect, but it didn't matter. A win was a win. The system panel flashed, displaying the top 10 admissions to Valhalla. At number 1 was Kim Joo-hook. He walked away, rolling his shoulder, when a sudden chorus of voices stopped him in his tracks. A massive crowd had formed around him, begging him to let them join his party. Annoyed by the noise, he roared for silence, bringing the chapter to an abrupt close. On the forums, the headlines were already running wild. Kim Joo-hook, a talented rookie, or a dangerous psychopath? 92 comments echoed the sentiment, condemning his reprehensible actions and labeling him a villain in the making. For a newcomer, his arrogance was seen as completely off the charts. The community debated his immense potential versus his terrible attitude. Meanwhile, inside the grand towers of Valhalla, the freshman welcoming ceremony was underway. Kim Joo-hook found the whole speech about Valhalla's long and tedious history incredibly boring. His eyes landed on a boy standing behind him. The kid immediately looked away, his expression nervous and shy. Kim Joo-hook knew he'd become the center of attention after yesterday's display. But there was still a mission he had to deal with. That system quest about weapons and memories. The one the panel had assigned him a while back. As he walked, Kim Joo-hook figured it would be an easy task, just get in and get out. But then, he sensed something nearby. The opening ceremony had finally wrapped up. The virtual combat simulation room was just ahead. Kim Leon, Valhalla's chief instructor from the Trojan Guild, scowled. He couldn't understand the logic behind this class arrangement. Before him stood Yo Yan of the Yusin family and Arin of the Trojan clan. And in the center, Oh Si-hyuk from the powerful Osin group. They called it a random distribution, but it was clearly a setup. 3 of the 5 great family geniuses were all in his class. And there was another interesting variable. His gaze fell on Kim Joo-hook, realizing this year was going to be an absolute nightmare. He took a deep breath, determined to assert his authority from the very beginning. He introduced himself as the instructor in charge, welcoming the young cadets to their new life. With a theatrical flourish, he pressed a button on the podium. The cadets cried out in shock. In the blink of an eye, the simulation room vanished, replaced by a vast, open field. Confusion erupted. "Where are we?" they shouted, having been in a classroom just seconds before. Kim Leon gripped the hilt of his sword. It was time to show these rookies a taste of true bloodlust. Suddenly, the ground trembled as hideous demonic creatures clawed their way into existence. Armed and screaming with rage, the cadets panicked, their screams echoing across the field. Someone identified them as orcs and goblins, and there were at least 100 of them. A hulking green monster charged forward. One swung its massive claws, while another leaped through the air, only to smash against an invisible protective barrier. Kim Leon smirked. Everything was proceeding as planned. The barrier was holding perfectly. He then called out a single name, Kim Joo-yak. The boy approached the podium. The instructor's question was a direct challenge. Can you handle all of these monsters by yourself, with no help whatsoever? A sea of monsters surrounded the barrier. The boy remained silent, considering the insane proposal. Kim Leon felt certain he had crushed the boy's ego. After all, most rookies had only ever seen monsters in textbooks. "Stop pretending to think about it," he scoffed. "Just say no, so we can continue the lesson." A faint smirk touched the boy's lips. The instructor's face darkened with rage. Was this kid laughing at him? Then Kim Joo-hook spoke he could, in fact, handle them alone. Kim Leon thought he was bluffing. "Fine," he sneered. "If you're so confident, then prove it." Kim Joo-hook's eyes narrowed. "A trial this difficult on the first day," he replied smoothly, "surely comes with a reward." Now the boy was speaking his language. The instructor's interest was piqued. "What do you want to bet?" At that moment, Kim Joo-hook laid out his terms. If he could annihilate every single monster, the instructor would have to grant any wish he desired, as long as it was within his power. Model. With a hand on his chin, the boy considered the offer. It wasn't much, he thought, but he'd accept. The instructor's attempts to intimidate him were useless. All he wanted was the sword, and he wanted it now. Acknowledging that fighting barehanded was a death sentence, the instructor drew his own blade and surrendered it for the boy's use. Kim Joo-hook's eyes lit up, his face filled with pure delight as he inspected the weapon. He slung it onto his back, his gaze locked on the monumental challenge before him. The instructor could only watch with a heavy heart, while the other youth looked on, captivated by the unfolding drama. Kim Joo-hook's grip tightened on the hilt. He launched himself into the fray, a whirlwind of steel and fury against the monstrous creatures. The chapter closes with a blaze of anger in his eyes as he continues to cut down every opponent in his path. One of the beasts tried a cowardly sneak attack from behind, but with lightning speed, the boy spun, his weapon meeting the blow without a single moment of hesitation. Not bad, he mused. For someone who hadn't held a blade in 300 years, in his past life, the monster onslaught meant humanity could barely survive. And every weapon imaginable was used to fight back. Even so, the sword felt like a natural extension of his own arm. But as he fought, his senses screamed a warning. Something was off. A monster was lunging for his back, a cowardly and merciless attack. Kim Joo-hook sidestepped the pathetic strike with ease. Everything was exactly as he'd predicted. It all followed a simple pattern. This was nothing more than a well-programmed NPC simulation. The observers inside the capsule watched, completely stunned. Kim Leon couldn't believe his eyes. He had only given the boy a nearly useless standard-issue sword. It had no magical properties, no special abilities, yet the boy was carving through monsters with breathtaking skill and mastery. It was almost as if the blade itself was consuming the beast's whole. The girl was absolutely mesmerized by the sheer madness of it all. From her protective capsule, she watched him, frozen in place. She stood in complete silence, not a single word escaping her lips, her expression a mix of shock and utter disbelief. "I've dealt with these weaklings," Kim Joo-hook declared. "Now, I want to go to the constellation room." He strode out of the combat zone toward the safety barrier. "So, are you going to keep your promise?" he asked the instructor, whose face flushed with anger and humiliation. As the sun began to set between the towering skyscrapers, Kim Leon dismissed his class, urging the exhausted students to return to their dorms. But the boy remained slumped in a chair, thinking the lecture had dragged on far too long. He just wanted to grab his things and leave. He scoffed at the idea of ever wanting to teach. After all, he'd never even been a student himself. And yet, despite the crushing boredom of the class, he had gleaned some incredibly valuable information, particularly about the history of the constellations. In his previous life, such a concept never existed. Constellation was a title for those who gained immense power, transforming into godlike beings often linked to hunters. Valhalla Academy in Korea was the third largest of its kind in the world, home to countless constellation relics. Kim Joo-hook decided that all this talk about monster slaying and swordsmanship was a waste of time. He needed to get to the dorm and focus on martial arts training to strengthen his pitifully weak body. But just then, a sudden presence caught his attention. The white-haired girl was approaching him from behind. Elsewhere, in a professor's office, a man sipped his coffee. "Sounds like you had a rough day, my friend," he commented. "Honestly," Kim Leon admitted, "it was more humiliating than difficult." He turned to Lee Sang-cheol. "Can you believe that kid is really just a high school student?" Lee Sang-cheol was floored by the news. The boy had slain 120 monsters in the simulation without ever having faced one in reality. And everything Kim Leon was saying was the absolute truth. The senior instructor noted that on the surface, Kim Joo-hook seemed average, but he clearly carried the weight of a hidden past. Kim Leon was shocked to learn the boy was an orphan from a small institution in a notoriously dangerous zone. Lee Sang-cheol had already done the background check. The kid wasn't lying. Besides, a common fraud wouldn't dare try to enter Valhalla by causing a massive scene at the opening ceremony. "Did he ask to enter the constellation room?" Lee Sang-cheol inquired. Kim Leon gave a weary nod of confirmation. The senior instructor sighed. "The director has given the order. Let him access the first basement floor." His friend was immensely grateful. "You're the one who brought him in," Lee Sang-cheol added. "You need to take responsibility for him. I don't know what's in the restricted area on the 5th floor," he continued, "but a quick visit to the 1st floor shouldn't cause any trouble." Kim Leon stared into the distance. "I'm worried about what this next year will bring," he confessed, leaving his friend utterly bewildered. His class was a minefield, home to 3 scions of the 5 families, and the senior instructor knew the chaos even one could cause. He offered no comfort, only a startling piece of news. Another class had an exchange student from the Ventrick family, which left him speechless. Rockdale Ventrick, a name from the direct family line. Kim Leon had heard the whispers, that the boy was a troublemaker, expelled from the prestigious British Academy. He let out a long breath, a sliver of relief cutting through his worry. Suddenly, his own situation didn't seem so bad. Kim Joo's gaze was laced with suspicion as he looked at the girl. She met it head-on, an unyielding silence stretching between them. He finally broke the quiet, asking what she wanted. Her request was as simple as it was audacious. "Teach me everything you know." Kim Joo-hook was baffled by her desperation. She pleaded to learn the swordsmanship he'd shown, but his response was a cold wall of refusal, and she demanded to know why. His reason was blunt, delivered without a hint of apology. "Because I don't want to, if that's all," he said, turning to leave. "I'm going." Her voice, laced with desperation, stopped him in his tracks. "Please." He repeated his answer, his voice dripping with ice, twisting his words into a deliberate insult. "I simply don't want to teach you." "Are you deaf?" he snapped, his patience gone. "Stop following me. I have no intention of ever teaching you." Without a second glance, he strode away, leaving her alone in a sea of disappointment. The next day, within the grand halls of Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk was a silent statue in his classroom chair, lost in the depths of his own thoughts. He stared at his hands, realizing this new body held far more potential than he'd first believed. Still, potential was useless without magical power. Mana control was a constant struggle. The problem could be solved if he found that thing, and for that, he needed magic. Suddenly, a voice shattered his concentration. A blonde-haired, arrogant bully approached him. It was Raquel Ventric, with his lapdog Yura de Felix in tow, swaggering right up to Kim Joo-hyuk's desk. Kim shot him a simple question. "Who are you?" Raquel sneered, thinking the boy was some uneducated commoner for not recognizing his family. He announced his name, impatient to get to the point. "I won't waste time. Are you interested in real power?" He extended an invitation to join the main Ventric family. In most houses, branch families fought for scraps, overshadowed by the main line. But the Ventric family was different. Protected by a constellation guardian known as the Beak Mask, typically, an S-class hunter or stronger would protect an organization, directly choosing a champion to bless with their power. But the Ventric family's contract was unique, signed with a non-constellation being to avoid celestial politics. Because of this special pact, their organization wielded immense power in Europe, and to join them was to grasp true influence. And with that power behind him, Raquel Ventrich had become unbearably arrogant. Not long ago, an incident at the British Academy had gotten him expelled, but he wasn't one to cry over spilled milk. Standing at the gates of that place with his assistant, he had made a chilling declaration, "I always get what I want." After all, being from the Ventric family meant an expulsion was a mere inconvenience. They would always find a way to set him back on the path to glory. Besides, a certain person would find this outcome far too amusing. Now, back in the present, he made his move on Kim Joo-hyuk. He decided that the boy who stole the spotlight at the entrance ceremony would be a useful piece on his chessboard. So he made his grand offer join him, and he would grant an audience with the Ventric's constellation. But the response he received was a cold, arrogant refusal. Raquel was stunned into silence, a look of pure disbelief on his face. Even his assistant was shocked. A burning rage contorted his features. Kim Joo-hyuk, however, was no fool. He saw the offer for the hollow power play it was, and his disinterest made Raquel explode. "You rude, disgusting brat." Suddenly, an authoritative voice cut through the tension. "Everyone, back to your seats." The instructor called Raquel out by his full name, fueling the flames of his anger even more. The man was the senior instructor, Lee Sang-chul. He reminded them that this was Valhalla, not some pampered academy. Raquel knew of this man, a fearsome combat instructor. He gritted his teeth, swallowing his fury as he and his servant returned to their seats. This wasn't over. He would make Kim Joo-hyuk pay. Kim watched the entire pathetic display with his crimson eyes, not uttering a single word. Later that day, as school ended, Kim Joo-hyuk reflected on the day's events. He'd learned nothing about the Constellation Hall, and instead wasted his morning on a moron. He mulled over the Guild Scouts, the students, and even instructors, all of whom wanted to recruit him, despite his reputation. Just then, a voice called to him from behind. It was her, the relentless girl, once again asking him to teach her the sword. It seemed his rejection hadn't been nearly enough to stop her. Meanwhile, inside the highest-class hall of the Grand Valhalla dormitory, a storm of uncontrollable fury was brewing. The one shattering chandeliers in a blind rage was the arrogant Rockdale Ventric. He was seething, utterly disgraced by the orphan, Kim Joo-hyuk. He roared at Yura to call Dara at once. He needed someone to be dealt with, permanently. As the chapter closed, Rockdale's rage continued to fester. He snarled his assistant's name once more. She stood frozen in terror as he snatched her by the hair, demanding she answer him. "Do you still think you're the great eldest daughter of the palace family?" he sneered. He threatened to cast her out, prompting her desperate pleas. Without a shred of mercy, he hurled her to the floor. Again, he ordered her to call Dara. There was a nuisance that needed to be erased. He also commanded her to summon a second year from the Rise family. The terrified, helpless blonde assistant could only whisper her obedience. Back in Kim Joo-hyuk's room at the Valhalla dormitory, he sat in meditation, a faint blue aura of magic flickering around his form, his focus absolute. But suddenly, he choked, a plume of smoke escaping his lips. He was forced to realize it again. This body was completely useless, unable to properly channel mana. He fell into a deep, contemplative silence. His mind drifted back to that afternoon, when that strange girl had appeared behind him yet again, approaching him for the second time. They had reached the dormitory entrance, but she continued to shadow his every step. She relentlessly repeated her request, begging him to take action. So he threw out an impossible price, 10 million won per lesson. He saw her shoulders slump, her face crestfallen, certain she couldn't afford it. He turned to leave, but then she demanded his phone, leaving him completely baffled. He had no idea what she was planning. She was simply adding her number to make the payment transfer easier. Kim Ju Hyuk was left even more stunned. Then, out of nowhere, a notification lit up his screen. A transfer for 100 million won. All that just so he would teach her his legendary techniques? He told her it wasn't happening and that he would reject the payment. Back in the present, he was still reeling from the shock. How could a high school girl possess 100 million won to teach her? He'd have to reveal some of his secrets. But that amount of money was life-changing. He could finally get what he truly needed. Even if his mana reserves were as shallow as a beggar's bowl, it didn't matter. He rose to his feet, a new resolve in his eyes. It was time to take the first step toward reclaiming his power. His mission tonight to find the secret vault. He moved through the dense vegetation, shrouded in complete darkness. He recalled his research. Most vaults hidden 300 years ago were now just ruins. Based on his knowledge, only 4 could possibly remain, though it was more likely only 3 were left standing. But one thing was certain, they were hidden in the Valhalla Mountains. He would search until he found one. He began to focus his faint blue mana. The vault's location could be pinpointed by sensing the resonance of a special marble, an echo that responded to his unique power. A shimmering circle of light appeared on the ground before him. Finally, Kim Ju Hyuk had found it. He approached the glowing blue circle and began to dig, once again cursing the pathetic weakness of his new body. If he had known he'd face such a struggle, he would have buried it somewhere much closer to the surface. And if it wasn't for the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, none of this would have been necessary. The world had been on the verge of collapse, with no safe haven for his treasures. So he had forged these great vaults to protect them. He held on to the faith that their contents would be perfectly preserved. As the sun began to rise over Valhalla's towers, Kim Ju Hyuk finally uncovered his long-sought prize. The entrance to the treasure vault. The lock's location was hidden, but for him, finding it was simple. A normal key wouldn't work here. Instead, he wove his mana, shaping it into a key of pure energy. It slid into the keyhole with a perfect, satisfying click. Using every ounce of strength in his frail body, the heavy door began to groan open. At last, he stepped inside the vault, landing before a sea of glittering gold and countless artifacts. A wide grin spreading across his face, he greeted his long-lost fortune, bringing this chapter to a close. He gazed silently at the mountain of gold. Now that money was no longer an issue, he could peacefully search for the items he truly needed. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He was startled by something he saw tucked away in the corner. There they were, the storage stones. He had imbued them with a trace of his magic to preserve them, and the day to finally use them had arrived. He held the magic stone in his palm, and a brilliant blue light began pulsing from its core. This was the mark of a true storage stone, its immense magical power overflowing. Halting the extraction, he decided to manage the other stones first, prioritizing the lighter jewels over the heavy gold bars. The sun shone brightly over Valhalla, but Kim Ju Hyuk was slumped in his chair like the living dead. He cursed himself inwardly. Planning a vault when just moving a few items made his muscles scream in protest. What a lunatic. Suddenly, the girl materialized before him once more. Her request unchanged, she wanted him to teach her the way of the sword. It was clear she wasn't going to let this go. He analyzed the situation, wondering why she was so fixated on him as her master. He turned to Erin Choi, questioning her persistence when her own family was full of masters. Her reply was absolute. She had never witnessed swordsmanship as incredible as Kim Ju Hyuk's. He pressed further, asking about her father, the head of the Trojan family. Surely, a man of his stature was a greater swordsman. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, a summons came from the instructor's lounge for Kim Ju Hyuk. The timing left him completely bewildered, but he knew this was about the questions he'd asked earlier. His curiosity burned brighter than his fatigue. He shot up from his chair, leaving the girl standing there in stunned silence. She asked for permission to speak, her expression tinged with a faint sadness. Kim Ju Hyuk turned back, giving her a simple instruction. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the morning, local training field. The words struck her like a bolt of lightning. The boy raised an eyebrow. Or do you not want the opportunity? A wave of realization washed over her, and she answered with fiery determination. I will be there. Inside the instructor's lounge, the teacher faced him. With a class looming, he cut straight to the point. First, your access to the constellation building has been approved. You may enter the basement level. However, the instructor warned, you are forbidden from venturing any deeper. He simply nodded. When can I go? The answer was immediate that very night. He confirmed he would be there. Kim Minon was taken aback. He had expected the boy to protest the restriction on the lower floors. With their business concluded, the two went their separate ways. Kim Ju Hyuk leaving the room without another word. Night had already descended on Valhalla. He stood before his destination, the treasure of Valhalla Academy, the Constellation Hall. His eyes scanned the surroundings. locking onto two guards clad in black, standing like statues. As he watched, one of them spoke into a radio, their conversation hushed and serious. Kim Joo-hyuk noted the security was far tighter than at the main gate, a testament to the importance of this place. But it wasn't just the guards that caught his attention. It was the walls themselves. They shimmered with all kinds of magic, forming a complete barrier with only a single entrance. A question burned in his mind. He had to know. "Professor," he asked, "how would one reach the second basement floor?" "Would that be illegal?" Kim Lehman responded instantly. "It wouldn't make you a criminal. But you would be expelled on the spot, and you'd go insane long before that happened." The ominous words left him slightly confused. Kim Lamon elaborated, his voice grave. "On the second floor? The raw magical power of the constellations flows without restraint. Any who touch it will have their minds shattered." The chilling reality of the warning instantly clicked. Meanwhile, the instructor couldn't help but wonder why the boy was asking such a dangerous question right before entering. It was almost as if he truly intended to go down there. But he dismissed the thought. The top academy candidate wouldn't throw away his future so recklessly. "You have only 30 minutes, Kim Lehman informed him. "Understood," the boy replied coolly. "I'll be back shortly." As he stepped forward, the familiar panel flashed to life, displaying a quest he had seen before. His eyes narrowed, observing it carefully. Expulsion, he couldn't care less. He came to Valhalla for this place alone, and his goal was on the third basement floor. The endless stairs seemed to stretch into infinity as he descended. Then, something appeared in the darkness ahead. It looked like a massive, ancient prison. He was certain the Constellation Hall was supposed to be on the first basement floor. None of this felt right, making him hesitate about going deeper. Suddenly, the panel flared again. "Requirements met. Initiating transport to the hall." Confusion warred with shock what was happening. Where was he being taken? In the next instant, his entire body, along with the system window, began to dematerialize. A familiar yet dreaded face greeted him in this new realm. It was none other than his infamous nemesis. Brace. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A look of pure terror etched across his face. 300 years, Brace began, his voice echoing with history. "Our grand reunion at Lakey," but his speech was cut short by a fist slamming directly into his face. The blow came from Kim Joo-hyuk. A smirk played on his lips as he gazed upon that cursed figure he had just silenced. Brace sputtered, telling him to calm down, only to be met with another brutal punch to the face. He tried to reason with him, to have a proper conversation, but Kim Joo-hyuk only craved his destruction. All attempts to stop the onslaught were useless. Brace was already on the ground, weakened and defenseless, and Kim Joo-hyuk was growing tired of the one-sided beatdown. He muttered that he wasn't the type of person who solved things with his fists. But Brace had crossed a line, completely shattering his future. He had destroyed his wealth, his honor, and all the years he had invested in his disciples. Gasping for air, Brace asked if Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't the least bit curious about what this place truly was. Kim Joo-hyuk paused. He had to admit, he was curious. The place seemed normal, yet something felt deeply wrong. Brace then revealed the shocking truth this was an imaginary world, a hidden space within a sacred relic. Everything Kim Joo-hyuk was seeing, according to Brace, was a mere illusion, because his physical body had perished 300 years ago. This meant that he had been trapped inside this relic the entire time. The truth of his situation hit the boy with devastating force. A smug smirk crept across Brace's face as he declared that he had ascended, becoming a constellation, leaving Kim Joo-hyuk utterly speechless. Then, pure rage consumed him, and he delivered another powerful punch straight to Brace's face. Meanwhile, outside the building, Kim Lehman had been waiting for some time when a figure suddenly materialized before him. It was Kim Joo-hyuk, being questioned by the local guards. Lim Doon asked if he'd done anything strange, but the boy insisted he had only looked around. He added that he hadn't ventured any deeper, not wanting to lose his head. The instructor ordered him to go home, and Kim Joo-hyuk complied, quickly leaving the area. On the way back to the dormitory, his mind replayed the impossible reunion with his greatest enemy. He didn't care that Brace had become a constellation. He only wanted one answer. What was that transparent notification panel that kept appearing before him? Brace had claimed to know nothing, a lie that immediately earned him another punch. Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't playing games. Brace finally confessed that after being killed, he had been trapped in the relic for 300 years, completely stripped of his power. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk finally calmed down, opening his hand to reveal a shocking fact. Brace had received the very same notification. The system's message was clear. Brace was to find the reincarnated Kim Joo-hyuk and help him recover his memories. Because of that quest, a mysterious figure had emerged, making him question why he had become the owner of the legendary Tower of Destruction. Kim Joo-hyuk was stunned and completely baffled. Who was this man? And what was his true purpose? Brace admitted he didn't know, as his own memory was fragmented and wouldn't return all at once. He then asked what Kim Joo-hyuk's notification said. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that his instructions were to find a weapon and his lost memories. But the rest of the message was censored, hidden behind a series of strange symbols. He didn't even remember losing his memories. But Brace suggested that perhaps not everything had returned to him yet. Now that he had found the weapon, the rest would come naturally. Kim Joo-hyuk was thoroughly confused about the weapon. Brace explained that this space was the realm of the 4 village swords, which had become sacred relics. He had become a constellation by wielding one of them. Rage ignited in Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes once more. Back in the present moment, he was seething. He struggled to process it all. His own village sword had become a relic, and now housed a constellation. The thought was maddening. He wanted to destroy everything and simply walk away. But there was one critical issue. Kim Joo-hyuk gripped a shimmering blue magical sword. He thought of Brace, the former king of destruction, and the new mission on the panel, which was only achievable with this very weapon. Suddenly, an arrogant voice shattered his thoughts, demanding his identification. He was surrounded by a group of bullies and arrogant show-offs. Their leader, Lyric Sunrise, eldest son of the Sunrise family, sneered that the seniors were away and demanded he introduce himself. Kim Joo-hyuk scoffed. What kind of pathetic upperclassman preyed on freshmen? The thugs complained about his lack of manners for not greeting them. One of them eagerly asked for permission to beat him up, and his leader gave a smug nod of approval. He swaggered toward Kim Joo-hyuk, talking about the difference between first and second years, only to be cut off by a massive kick straight to the chest. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the thugs with contempt. "Stop talking and come at me," he declared, ending the chapter. The short-haired punk let out a groan, writhing in pure agony from the kick. Kim Joo-hyuk sprang forward, already unleashing another perfect strike, this time aimed right at his talkative opponent's face. The thug was sent soaring, completely overwhelmed and battered. He landed hard on his back, the impact echoing with a heavy thud. His momentum was finally stopped by a solid wall. The blonde leader could only think one thing: Kim Joo-hyuk was an absolute madman. His eyes shot wide with terror. He realized the boy, who'd been empty-handed just seconds ago, was now gripping a sword. Kim Joo-hyuk savored the moment. The perfect grip. It felt incredible. It was a sensation he hadn't felt in ages. He quickly barked orders at his thugs. "Attack him now if we hesitate. We're all dead." Just 3 hours earlier, Rockdale Ventrick had explained that the mission was incredibly simple. All he had to do was handle one pathetic weakling of a student. In exchange, a reward benefiting the Sunrise family would be theirs. Rockdale provided the identity of the first-year target. It didn't matter if he used a weapon, as the mess would be easily cleaned up. Finally, he asked if the blonde boy would accept the task. The boy confirmed he understood and accepted the terms. He then turned and left, the door slamming shut behind him with arrogant finality. He scoffed at the target's rank. First place meant nothing. A mere first-year novice stood no chance against a second-year senior. The power gap between years was an undeniable fact. All thanks to contracts with the constellations. Valhalla students must visit the constellation room in their first year's second semester to form a contract and truly become second years. Once they become contractors, they can call upon the immense power of their chosen constellation. And as far as the blonde senior was concerned, Kim Joo-hyuk didn't have a guardian. Crushing this kid was going to be child's play. At least, that's what he believed. But his entire plan had one fatal flaw. Back in the present, Kim Joo-hyuk's sword was already in motion. Felling another lackey? One of them cursed him, brandishing a blood-red knife. But a blur of motion was the only warning he got. The rookie's sword descended mercilessly, annihilating him without a second thought. From out of nowhere, Kim Joo-hyuk sensed something flying his way. It was another thug, attempting a cowardly sneak attack. The thug launched his own sharp blade, but it only buried itself uselessly in the dirt floor. The attacker froze in confusion, his powerful strike missing completely. In a flash, Kim Joo-hyuk was beside him, a mocking grin on his face. He then delivered a swift, precise strike right across the thug's filthy face. The man was sent flying, leaving his friends utterly stunned by the spectacle. He crashed headfirst into the ground with brutal force. The blonde leader watched in horror as the rookie dismantled his second years without even breaking a sweat. Before becoming contractors, second years were supposed to be far superior to first years, but his boys were proving utterly useless. What was this strange, unheard-of swordsmanship? It looked like the boy was using only moderate strength, yet a single hit was enough to leave his opponents unable to stand. Kim Joo-hyuk turned to the remaining thugs and declared, "Anyone else who wants to waste my time will be crushed." The blonde leader saw the fear in his men's eyes. They were all hesitating, caught between attacking and running for their lives. He tried to rally them, shouting, "Don't be afraid, he's just a worthless rookie." Kim Joo-hyuk smirked. "You've got some nerve, leader." The taunt enraged the blonde senior, who charged forward without thinking. But suddenly, he felt a cold touch. It was the sharp edge of Kim Joo-hyuk's blade against his body. Kim Joo-hyuk mocked him for freezing up, knowing he was an open target. Then he delivered a final powerful blow. With the last of his strength, the blonde boy wondered how the rookie had closed the distance so fast. Then, his world went black. Kim Joo Hyuk casually opened his palm and slapped the boy's face repeatedly to wake him. He demanded to know who they were and why they had attacked him for no reason. The blonde boy stammered that they were all senior students. But Kim Joo Hyuk knew this wasn't normal. Someone had to be pulling the strings. A pale boy with earrings finally confessed they were just there to rough up the #1 rookie, nothing more. Kim Joo Hyuk scoffed at their pathetic excuse for loyalty. As he turned to leave, the arrogant leader called out a threat. If word of this gets out, you'll be the one who gets expelled. But Kim Joo Hyuk was completely unfazed. He promised that everyone would hear about their embarrassing and shameful defeat. A group of second years tried to jump a freshman and got destroyed. If that humiliating story got out, he could kiss his chances of joining a decent guild goodbye. With a final, dismissive word, Kim Joo Hyuk turned his back on them, leaving a field of broken bodies and shattered pride. The time was 8:28. Rockdale Ventrick paced, his eyes glued to his phone in anticipation. Suddenly, the screen lit up with Merrick Sunrise's name. A triumphant grin spread across Rockdale's face as he answered. Is it done? Has he been taught his lesson? But the boy's voice was ice cold. He revealed the contractor's identity, then declared he was walking away from the job. This chapter was officially over. A stunned silence filled the room. Rockdale Ventrick couldn't process the boy's defiant words. The blonde boy's final piece of advice was a chilling warning: stay far away from anything involving Kim Joo Hyuk. How did it all fall apart? Hours ago, he was certain of his victory. What power did that cursed boy hold? He had even offered a perfect plan file, a report with the administration. The bruises would be all the evidence they'd need. If the boy had just done as he was told, the Ventrick family's sponsorship and rewards would have been his for the taking. But Merrick knew that even with the backing of such a formidable house, there was no price that could restore their lost honor. The line went dead, leaving Rockdale trembling with pure, unadulterated fury. He roared a curse and hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. His assistant watched the explosion, silent and still as a statue. "Yura!" he barked into the silence. A calm, "Yes, sir," was the immediate reply. She had already contacted his brother, Dara, but he was far away, and it would take time for him to arrive. The distance only stoked the flames of Rockdale's rage. Meanwhile, in the vibrant country of Mexico, within the walls of the Valhalla Academy, several students were sprawled unconscious on the training grounds. A hulking brute of a man was staring at his high-tech phone. In the midst of the chaos stood the fearsome Dara Ventrick. His brother's message was simple: come to Korea. The target was a kid named Kim Joo Hyuk. The reward was already waiting. A savage grin split his face. After being cast out, he thought his well of money had run dry for good. But now, fate had just delivered him a golden opportunity. The following day, at 6 p.m., in Valhalla's grand training halls, Kim Joo Hyuk was awestruck by the sheer scale of the space. A fire ignited within him, ready to run tirelessly and push past every limit. His focus was shattered by a voice cutting through the silence. "What are you doing here?" He turned, his eyes widening in shock. It was Barge, the spirit from the sealed sword. For a moment, Kim Joo Hyuk thought the spirit had escaped and that he'd have to beat him back into submission. But seeing that wasn't the case, the tension vanished. Kim Joo Hyuk planted his feet, beginning to stretch as he questioned his former enemy. He asked how the sword became an artifact stored at Valhalla, and more importantly, how Barge had left the constellation room. Kim Joo Hyuk was alarmed to learn the truth. Barge had swapped the legendary weapon with a nearly identical replica. How is that even possible? He demanded. Barge confessed that even after losing his power, he could still create such perfect forgeries. But Kim Joo Hyuk discovered the most unsettling part. Barge himself had no idea where this strange ability came from. Just then, the gray-haired girl arrived on the scene. Deep in his stretches, Kim Joo Hyuk was surprised by her sudden appearance. She asked if it was time for their sword lessons, but he shook his head. They wouldn't start with the blade, but with the foundation, her stamina. A confused look crossed the girl's face. Still, her eyes burned with resolve. She was prepared to do whatever it took. "Start stretching," Kim Joo Hyuk ordered. She responded with a firm yes and immediately began. Though it seemed basic, this training was critical. Improving her stamina would allow her to absorb mana more efficiently and control it with ease. This method was unconventional, prioritizing the body over direct power training. Koi Erin possessed a massive pool of mana, but her physical stamina was no better than that of a novice wielding a sword. "I've finished stretching," she announced. Kim Joo Hyuk's eyes glinted. "Good. Then the real training begins now." The two began an endless set of push-ups, followed by grueling, spirit-crushing squats. After that, they moved on to punishing upper body exercises. Koi Erin finally collapsed, her body utterly destroyed and gasping for air. She was astonished to learn this was only the beginning of his insane preparation. "Stop being lazy and get up," Kim Joo-hyuk said coldly. We still have a 20-kilometer run. Later, in Valhalla's first-year Class A, Kim Joo-hyuk observed the girl, noting that while her condition was terrible, her body held immense potential for growth. She sat beside him, looking completely worn out, with dark circles under her eyes and the expression of a zombie. Just then, the class teacher called for everyone's attention. Lilia, the elite class instructor and supervisor of dimensional monsters, made an announcement. Today, they would face a simple written exam. She had given them a warning on the very first day, ordering every student to prepare. Now, she would test their true knowledge of how to combat each monster's foe. And with that, the exam began. The room fell silent as everyone battled the questions on the page. Even Koan seemed to be struggling. But Kim Joo-hyuk glared at the test as if it were his ultimate enemy. Suddenly, the instructor glanced at her advanced and stylish timepiece. Time's up, she declared, her voice cutting through the tension as she instructed them to turn in their papers. This test wouldn't affect their rank, but it would determine their readiness for the next class. As the last papers were collected, she informed them that next week, the first official lesson would begin in the virtual combat simulation room. With a swift farewell, she departed, leaving the students in a stunned silence. Kim Joo-hyuk stood quietly, a thoughtful look on his face. Brace approached, questioning his method, astonishing Joo-hyuk by revealing he'd been watching the entire time. His rival claimed he was just bored and then turned the tables, asking about his thoughts on the protagonist. He explained that he could strangely perceive the boy's thoughts, but only when they were directed at him. Kim Joo-hyuk simply said he wrote down the answers he knew to be true, and his rival replied with a knowing, I understand. Meanwhile, in Valhalla's first-year teacher's lounge, Instructor Lilia was seething. How dare Kim Joo-hyuk call those useless phrases answers nearby? Kim Lingen walked past, a cup in his hand. He heard a strange noise and turned to see the instructor, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated fury. He approached cautiously. Are those the tests from your class? He inquired. She confirmed they were, explaining that this seemingly simple test held valuable data for her next lesson plan. She noted that, as expected from the prodigious children of Class A, born from the bestest families, every one of them had performed exceptionally well. Kim Lingen was surprised. Well then, I'll be going, he said, and she nodded in agreement. He continued to sip the mysterious drink from his white cup. Suddenly, a deafening scream shattered the calm, causing him to spill the cup's entire contents in shock. The furious roar came from Lilia, who was staring at Kim Joo's test. He approached her again. Did the prodigy not even try? He quickly discovered the truth. This wasn't a lack of effort. It was pure mockery. He was left completely stunned and shocked. Lilia declared that this insult could not be ignored. She would display his answers in the next class, to show everyone that dealing with monsters wasn't so simple. A week later, inside Valhalla's virtual combat simulation, Lilia announced she had graded their tests. And while most students had done very well, there was one exception. Her eyes locked on her target. Kim Joo-hyuk, step forward. Without a shred of hesitation, he obeyed. The two stood face to face as Lilia shoved the test paper into his hands. It was covered in angry red marks. The teacher announced for all to hear. You received a 0. It seems you didn't take this seriously at all. That's not true, he countered calmly. I put my all into it. She gave him a slight smirk. Then let's review a few of your questions. Her first question. What is the most effective method to handle a stone goblin? Kim Joo-hyuk's reply was simple. Strike it in the stomach. The second question. What to do if 8 wild goblins are charging at you? Kim Joo-hyuk answered. Send every single one to hell, starting with the one in front. The instructor couldn't believe he was serious about these ridiculous answers. He wasn't even trying to hide his arrogance. The proper way to kill a stone goblin wasn't with a sword. Its hide was just too powerful. Lilia doubted Kim Joo-hyuk could even manage to scratch it. I'll finish the fight with a single strike, he replied, contradicting her. His boundless ego was infuriating, but she had to admit, his confidence was unshakable. And since he was so sure of his answer, she decided to grant him a unique opportunity to prove it. Suddenly, a booming roar echoed through the area. A monster materialized, its presence designed to intimidate everyone. It stood defiantly before the prodigy and our protagonist. The instructor then laid out her terms. Kill the stone goblin exactly as you explained, and I will immediately change your grade. Kim Joo-hyuk simply said, Understood. He placed his failed test paper on the control table for the time being. He then selected a single sword from all the available weapons and charged toward the stone goblin without a moment's hesitation. The goblin stared back with a horrifying, grotesque expression. The instructor knew he had killed 120 goblins before. She was confident in his raw talent. But there was a catch. Against this stone goblin, a random sword alone would never be enough. And just like that, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. The boy had already unleashed a storm of precise blows. The teacher could only watch, utterly astonished by the spectacle. The goblin let out a final desperate groan, a gaping wound torn in its body and a deep crack marring its skull. But then, Kim Ju-hyuk began to channel his mana into the fight. He no longer needed the simple sword. Casting it aside without a second thought, he ended the battle with an almost bored ease, a single, clean strike to the goblin's stomach, and it was all over. A young girl watched in absolute awe. He had slain a stone goblin without a shred of magic, using only a blade. The burly, blonde-haired boy stood in stunned silence, his mind reeling. Even the great Choi Irene couldn't hide her amazement. Lilia let out a deep sigh, asking how he had possibly managed such a feat. He explained that he just hit the goblin's stomach, an answer that only deepened her confusion. She knew that to take down a stone goblin with a mere sword, one would need the power of an A-class contractor. That was the only logical explanation. And yet, this boy had done it with just a weapon. He then asked if his answer was correct, but Lilia flatly replied that it was not. She explained this was only the first question, and there were more tests to come. The boy was bewildered. It felt as if this entire scenario was doomed to repeat itself. Suddenly, the very ground split open before him. He stared in shock at what he saw. A vast, dark tunnel that stretched into an endless abyss. Kim Ju immediately asked his teacher what was happening. Her only command was to focus and look ahead. Then, a faint footstep echoed from the darkness. Out of the inky blackness of the tunnel, monstrous shapes began to emerge. She knew that controlling rage-type goblins was a dangerous game. One wrong move, and their piercing scream would summon every goblin in the area. Normally, the only options were to obliterate them all at once with magic, or simply run for your life. And while the boy could only see 3 goblins now, every single mistake he made would summon 5 more. Even with his sword, the odds were stacked against him. Lilia had heard his swordsmanship was actually quite slow. He then exploded into action, landing a punishing blow squarely on an enemy's forehead, which sent the others into a frenzied rage. The green goblin tried to stay alert, but it was too late. A brutal strike to its cursed mouth sent it crashing to its knees. The teacher was completely impressed by his flawless execution. Meanwhile, the boy boasted that he had answered the second question perfectly as well. On another day, at the Valhalla Training Center, Kim Ju-hyuk and Choyarin were on the treadmills, running at a speed that defied belief. The numbers on the displays were completely off the charts. Before long, the gray-haired girl collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. She could only lie there, gasping desperately for air. Kim Ju-hyuk looked down at her, a flicker of amusement on his face. He asked if her clan didn't bother with basic training, since she was failing such a simple exercise. She shot back that she never pushed her body in this way. He immediately retorted, asking how Choi Arin expected to fight truly horrifying monsters then. She answered confidently, saying she would simply use her magical power by borrowing strength from the constellations. Kim Ju knew this was their fatal flaw. Instead of building their own foundation, they relied solely on the borrowed power of others. By neglecting their own physical abilities, they were taking an immense risk, all for the convenience of borrowing a constellation's power. There was always a chance of being trapped in a dungeon under a magic-restricting spell. On top of that, their mana could be completely drained in a long battle. Not to mention the constellations might simply refuse to lend their power at all. After considering all this, Kim Ju called out to the girl. He asked if she truly thought this grueling stamina training was worthless. Choyarin immediately said yes, because he had promised to teach her swordsmanship if she did it. He was stunned by her straightforward answer, since that was exactly the reason he had made her do it in the first place. She was visibly confused by his reaction, but they let it go. It was time to wrap up training and head to the academy. She couldn't understand why he wasn't leaving. Kim Ju-hyuk explained that he was going to do one more set of physical exercises. He almost asked if she wanted to join him, but he quickly thought better of it and dropped the question. Choi Arin said a quick farewell and left the training center, leaving Kim Ju-hyuk all alone, holding a gigantic weight. Brace's voice suddenly cut in, asking if Choi Arin was the girl's real name. His enemy confirmed that it was. The villain seemed astonished that she had endured the training without even a single complaint. Kim Ju-hyuk explained that he only agreed to train her in swordsmanship because she had pestered him relentlessly. He answered another one of Brace's questions, admitting he had never told her the full truth. But he suspected she already knew anyway. They both found it remarkable. The girl had managed to grasp his true strength just by observing him. That, Kim Ju-hyuk decided, was why he would teach her everything. Suddenly, a sound echoed nearby. A beast of a man was bench-pressing an impossible amount of weight. Sweat poured from his brow as he groaned, pushing his limits. Then, his eyes locked onto Kim Ju-hyuk's. For a moment, a tense silence hung between them. Ju-hyuk broke it, asking how long he'd been training there. The man answered that he'd been there from the start, as it was his ritual to train after every class. With a curt nod, he quickly gathered his things and departed. Ju-hyuk found himself analyzing the powerful build and skills of Sehuk Ho. Brace instantly materialized. demanding to know why he was so focused on that mountain of muscle. He explained that a warrior like Si-hyuk was destined for greater things than those who only chased magical power. Ju-hyuk pressed Brace about the so-called cursed constellations. Brace could only admit he wasn't entirely sure. The boy scoffed at his guide's ignorance, but Brace defended himself, explaining he'd been isolated for 300 years, cut off from all celestial knowledge. He then hinted that Ju-hyuk could find the answers himself by completing the new mission in his system tab. The weight of this new mystery settled heavily on Kim Ju-hyuk's mind. A system window materialized before him, flashing with new information and critical warnings. The mission was set in the heart of the Great Valhalla Forest, a place he knew well from his classes. The final, brutal survival location from the first semester. He thought to himself that if not for this cursed mission, he would have grabbed his gear and vanished. But it seemed stealth and caution were his only options now. Brace immediately called out the boy's hesitant thoughts. Ju-hyuk shot back, the memory of their last battle still fresh. If he hadn't been decisive, his own head would have been crushed, just like Brace's was. He reasoned that until the mission was complete, leaving was impossible anyway. The secrets of his reincarnation would just have to wait, far away, in the United Kingdom, London, within the grand Ventric mansion. Ancient paintings with watching eyes lined every shadowy hall. At the head of an enormous table, a man and a woman sat in silence. The woman finally broke it, her voice sharp as glass. She was Adelia Ventric, the vice head of the family, and she demanded to know what had happened. The man reported that the labyrinth near Reading had been conquered. Adelia offered faint praise, then asked for any other news. He mentioned recruiting a few promising individuals he'd discovered, including a powerful survivor from the infamous robber clan. Her interest piqued. She questioned him further. He confirmed the man was exceptionally strong, and his companions were all A-class contractors. Adelia consented, granting them the coveted Ventric blessing. She ordered him to test their capabilities thoroughly. He affirmed, but she sensed there was more. "Is that all?" she pressed. The man hesitated, then revealed he had a report concerning Rockdale Ventric. He had heard whispers of a recent incident, and that a man named Deser had been summoned to South Korea. A cold fury washed over Adelia's face. Deser Ventric, the black sheep, the most vile delinquent to ever tarnish their name. He had committed countless atrocities, hiding behind the family's power. At 19, he slaughtered 5 students at the British Academy over a petty argument. At 20, the Ventric family cast him out completely. Adelia seethed, realizing that after years in the shadows, that monster was now going to meet Rockhill. She gave a chilling order to place Rockhill under constant surveillance. She received an immediate, firm yes. The man was also told to deliver a warning to the arrogant boy. If he was caught in any suspicious activity, he would be exiled from the family instantly. The man acknowledged the command. With his report concluded, he bowed and quickly excused himself. Adelia was left alone in the vast, silent room, her mind consumed by thoughts of these cursed fools, wielding power they never earned, an ability that was never meant for them. Carved into her throne were the words, "All for one," and everything is only for one. In the end, all their power was destined to be hers. Lost in her ambition, her eyes drifted to the source of her conviction. The eerie painting of their guardian constellation on the wall. Back in the Valhalla classroom, the professor was lecturing on the origins of the word malefactor. In modern times, the term was used for one specific evil, those who used the power of constellations for their own dark purposes. Malefactors worked alone or in syndicates, and among them, one group was the most infamous of all, the organization known as Own a God. Kim Ju-hyuk reflected that while physical training made him feel stronger, his natural talent for mana was undeniable. He was no genius, but he was far beyond his past life. And yet, something still felt fundamentally wrong. The impact made him wonder, why was his body in such a pathetic state before when he first tried to circulate his mana? He could barely manage it. His power was less than an average person's, and his stamina was so poor that a little digging left him about to faint. Still, even with a vessel that weak, it shouldn't have degraded to such an extreme level. Something must have happened in his past. But now wasn't the time to worry about it. Suddenly, a soft tap on his desk broke his concentration. He looked up, calm and composed, to see the beautiful Yu So Hyun. She placed a crumpled note on his desk. The boy's eyes widened slightly. On the paper, a single large "hi" was written. Kim Ju-hyuk wondered what in the world she wanted now. A short while later, the instructor announced that students could leave campus for the weekend, as long as they submitted a formal request. With that simple announcement, the lesson concluded. The idea of leaving the academy grounds echoed in Kim Ju-hyuk's mind. He wasted no time filling out a request for a Saturday trip, scribbling down a rather trivial reason. Brace was shocked by this decision, asking where on earth he planned to go. But before Ju-hyuk could answer, a voice called out his name. It was the cute girl from earlier, Yu So Hyun. She wanted to talk about what had happened just hours before. Ju Hook pointed out that he'd already responded politely to her note, but she never replied, growing impatient. He urged her to speak quickly, as he was busy. The poor girl stumbled over her words, paralyzed by shyness. She couldn't form a single complete sentence. Ju Hook's frustration boiled over. "Are you crazy?" he snapped. "If you can't talk, just nod." His insult struck a nerve, and her face flushed with anger. She challenged his comment, but he shot back that making people angry for no reason seemed to be her specialty. He then cut through the tension and asked again what she truly wanted. Her mind flashed back to a specific moment, to Kim Ju-hook's battle with that horrifying and grotesque stone goblin. She had been completely mesmerized by that fight, especially since he used pure swordsmanship, without a single shred of magic. It defied everything the textbooks taught. All she wanted was to ask how he defeated that monster, but her pride was too strong to let her. Taking a deep breath, she finally mustered all her courage to ask him, but just as she opened her mouth to speak, the teacher appeared from nowhere, asking the exact same question she was about to. The gray-haired woman's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to learn his secrets. Ju-hook could only wonder where this crazy instructor had suddenly popped out from. He bluntly asked why she was meddling, especially since he thought she disliked him, which left her utterly confused. He rephrased his question, asking if she didn't like him because he'd publicly embarrassed her. The teacher waved it off, saying she didn't care about that. She had always believed there was only one way to kill monsters, but he had completely shattered that worldview. Now, she needed to know everything. She offered him a position as her assistant, but he flatly refused, stating he had to submit his leave form right away. The persistent woman tried every trick to convince him, but with no success. The two of them ended up walking away, leaving the young girl standing there all alone. She replayed the teacher's words in her head, feeling a storm of confusion brew inside her. With a deep sigh, she calmed herself and chose to let it go. She didn't need this kind of humiliation. The next day, Kim Ju-hook stood in awe of the scene before him. An enormous market unfolded in front of his eyes, bringing the chapter to a close. Back in the vast dormitory of Valhalla, Kim Ju-hook sat before his high-tech computer. Brace asked what he was searching for on his phone. Ju-hook simply replied that he was gathering info on the place he was visiting tomorrow. The main character needed to find a place where he could sell the treasures from the vault, and this location seemed perfect. If his information was accurate, he had definitely found the right place. It was a virtual marketplace, accessible from his phone. For just a small entry fee, one could trade almost anything in this dangerous, dark web-like shopping hub. The reason such an impossible marketplace could even exist was because its creator was a powerful guardian constellation, known as the Secret Ruler. Because of this divine protection, even high-class individuals used it openly. And though it was completely illegal, no government on Earth dared to interfere. That was how he so easily found simple tutorials online. And he decided to use it for himself. He soon spotted something interesting. A direct link, hidden deep within the comments section of the post he was reading. Just then, his phone buzzed. A new set of messages had just arrived from the young girl. It was Choi Ain, sending a flood of crying bunny emojis. She texted her trainer that she couldn't make it to training tomorrow, and he simply replied that he also had plans. Kim Ju-hook typed back a few laughing emojis between messages. Her reply left Choi Ain utterly bewildered. He quickly clarified he was only wishing her a safe trip. He also pleaded with her to stop spamming so many emojis. For a moment, Kim Ju-hook mulled over the virtual bunnies, but his true objective snapped him back to reality. He had to secure a reservation and a location. With a decisive tap, he clicked a suspicious link on his phone. Soon after, he slipped out of his house, a shadow cloaked in a dark, long hoodie, his face completely obscured. The destination was surprisingly close by, an old, forgotten cafe tucked away in the district. The entrance loomed right before him. The place's wooden door was ancient and worn. Beyond it lay a scene of utter chaos. Kim Ju-hook pushed the creaking gate open and stepped inside with caution. He knew his objective was inside, tucked away in the right-hand corner. The spot he was looking for was just a few steps away. He placed his hand on a plain gray door and slowly pushed it open, entering another, hidden chamber. In an instant, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before his eyes. This was it, the grandiose black market. Night had already descended upon the city, and the moon shone like a spotlight in the dark sky. To Kim Ju-hook, the entire scene felt unnervingly familiar. It was his first time here, yet the atmosphere was one he knew intimately. The deep purple sky, the clouds, the moon. It was the exact same nightscape he'd witnessed 300 years ago. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, asking if this was the boy's first visit. The man had a strangely cheerful face, dressed in black with sharp bangs framing his eyes. Kim Ju-hook's eyes narrowed. That leather jacket. Could this be the employee from the online post? The man confirmed it with a smile, briefly explaining the market's rules, though the protagonist was already well informed. Kim Ju-hyuk handed over a thick stack of cash, which the man accepted with a thank you. As he did, he reflected on the money spent versus the fortune he was about to make. There was one crucial question he needed to ask the man in black. Where could he find a merchant to buy all the jewels he was carrying? The man assumed he meant an auction, but Kim Ju-hyuk shook his head. He needed to unload them fast, not wait for a bid. The guide understood. Go to the 3rd District Market, he advised. The merchants there will buy anything. Kim Ju-hyuk paused for a moment. He needed to know who was the most trustworthy dealer in the area. The guide smiled. Look for a man named Morris. He's known for giving the best prices. The man in black gave him clear directions to the 3rd District, and the young visitor was deeply grateful. But there was one last piece of advice. I recommend you wear a mask over there, he warned. He explained that because of the illicit nature of the goods being traded, everyone concealed their identity. With that, he offered a mask as a complimentary gift. Kim Ju-hyuk accepted it with heartfelt thanks. Enjoy your time, the man said as he vanished. Now, in the 3rd District of the Grand Black Market, a figure in a white mask was intently studying a brilliant shining diamond. Kim Ju-hyuk approached him directly, asking if he was the one he sought. Behold a world forged by 2 simple rules. Power and money can grant you anything. But what happens when someone with nothing decides to crush everyone in his path? Let's go. We journey to Valhalla Academy, one of the top 3 hunter institutes on the planet. Each year, countless aspiring hunters flock to its gates. But with odds of 1 in 500, few ever make the cut. And of those chosen, only 150 will graduate. The difficulty is as brutal as reality itself. On the very first day, the training grounds are a chaotic battlefield where anything goes. The unarmed are pitted against those with drawn steel. Watching over this brutal trial is the senior combat instructor, Lee Sang-cheol. Soon, a figure named Yu Min-jun arrives, here to witness the debut of his family's prized candidate, Yu So Hyun of the legendary Yusin family, one of the 5 most prestigious clans in all of Korea. Her innate talent for mana and the sword is overwhelming. Every opponent who dares face her is utterly defeated. She is a true prodigy. Yet the instructor remains unimpressed, until a whisper reaches him that her family has communed with the Yusin's guardian constellation. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen with interest. In this era, 5 guardian constellations watch over humanity. It is common for hunters to seek their blessings or forge contracts for immense power. Each of these 5 divine beings holds a different domain. The Yusin family commands the god of the sword, the Jangsan, the god of spirits, the Jin Choi, the god of martial arts, the Oyeon family, the god of fists, and the Jin family, the god of the bow. By communing with a guardian, Yu So Hyun is a genius with limitless potential. Conquering this academy's trials should be a simple task for her. The entire world watches through cameras, eager to see this prodigy. The 17-year-old super talent's first opponent is another 17-year-old named Kim Jua. The instructors are baffled by the boy's unnerving calm, knowing the monster he's about to face, confident in an easy victory for their prodigy. The duel begins. The genius draws her blade, but her opponent has vanished. She wastes no time and lunges forward to attack. Her swordsmanship is a breathtaking dance of death. Her mana control, flawless. The strike is aimed with perfect precision. But in an instant that defies belief, he simply punches her in the chest. The fight is over. Our main character seems almost bored by the outcome. And now, the story truly begins. We are thrown 300 years into the past, to the final moments atop the Tower of Destruction. 2 titans were locked in a valiant, earth-shattering struggle. The King of Destruction, Brace, acknowledged the great battle, leaving the martial leader, Kim Hyinino, on the verge of collapse. Brace, with his strange blue glasses and immense white hair, smiled. Kim Hyinino could only agree it had been a magnificent fight. The main character let out a faint, tired laugh. Suddenly, his focus sharpened as a system panel materialized before him. It declared that the Tower of Destruction and its ruler had fallen, and the world's annihilation had been averted. All around them, the colossal structure groaned, beginning to shatter and crumble. Kim Hyinino realized the terrible truth. With his enemy defeated, the entire tower was collapsing upon him. He groaned, clutching his wounds, lamenting that this was supposed to be his reward, a life of peace. From childhood, he had slaved away as a hunter just to survive. All the money, the fame, the life he dreamed of, was turning to dust before his very eyes. He cursed himself for not bringing his disciples, but reconsidered. Brace was the strongest foe he had ever faced. Bringing them here would have been a death sentence for them all. With a hand pressed to his fatal wound, he bids the world farewell as his body begins to fade into nothingness. And then, he opened his eyes. Kim Hyinino had been reborn into the body of a young man named Kim Ju-hyuk, 300 years after the tower's fall. The current era was perfect. Though this new body was pathetically weak, all of his knowledge, all of his mastery, remained. He believed that by adapting to this new vessel, He could finally live that peaceful life. Until that translucent window appeared once more. It gave him a dire warning. In 5 years, the Tower of Destruction would rise again, giving him that long to prepare. Rage burned within him. He had already defeated Brace. He should have incinerated the body just to be sure. But there was no time for regrets. In this new era, the conditions to conquer the tower should be far easier. And this time, he was determined to survive and finally enjoy his life. But then, another message on the panel left him utterly baffled. It spoke of finding his lost weapons and memories, hidden in the Valhalla constellation room on the 3rd underground floor. In that moment, his path became crystal clear. Soon it would be the 4th day in Valhalla, the day the top 10 rankings would be decided. All summoned candidates were to head to the stadium. Kim Joo-hyuk rose from his bed, a fire of excitement in his eyes. The participants took their places, the spectators roaring with anticipation. And it was at this very moment that the senior instructor noted the unusually large crowd. From his perch, high above, he watched everything unfold. The newcomer, Kim Joo-hyuk, stood ready for combat. The match would begin in 30 seconds. His opponent was already waiting. He was Oh Si-hoo, 17-year-old eldest son of the Yusin family. He showed no talent for academics, strategy, or the martial arts. But he was blessed with a gift that overshadowed all others. An impossibly strong and impressive physique. He could achieve feats that were impossible for others without mana. Even with little training, his power grew exponentially. He was a natural-born genius, gifted with a top-tier body that required no effort. He glared down at his opponent, his face a mask of pure fury. The two warriors faced each other, the air thick with tension. Kim Joo-hyuk smirked, raised a defiant middle finger, and hurled an insult. Oh Si-hoo's rage exploded. "You trash!" he roared, charging forward like a beast. Kim Joo-hyuk knew that in this reincarnated body of his, a direct clash would be his downfall. His opponent's raw power was an unknown, dangerous variable. But superior strength alone doesn't guarantee victory. Oh Si-hoo unleashed a crushing blow, aiming to obliterate our protagonist. But he evaded. He had martial arts to fortify his physique. And something even more critical. In a fluid motion, he swept the bully's legs out from under him. Oh Si-hoo crashed to the floor, his mind reeling in utter confusion. Kim Joo-hyuk gave a subtle wink, revealing his secret weapon, the ability to perfectly observe his opponent. He landed a single, precise strike. Oh Si-hoo's eyes rolled back as blood trickled from his lips, and he collapsed, unconscious. The victory was his. He knew that without the perfect harmony of those two abilities, this outcome would have been impossible. Even though this new body was weaker than his old one, hunting monsters as a hunter would still be well within his grasp. After utterly annihilating his enemy, he turned toward the exit. He left the entire arena in a state of stunned disbelief. They whispered, "How could Oh Si-hoo be defeated by such a simple-looking attack?" But from the back, a lone figure watched in heavy silence, his mind racing. He was the head of the Yusin family, the king of fists, Oh Si-hyo. He seethed at the ignorance of those who called that technique simple. His son had focused only on his physique, ignoring martial arts. But even so, he should have easily dodged that blow. This time, it was an attack he couldn't escape. Oh Si-hoo had let his temper blind him, charging forward with pure recklessness. He'd even unleashed his rarely used magic for a quick finish. Yet Kim Joo-hyuk dodged it with a mere tilt of his head, convinced his strike would land. Oh Si-hoo had thrown his entire center of gravity forward, sending himself flying into despair. Surprised by the missed punch, his opponent left himself completely open. The perfect moment for a counterattack. This meant Kim Joo-hyuk had moved faster than Oh Si-hoo's maximum speed, proving he had a battle plan from the very beginning. That alone was a monstrous level of talent. As Oh Si-hyo processed this truth, he fell deeper into a thoughtful silence. But he wasn't the only one who recognized the rookie's immense value. Not everyone watching was a fool. The name Kim Joo-hyuk echoed in his thoughts. He made a vow that boy would join his family, no matter what it took. The stadium lights flared to life. A deafening roar erupted from the fans of Choi Aaron. Our hero watched, baffled by these grown men who had served in the military, yet screamed like lunatics for a 17-year-old girl. They were all calling her Nuna. This was it, the final ranked match. Kim Joo-hyuk versus Choi Aaron, second daughter of the Cho Jin family. The moment the match began, her sword sang from its sheath. She readied her first strike. Kim Joo-hyuk met her gaze, his expression completely calm. For a tense moment, the world held its breath. He realized immediately, she was waiting for his first move. The fact that she was analyzing the situation already made her better than his previous foes. He chuckled lightly, wondering how he should proceed. And so, he began to walk toward his opponent, who remained on high alert. With his hands in his pockets, he observed her with a chilling intensity. She stared right back, her spirit completely unyielding. She gripped her sword, pouring her will into the steel as it sparked with lightning. The crowd gasped. She had mastered the Chon family's elemental exchange ability. At only 17 years old, she charged at her opponent like a bolt of lightning herself. The boy took a single, deliberate step forward, practically inviting her to strike. She seized the opportunity, unleashing a vicious slash. A torrent of blue lightning surged forth with immense power, but she was left baffled, because her enemy had simply vanished from before her eyes. Suddenly, a calm voice spoke from right beside her. If you telegraph your attacks with your eyes, they're easy to dodge. Her mind went completely blank with confusion. And in that instant, a decisive blow landed, striking her body directly. Her eyes flashed with pain and relief. Having barely deflected the blow, Kim Joo-hyuk just stared, his expression cold and unreadable. Choi Ein clutched her massive sword, launching herself backward to gain some distance. Kim Joo-hyuk was genuinely impressed. The girl had blocked his strike with her weapon, so he felt the jarring impact of steel, not flesh. But the sheer force of it was immense. Suddenly, another fist connected with her blade. Choi Ein stared down her opponent, who challenged her with a look, "Dodge this!" With a devastating surge of power, he sent her flying, a desperate cry escaping her lips. She crashed to the ground, utterly defeated. The boy sensed something was off about his last attack. His form felt slightly imperfect. But it didn't matter. A win was a win. The system panel flashed, displaying the top 10 admissions to Valhalla. At number 1 was Kim Joo-hyuk. He walked away, rolling his shoulder, when a sudden chorus of voices stopped him in his tracks. A massive crowd had formed around him, begging him to let them join his party. Annoyed by the noise, he roared for silence, bringing the chapter to an abrupt close. On the forums, the headlines were already running wild. Kim Joo-hyuk, a talented rookie, or a dangerous psychopath? 92 comments echoed the sentiment, condemning his reprehensible actions and labeling him a villain in the making. For a newcomer, his arrogance was seen as completely off the charts. The community debated his immense potential versus his terrible attitude. Meanwhile, inside the grand towers of Valhalla, the freshman welcoming ceremony was underway. Kim Joo-hyuk found the whole speech about Valhalla's long and tedious history incredibly boring. His eyes landed on a boy standing behind him. The kid immediately looked away, his expression nervous and shy. Kim Joo-hyuk knew he'd become the center of attention after yesterday's display. But there was still a mission he had to deal with. That system quest about weapons and memories. The one the panel had assigned him a while back. As he walked, Kim Joo-hyuk figured it would be an easy task, just get in and get out. But then, he sensed something nearby. The opening ceremony had finally wrapped up. The virtual combat simulation room was just ahead. Kim Leon, Valhalla's chief instructor from the Trojan Guild, scowled. He couldn't understand the logic behind this class arrangement. Before him stood Yo Yan of the Yusin family and Aren of the Trojan clan. And in the center, Oh Si-hyuk from the powerful Osin group. They called it a random distribution, but it was clearly a setup. 3 of the 5 great family geniuses were all in his class. And there was another interesting variable. His gaze fell on Kim Joo-hyuk, realizing this year was going to be an absolute nightmare. He took a deep breath, determined to assert his authority from the very beginning. He introduced himself as the instructor in charge, welcoming the young cadets to their new life. With a theatrical flourish, he pressed a button on the podium. The cadets cried out in shock. In the blink of an eye, the simulation room vanished, replaced by a vast, open field. Confusion erupted. "Where are we?" they shouted, having been in a classroom just seconds before. Kim Leon gripped the hilt of his sword. It was time to show these rookies a taste of true bloodlust. Suddenly, the ground trembled as hideous demonic creatures clawed their way into existence. Armed and screaming with rage, the cadets panicked, their screams echoing across the field. Someone identified them as orcs and goblins, and there were at least 100 of them. A hulking green monster charged forward. One swung its massive claws, while another leaped through the air, only to smash against an invisible protective barrier. Kim Leon smirked. Everything was proceeding as planned. The barrier was holding perfectly. He then called out a single name, Kim Joo-hyuk. The boy approached the podium. The instructor's question was a direct challenge. Can you handle all of these monsters by yourself, with no help whatsoever? A sea of monsters surrounded the barrier. The boy remained silent, considering the insane proposal. Kim Leon felt certain he had crushed the boy's ego. After all, most rookies had only ever seen monsters in textbooks. "Stop pretending to think about it," he scoffed. "Just say no, so we can continue the lesson." A faint smirk touched the boy's lips. The instructor's face darkened with rage. Was this kid laughing at him? Then Kim Joo-hyuk spoke he could, in fact, handle them alone. Kim Leon thought he was bluffing. "Fine," he sneered. "If you're so confident, then prove it." Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes narrowed. "A trial this difficult on the first day?" he replied smoothly. Surely comes with a reward. Now the boy was speaking his language. The instructor's interest was piqued. What do you want to bet? At that moment, Kim Joo-hyuk laid out his terms. If he could annihilate every single monster, the instructor would have to grant any wish he desired, as long as it was within his power. Model. With a hand on his chin, the boy considered the offer. It wasn't much, he thought, but he'd accept. The instructor's attempts to intimidate him were useless. All he wanted was the sword, and he wanted it now. Acknowledging that fighting barehanded was a death sentence, the instructor drew his own blade and surrendered it for the boy's use. Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes lit up, his face filled with pure delight as he inspected the weapon. He slung it onto his back, his gaze locked on the monumental challenge before him. The instructor could only watch with a heavy heart, while the other youth looked on, captivated by the unfolding drama. Kim Joo-hyuk's grip tightened on the hilt. He launched himself into the fray, a whirlwind of steel and fury against the monstrous creatures. The chapter closes with a blaze of anger in his eyes as he continues to cut down every opponent in his path. One of the beasts tried a cowardly sneak attack from behind, but with lightning speed, the boy spun, his weapon meeting the blow without a single moment of hesitation. Not bad, he mused, for someone who hadn't held a blade in 300 years. In his past life, the monster onslaught meant humanity could barely survive, and every weapon imaginable was used to fight back. Even so, the sword felt like a natural extension of his own arm. But as he fought, his senses screamed a warning. Something was off. A monster was lunging for his back, a cowardly and merciless attack. Kim Joo-hyuk sidestepped the pathetic strike with ease. Everything was exactly as he'd predicted. It all followed a simple pattern. This was nothing more than a well-programmed NPC simulation. The observers inside the capsule watched, completely stunned. Kim Leon couldn't believe his eyes. He had only given the boy a nearly useless standard-issue sword. It had no magical properties, no special abilities, yet the boy was carving through monsters with breathtaking skill and mastery. It was almost as if the blade itself was consuming the beast's whole. The girl was absolutely mesmerized by the sheer madness of it all. From her protective capsule, she watched him, frozen in place. She stood in complete silence, not a single word escaping her lips, her expression a mix of shock and utter disbelief. I've dealt with these weaklings, Kim Joo-hyuk declared. Now, I want to go to the constellation room. He strode out of the combat zone toward the safety barrier. So, are you going to keep your promise? He asked the instructor, whose face flushed with anger and humiliation, as the sun began to set between the towering skyscrapers. Kim Leon dismissed his class, urging the exhausted students to return to their dorms. But the boy remained slumped in a chair, thinking the lecture had dragged on far too long. He just wanted to grab his things and leave. He scoffed at the idea of ever wanting to teach. After all, he'd never even been a student himself. And yet, despite the crushing boredom of the class, he had gleaned some incredibly valuable information, particularly about the history of the constellations. In his previous life, such a concept never existed. Constellation was a title for those who gained immense power, transforming into godlike beings often linked to hunters. Valhalla Academy in Korea was the third largest of its kind in the world, home to countless constellation relics. Kim Joo-hyuk decided that all this talk about monster slaying and swordsmanship was a waste of time. He needed to get to the dorm and focus on martial arts training to strengthen his pitifully weak body. But just then, a sudden presence caught his attention. The white-haired girl was approaching him from behind. Elsewhere, in a professor's office, a man sipped his coffee. Sounds like you had a rough day, my friend, he commented. Honestly, Kim Leon admitted, it was more humiliating than difficult. He turned to Lee Sang-cheol. Can you believe that kid is really just a high school student? Lee Sang-cheol was floored by the news. The boy had slain 120 monsters in the simulation without ever having faced one in reality. And everything Kim Leon was saying was the absolute truth. The senior instructor noted that on the surface, Kim Joo-hyuk seemed average, but he clearly carried the weight of a hidden past. Kim Leon was shocked to learn the boy was an orphan from a small institution in a notoriously dangerous zone. Lee Sang-cheol had already done the background check. The kid wasn't lying. Besides, a common fraud wouldn't dare try to enter Valhalla by causing a massive scene at the opening ceremony. Did he ask to enter the constellation room? Lee Sang-cheol inquired. Kim Leon gave a weary nod of confirmation. The senior instructor sighed. The director has given the order. Let him access the first basement floor. His friend was immensely grateful. You're the one who brought him in, Lee Sang-cheol added. You need to take responsibility for him. I don't know what's in the restricted area on the 5th floor, he continued, but a quick visit to the 1st floor shouldn't cause any trouble. Kim Leon stared into the distance. I'm worried about what this next year will bring, he confessed, leaving his friend utterly bewildered. His class was a minefield, home to 3 scions of the 5 families, and the senior instructor knew the chaos even one could cause. He offered no comfort, only a startling piece of news. Another class had an exchange student from the Ventric family, which left him speechless. Rockdale Ventric, a name from the direct family line. Kim Leon had heard the whispers that the boy was a troublemaker, expelled from the prestigious British Academy. He let out a long breath, a sliver of relief cutting through his worry. Suddenly, his own situation didn't seem so bad. Kim Ju's gaze was laced with suspicion as he looked at the girl. She met it head on, an unyielding silence stretching between them. He finally broke the quiet, asking what she wanted. Her request was as simple as it was audacious. Teach me everything you know. Kim Ju-hook was baffled by her desperation. She pleaded to learn the swordsmanship he'd shown, but his response was a cold wall of refusal, and she demanded to know why. His reason was blunt, delivered without a hint of apology. Because I don't want to, if that's all, he said, turning to leave. I'm going. Her voice, laced with desperation, stopped him in his tracks. Please, he repeated his answer, his voice dripping with ice, twisting his words into a deliberate insult. I simply don't want to teach you. Are you deaf? He snapped, his patience gone. Stop following me. I have no intention of ever teaching you. Without a second glance, he strode away, leaving her alone in a sea of disappointment. The next day, within the grand halls of Valhalla, Kim Ju-hook was a silent statue in his classroom chair, lost in the depths of his own thoughts. He stared at his hands, realizing this new body held far more potential than he'd first believed. Still, potential was useless without magical power. Mana control was a constant struggle. The problem could be solved if he found that thing, and for that, he needed magic. Suddenly, a voice shattered his concentration. A blonde-haired, arrogant bully approached him. It was Rockil Ventric, with his lapdog Yura de Felix in tow, swaggering right up to Kim Ju-hook's desk. Kim shot him a simple question. Who are you? Rockil sneered, thinking the boy was some uneducated commoner for not recognizing his family. He announced his name, impatient to get to the point. I won't waste time. Are you interested in real power? He extended an invitation to join the main Ventric family. In most houses, branch families fought for scraps, overshadowed by the main line. But the Ventric family was different. Protected by a constellation guardian known as the Beak Mask, typically, an S-class hunter or stronger would protect an organization, directly choosing a champion to bless with their power. But the Ventric family's contract was unique, signed with a non-constellation being to avoid celestial politics. Because of this special pact, their organization wielded immense power in Europe, and to join them was to grasp true influence. And with that power behind him, Rockil Ventric had become unbearably arrogant. Not long ago, an incident at the British Academy had gotten him expelled, but he wasn't one to cry over spilled milk. Standing at the gates of that place with his assistant, he had made a chilling declaration, I always get what I want. After all, being from the Ventric family meant an expulsion was a mere inconvenience. They would always find a way to set him back on the path to glory. Besides, a certain person would find this outcome far too amusing. Now, back in the present, he made his move on Kim Ju-hook. He decided that the boy who stole the spotlight at the entrance ceremony would be a useful piece on his chessboard. So he made his grand offer join him, and he would grant an audience with the Ventric's constellation. But the response he received was a cold, arrogant refusal. Rockil was stunned into silence, a look of pure disbelief on his face. Even his assistant was shocked. A burning rage contorted his features. Kim Ju-hyuk, however, was no fool. He saw the offer for the hollow power play it was, and his disinterest made Rockil explode. You rude, disgusting brat. Suddenly, an authoritative voice cut through the tension. Everyone, back to your seats. The instructor called Rockil out by his full name, fueling the flames of his anger even more. The man was the senior instructor, Lee Sang-chul. He reminded them that this was Valhalla, not some pampered academy. Rockil knew of this man, a fearsome combat instructor. He gritted his teeth, swallowing his fury as he and his servant returned to their seats. This wasn't over. He would make Kim Ju-hyuk pay. Kim watched the entire pathetic display with his crimson eyes, not uttering a single word. Later that day, as school ended, Kim Ju-hyuk reflected on the day's events. He'd learned nothing about the Constellation Hall, and instead wasted his morning on a moron. He mulled over the Guild Scouts, the students, and even instructors, all of whom wanted to recruit him, despite his reputation. Just then, a voice called to him from behind. It was her, the relentless girl, once again asking him to teach her the sword. It seemed his rejection hadn't been nearly enough to stop her. Meanwhile, inside the highest class hall of the Grand Valhalla dormitory, a storm of uncontrollable fury was brewing. The one shattering chandeliers in a blind rage was the arrogant Rockdale Ventric. He was seething, utterly disgraced by the orphan, Kim Ju-hyuk. He roared at Yura to call Dara at once. He needed someone to be dealt with, permanently. As the chapter closed, Rockdale's rage continued to fester. He snarled his assistant's name once more. She stood frozen in terror as he snatched her by the hair, demanding she answer him. "Do you still think you're the great eldest daughter of the palace family?" he sneered. He threatened to cast her out, prompting her desperate pleas. Without a shred of mercy, he hurled her to the floor. Again, he ordered her to call Dara. There was a nuisance that needed to be erased. He also commanded her to summon a second ear from the Rise family. The terrified, helpless blonde assistant could only whisper her obedience. Back in Kim Joo-hyuk's room at the Valhalla dormitory, he sat in meditation, a faint blue aura of magic flickering around his form. His focus absolute. But suddenly, he choked, a plume of smoke escaping his lips. He was forced to realize it again. This body was completely useless, unable to properly channel mana. He fell into a deep, contemplative silence. His mind drifted back to that afternoon, when that strange girl had appeared behind him yet again, approaching him for the second time. They had reached the dormitory entrance, but she continued to shadow his every step. She relentlessly repeated her request, begging him to take action. So he threw out an impossible price, 10 million won per lesson. He saw her shoulders slump, her face crestfallen, certain she couldn't afford it. He turned to leave, but then she demanded his phone, leaving him completely baffled. He had no idea what she was planning. She was simply adding her number to make the payment transfer easier. Kim Joo-hyuk was left even more stunned. Then, out of nowhere, a notification lit up his screen. A transfer for 100 million won. All that just so he would teach her his legendary techniques? He told her it wasn't happening and that he would reject the payment. Back in the present, he was still reeling from the shock. How could a high school girl possess 100 million won to teach her? He'd have to reveal some of his secrets. But that amount of money was life-changing. He could finally get what he truly needed. Even if his mana reserves were as shallow as a beggar's bowl, it didn't matter. He rose to his feet, a new resolve in his eyes. It was time to take the first step toward reclaiming his power. His mission tonight to find the secret vault. He moved through the dense vegetation, shrouded in complete darkness. He recalled his research. Most vaults hidden 300 years ago were now just ruins. Based on his knowledge, only 4 could possibly remain, though it was more likely only 3 were left standing. But one thing was certain, they were hidden in the Valhalla Mountains. He would search until he found one. He began to focus his faint blue mana. The vault's location could be pinpointed by sensing the resonance of a special marble, an echo that responded to his unique power. A shimmering circle of light appeared on the ground before him. Finally, Kim Joo-hyuk had found it. He approached the glowing blue circle and began to dig, once again cursing the pathetic weakness of his new body. If he had known he'd face such a struggle, he would have buried it somewhere much closer to the surface. And if it wasn't for the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago, none of this would have been necessary. The world had been on the verge of collapse, with no safe haven for his treasures. So he had forged these great vaults to protect them. He held on to the faith that their contents would be perfectly preserved. As the sun began to rise over Valhalla's towers, Kim Joo-hyuk finally uncovered his long-sought prize, the entrance to the treasure vault. The lock's location was hidden, but for him, finding it was simple. A normal key wouldn't work here. Instead, he wove his mana, shaping it into a key of pure energy. It slid into the keyhole with a perfect, satisfying click. Using every ounce of strength in his frail body, the heavy door began to groan open. At last, he stepped inside the vault, landing before a sea of glittering gold and countless artifacts. A wide grin spreading across his face, he greeted his long-lost fortune, bringing this chapter to a close. He gazed silently at the mountain of gold. Now that money was no longer an issue, he could peacefully search for the items he truly needed. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He was startled by something he saw tucked away in the corner. There they were. The storage stones. He had imbued them with a trace of his magic to preserve them, and the day to finally use them had arrived. He held the magic stone in his palm, and a brilliant blue light began pulsing from its core. This was the mark of a true storage stone, its immense magical power overflowing. Halting the extraction, he decided to manage the other stones first, prioritizing the lighter jewels over the heavy gold bars. The sun shone brightly over Valhalla, but Kim Joo-hyuk was slumped in his chair like the living dead. He cursed himself inwardly. Planning a vault when just moving a few items made his muscles scream in protest. What a lunatic. Suddenly, the girl materialized before him once more. Her request unchanged, she wanted him to teach her the way of the sword. It was clear she wasn't going to let this go. He analyzed the situation, wondering why she was so fixated on him as her master. He turned to Erin Choi, questioning her persistence when her own family was full of masters. Her reply was absolute. She had never witnessed swordsmanship as incredible as Kim Joo-hyuk's. He pressed further, asking about her father, the head of the Trojan family. Surely, a man of his stature was a greater swordsman. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, a summons came from the instructor's lounge for Kim Joo-hyuk. The timing left him completely bewildered. But he knew this was about the questions he'd asked earlier. His curiosity burned brighter than his fatigue. He shot up from his chair, leaving the girl standing there in stunned silence. She asked for permission to speak, her expression tinged with a faint sadness. Kim Joo-hook turned back, giving her a simple instruction. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the morning, local training field. The words struck her like a bolt of lightning. The boy raised an eyebrow. Or do you not want the opportunity? A wave of realization washed over her, and she answered with fiery determination. I will be there. Inside the instructor's lounge, the teacher faced him. With a class looming, he cut straight to the point. First, your access to the constellation building has been approved. You may enter the basement level. However, the instructor warned, you are forbidden from venturing any deeper. He simply nodded. When can I go? The answer was immediate that very night. He confirmed he would be there. Kim Min-on was taken aback. He had expected the boy to protest the restriction on the lower floors. With their business concluded, the two went their separate ways. Kim Joo-hook leaving the room without another word. Night had already descended on Valhalla. He stood before his destination, the treasure of Valhalla Academy, the Constellation Hall. His eyes scanned the surroundings, locking onto two guards clad in black, standing like statues. As he watched, one of them spoke into a radio, their conversation hushed and serious. Kim Joo-hook noted the security was far tighter than at the main gate, a testament to the importance of this place. But it wasn't just the guards that caught his attention. It was the walls themselves. They shimmered with all kinds of magic, forming a complete barrier with only a single entrance. A question burned in his mind. He had to know. Professor, he asked, how would one reach the second basement floor? Would that be illegal? Kim Lehman responded instantly. It wouldn't make you a criminal. But you would be expelled on the spot, and you'd go insane long before that happened. The ominous words left him slightly confused. Kim Lamon elaborated, his voice grave. On the second floor? The raw magical power of the constellations flows without restraint. Any who touch it will have their minds shattered. The chilling reality of the warning instantly clicked. Meanwhile, the instructor couldn't help but wonder why the boy was asking such a dangerous question right before entering. It was almost as if he truly intended to go down there. But he dismissed the thought. The top academy candidate wouldn't throw away his future so recklessly. You have only 30 minutes, Kim Lehman informed him. Understood, the boy replied coolly. I'll be back shortly. As he stepped forward, the familiar panel flashed to life, displaying a quest he had seen before. His eyes narrowed, observing it carefully. Expulsion, he couldn't care less. He came to Valhalla for this place alone, and his goal was on the third basement floor. The endless stairs seemed to stretch into infinity as he descended. Then, something appeared in the darkness ahead. It looked like a massive, ancient prison. He was certain the Constellation Hall was supposed to be on the first basement floor. None of this felt right, making him hesitate about going deeper. Suddenly, the panel flared again. Requirements met, initiating transport to the hall. Confusion warred with shock what was happening. Where was he being taken? In the next instant, his entire body, along with the system window, began to dematerialize. A familiar yet dreaded face greeted him in this new realm. It was none other than his infamous nemesis. Brace. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A look of pure terror etched across his face. 300 years, Brace began, his voice echoing with history. Our grand reunion at Lakey, but his speech was cut short by a fist slamming directly into his face. The blow came from Kim Joo-hook. A smirk played on his lips as he gazed upon that cursed figure he had just silenced. Brace sputtered, telling him to calm down, only to be met with another brutal punch to the face. He tried to reason with him, to have a proper conversation, but Kim Joo-hyuk only craved his destruction. All attempts to stop the onslaught were useless. Brace was already on the ground, weakened and defenseless, and Kim Joo-hook was growing tired of the one-sided beatdown. He muttered that he wasn't the type of person who solved things with his fists. But Brace had crossed a line, completely shattering his future. He had destroyed his wealth, his honor, and all the years he had invested in his disciples. Gasping for air, Brace asked if Kim Joo-hook wasn't the least bit curious about what this place truly was. Kim Joo-hook paused. He had to admit, he was curious. The place seemed normal, yet something felt deeply wrong. Brace then revealed the shocking truth this was an imaginary world, a hidden space within a sacred relic. Everything Kim Joo-hook was seeing, according to Brace, was a mere illusion, because his physical body had perished 300 years ago. This meant that he had been trapped inside this relic the entire time. The truth of his situation hit the boy with devastating force. A smug smirk crept across Brace's face as he declared that he had ascended, becoming a constellation, leaving Kim Joo-hook utterly speechless. Then, pure rage consumed him, and he delivered another powerful punch straight to Brace's face. Meanwhile, outside the building, Kim Lehman had been waiting for some time when a figure suddenly materialized before him. It was Kim Joo-hyuk, being questioned by the local guards. Lim Doon asked if he'd done anything strange, but the boy insisted he had only looked around. He added that he hadn't ventured any deeper, not wanting to lose his head. The instructor ordered him to go home, and Kim Joo-hyuk complied, quickly leaving the area. On the way back to the dormitory, his mind replayed the impossible reunion with his greatest enemy. He didn't care that Brace had become a constellation. He only wanted one answer. What was that transparent notification panel that kept appearing before him? Brace had claimed to know nothing, a lie that immediately earned him another punch. Kim Joo-hyuk wasn't playing games. Brace finally confessed that after being killed, he had been trapped in the relic for 300 years, completely stripped of his power. Hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk finally calmed down, opening his hand to reveal a shocking fact. Brace had received the very same notification. The system's message was clear. Brace was to find the reincarnated Kim Joo-hyuk and help him recover his memories. Because of that quest, a mysterious figure had emerged, making him question why he had become the owner of the legendary Tower of Destruction. Kim Joo-hyuk was stunned and completely baffled. Who was this man? And what was his true purpose? Brace admitted he didn't know, as his own memory was fragmented and wouldn't return all at once. He then asked what Kim Joo-hyuk's notification said. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that his instructions were to find a weapon and his lost memories. But the rest of the message was censored, hidden behind a series of strange symbols. He didn't even remember losing his memories. But Brace suggested that perhaps not everything had returned to him yet. Now that he had found the weapon, the rest would come naturally. Kim Joo-hyuk was thoroughly confused about the weapon. Brace explained that this space was the realm of the 4 village swords, which had become sacred relics. He had become a constellation by wielding one of them. Rage ignited in Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes once more. Back in the present moment, he was seething. He struggled to process it all. His own village sword had become a relic, and now housed a constellation. The thought was maddening. He wanted to destroy everything and simply walk away. But there was one critical issue. Kim Joo-hyuk gripped a shimmering blue magical sword. He thought of Brace, the former king of destruction, and the new mission on the panel, which was only achievable with this very weapon. Suddenly, an arrogant voice shattered his thoughts, demanding his identification. He was surrounded by a group of bullies and arrogant show-offs. Their leader, Lyric Sunrise, eldest son of the Sunrise family, sneered that the seniors were away and demanded he introduce himself. Kim Joo-hyuk scoffed. What kind of pathetic upperclassman preyed on freshmen? The thugs complained about his lack of manners for not greeting them. One of them eagerly asked for permission to beat him up, and his leader gave a smug nod of approval. He swaggered toward Kim Joo-hyuk, talking about the difference between first and second years, only to be cut off by a massive kick straight to the chest. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the thugs with contempt. "Stop talking and come at me," he declared, ending the chapter. The short-haired punk let out a groan, writhing in pure agony from the kick. Kim Joo-hyuk sprang forward, already unleashing another perfect strike, this time aimed right at his talkative opponent's face. The thug was sent soaring, completely overwhelmed and battered. He landed hard on his back, the impact echoing with a heavy thud. His momentum was finally stopped by a solid wall. The blonde leader could only think one thing: Kim Joo-hyuk was an absolute madman. His eyes shot wide with terror. He realized the boy, who'd been empty-handed just seconds ago, was now gripping a sword. Kim Joo-hyuk savored the moment. The perfect grip. It felt incredible. It was a sensation he hadn't felt in ages. He quickly barked orders at his thugs. "Attack him now. If we hesitate, we're all dead." Just 3 hours earlier, Rockdale Ventrick had explained that the mission was incredibly simple. All he had to do was handle one pathetic weakling of a student. In exchange, a reward benefiting the Sunrise family would be theirs. Rockdale provided the identity of the first-year target. It didn't matter if he used a weapon, as the mess would be easily cleaned up. Finally, he asked if the blonde boy would accept the task. The boy confirmed he understood and accepted the terms. He then turned and left, the door slamming shut behind him with arrogant finality. He scoffed at the target's rank. First place meant nothing. A mere first-year novice stood no chance against a second-year senior. The power gap between years was an undeniable fact, all thanks to contracts with the constellations. Valhalla students must visit the constellation room in their first year's second semester to form a contract and truly become second years. Once they become contractors, they can call upon the immense power of their chosen constellation. And as far as the blonde senior was concerned, Kim Joo-hyuk didn't have a guardian. Crushing this kid was going to be child's play. At least that's what he believed. But his entire plan had one fatal flaw. Back in the present, Kim Joo-hyuk's sword was already in motion. Felling another lackey, one of them cursed him, brandishing a blood-red knife. But a blur of motion was the only warning he got. The rookie's sword descended mercilessly, annihilating him without a second thought. From out of nowhere, Kim Joo-hyuk sensed something flying his way. It was another thug, attempting a cowardly sneak attack. The thug launched his own sharp blade, but it only buried itself uselessly in the dirt floor. The attacker froze in confusion, his powerful strike missing completely. In a flash, Kim Ju Hyuk was beside him, a mocking grin on his face. He then delivered a swift, precise strike right across the thug's filthy face. The man was sent flying, leaving his friends utterly stunned by the spectacle. He crashed headfirst into the ground with brutal force. The blonde leader watched in horror as the rookie dismantled his second years without even breaking a sweat. Before becoming contractors, second years were supposed to be far superior to first years, but his boys were proving utterly useless. What was this strange, unheard-of swordsmanship? It looked like the boy was using only moderate strength, yet a single hit was enough to leave his opponents unable to stand. Kim Ju Hyuk turned to the remaining thugs and declared, "Anyone else who wants to waste my time will be crushed." The blonde leader saw the fear in his men's eyes. They were all hesitating, caught between attacking and running for their lives. He tried to rally them, shouting, "Don't be afraid, he's just a worthless rookie." Kim Ju Hyuk smirked. "You've got some nerve, leader." The taunt enraged the blonde senior, who charged forward without thinking. But suddenly, he felt a cold touch. It was the sharp edge of Kim Ju Hyuk's blade against his body. Kim Ju Hyuk mocked him for freezing up, knowing he was an open target. Then, he delivered a final, powerful blow. With the last of his strength, the blonde boy wondered how the rookie had closed the distance so fast. Then, his world went black. Kim Ju Hyuk casually opened his palm and slapped the boy's face repeatedly to wake him. He demanded to know who they were and why they had attacked him for no reason. The blonde boy stammered that they were all senior students. But Kim Ju Hyuk knew this wasn't normal. Someone had to be pulling the strings. A pale boy with earrings finally confessed they were just there to rough up the #1 rookie, nothing more. Kim Ju Hyuk scoffed at their pathetic excuse for loyalty. As he turned to leave, the arrogant leader called out a threat. "If word of this gets out, you'll be the one who gets expelled." But Kim Ju Hyuk was completely unfazed. He promised that everyone would hear about their embarrassing and shameful defeat. A group of second years tried to jump a freshman and got destroyed. If that humiliating story got out, he could kiss his chances of joining a decent guild goodbye. With a final, dismissive word, Kim Ju Hyuk turned his back on them, leaving a field of broken bodies and shattered pride. The time was 8:28. Rockdale Ventrick paced, his eyes glued to his phone in anticipation. Suddenly, the screen lit up with Merrick Sunrise's name. A triumphant grin spread across Rockdale's face as he answered. "Is it done? Has he been taught his lesson?" But the boy's voice was ice cold. He revealed the contractor's identity, then declared he was walking away from the job. This chapter was officially over. A stunned silence filled the room. Rockdale Ventrick couldn't process the boy's defiant words. The blonde boy's final piece of advice was a chilling warning: stay far away from anything involving Kim Ju Hyuk. How did it all fall apart? Hours ago, he was certain of his victory. What power did that cursed boy hold? He had even offered a perfect plan file, a report with the administration. The bruises would be all the evidence they'd need. If the boy had just done as he was told, the Ventrick family's sponsorship and rewards would have been his for the taking. But Merrick knew that even with the backing of such a formidable house, there was no price that could restore their lost honor. The line went dead, leaving Rockdale trembling with pure, unadulterated fury. He roared a curse and hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. His assistant watched the explosion, silent and still as a statue. "Yura!" he barked into the silence. A calm, "Yes, sir," was the immediate reply. She had already contacted his brother, Dara, but he was far away, and it would take time for him to arrive. The distance only stoked the flames of Rockdale's rage. Meanwhile, in the vibrant country of Mexico, within the walls of the Valhalla Academy, several students were sprawled unconscious on the training grounds. A hulking brute of a man was staring at his high-tech phone. In the midst of the chaos stood the fearsome Dara Ventrick. His brother's message was simple: come to Korea. The target was a kid named Kim Ju Hyuk. The reward was already waiting. A savage grin split his face. After being cast out, he thought his well of money had run dry for good. But now, fate had just delivered him a golden opportunity. The following day, at 6 p.m., in Valhalla's grand training halls, Kim Ju Hyuk was awestruck by the sheer scale of the space. A fire ignited within him, ready to run tirelessly and push past every limit. His focus was shattered by a voice cutting through the silence. "What are you doing here?" He turned, his eyes widening in shock. It was Barge, the spirit from the sealed sword. For a moment, Kim Ju Hyuk thought the spirit had escaped and that he'd have to beat him back into submission. But seeing that wasn't the case, the tension vanished. Kim Ju Hyuk planted his feet, beginning to stretch as he questioned his former enemy. He asked how the sword became an artifact stored at Valhalla, and more importantly, how Barge had left the constellation room. Kim Ju Hyuk was alarmed to learn the truth. Barge had swapped the legendary weapon with a nearly identical replica. "How is that even possible?" he demanded. Barge confessed that even after losing his power, he could still create such perfect forgeries. But Kim Joo-hyuk discovered the most unsettling part. Barge himself had no idea where this strange ability came from. Just then, the gray-haired girl arrived on the scene. Deep in his stretches, Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised by her sudden appearance. She asked if it was time for their sword lessons, but he shook his head. They wouldn't start with the blade, but with the foundation, her stamina. A confused look crossed the girl's face. Still, her eyes burned with resolve. She was prepared to do whatever it took. "Start stretching," Kim Joo-hyuk ordered. She responded with a firm yes and immediately began. Though it seemed basic, this training was critical. Improving her stamina would allow her to absorb mana more efficiently and control it with ease. This method was unconventional, prioritizing the body over direct power training. Koi Erin possessed a massive pool of mana, but her physical stamina was no better than that of a novice wielding a sword. "I've finished stretching," she announced. Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes glinted. "Good. Then the real training begins now." The two began an endless set of push-ups, followed by grueling, spirit-crushing squats. After that, they moved on to punishing upper body exercises. Koi Erin finally collapsed, her body utterly destroyed and gasping for air. She was astonished to learn this was only the beginning of his insane preparation. "Stop being lazy and get up," Kim Joo-hyuk said coldly. "We still have a 20-kilometer run." Later, in Valhalla's first-year Class A, Kim Joo-hyuk observed the girl, noting that while her condition was terrible, her body held immense potential for growth. She sat beside him, looking completely worn out, with dark circles under her eyes and the expression of a zombie. Just then, the class teacher called for everyone's attention. Lilia, the elite class instructor and supervisor of dimensional monsters, made an announcement. Today, they would face a simple written exam. She had given them a warning on the very first day, ordering every student to prepare. Now, she would test their true knowledge of how to combat each monstrous foe. And with that, the exam began. The room fell silent as everyone battled the questions on the page. Even Koan seemed to be struggling. But Kim Joo-hyuk glared at the test as if it were his ultimate enemy. Suddenly, the instructor glanced at her advanced and stylish timepiece. "Time's up," she declared, her voice cutting through the tension as she instructed them to turn in their papers. This test wouldn't affect their rank, but it would determine their readiness for the next class. As the last papers were collected, she informed them that next week, the first official lesson would begin in the virtual combat simulation room. With a swift farewell, she departed, leaving the students in a stunned silence. Kim Joo-hyuk stood quietly, a thoughtful look on his face. Brace approached, questioning his method, astonishing Joo-hyuk by revealing he'd been watching the entire time. His rival claimed he was just bored and then turned the tables, asking about his thoughts on the protagonist. He explained that he could strangely perceive the boy's thoughts, but only when they were directed at him. Kim Joo-hyuk simply said he wrote down the answers he knew to be true, and his rival replied with a knowing, "I understand." Meanwhile, in Valhalla's first-year teacher's lounge, Instructor Lilia was seething. How dare Kim Joo-hyuk call those useless phrases answers nearby? Kim Lingen walked past, a cup in his hand. He heard a strange noise and turned to see the instructor, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated fury. He approached cautiously. "Are those the tests from your class?" he inquired. She confirmed they were, explaining that this seemingly simple test held valuable data for her next lesson plan. She noted that, as expected from the prodigious children of Class A, born from the bestest families, every one of them had performed exceptionally well. Kim Lingen was surprised. "Well then, I'll be going," he said, and she nodded in agreement. He continued to sip the mysterious drink from his white cup. Suddenly, a deafening scream shattered the calm, causing him to spill the cup's entire contents in shock. The furious roar came from Lilia, who was staring at Kim Joo's test. He approached her again. Did the prodigy not even try? He quickly discovered the truth. This wasn't a lack of effort. It was pure mockery. He was left completely stunned and shocked. Lilia declared that this insult could not be ignored. She would display his answers in the next class, to show everyone that dealing with monsters wasn't so simple. A week later, inside Valhalla's virtual combat simulation, Lilia announced she had graded their tests. And while most students had done very well, there was one exception. Her eyes locked on her target. "Kim Joo-hyuk, step forward." Without a shred of hesitation, he obeyed. The two stood face to face as Lilia shoved the test paper into his hands. It was covered in angry red marks. The teacher announced for all to hear. "You received a 0. It seems you didn't take this seriously at all." "That's not true," he countered calmly. "I put my all into it." She gave him a slight smirk. "Then let's review a few of your questions." Her first question: "What is the most effective method to handle a stone goblin?" Kim Joo-hyuk's reply was simple: "Strike it in the stomach." The second question: "What to do if 8 wild goblins are charging at you?" Kim Joo-hyuk answered: Send every single one to hell, starting with the one in front. The instructor couldn't believe he was serious about these ridiculous answers. He wasn't even trying to hide his arrogance. The proper way to kill a stone goblin wasn't with a sword. Its hide was just too powerful. Lilia doubted Kim Ju-hyuk could even manage to scratch it. I'll finish the fight with a single strike, he replied, contradicting her. His boundless ego was infuriating, but she had to admit, his confidence was unshakable. And since he was so sure of his answer, she decided to grant him a unique opportunity to prove it. Suddenly, a booming roar echoed through the area. A monster materialized, its presence designed to intimidate everyone. It stood defiantly before the prodigy and our protagonist. The instructor then laid out her terms. Kill the stone goblin exactly as you explained, and I will immediately change your grade. Kim Ju-hyuk simply said, understood. He placed his failed test paper on the control table for the time being. He then selected a single sword from all the available weapons and charged toward the stone goblin without a moment's hesitation. The goblin stared back with a horrifying, grotesque expression. The instructor knew he had killed 120 goblins before. She was confident in his raw talent. But there was a catch. Against this stone goblin, a random sword alone would never be enough. And just like that, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. The boy had already unleashed a storm of precise blows. The teacher could only watch, utterly astonished by the spectacle. The goblin let out a final desperate groan, a gaping wound torn in its body and a deep crack marring its skull. But then, Kim Ju-hyuk began to channel his mana into the fight. He no longer needed the simple sword. Casting it aside without a second thought, he ended the battle with an almost bored ease. A single, clean strike to the goblin's stomach, and it was all over. A young girl watched in absolute awe. He had slain a stone goblin without a shred of magic, using only a blade. The burly, blonde-haired boy stood in stunned silence, his mind reeling. Even the great Choi Irene couldn't hide her amazement. Lilia let out a deep sigh, asking how he had possibly managed such a feat. He explained that he just hit the goblin's stomach, an answer that only deepened her confusion. She knew that to take down a stone goblin with a mere sword, one would need the power of an A-class contractor. That was the only logical explanation. And yet, this boy had done it with just a weapon. He then asked if his answer was correct, but Lilia flatly replied that it was not. She explained this was only the first question, and there were more tests to come. The boy was bewildered. It felt as if this entire scenario was doomed to repeat itself. Suddenly, the very ground split open before him. He stared in shock at what he saw. A vast, dark tunnel that stretched into an endless abyss. Kim Ju immediately asked his teacher what was happening. Her only command was to focus and look ahead. Then, a faint footstep echoed from the darkness. Out of the inky blackness of the tunnel, monstrous shapes began to emerge. She knew that controlling rage-type goblins was a dangerous game. One wrong move, and their piercing scream would summon every goblin in the area. Normally, the only options were to obliterate them all at once with magic, or simply run for your life. And while the boy could only see 3 goblins now, every single mistake he made would summon 5 more. Even with his sword, the odds were stacked against him. Lilia had heard his swordsmanship was actually quite slow. He then exploded into action, landing a punishing blow squarely on an enemy's forehead, which sent the others into a frenzied rage. The green goblin tried to stay alert, but it was too late. A brutal strike to its cursed mouth sent it crashing to its knees. The teacher was completely impressed by his flawless execution. Meanwhile, the boy boasted that he had answered the second question perfectly as well. On another day, at the Valhalla Training Center, Kim Ju-hyuk and Choyarin were on the treadmills, running at a speed that defied belief. The numbers on the displays were completely off the charts. Before long, the gray-haired girl collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. She could only lie there, gasping desperately for air. Kim Ju-hyuk looked down at her, a flicker of amusement on his face. He asked if her clan didn't bother with basic training, since she was failing such a simple exercise. She shot back that she never pushed her body in this way. He immediately retorted, asking how Choi Arin expected to fight truly horrifying monsters then. She answered confidently, saying she would simply use her magical power by borrowing strength from the constellations. Kim Ju knew this was their fatal flaw. Instead of building their own foundation, they relied solely on the borrowed power of others. By neglecting their own physical abilities, they were taking an immense risk, all for the convenience of borrowing a constellation's power. There was always a chance of being trapped in a dungeon under a magic-restricting spell. On top of that, their mana could be completely drained in a long battle. Not to mention the constellations might simply refuse to lend their power at all. After considering all this, Kim Ju called out to the girl. He asked if she truly thought this grueling stamina training was worthless. Choyarin immediately said yes, because he had promised to teach her swordsmanship if she did it. He was stunned by her straightforward answer, since that was exactly the reason he had made her do it in the first place. She was visibly confused by his reaction, but they let it go. It was time to wrap up training and head to the academy. She couldn't understand why he wasn't leaving. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that he was going to do one more set of physical exercises. He almost asked if she wanted to join him, but he quickly thought better of it and dropped the question. Choi Arin said a quick farewell and left the training center, leaving Kim Joo-hyuk all alone, holding a gigantic weight. Brace's voice suddenly cut in, asking if Choi Arin was the girl's real name. His enemy confirmed that it was. The villain seemed astonished that she had endured the training without even a single complaint. Kim Joo-hyuk explained that he only agreed to train her in swordsmanship because she had pestered him relentlessly. He answered another one of Brace's questions, admitting he had never told her the full truth. But he suspected she already knew anyway. They both found it remarkable. The girl had managed to grasp his true strength just by observing him. That, Kim Joo-hyuk decided, was why he would teach her everything. Suddenly, a sound echoed nearby. A beast of a man was bench-pressing an impossible amount of weight. Sweat poured from his brow as he groaned, pushing his limits. Then, his eyes locked onto Kim Joo-hyuk's. For a moment, a tense silence hung between them. Joo-hyuk broke it, asking how long he'd been training there. The man answered that he'd been there from the start, as it was his ritual to train after every class. With a curt nod, he quickly gathered his things and departed. Joo-hyuk found himself analyzing the powerful build and skills of So Hyun. Brace instantly materialized, demanding to know why he was so focused on that mountain of muscle. He explained that a warrior like So Hyun was destined for greater things than those who only chased magical power. Joo-hyuk pressed Brace about the so-called cursed constellations. Brace could only admit he wasn't entirely sure. The boy scoffed at his guide's ignorance, but Brace defended himself, explaining he'd been isolated for 300 years, cut off from all celestial knowledge. He then hinted that Joo-hyuk could find the answers himself, by completing the new mission in his system tab. The weight of this new mystery settled heavily on Kim Joo-hyuk's mind. A system window materialized before him, flashing with new information and critical warnings. The mission was set in the heart of the Great Valhalla Forest, a place he knew well from his classes. The final, brutal survival location from the first semester. He thought to himself that if not for this cursed mission, he would have grabbed his gear and vanished. But it seemed stealth and caution were his only options now. Brace immediately called out the boy's hesitant thoughts. Joo-hyuk shot back, the memory of their last battle still fresh. If he hadn't been decisive, his own head would have been crushed. Just like Brace's was. He reasoned that until the mission was complete, leaving was impossible anyway. The secrets of his reincarnation would just have to wait, far away, in the United Kingdom, London, within the grand Ventric mansion. Ancient paintings with watching eyes lined every shadowy hall. At the head of an enormous table, a man and a woman sat in silence. The woman finally broke it, her voice sharp as glass. She was Adelia Ventric, the vice head of the family, and she demanded to know what had happened. The man reported that the labyrinth near Reading had been conquered. Adelia offered faint praise, then asked for any other news. He mentioned recruiting a few promising individuals he'd discovered, including a powerful survivor from the infamous robber clan. Her interest piqued. She questioned him further. He confirmed the man was exceptionally strong, and his companions were all A-class contractors. Adelia consented, granting them the coveted Ventric blessing. She ordered him to test their capabilities thoroughly. He affirmed, but she sensed there was more. Is that all? She pressed. The man hesitated, then revealed he had a report concerning Rockdale Ventric. He had heard whispers of a recent incident, and that a man named Deser had been summoned to South Korea. A cold fury washed over Adelia's face. Deser Ventric, the black sheep, the most vile delinquent to ever tarnish their name. He had committed countless atrocities, hiding behind the family's power. At 19, he slaughtered 5 students at the British Academy over a petty argument. At 20, the Ventric family cast him out completely. Adelia seethed, realizing that after years in the shadows, that monster was now going to meet Rockhill. She gave a chilling order to place Rockhill under constant surveillance. She received an immediate, firm yes. The man was also told to deliver a warning to the arrogant boy. If he was caught in any suspicious activity, he would be exiled from the family instantly. The man acknowledged the command. With his report concluded, he bowed and quickly excused himself. Adelia was left alone in the vast, silent room, her mind consumed by thoughts of these cursed fools, wielding power they never earned, an ability that was never meant for them. Carved into her throne were the words, all for one, and everything is only for one. In the end, all their power was destined to be hers. Lost in her ambition, her eyes drifted to the source of her conviction. The eerie painting of their guardian constellation on the wall. Back in the Valhalla classroom, the professor was lecturing on the origins of the word malefactor. In modern times, the term was used for one specific evil, those who used the power of constellations for their own dark purposes. Malefactors worked alone or in syndicates, and among them, one group was the most infamous of all, the organization known as Own a God. Kim Joo-hyuk reflected that while physical training made him feel stronger, his natural talent for mana was undeniable. He was no genius, but he was far beyond his past life. And yet, something still felt fundamentally wrong. The impact made him wonder, why was his body in such a pathetic state before when he first tried to circulate his mana? He could barely manage it. His power was less than an average person's, and his stamina was so poor that a little digging left him about to faint. Still, even with a vessel that weak, it shouldn't have degraded to such an extreme level. Something must have happened in his past. But now wasn't the time to worry about it. Suddenly, a soft tap on his desk broke his concentration. He looked up, calm and composed, to see the beautiful Yu So Hyun. She placed a crumpled note on his desk. The boy's eyes widened slightly. On the paper, a single large "hi" was written. Kim Joo-hyuk wondered what in the world she wanted now. A short while later, the instructor announced that students could leave campus for the weekend, as long as they submitted a formal request. With that simple announcement, the lesson concluded. The idea of leaving the academy grounds echoed in Kim Joo-hyuk's mind. He wasted no time filling out a request for a Saturday trip, scribbling down a rather trivial reason. Brace was shocked by this decision, asking where on earth he planned to go. But before Joo-hyuk could answer, a voice called out his name. It was the cute girl from earlier, Yu So Hyun. She wanted to talk about what had happened just hours before. Joo-hyuk pointed out that he'd already responded politely to her note, but she never replied, growing impatient. He urged her to speak quickly, as he was busy. The poor girl stumbled over her words, paralyzed by shyness. She couldn't form a single complete sentence. Joo-hyuk's frustration boiled over. "Are you crazy?" he snapped. "If you can't talk, just nod." His insult struck a nerve, and her face flushed with anger. She challenged his comment, but he shot back that making people angry for no reason seemed to be her specialty. He then cut through the tension and asked again what she truly wanted. Her mind flashed back to a specific moment, to Kim Joo-hyuk's battle with that horrifying and grotesque stone goblin. She had been completely mesmerized by that fight, especially since he used pure swordsmanship, without a single shred of magic. It defied everything the textbooks taught. All she wanted was to ask how he defeated that monster. But her pride was too strong to let her. Taking a deep breath, she finally mustered all her courage to ask him. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, the teacher appeared from nowhere, asking the exact same question she was about to. The gray-haired woman's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to learn his secrets. Joo-hyuk could only wonder where this crazy instructor had suddenly popped out from. He bluntly asked why she was meddling, especially since he thought she disliked him, which left her utterly confused. He rephrased his question, asking if she didn't like him because he'd publicly embarrassed her. The teacher waved it off, saying she didn't care about that. She had always believed there was only one way to kill monsters. But he had completely shattered that worldview. Now, she needed to know everything. She offered him a position as her assistant, but he flatly refused, stating he had to submit his leave form right away. The persistent woman tried every trick to convince him, but with no success. The two of them ended up walking away, leaving the young girl standing there all alone. She replayed the teacher's words in her head, feeling a storm of confusion brew inside her. With a deep sigh, she calmed herself and chose to let it go. She didn't need this kind of humiliation. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk stood in awe of the scene before him. An enormous market unfolded in front of his eyes, bringing the chapter to a close. Back in the vast dormitory of Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk sat before his high-tech computer. Brace asked what he was searching for on his phone. Joo-hyuk simply replied that he was gathering info on the place he was visiting tomorrow. The main character needed to find a place where he could sell the treasures from the vault, and this location seemed perfect. If his information was accurate, he had definitely found the right place. It was a virtual marketplace, accessible from his phone. For just a small entry fee, one could trade almost anything in this dangerous, dark web-like shopping hub. The reason such an impossible marketplace could even exist was because its creator was a powerful guardian constellation, known as the Secret Ruler. Because of this divine protection, even high-class individuals used it openly. And though it was completely illegal, no government on Earth dared to interfere. That was how he so easily found simple tutorials online. And he decided to use it for himself. He soon spotted something interesting. A direct link, hidden deep within the comments section of the post he was reading. Just then, his phone buzzed. A new set of messages had just arrived from the young girl. It was Choi Ain, sending a flood of crying bunny emojis. She texted her trainer that she couldn't make it to training tomorrow, and he simply replied that he also had plans. Kim Joo-hyuk typed back a few laughing emojis between messages. Her reply left Choi Ain utterly bewildered. He quickly clarified he was only wishing her a safe trip. He also pleaded with her to stop spamming so many emojis. For a moment, Kim Joo-hyuk mulled over the virtual bunnies, but his true objective snapped him back to reality. He had to secure a reservation and a location. With a decisive tap, he clicked a suspicious link on his phone. Soon after, he slipped out of his house, a shadow cloaked in a dark, long hoodie, his face completely obscured. The destination was surprisingly close by, an old, forgotten cafe tucked away in the district. The entrance loomed right before him. The place's wooden door was ancient and worn. Beyond it lay a scene of utter chaos. Kim Joo-hook pushed the creaking gate open and stepped inside with caution. He knew his objective was inside, tucked away in the right-hand corner. The spot he was looking for was just a few steps away. He placed his hand on a plain gray door and slowly pushed it open, entering another, hidden chamber. In an instant, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before his eyes. This was it. The grandiose black market. Night had already descended upon the city, and the moon shone like a spotlight in the dark sky. To Kim Joo-hook, the entire scene felt unnervingly familiar. It was his first time here, yet the atmosphere was one he knew intimately. The deep purple sky, the clouds, the moon. It was the exact same nightscape he'd witnessed 300 years ago. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, asking if this was the boy's first visit. The man had a strangely cheerful face, dressed in black with sharp bangs framing his eyes. Kim Joo-hook's eyes narrowed. That leather jacket. Could this be the employee from the online post? The man confirmed it with a smile, briefly explaining the market's rules, though the protagonist was already well informed. Kim Joo-hook handed over a thick stack of cash, which the man accepted with a thank you. As he did, he reflected on the money spent versus the fortune he was about to make. There was one crucial question he needed to ask the man in black. Where could he find a merchant to buy all the jewels he was carrying? The man assumed he meant an auction, but Kim Joo-hook shook his head. He needed to unload them fast, not wait for a bid. The guide understood. Go to the 3rd District Market, he advised. The merchants there will buy anything. Kim Joo-hook paused for a moment. He needed to know who was the most trustworthy dealer in the area. The guide smiled. Look for a man named Morris. He's known for giving the best prices. The man in black gave him clear directions to the 3rd District, and the young visitor was deeply grateful. But there was one last piece of advice. I recommend you wear a mask over there, he warned. He explained that because of the illicit nature of the goods being traded, everyone concealed their identity. With that, he offered a mask as a complimentary gift. Kim Joo-hook accepted it with heartfelt thanks. Enjoy your time, the man said as he vanished. Now, in the 3rd District of the Grand Black Market, a figure in a white mask was intently studying a brilliant shining diamond. Kim Joo-hook approached him directly, asking if he was the one he sought. Then Choi Erin could identify magical traces on any object. With enough training, she could even see the caster's silhouette. But this was as far as he could guide her. The rest of the path, she would have to walk alone. Hearing this, the girl accepted her master's terms with unwavering resolve. And now, back in the present, she was hunting for that very double-edged treasure. Cho Jingin sneered. Who is this Kim Joo-hook? But recognition dawned on his face. Ah, that shameless fool. He couldn't help but be amazed by her talent. Hearing her master insulted, pure rage flashed in Choi Erin's eyes as she gritted her teeth. My master is stronger than a brat like you, she declared. What are you even doing here? Cho Jin-gun just laughed. Then, with a chilling sound, he began to draw his magic sword. He explained his purpose with a smirk. I'm here for a little sword fight, with you. But the moment their blades met, he felt something impossible. This girl, who looked so fragile, was overwhelming him with effortless power. He was forced to pull his sword back, disengaging from the clash. He took a sharp breath, a look of genuine shock on his face. He was impressed. When did she get this strong, he wondered. And so ends a dramatic chapter. Now, we begin with Kim Joo's search. He was pouring all of his magic into finding the lost artifact, but the area was completely barren. There was nothing. He cursed his luck, having hidden so many items with only one ending up in Valhalla. Just then, a blinding column of light erupted from the ground. Kim Joo-hook's heart leaped in celebration. Another note was here. He immediately locked onto its presence. It was very close. But out of nowhere, a massive explosion rocked the area, leaving him completely bewildered by the sudden chaos. We cut back to the duel between Choi Erin and Cho Jin-yoon. The battle was a frantic storm of steel, their sharp blades clashing relentlessly. The young warrior gathered her strength, preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon her foe. With no hesitation, she brought her sword down with every ounce of her might, straight at Cho Jin-gun. The impact sent him flying backward. He landed hard, breathing heavily, a trace of fear in his eyes. He scoffed. Did you learn how to be a wild boar in Valhalla? You're nothing but brute strength. Choi Erin's voice was cold as ice. Give up on the double-edged sword, he snarled back. Are you insane? An illegitimate daughter like you has no right to even dream of this treasure. Her eyes narrowed. She watched him charge, gripping her sword hilt until her knuckles turned white. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, his face a mask of pure fury, his killing intent palpable. She recalled her training, a quick rotation of the blade. In a flash, she executed the move, slashing upward in a blinding arc. With his own blade knocked aside, her path was clear. She struck without hesitation, landing a perfect, masterful blow. A mask of pure agony twisted Cho Jin-gun's face. His body collapsed to the ground, defeated and utterly broken, unable to react. Choi Erin finally let out a shaky breath, relief washing over her. She thought she might land a single hit, but she never imagined it would be such a decisive, critical strike. She turned her attention to the prized sword, but a chilling voice cut through the air. "You think you've won that easily?" Her eyes widened in terror. It was Cho Jin-gun. He was standing again, seemingly unharmed by the devastating blow, his eyes burning with a deep-seated rage. "I told you before," he seethed. "Your little blessing is a joke. You can never defeat me. Because I have a contract." Cho Jin-gun sneered. "You caught me off guard. I'll give you credit for that much." She stared at the sinister magic now swirling around his sword. What is that power? It felt villainous. He just laughed. "You don't need to know," he taunted, his mockery echoing in the air. Choi Erin readied another precise strike, but this time, he charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The girl was stunned. He dodged her attack from point-blank range, and in the next instant, he landed a powerful counter. A single, precise strike sent her crashing to the earth. She groaned in pain, her expression a mask of tense defeat. The boy loomed over her, his voice cold. "Are you really not getting up?" he taunted. "I'd advise you to stay down." A pained groan escaped her lips as her eyes fell upon a ghastly sight on her small frame. A deep wound, gushing blood. Chin-gun scoffed at her pitiful state. "It'd be wise to just lie there and die quietly," he sneered. She questioned his contract, wondering if he'd pledged himself to some malicious constellation. He explained that as the Ginza Guild's leader, he once had a pact with an A-level being, but now served the devotees. The revelation sent a shockwave through her. That name. She knew it. They were the third most feared evil organization on the entire planet. Choi Erin challenged him. "Are their benefits really worth throwing your entire life away for?" He sneered at her ignorance, preparing to shatter her naive worldview. He spoke of incredible power, of commands that could bend reality, and the authority to sever all ties, leaving Choi Erin reeling in disbelief. Chin-gun began his tale, revealing he'd joined the Ginza Guild at the tender age of 12. He was forced to work for the family, robbed of his childhood, all under his father's suffocating watch, never by his own choice. Then came his restless youth, a time filled with burning desires, when he crossed paths with someone from the devotees. This mysterious man promised him everything, a world where every dark impulse in his heart could be unleashed. Chin-gun felt the man must have already seen the inherent darkness within him, a thought that left the girl completely bewildered. He confessed his deepest craving to shatter fragile human beings, but joining their ranks wasn't that simple. First, he had a condition to fulfill. He had to obtain the legendary double sword relic. He taunted her, saying if she had just given up, he would have claimed his prize without a fight, and she never would have faced this second trial. Hearing this, a strange fog clouded Choi Ain's mind. She couldn't remember the test, a fact that left him absolutely astonished. He then revealed a devastating truth from 10 years ago, concerning the eldest daughter of the Cho family, Choi Ah-jin. She had participated in this very selection test. The words hit her like a physical blow. Her own sister had vanished during that evaluation. Cho Jin-gun confessed that his twisted desires had completely overwhelmed him back then. Before searching for the relic, he had hunted her sister in these very mountains. But in the end, he failed to find the sword, and was left grievously wounded. Otherwise, he would have joined the devotees 10 years ago. In any case, their father found his daughter first, secretly institutionalizing her to hide the shame. Cho Jin-gun had left her there to rot, hoping she'd simply disappear. But fate had other plans. A burning question ignited in Choi Ain's heart. Where was her sister now? He just sneered, telling her this was no time for a family reunion, and that her only choice was to give up. The villain twisted the knife further, speaking of their mother's emotional collapse, of her endless, despairing tears. The reason. Every time she looked at Choi Ain, she saw the face of her lost daughter. With his cruel story finished, Cho Jin-gun's focus returned to the main prize, the double sword. He raised his weapon for the killing blow. "Say hello to your sister for me," he snarled, unleashing a strike meant to shatter her skull. But suddenly, a deafening crack echoed through the clearing. Cho Jin-gun froze, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Kim Ju-yuk was standing right there. He had blocked the fatal attack, saving Choi Ain from certain death and concluding this heart-pounding chapter. Acting as a guardian, Kim Ju-hyuk demanded to know what was going on. Cho Jin-gun scoffed. "This is a family affair. Stay out of it." Our hero declared their family was completely insane, slamming a devastating blow into the man who dared point a blade at his own little sister. The villain was sent flying across the ground, his face a mask of pure agony. Choi Ain desperately called out to her heroic friend, trying to get his attention for just a moment. "What are you doing here?" she asked weakly. Kim Joo-hyuk's mind raced. He'd only come this way to unearth his hidden vault. All the while, Choi Ain clutched her stomach, desperately trying to staunch the flow of blood. Our main character's eyes widened in horror as he finally saw the deep, gruesome gash. He quickly answered her. "I had some business to handle." His tone hardened. "Now, get back and use your mana to heal that wound." She immediately obeyed. Across the way, Chin-gun staggered to his feet, wondering who this interloper was. Could it be that disrespectful student from Valhalla? He roared that this was family business and no one else's to interfere with. With a furious curse, he charged toward our protagonist, his enormous sharp sword slicing through the air. He poured every last drop of his power into the attack, the blade glowing with sinister purple mana. But just as the strike was about to land, the impossible happened. The sight left Cho Jin-gun absolutely stunned. Kim Joo-hyuk had dodged the blade with almost no effort at all. Then, with a chilling calm, our hero began to explain the proper way to stab someone. "Cho-jun," he called out, "don't attack a stationary target. You must aim for one in motion. Like me." With that, he demonstrated with a punishing blow. A raw scream of agony tore from the boy's throat as a spray of crimson erupted from his lips. But Kim Joo-hyuk's brutal onslaught was far from over. Cho Jin-gun felt the pressure mounting. It was as if his enemy was both hunting him down and cornering him simultaneously. Suddenly, another devastating strike slammed into his weakened core. He was driven into the earth like a nail, shattering the ground on impact. The light had vanished from his eyes. This was no longer the face of a fighter, but of a man who was utterly broken. Kim Joo watched him from the ground, saying nothing. He then turned his attention. "Orum, are you okay?" he asked, receiving a quick, "I'm fine," in return. "Can you walk?" he asked, as she cautiously tried to move. Just then, a sinister purple aura flared to life, catching the protagonist's attention. A thick, magical smoke began to bleed from Cho Jin-gun's body. At that moment, Brace exclaimed to Kim Joo-hyuk, "That's a demonic sword," to which he replied, "I know. Is he another one of the corrupted?" With a surge of unnatural power, the villain planted his feet firmly on the ground. He shot to his feet, snarling, "You worthless freshman from Valhalla!" He cursed furiously at the hero of our story. "You dare underestimate the attack leader of the guild," he roared, readying his blade for a menacing strike. But Kim Joo blocked the attack with almost casual ease. A horrifying thought struck Choi Jin-gun. Not even demonic power could faze this monster. Kim Joo-hyuk's voice cut through the air, addressing the guild's so-called attack leader. "Did you pick that title just because it sounds good?" he mocked, striking him as he spoke. The leader was sent flying, his face a canvas of utter destruction. He couldn't even form a reply, his mind reeling. What is this guy's power? He blocks every attack and counters with overwhelming force. There's no way he's just 17 years old. Cho Jin saw no other option. He had to use his trump card. The side effects would be devastating. But if this beating continued, he would lose everything. He could forge a temporary contract with a constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk watched him in silence as he plotted his next move. A low, wicked cackle began to bubble up from Cho Jin-gun's throat. He unleashed the full torrent of demonic magic from his body. The very ground began to shake, plunging the entire test site into despair as an earthquake erupted. At that same moment, a reporter's frantic voice crackled over a comms line. "You are not going to believe what I'm seeing out here." A pillar of sinister purple energy erupted from the heart of the forest. The clan head's eyes narrowed. What could that be? He recognized it instantly. A demonic sword. Its power so dense it was visible to all. And worse, it was right where the twin swords were located. Tradition demanded he not interfere in the selection test. But this level of danger could not be ignored. He had to act. Meanwhile, back at the site, Kim Joo-hyuk and Cho Jin-gun locked eyes, the air crackling with intensity. The protagonist simply observed, his gaze unwavering. In response, the villain's demonic aura surged even higher. "This," Cho Jin-gun sneered, "this is just a side effect. A fraction of the power I've gained from my contract now. Prepare to die." And then, the presence of the dragon who slays all recognized the sacred relic, baring its teeth in a satisfied, astral grin. It had already activated its ability, the eye that pierces creation. Kim Joo-hyuk observed it all with a look of absolute calm. All at once, the great dragon's ethereal eye flew wide open in shock. Its gaze timidly darted toward the protagonist, who was staring right back at it. The dragon frantically deactivated its eye, then reactivated it. Overcome with panic, there was no mistaking it. The constellation was paralyzed by pure, unadulterated terror. "I must leave this place at once," it shrieked into the contractor's mind, leaving Choi Jin-gun utterly confused. The dragon who slays all roared, "I reject the call of this sacred relic." The contract shattered, and it reclaimed its power, abandoning Choi Jin-gun in an instant. Kim Joo-hook and Choi RN watched as the last of the demonic magic dissipated into nothing. The protagonist finally broke the silence. In a flash, his blade was pressed against Cho Jin-un's stomach. Now, who was going to kill whom? He followed his words with a single, powerful strike from his sword. Cho Jin-gun sailed through the air, screaming in agony as he clutched his stomach. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious and defeated. The devotee leader, Dragon King. Han Nibble could only stare, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. The dragon who slays all appeared before him, trembling. You, it shrieked. You have gotten me into catastrophic trouble. Do you wish, it yelled, its voice booming with divine rage, to be erased from this mortal plane? Han Nibble could barely stammer an apology to the constellation before he was brutally slammed, face first, onto his knees. The Dragon of Annihilation delivered a chilling warning, never distribute artificial relics again. Han Nibble could only swear his absolute obedience. The constellation's final words were a chilling command. Tread carefully. The leader of the devotees staggered to his feet, his face a mask of agony and confusion. He couldn't understand what had just happened, nor why his patron deity had unleashed such blinding fury. And as for the artificial relics, he knew the pawn he'd planted in the Chojin family had failed. But the constellation's words held a tremor of something else. Fear. The devotee leader had to uncover the truth, and fast. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla Academy, Kim Joo-hyuk returned to the solitude of his dorm room. A deep sigh of relief escaped him. He reached into his backpack and pulled out his prize. The very thing he'd risked everything to obtain. It was a legendary scroll containing the divine arts. Brace looked on, completely bewildered. Kim Joo-hyuk explained this was the true purpose behind his hunt for the notes. He described it as a revolutionary breathing technique, designed to exponentially increase one's magical power. Brace immediately questioned him about his old method, but Joo-hyuk scoffed, calling it a relic from a time when he was an insignificant being. He revealed that even when he discovered the divine arts 300 years ago, his body was already too set in its ways to adapt. During his fateful battle with Bari, he was ultimately defeated because his flawed technique bled his mana dry. But now, with this new body, he had a second chance. For the time being, physical training would have to wait. Mastering these divine arts was his absolute priority. Brace then changed the subject, pointing out that Joo-hyuk had left Choi Ah-rin alone with the unconscious villain. Our main character explained that he sensed someone approaching and was forced to make a swift exit. He was confident things would resolve themselves. The scene flashes back to the aftermath of the battle, where Cho Jin-yoon lay motionless on the ground. Kim Joo-hyuk stared down at him with a grim expression. Brace immediately demanded to know if the villain was dead. Joo-hyuk shook his head. He couldn't afford to kill him, as another major incident at Valhalla would jeopardize his entire plan. However, he'd left behind faint traces of magic, just enough to ensure the boy survived, which Brace quickly confirmed. Joo-hyuk then turned to Choi Ah-rin, asking if she could stand. She said she could, but just as he was about to speak again, he sensed a presence rapidly approaching. It was likely her family, whose arrival would interfere with his search for the notes. Joo-hyuk quickly called out to the girl, and she answered without hesitation. He told her to stay put, that her family was on the way, and explained he had urgent matters to attend to. She nodded in understanding. Kim Joo-hyuk then gave her a crucial instruction: tell her clan that she defeated the villain all by herself. He provided the perfect excuse, explaining that his foe had exhausted his power in their final clash. With a quick farewell, he vanished. She understood completely, bidding him goodbye, knowing they would meet again at the academy. Back in the present, the flashback ends. But our protagonist's mind was already racing, formulating his next move. As soon as he mastered the divine arts, he would reclaim the inventory stones. Last time, he lacked the power to absorb their full potential. But for now, he just needed to rest. We shift scenes to the province of the Choi family. The family head was in a grim meeting. Thanks to the press at the selection test, scandalous articles were now spreading like wildfire. He lamented that the damaging news had already reached the public. One headline branded the Choi family a laughingstock. Another accused the clan of having direct ties to the devotees. The family head seethed at the chaos, finding it unbelievable that a malicious infiltrator had managed to breach their ranks. To make matters worse, the Hunters Association had released an official declaration on the matter. He recalled a similar incident with the Ventus family. Because their connection was distant, they had simply remained silent. But this time, that passive approach would not work. The leader then inquired about Choi Ah-rin's condition and was informed of Cho Jin-yoon's arrest. He learned the young lady was safe and recovering in the family hospital. The report stated her injuries were significant, but the bleeding was under control and her vital organs were unharmed, meaning no surgery was needed. Upon hearing this, the clan leader breathed a heavy sigh of relief. One of the elders then brought his attention to the articles being published about Miss Arin. The media was hailing her as a hero, a mere student who single-handedly took down a member of the dangerous devotees. The reports even compared her to Kim Joo-hyuk. The clan leader was perplexed. She had technically acted against her clan's interests, yet the world was celebrating her for it. At a high-level meeting, a man remarked that despite the selection test ending in chaos, it was a relief the next family head had finally been decided. He explained that these articles would surely solidify Choi Arin's claim as the successor, especially with the leader's blessing. The leader agreed, thinking it was a good, legitimate chance for the young girl to finally rise. And yet, for her to defeat Jingun all on her own cast a long shadow of doubt. This is where the leader's memory pulled him back in time. He recalled the moment he and his assistant found Cho Arin before the unconscious Cho Jingun. She claimed her brother had attacked her with dark magic, forcing her to defend herself. The leader had pressed her, questioning how she could do such a thing, especially with the immense magical power that had erupted from the mountains. As his assistants lifted the small girl, she quickly answered that Kim Joo-hyuk had taught her how. Back in the present, the family leader sat alone. He scanned the articles about the protagonist, lost in thought, bringing this tense and mysterious chapter to a close. Our story now shifts to the mega school of Valhalla. The moment Kim Joo-hyuk stepped into his classroom, his eyes locked onto an unexpected sight. It was Choi Arin, sitting calmly in her seat. He was sure she'd still be recovering in the hospital, but she looked perfectly fine. Just then, she turned her head, her eyes meeting his. A small, happy smile graced her lips as she gave him a shy wave. Another boy nearby wondered if that smile was for him. But two quick allusions from Kim Joo-hyuk shattered his fantasy. Let's rewind a bit to when our protagonist was reviewing his notes. A familiar notification sound snapped him to attention. It was a message from Choi Arin, telling him she couldn't train for a while, hardly a surprise, given how much blood she'd lost. Kim Joo-hyuk quickly typed back a reply. He assured her it was no problem, since he had his own matters to deal with. Her response was a sudden flood of stickers, a barrage of messages that left him feeling a little overwhelmed. In that instant, Brace materialized, announcing he had something to reveal, immediately piquing Kim Joo-hyuk's curiosity. He declared that the dark magic felt disturbingly familiar. When Kim Joo-hyuk questioned his memory, Brace admitted he couldn't quite place it. He insisted he hadn't forgotten. It was more like something was actively blocking that specific memory. Kim Joo-hyuk theorized it had to be that pesky individual Brace mentioned before, and Brace could only agree. Brace admitted he wasn't 100% certain, but he believed satisfying the second condition could theoretically break through the block. The protagonist immediately made the connection the center of the Great Forest. He had assumed it was just a training area for evaluations, but it was also the stage for the final practical exam where the weakest were instantly expelled. Kim Joo-hyuk came to a frustrating conclusion. He would have to wait until the exam period, wasting precious time. Now, returning to the present, our protagonist decided that he needed time to master Shingon anyway. His mind was made up he would find the center of the forest. Suddenly, the classroom door slid open and the teacher walked in. "Everyone, settle down," he ordered. He announced there was something important to discuss before class began. He brought up the inter-school competition happening next month, noting the students were already buzzing about it. Kim Joo-hyuk mulled over the news, while Brace recalled the teacher had mentioned it right after the bi-monthly exams. The gray-haired instructor explained that the school planned to select students with the highest final exam scores to participate. And with his very next words, he called the protagonist to his office, leaving him utterly baffled. We now find them in a different part of Valhalla. The teacher noted how often they seemed to meet here, to which Kim Joo-hyuk retorted that it was usually the teacher's own doing. Fair enough, he conceded. But this time, it's about your participation in the inter-school competition. Before the teacher could even get to the main point, Kim Joo-hyuk flatly declined the offer. Unfazed, the instructor insisted on explaining the details of the legendary competition one more time. It was a battle between the three greatest hunter academies in the world: Valhalla from Korea, White Lotus from China, and the impressive heroes from the United States of America. Each school would select its finest first-year students to represent them in combat, maze escapes, and a host of other brutal challenges. For that very reason, Valhalla would only send its top scorers from the practical exam. Throughout the explanation, Kim Joo-hyuk's face remained a mask of pure disinterest. The teacher began listing the incredible benefits, but Kim Joo-hyuk cut him off, stating he had no interest in money or fame. He repeated his refusal, but the teacher didn't seem the least bit bothered. Then, the teacher played his trump card, casually mentioning the Great Forest Center, the very location of the final exam, and instantly snagged the boy's attention. The teacher explained that since the final challenge is hosted by Valhalla, this path leads directly into the heart of the Great Forest, a route that bypasses even the last exam's champions. But be warned, failure here means you'll face this trial again during the final exams. After hearing the conditions, Kim Joo-hyuk nods, his resolve solidifying. He declares his intent to join the inter-school competition. The scene then shifts to the vast Ventric estate in the United Kingdom. There, the family matriarch, Adelia, demands an update on their preparations. She's told everything is on schedule, but it will take another month. Her response is cold and simple. Then continue your efforts. She then inquires about Valhalla and the Rockdale Ventric clan, learning that their movements have so far raised no alarms. Sensing there's more, she orders her subordinate to voice any suspicions. He immediately affirms. He speaks of a disturbing rumor, one unrelated to their targets, which instantly captures her curiosity. Whispers from the market tell of a bizarre structure being built entirely out of paper banknotes. Adelia is stunned by the news, and soon learns the one likely responsible is none other than Black Cat. What could they be plotting? An act this audacious is unheard of. Adelia quickly accesses her tech panel, seeing a demand for a more detailed report. Without a moment's delay, she calls from his constellation, bringing this part of the chapter to a tense close. We are now in the 7th territory of the market. The sounds of machinery echo as Black Cat observes everything from a high perch. He would follow any order from the constellation, but he couldn't grasp the purpose of building something so grand from fragile paper notes. Just then, a figure emerges from the shadows, revealing the structure is meant to be a gift. The chapter ends on a tense note, as Black Cat demands to know why he was ordered to build a monument out of pure money. The two-faced ruler replies simply that it is a gift, which only makes the feline agent more curious about who this grand gesture is for. A specific person comes to his mind, but for now, he keeps that thought a secret. The two-faced ruler then asks if he has located the boy who sold the rings. Black Cat reports failure, stating the seller left no clear description. However, there was one crucial lead: the contact information recorded on the deed. A full-scale search is underway, using every record available. Upon hearing this, the constellation demands they move faster, making the feline visibly tense and desperate. Leaving that scene behind, we move to the staff room back at Valhalla. The gray-haired teacher is seen struggling with a mountain of paperwork. Suddenly, Lee Sangli enters, asking if the competition members have been chosen. The teacher confirms they have. Lee requests the list of selected students. He quickly notices that aside from one student, all participants are from the gray-haired teacher's own class. He is especially surprised to see Kim Ju-yuk's name on that list. The teacher explains that the boy was initially against joining, but when he mentioned the Great Forest Center, his attitude changed instantly. Lee Sangli finds this incredibly strange. Most students hesitate at the mere mention of that place, a fact the teacher fully agrees with. And it was impossible he didn't know the danger. Even if he'd slept through every lesson, the risks of that place had been made abundantly clear. Lee Sangli then brought up the Room of Constellations, hinting at Kim Ju-yuk's ulterior motives for attending the school. He then asked for permission to gather the students for training, which was immediately granted as the professor set a schedule. With the plan settled, the two parted ways with a feeling of friendship and mutual understanding. And with that, their conversation for this scene concluded. We fast forward a few days to a small auditorium in Valhalla. Here we find the muscular Oh Soo-hyuk and the powerful, fearless, and impressive Yu So Hyun. Alongside them are the cute but deadly Choi Ain, plus Do Young-jin, the only member not from the gray-haired professor's class, and of course, our beloved main character, Kim Ju-yuk. Lee Sangli suddenly strode into the auditorium where these prodigious students were gathered. He confirmed all 5 selected members were present. He greeted them warmly, introducing himself as their combat instructor for the coming trials. Lee Sangli explained why they were summoned, and that he would soon describe the intense training they were about to undergo. A total of 3 trials awaited them. The first was a series of duels, very similar to the Valhalla entrance exam. The second trial was a massive team battle, pitting Valhalla's 5 members against teams from other schools. This test was designed to push the team leader's adaptation skills to the absolute limit, as all teams would be fighting simultaneously. According to Lee Sangli, the third trial would take place in the center of the Great Forest, a revelation that immediately captured Kim Ju-yuk's full attention. Due to the final exams being moved up, Lee Sangli couldn't share all the details. Offering only a grave warning, the center of the Great Forest was a fearsome and deadly labyrinth. True to its name, the location was a dense forest, secured by an imposing gate designed to keep out all but the most authorized individuals. All Leon revealed was that each team would enter the forest's heart, with a mission briefing on the day of the event. Despite the scarce details, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. With little else to add about the mysterious forest, he dove straight into the rules for the upcoming team battles. He assumed they were all familiar with the basics, given their recent dungeon raid experience. But Kim Ju couldn't shake the vague explanation. A powerful barrier surrounded the forest. Simply walking in was impossible. There was clearly more to this than met the eye. With that, the instructor's initial briefing, and the main character's suspicions, came to an end. After detailing the team battles, Lee Sangkul moved on to the training regimen itself. Before continuing, he opened the floor for questions. Only one hand rose into the air, belonging to Kim Ju-hyuk. Given permission to speak, he asked if there was any problem with training solo. Lee Sang-kul simply replied that his methods were his own to choose. With that answered, he once again scanned the room, asking if there were any other questions. This time, a different hand went up. The quiet girl, Cho Erin, also announced her desire to train alone. Lee Sang-kul found it peculiar that both Kim Joo-hyuk and Cho Erin wanted to go their own way. But he accepted their requests before asking if anyone else felt the same. The rest of the students remained silent, so he took that as his answer. He then brought the meeting to a close, promising to see them all at the start of training. A wave of agreement filled the room as students began to gather their things and depart. A single thought burned in Kim Joo-hyuk's mind before the competition starts. He had to completely master his technique, fully absorb its mana, and elevate his entire being. Every spare moment would be dedicated to this grueling training. But as his mind raced, a voice cut through his thoughts. It was Cho Erin, asking if he truly thought participating was a wise choice. He was taken aback. Hadn't she just declared her intent to train on her own? She'd even said she couldn't push her body too hard. But as she spoke, he sensed there was a hidden meaning behind her words. Suddenly, her own memories surfaced. A recent conversation with the professor, who had read the news articles about her and wanted to understand her decision directly. He had asked her a simple question. Did she really want to do this? She responded with a question of her own. Will Kim Joo-hyuk be there? The professor confirmed he would, and with that, Cho Erin's mind was made up. She would participate, a decision that deeply impressed the professor, knowing her body was still recovering. She promised him she would be careful, earning the old man's trust. And now, we return to the present. Cho Erin knew the title of family head was within her grasp, but something had changed. Because of Kim Joo-hyuk, a new path had opened before her. A desire to grow stronger, not just for herself, but as part of a team, to help him reach his own goals, just as he had once helped her without a second thought. Kim Joo-hyuk was a bit bewildered by her strange pauses and sudden smiles, but he simply warned her not to overdo it. Her response was filled with a new resolve. He explained that the training would heavily focus on mana control, and their physical conditioning would be as simple as long walks, to which she eagerly agreed. After sharing all his advice and insights, he bid her farewell for now, saying he had work to finish before he could help her more directly. The scene shifts violently. We are now in what looks like a cold, dark prison, under the pale light of the moon. A man with shattered teeth screamed in pure agony, begging his captors for mercy. He offered them anything, any bribe, just to let him go. One of the figures held a massive, razor-sharp blade, his face a mask of cold, terrifying darkness. Without a word, he plunged the knife deep into the show-off's chest, drawing a final, blood-choked groan. The man crumpled, his hands bound behind his back, falling into unconsciousness. "Why didn't you just kill him?" Lisa asked. Her partner, Elle, replied with a twisted smile. "Where's the fun in that?" The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. It was time for a new mission, another target to hunt. "A new kill?" the boy asked. Her reply was a single, chilling nod. On her phone, an image appeared the face of Kim Joo-hyuk from Valhalla. The chapter ends as the protagonist becomes the target of a deadly assassination plot. The vigilante's last victim lay forgotten on the floor, the knife still buried in his chest. One of them finally broke the silence, pulling the weapon free. "Non-duel?" he began. "Why take a job to kill some worthless student?" Lisa smirked. The client must be paying a mountain of gold for this one. They had a deadline of 1 month. The hit had to happen during the chaos of the inter-school competition. Nandol pressed further. Why not just end it now? But Lisa explained that the Academy's dormitory security was formidable. Breaching its barrier was next to impossible. But, as her partner pointed out, security during the competition, with all the other schools present, would be an even greater nightmare. A concern Lisa had heard before. Word on the street was the third day's task was a mysterious maze, located in the heart of the Great Forest. Lisa shared the intel she had gathered. The mission was simple, survive and traverse the area. Nandal wondered if any instructors would be inside with them. She confirmed they'd be completely alone, watched only by a drone and a few guards at the entrance, while the teachers observed from afar. Their plan was to hide after Aaliyah made the initial infiltration, a strategy Nandal found painfully boring. Lisa reminded him that completing the mission was all that mattered, and Nandal reluctantly agreed. A month later, on the first day of the inter-school competition, the entire student body was buzzing with excitement. But Rock Delventric observed it all with a chilling silence, his mind flashing back to a pivotal moment. He remembered a call with his father, confirming the money for Eden Ventric had been received. His father had been pleased. Rockdell then revealed he'd used that money to secure a divine and deadly contract. He had ordered the legendary Il Shinjo to assassinate Kim Joo-hyuk. His father was stunned, but Raquel explained there was nothing that could possibly link them to the dark deed. He would personally ensure it stayed that way, as the elite Samolu Il Shin group had already accepted the commission. Eden Ventric knew that name, a top-tier assassin squad of 3. who together were an unstoppable force of nature. Because of that terrifying reputation, his father urged him not to draw any unwanted attention, and Rodel calmly agreed. Back in the present, Rock Delventric smirked. Ilshin had already sent confirmation Kim Joo-hyuk would be taken care of during the competition. He had no reason to sit and watch this farce. He immediately called his assistant, Julia, preparing to leave the area. Suddenly, a man in black appeared on the podium, silencing the crowd. It was Shim Daekon, the president of Valhalla's council. Before the games could officially begin, he wanted to introduce the representatives from each academy. He started with White Lotus from China, followed by the formidable heroes from the United States, and finally, the exceptional students from Valhalla, representing South Korea. The competition would be a grueling 3-day event. Today's task is an individual duel between students, he announced. With the ceremony over, he ordered everyone back to their waiting rooms. The chief instructor was keen to see the power of this new generation, and he was especially looking forward to seeing an old rival, the senior instructor of the heroes, Jack Rover. The two knew each other well, and the senior instructor playfully greeted his friend, calling him Mr. Third place, Jack reminded him, taunting that Valhalla didn't win last time either. This year, things will be different. The heroes will claim first place, without a doubt. The Americans' confidence was blazing. The reason for it was a living legend. The pinnacle of all contractors. Sankyo knew the name. Logan, the Destroyer. To the instructor's astonishment, that man's son was here, representing the United States. And there he was, the genius prodigy. Logan Jr., one look was enough to tell he was a monster in his own right, and the instructor was eager to see him in action. Jack added that the boy had even made a contract with the same constellation as his legendary father. Despite this, Jack had also heard rumors that Valhalla had some incredible talents this year, especially a certain Kim Ji-hyuk. He was thrilled about the potential clash between the two, but Valhalla's instructor seemed completely unimpressed. "Soon, you'll understand why I don't have high expectations," he said cryptically, as if guided by fate. The first match was announced: Valhalla versus the heroes. The two very boys they spoke of were selected for the opening match. The president declared that the rules were simple. You just can't kill each other. A security system prevents any and all fatal damage. So, every strike landed in this arena will be converted into raw pain via electrical impulses. In other words, feel free to go all out, because in here, you don't need to hold back. As the countdown began, our protagonist was the picture of calm. He didn't need to overdo it for this. 3, 2, and 1 in a blur. Ji-hyuk closed the distance and threw a punch. To his shock, until this very day, no one had ever blocked one of his blows, but it had just happened. "Who is this guy? He's strong," Logan scoffed. "You think an attack like that makes you strong?" Ji-hyuk admitted he still had a long way to go. "Really?" Logan sneered. "You're more modest than I thought." For a fleeting moment, it seemed the opponent was powerful, but that was merely an illusion. Ji-hyuk smirked. "Let's see if you can withstand my blows over time." He sent the boy spinning into the air, then landed a precise, powerful strike to his chest. Logan gasped. That blow was heavy. Our protagonist, meanwhile, recognized his opponent was surprisingly tough. The two instructors watched the fight unfold. Sankyo admitted that, just to withstand a single blow from the protagonist, Logan was indeed quite durable. Jack had studied every video of the boy, using them to train his own students. Ji-hyuk's power was terrifying, but it was far too soon to admit defeat. Logan still hadn't unleashed destruction, and now he channeled raw magical energy into his attack. Faced with such overwhelming force, our protagonist had no choice but to evade. He could feel the dangerous aura radiating from that attack. But despite wielding the power of destruction, the boy lacked true combat experience. A single strand of his hair was severed. Ji-hyuk mused that Logan would make a fine hairdresser. Logan realized a crushing truth. If his attacks couldn't even connect, there was no point in using destruction. But he didn't have to use it in the traditional way. He slammed his hands to the ground, pouring his energy into the very foundation of the stadium. Using his power, he could manipulate the arena itself, raising massive pillars of rock to confuse his opponent. If his enemy couldn't pinpoint his location amidst the debris, dodging would be impossible, a classic strategy for an inexperienced fighter. However, Ji-hyuk tracked his movements with ease, effortlessly dodging and even hurling a chunk of rock right back at Logan's face. Our protagonist used this opening to teach a lesson. When you're hiding, you become the easiest target to find. Since he was using magic, his energy was like a beacon. Why not try a simple punch without magic and aim for the nose? With one more clean hit, victory belonged to the Korean team. While Sangjel expected this outcome, Jack was utterly speechless. That boy was an absolute monster. The following duels were a blur, as every opponent was crushed with ease. With no enemy teams left standing, Valhalla's own members had to face each other in the final round. And, filling the protagonist with pride, The other finalist was Choi Arm. As the girl pointed out, Valhalla's victory was already guaranteed. So there was no real need for them to fight at full strength. But the winner would receive a scholarship, and she didn't need the money. She offered to forfeit if Ji-hyuk wanted the prize. He replied that he didn't care about the money either, but he refused her offer. He wanted her to show him just how much stronger she had become. He demanded she give it her all. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl raised her thunderous sword, preparing to strike. Her skill was already incredible before, but now her control was on an entirely different plane. The battle between these two titans sent shockwaves through the arena. Even the veteran instructors couldn't believe their eyes. This was a clash of true high-level warriors. In the end, the protagonist claimed victory. Bars commented in his mind that he was cruel, but Ji-hyuk knew he had held back. He explained that he never aimed for her abdomen. At the last second, she shifted her attack's trajectory, and he adjusted as well, aiming for her sword. However, the sheer difference in their power was so immense that even striking her blade resulted in such a devastating impact. Despite his monstrous growth, Choi Arm was also a prodigy, far surpassing every other student. As the first day of the competition came to a close, Sanko gathered the team to congratulate them. Their performance was flawless, securing a perfect victory. Thanks to the defense system, no one was truly injured, but he still urged them to rest and visit the infirmary. He was about to discuss their formation for the next day's battle, but a dangerous thought crossed Ji-hyuk's mind. Did he really need to wait any longer to enter the Great Forest? Perhaps his strength had grown enough to ignore the rules. After the meeting, as Seo dismissed them, Ji-hyuk approached the instructor. He had a simple question. If he could defeat everyone and clear the next test in record time, could they proceed to the third test on the very same day? The instructor, no longer questioning the boy's capabilities, simply said he would check the rulebook. He investigated and soon discovered that certain exceptions could be made. If a test was completed with overwhelming speed and preparations for the next stage were ready, it was possible to advance immediately. In other words, our protagonist promised to finish things in an instant. He asked the instructor to prepare everything for the final test to be held that same day. The man didn't even doubt him. He simply agreed. And with that, the protagonist declared he would see him tomorrow. As they parted ways, our hero's impatience burned. He hated following rules. He even discussed it with his pet sword, threatening to finish it off too. Our hero was consumed by anxiety, unable to wait another day for the system's orders and the answers he so desperately craved. The next morning, the sun rose, casting a perfect light on the second day of the competition. The Academy president's voice boomed once more. It is a pleasure to have you all here on this beautiful day. The group battle will now commence in the forest, and you will witness everything through our ultra-modern drone cameras. The crowd cheered for the new favorite team, but one of its key members, Ji-hyuk, was nowhere to be seen. Yo-yen anxiously asked her teammates if anyone knew where the boy had gone. Just then, the latecomer himself strolled up to the group, offering a casual apology for his tardiness. He may be the strongest in the academy, but that didn't make him immune to a scolding. The instructor had been crystal clear everyone was to arrive 30 minutes early. Did he forget? No, it wasn't that. He simply hadn't deemed it important enough to notice. The main character declared that he would handle everything personally, a strategy completely unnecessary. They knew he was powerful, but this test was a team battle. So Yan had to ask, did he really think he could face all 10 enemy students at once? None of the other boys dared to interfere with this discussion. Only a girl would have the nerve to confront this man. That's when Aram stepped in. She wanted to go with Gak, but his response was a firm no. Their orders were to wait here. Even though Yu Yen couldn't grasp his intentions, she tried to change his mind right until the very end. Then the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The White Lotus team was ready to reclaim the points they lost yesterday. But mere seconds after the test started, they were found. They couldn't even mount a defense. Gak had to admit, their speed was impressive. And just like that, White Lotus was eliminated. Logan, his team's leader, realized Valhalla targeted White Lotus first to prevent them from joining forces. That guy wasn't just overwhelmingly strong, he was terrifyingly smart. A scout on the team detected a surge of magic approaching at incredible speed. It was a single person, moving like a blur. They knew the bogeyman was coming for them, so they erected a reinforced magic shield. Melissa would pour everything into her most powerful reinforcement magic, while Bella would command the defense, supporting the barrier with all her might. With everyone else focused on survival, Logan would stand ready to counterattack. It was a formation built entirely around defense. Melissa was confused. All of this for just one person? Logan's voice was grim. Because that one person is Gak. She should have realized from the first test that he was on a completely different level from everyone else. Bella reminded her that Melissa hadn't faced him yesterday. She had no idea how devastating that blow to the chest truly was. Melissa believed no one was stronger than Logan, but Logan himself admitted, I am nothing compared to him. They waited in tense silence. Suddenly, the enemy's mana signature vanished. Still, they held the formation. refusing to let their guard down. The pressure was so intense, the scouts were seeing double. As they waited, the monster appeared from above, perched silently in the trees. A cold chill shot down Logan's spine. Before he could even turn to face the enemy, his vision was filled with the cold steel of a sword. Gok had descended from above, bypassing their entire formation to eliminate their only attacker. Bella never even had a chance to raise her shield. Melissa had never fought him, but now she vowed to take him down. But first, she had to land a single hit. In that moment, she experienced the same crushing despair as everyone else yesterday, a single, devastating blow to the stomach. The two scouts from before had a perfect opening from behind, but they were defeated with just one strike each. With 4 attacks, Gok had single-handedly annihilated the 5 opponents from the American Academy. The heroes had been eliminated. The main character was eager to head into the forest. But before we follow, can you tell where this boy is looking? The fastest test in the Academy's history had just concluded. In the monitoring room, the Academy president stared at the screen. "Is that clock correct?" he asked. Gok had finished the test, alone, in 23 minutes. The staff could only nod in stunned agreement. And with that, the president was about to declare the second day of tests officially over. But Sanyo, the senior instructor, interjected, noting that the rules allow the third test to begin today if the second one ends early enough. The president understood his implication and authorized a discussion. Could it be possible that Ji Yak was truly a demon, capable of what he claimed? Jack agreed with Sanko about advancing the third test, but they still needed the White Lotus instructor's approval. Yet, according to Jack, after witnessing the first and second days, he had no doubt about the final outcome. Valhalla had a terrifying monster on their side this year. He now understood why Sanko never even considered the possibility of Jack losing. Over in the restroom, the Valhalla team was gathered, not a single one tired. They hadn't lifted a finger for this victory. Yu Yen couldn't get it out of her head. That guy wasn't human. He was an absolute monster. She was supposed to take the lead in this test, but she couldn't. Yesterday, she had been utterly defeated in combat by Choya, and now there were rumors that Choya was being trained by Jiak. At this rate, Yu Yin felt herself falling hopelessly behind, and the thought was agonizing. And so she wondered if she could just swallow her pride. Would he be willing to teach her too? The tense atmosphere was shattered by an announcement over the school's speakers. Tomorrow's labyrinth survival test had been moved up to today. Before they all headed to the forest, the main character had one final announcement for his team. He would be going to the center of the forest alone. The rest of them were on their own. However, if they ran into trouble, they could call for him, and he would help. Yu Yan's irritation flared once more. Another one of his solo acts. They had already won the last 2 tests. They were guaranteed to pass no matter what. But why does this boy insist on shouldering every burden alone? She wanted to warn him, but the words were caught in her throat. Gok then asked if the little bird had suddenly lost her voice. "What's with all the nicknames? You're just accepting that one." "Hey, I wanted a cool nickname, too." Sometime later, the students gathered before the gate to the Great Forest. The Academy president's voice boomed, announcing the start of the final trial. And once more, the entire stadium would witness their struggles through a massive enchanted screen. At the heart of this domain lies a labyrinth like no other. A dense forest trapped in an endless downpour, where danger lurks in every shadow. The objective of this test is simple. After 5 hours within this forest, every participant will be evaluated. The goal is to maintain your condition as close as possible to when you first entered. The better your state, the higher your score. Group combat is strictly forbidden. Now, let the final test begin. But as the final test was declared, 2 shadowy figures were hiding out in an abandoned academy warehouse. They had planned to make their move on the 3rd day, but a woman appeared, ordering them to accelerate their dark plans. In a flash of dark magic, they vanished. And at that exact moment, the control room's entire camera network went dark. The instructors were baffled. What kind of system failure could possibly take down every camera at once? Did I forget to pay the internet bill? Someone get the provider on the line and call gate security now. A sense of dread washed over them. The students could be in serious danger. They had to get in there and end the test immediately. But when they reached the entrance, all that remained was the smoldering ruin of the once mighty gate. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the students battled the relentless downpour, just trying to endure. Melissa noticed Bella was struggling, her face pale, but Bella insisted she was fine, not wanting to be a burden on her team. But Logan, ever the sharp leader, saw through her bravado. He ordered them to find shelter, using his power to carve a cave from the earth. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of black and purple energy materialized before them. From its depths, 3 sinister figures emerged. The bald man sneered, "Just accept your fate and die quickly, Jihook." But his female companion cut him off. "This isn't our target." Their teleportation had locked onto the wrong mana signature. But Logan's ears perked up. Their mission was to assassinate Jihook. Who were these dark magic users? The woman's voice was cold as ice. Finish them. Leave no witnesses. To do that, they'd have to get through the genius of the Hero Academy first. This competition is no place for vermin like you. Logan lunged forward, only to feel a searing pain erupt from his back. He'd been stabbed. The bald man's power was a terrifying deception. Such a cowardly attack. He actually dared to strike someone like me, but when did he get behind me? The assassin's voice mocked him. Look behind you, and maybe you'll understand. Logan's eyes widened in horror. It was a cruel mastery of shadow arts. The fatal blow landed, and Logan collapsed to the forest floor. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud. Is he dead? The girl stammered. No, he was meant to bleed out slowly. A familiar tactic for these killers. Bella had never witnessed death so close. The woman snapped at her partner. Hurry up, eliminate the rest. They had to hunt down their real target before anyone interfered. As they moved on the survivors, our protagonist was already on the move. A notification from the system flashed before his eyes, directing him to the center of the great forest. He doubted there was anything here but trees. But then, he sensed a familiar presence, the American exchange students. He arrived to find a lone blonde girl standing amidst the carnage, seemingly the last one left alive. The bald assassin had dealt with the others and spotted a new witness, but his eyes lit up with glee. His true prey had walked right into the trap. What a lucky day. Melissa saw Ji-Huk too, realizing in that moment, these killers were after him all along. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The two assassins couldn't hide their smug satisfaction. Their target had delivered himself to them. But even knowing he was the target, Ji-Huk remained perfectly calm. A cold fury simmered beneath the surface as he took in the sight of the fallen students. He turned to the blonde girl, his voice steady. Tend to your friends. Stop the bleeding. There might still be a chance to save them. Ji-Huk saw it instantly. The wounds weren't meant to be fatal, but to cause a slow, agonizing death. These bastards were true savages. Before the battle began, he had a question. What is your objective? The bald man laughed. The little brat thinks he can ask questions. The main gate has been obliterated. Every single observation drone is offline. No instructor is coming to save you, the bald man taunted. It'll take them at least an hour to breach the destroyed entrance. It was a speech meant to inspire terror. But Ji-Huk's mind was already calculating. This forest is massive, and the rain never stops. What if he couldn't find his own objective after dealing with these two? The assassin couldn't comprehend a mind that was already thinking past this fight. Enraged, the bald man struck from two directions at once. A pincer attack designed for a swift kill. A move impossible for any normal person to dodge. But the impossible happened. His attack hit nothing but empty air. The boy had vanished. Yuok's warning was clear they were in serious trouble. The resulting blow sent the bald man flying for meters before he slammed into a tree. The two other criminals didn't even have time to process the situation. They were struck from behind, their world going black as they collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Yuok ordered the blonde girl to use her healing magic on her friend. If she couldn't do it alone, she was to run west and find the Valhalla students for help. The rain mixed with her tears, but her resolve was absolute. She would heal her friends, no matter what. The bald man snapped awake, seeing his partners unconscious beside him. When he looked up, his target was staring right back at him. He saw another chance to complete his mission and escape with the prize. Yuok, however, had a different idea. Before you die, he said, you're going to tell me one thing. Who hired you? Despite his situation, the bald man scoffed. What kind of assassin would I be if I revealed my client's identity? Yuok's patience was wearing thin. Usually, thugs like him start talking when they realize there's no way out. The world swam back into focus for the assassin. He would get serious now and put this boy in the ground. His clone appeared behind Yuok, lunging for a fatal blow, but without even looking. Yuok dodged the attack perfectly. How did he do that? Yuok called him a coward for attacking from the shadows. He shattered the clone, then asked if he wanted to see a surprise attack with some honor. Take this broken nose. The man was struck down, and in that moment, it was clear the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. Yuok asked one last time for the client's name. The man roared that it was impossible for him to lose to a mere kid. In that case, Yuok began a relentless barrage until he broke. The force of the attack was so immense that trees were ripped apart like paper. After some time, the instructors finally managed to reach the students. They followed the sounds of destruction and found both the American and Korean teams. The Americans were in terrible shape. Yuok rushed over, demanding to know what happened. Logan and the others couldn't get up, but they were alive. They still hadn't explained the carnage. Logan finally spoke. They were ambushed by villains, two women and a strange bald man. From the description, Sanko immediately identified them as the Samsaw group. But where were the attackers? They had to be hunted down. Logan simply pointed to the side and said there was no need. The broken bodies of the 3 assassins lay there. The scene was a horrifying sight. It looked like a meteor had crashed into this very spot. The D1 ranked woman and the bald man had been utterly destroyed by Wok. It's one thing for professional assassins to be here, but knowing that Wok defeated them all by himself, it's impossible to gauge how powerful that boy truly is. Logan said that just before he blacked out. He witnessed Wok fight for a few moments. It was legendary. The criminals couldn't even touch him. Melissa had seen the entire battle as well. They all believed Logan was the strongest high school student. But now, that arrogance was completely gone. Jack told his pupil to keep his head up. Wok is an anomaly, unlike anything he's ever seen. But Logan is still incredible. More importantly, they said there were 3 attackers. Where is the other woman? Just as they asked, they heard the thud of something heavy falling to the ground. The main character had returned with the 3rd woman, still trying to learn who was pulling the strings behind these criminals. Instructor Senko knew he didn't need to ask if Wok was injured. They could hear the full story once they returned to the academy. The teachers would help the injured and get them to the hospital. Officially, the student competition had come to a close. Later that night in the academy dorm, our protagonist emerged from his bath. It had been a truly draining day. He wondered why. Barter suggested it was because he expended a vast amount of magic today, and even defeated 3 powerful villains. Despite all the chaos, he was deeply satisfied. Looking at his system window, he saw the conditions had been met. He had achieved his goal recovering the pearl from the House of Matagalona. Now he just had to figure out how something so large fit in his pocket. He felt satisfied because he had fought against the clock, and it wasn't an easy victory. That made the success feel even greater. The woman finally woke up from her forced slumber, and as her eyes fluttered open, the protagonist ordered her to stand. He wanted to know her ability. He'd heard they were a group called Sam Sao, sent after a target. Looking at their 3-person team, he figured the 2 girls must have been the support members. So what was her power? The woman's eyes blazed with fury. She would never tell him. They might have failed, but she could still escape this place. Her teleportation magic began to activate, only to be interrupted instantly by Wok. The girl couldn't believe it was possible to stop her magic mid-cast. Just seeing the skill once was all our protagonist needed to completely understand how it worked. Her ability was astonishing, allowing her to move through space using an orb of pure darkness. Our protagonist saw its immense potential. He had an urgent mission and needed her power. If she helped him, he offered, she might just get to keep all her teeth. And so, our hero finally reached the heart of the Great Forest. Bara scoffed, reminding Gia he'd broken his promise to leave her unharmed. But in his cold eyes, she was the one at fault. He demanded to know who their clients were, but she remained silent. He would have to apply a little more pressure to loosen her tongue. He already knew of the Samsaw, which meant the ones who hired them could only be the damned Rock family. The pieces clicked into place with chilling certainty. And if his deduction was correct, the Ventric clan would strike again. And again, until they got what they wanted. In that case, he was left with only one choice: eradicate the entire family and extinguish their threat for good. With the pearl secured, the next step was to confront his lost memories through his dreams. But did that mean he simply had to fall asleep? Barry seemed to think so. He believed that if Jiak recovered his past, his own memories would return as well. With that, Jiak shut off the lights and prepared to dive into the abyss of his mind. It's never easy to sleep on command, but after a struggle against his own racing thoughts, he finally drifted off. The main character was thrown back to that night. The night he died. After the legendary battle that decided the fate of the Earth, the tower crumbled, and the falling debris claimed his life. History remembers the legend, but it doesn't tell the whole story. Something else happened that no one else witnessed. In the final moments before his death, time itself ground to a halt. A mysterious figure, nothing more than a shadow, emerged from the frozen moment and spoke to Jack. "I will take good care of your name, and the names of all those you protected." And just like that, the creature vanished. Time resumed its flow, and the life of the great legendary hero came to an end. He awoke from the mind-shattering vision, his heart pounding. Was that just a dream? Or was it reality? Were those truly his lost memories? Was that really how it all ended? The protagonist had to know if Bara remembered anything from that life as well. Judging by his stunned reaction, he clearly did. Bara muttered that before this life. He was a tiger. The thought was so bizarre. Gio had to ask if he was serious. Was he truly an animal in his past life? According to Barsh, he wasn't exactly a cute one. Siak then pressed him, asking if he also saw that shadowy figure, and what his name was back then. But Barsha couldn't remember. All he could recall were fragmented memories of living as a tiger. Jack was left reeling. Was he going crazy from all the blows to the head? Or was this fragmented past real? He turned to the one place he could find answers: the system. New information flickered to life, a secret room hidden within Valhalla. The system was commanding him to go there and witness the truth for himself. Jack had no idea if this was the final mission the system had for him. He resolved to ask his teacher about the hidden room right after today's training session. Later, during his grueling physical workout, Choi Aram was training right beside him. And as always, the mountain of a man known as the big guy was there, lifting impossible weights. But a new face appeared, much to everyone's surprise. Mecha, there for the first time, boldly asked the muscular giant why he was even here. What was this girl thinking? Where else would a mountain of muscle be? Jack turned the question on her, asking why she had shown up. His words clearly struck a nerve. She confessed she was there for the same reason as him. She was envious of Xiak's power and had come to train just as hard. But the big guy corrected her. He wasn't there because of Jack. He was a regular at this place long before the main character ever set foot in it. But he understood the girl's feelings. She was here because she had lost, not just to Gio, who had surpassed her, but to Choi Aram as well. In the battle between the two girls, Meika was the clear favorite, believing herself to be the second strongest in their ranks. But Aram's resilience was on another level, and her attack power was overwhelming. She shattered Mikima's techniques without a moment's hesitation. Mikima unleashed her most powerful attack, but Aram's superior skill dismantled it completely before she delivered the decisive final blow. She had proven herself stronger in every single way. It was a flawless victory. Maka finally understood Aram's explosive growth was all thanks to her training with Xiak. Seeing Aram push herself to the absolute limit with the weights, she knew Xiak's influence was undeniable. Mikima desperately wanted to learn how to train properly, and while Xiak was the obvious expert, she thought it would be better to ask the big guy for advice instead. Asking another noble for help should have been simple, but Maka's pride wouldn't allow her to ask Zack for help. After all, he was just a commoner. But swallowing her pride, she knew what she had to do. Just as Maka was about to finally ask for his help, Gok called her Little Bird again. Not that nickname again. Gritting her teeth, she pushed through the annoyance and decided to speak. She mentioned how he was training Choi Arim and that she wanted his help as well. But just then, their teacher's voice cut through the air, demanding Xiak's attention. Someone was waiting for him. He was to go meet this person as soon as his training was over. The person apparently said this would be the last time they saw each other for a long while. Jack, having no clue who it could be, decided to go immediately. Once again, Maka's timing was terrible. The shame of being interrupted again was almost too much to bear. But then, the protagonist surprised her. He told the talkative girl that if she truly wanted to train, she should ask Choi Ari for her routine and follow it exactly. If she could prove her dedication, then maybe he would consider training her himself. Choi Arim readily agreed to help her new rival. The senior instructor, however, refused to reveal who was waiting, leaving Xiak shrouded in suspense. Jiak wanted to know who was waiting for him. The instructor merely said that if he thought hard enough, it could only be one person. A name flashed through Jake's mind. As they reached the room, his suspicion was confirmed. It was Rokto Vantrich, and he looked like a ghost of his former self. Jack felt nothing but cold indifference seeing him. Rokto, on the other hand, was radiating desperation. Casting aside all his pride, he fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Rokta threw himself onto the ground, groveling, with his personal attendant, the girl, standing silently beside him. He kept pleading, "Please, forgive me." Jack, bewildered by the scene, asked the instructor for the reason behind this pathetic display. Sino was surprised Jack hadn't already figured it out. "It was Rokto," he revealed, "who hired those 3 assassins." Hearing this, Rokto's body froze in terror. The instructor then reminded him of the very first ambush. Rokto was the mastermind who orchestrated the entire thing and escaped without a trace. And now, he had committed the same crime again. The scandal was all over the news, but Jiak questioned if any of it truly mattered. He was sure the powerful Vantrich family would just cover it all up and protect their precious son. But Sino then dropped a bombshell that shocked everyone. The Vantrich family had officially expelled Rokto. That was why he was here, in such a pitiful state. Sino explained that not only the Vantrich family, but his own father had disowned him. Unlike last time, the family made no effort to bury the news. Rokto's reputation was now lower than that of a sewer rat. Jack turned his cold gaze upon the disgraced noble. "So you're without protection, and all that awaits you is a prison cell. How could I possibly save you?" At those words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Rokto's eyes as he shouted that there was still a chance. The single most important factor was Jake's testimony. Our hero heard this, his expression remaining an unreadable mask of stone. Rokto begged him to lie, to say he was innocent and that nothing had ever happened. The request was absurd, but Jiak simply replied, "I'm not in the mood." Rokto began to grovel again, apologizing profusely, even offering his own body in servitude. But our hero had no interest in such things. When Rokto began babbling about offering money for forgiveness, the instructor's patience wore thin. But Jiak, despite his own humble background, didn't even consider the offer. Out of ideas. A twisted thought sparked in Rokto's mind. He grabbed his attendant by the arm and offered her up like an object. If Jiak wanted to own the girl, he could have her. He boasted that she was of English royal blood. Owning her would grant Jiak immense status and help him ascend the ranks of power. Of all the pathetic offers, this was the one that finally got a reaction from our protagonist. To offer a human being as if she were a mere object. Rokto's signature arrogant sneer returned. He declared that the girl was his property. It was his natural right to sell, use, or trade her. He pulled down her collar, revealing a dark mark on her neck proof of ownership. So, what do you say I can transfer her to you right now? Everyone present looked on in horror. This was a taboo of the highest order, the mark of a forbidden enslavement spell. It was a curse that prevented a person from ever acting against their owner. But a normal person could never cast such powerful, dark magic. Who had helped Rock to perform such an evil act? The protagonist had heard more than enough. His voice became dangerously low. Scum like you, he said, have always existed, using forbidden spells on others for your own sick pleasure. Jiak placed his hand on the girl, channeling his mana into her. She felt a strange warmth spread through her, not understanding what he was doing. But as Jiak's power purged the curse from her body, she understood. The magic was shattering slowly. The vile seal faded into nothingness. Rokto had just lost his most valuable possession. Jiak turned to the instructor. Sir, may I have permission to strike him just once? Sino never allowed rules to be broken. Violence between students was never tolerated. But the story is different when the other person is a confirmed criminal. Besides, the instructor himself despised the Vontrick family. So he authorized it. The entire negotiation was over in an instant, as Rokto watched, completely unable to react. Now that it was authorized, it was time to unleash his pent-up fury. Our hero was kind enough to offer a warning. Clench your teeth, so you don't bite your tongue off. Despite the warning, the punch was so powerful that Rokto flew several meters, spitting out a few of his own teeth. Later, after everything was settled, a voice in our protagonist's head spoke up. It was Barsha, who remarked that she thought Jake was actually going to kill him. If this had been 300 years ago, Jake admitted, he would have crushed that man without hesitation. The truth was, Jiak became so enraged because one of his disciples in the past had committed the same evil act. And worse, he himself had been in that very situation before. Barsha was speechless. She never knew that the legendary hero had once been a slave. But their inner conversation was interrupted by the girl. Yura! She ran to him, thanking him for setting her free. She was too stunned to speak before, but her gratitude was eternal. From the little she had gathered, she felt that he was the only one in the world who could truly understand her. Jack told her not to worry about it, and that she shouldn't seek him out to try and repay the debt. Just go back to living your own life, the way you wish. These words struck the very core of the girl's soul. After so much suffering, she never thought she could feel such happiness again. The next day, our protagonist met with Professor Lilia to obtain some vital information. She reveals the location of the Great Palace of Valhalla is in China, a notorious labyrinth owned by the White Lotus Association. The name rings a bell. Could it be the same White Lotus that competed against him? Her confirmation sends his mind racing. The pieces were starting to connect. Trespassing in a privately owned labyrinth is a serious crime, and this one belonged to a very troublesome organization. He scoffs internally. Why do labyrinths even need owners? He remembers tales of how beasts used to simply wander into dungeons. A dangerous thought crosses his mind. He could just mimic those beasts, or carve a path of destruction straight through. While that brutal method would be faster, causing chaos for innocents isn't his style. He needs answers from the professor. Is there any legitimate way to get inside, he asks. She explains that the dungeon is only open to students of the White Lotus Academy. The moment the words escape her lips, she claps a hand over her mouth, realizing her slip-up. Seizing the opportunity, she switches tactics. Telling her student that information isn't free, she lays out her terms he must provide her with 3 pieces of information in exchange for hers. After she shares a few more details, our protagonist has heard enough. He stands abruptly, telling the professor to enjoy her coffee alone. Just as he predicted, she begs him to stay, promising to tell him everything, with a smirk. He sits back down. It's clear her endgame is to make him her assistant, but I have a feeling she's severely underestimated her target. Keep talking, he commands. If you want to earn my respect. Startled, she leans in, whispering that this next part is a closely guarded secret. The bombshell drops. The Great Palace of Valhalla is set to be one of the stadiums for the World Championship next semester. The weight of her words sinks in. Ju Hayak looks at her intently. Is that information reliable? He asks if other professors are aware. She shakes her head, confirming she's the only one who knows. This raises a huge red flag. How could she have such classified intel? Is she just bluffing? Lilia claims she has an informant. Ju Hyak presses on. A world championship, involving every school on the planet. Yes, she confirms. But it's nothing like the Academy competition. While that event was between the world's top 3 schools, the World Championship is the hunter equivalent of the Olympics. To most people, this news would be thrilling. To our protagonist, it's just another frustrating delay. He's not even sure he can enter. His focus remains laser sharp. There has to be a faster way to get in there. His raw determination surprises Lilia. She admits she has no direct contacts within the White Lotus itself. The professor doesn't have a solid plan, but she claims she'll try to pull some strings to get him access. But there's a price for her help. In exchange, he must accompany her to the International Society of Monster Research. She promises it's a simple one-day event, so he won't waste much time. Sometime later, the scene shifts. They arrive in Tottenham, North London, the location of the International Society for Monster Research. The second he reaches the entrance, Ju Hyak is radiating pure fury. The one-day trip was a lie, involving hours of grueling travel, but she just brushes off his anger, reminding him it's the weekend. She even offers to get him Monday off from the academy. Ju Hak cuts her off. Why are we really here? Instead of answering, she leads him into a test room to fight a monster. A crowd of researchers watches, ready to evaluate his every move. Finally, her true motive is revealed. He's here to be the living proof for an article she's writing. In exchange for her help, he must become her lab rat. A monstrous boar charges, and is instantly obliterated in a single strike. But it wasn't just one monster. For an hour and a half, he faced a relentless onslaught, a brutal gauntlet designed to push him to his limits. Exhausted, Ju Hyak confronts Lilia. You said there would only be 3 monsters. It was yet another lie. Why were there so many show? He demands. Professor Lilia plays dumb. He sighs, changing the subject, sensing the hostile atmosphere. Ever since they walked in, they've been stared at, as if they were enemies on hostile ground. He sarcastically asks if she tried to recruit these people as assistants. 2. That's when the professor finally reveals everything. She explains that for decades, the research world has been built on certain established techniques and theories. Then, an article appeared out of nowhere. A single paper that contradicted everything they believed to be true. He finally understands. These people are desperately clinging to archaic, inefficient knowledge. But he questions what these combat tests are for. If they want to prove your article wrong, he asks, why don't they just fight the monsters themselves? A dark look crosses the professor's face as she replies, because they don't want to model. In this world, a powerful elite controls all accepted theories on hunting strategies, forcing their methods upon everyone. They rig their own tests, ensuring only their desired outcomes are proven true. But the truth is, the high-ranking members of this society are nothing but incompetent fools who inherited their power. After hearing this revelation, the old guard bristled, their precious theories now challenged. The protagonist found their arrogance disgusting and was glad to help the professor expose them. His part of the deal was done. Now, it was her turn to repay the favor, help him get into the White Lotus. Lilia then smiled, saying he'd made a brilliant choice coming here. Because as it turned out, the director of the White Lotus was on these very grounds. Zu Hyuk, ever sharp, put the pieces together. He knew exactly who she was. If he'd seen her today, he would speak to her at once. But before he could even rise, a knock echoed at the door. A voice asked if student Juk was present, and if they could have a word. That voice, it was familiar. He calls for them to enter. The room was instantly filled with a blinding, ethereal beauty. Standing before them was the director of the White Lotus Academy herself, easily one of the most stunning women in existence. Not only that, she spoke with grace, introducing herself as Zillion, and saying it was a pleasure to finally meet him. Our main character returned the courtesy, stating his own name and asking how he could be of service. The woman revealed she was there to ask a favor, to see if he would be willing to handle someone for her. Professor Lilia sensed the conversation was about to get serious and excused herself. Leaving the two of them alone, Juk asked her what the mission was. She began to explain how her Geo family was the first to rise after the Age of Chaos. It was through their power that they built the White Lotus Academy, forging generations of legendary warriors. But within the family, a monstrous genius was born, one who could defeat grown adults at just 13. This prodigy trampled over their own siblings, and even the Zeolan clan. In the end, not even the head of their own family was a match for this person's might. Believing there was nothing left to learn from the outside world, this individual sealed themselves away in the family's private training room. Ju Hyuk cut to the chase. She wanted him to go in there and shatter this prodigy's arrogance. Celian confirmed it. However, Juk questioned her choice. Surely there were countless masters she could ask. He even noted that her own magical power was far from ordinary. A faint smile touched her lips. She admitted he had sharp eyes. as she'd used magic to conceal her true strength. But two complications remained. First, this person fought using pure, overwhelming physical power. And second, the prodigy was the exact same age as Yuk. After witnessing his performance in the competition, she knew he was the only one who could match them physically. A defeat at the hands of a peer would be the ultimate blow to their pride. And that was why she came to him personally. Zu Hyuk accepted the challenge, but made it clear he wouldn't do it for free. Cillian agreed, stating her own immense influence. As a titan of the world, she could grant him almost any favor, anywhere. But our protagonist cut her off. He had no interest in money or status. There was only one place he needed to go. Could she grant him access? His demand completely stunned her. The scene shifts. They are now in China, standing before the magnificent White Lotus Group headquarters. Juke remarks that he didn't expect to leave on the very same day. Cillian simply replied that he was free until Monday. The sooner they acted, the better. He couldn't argue with that logic. She then confirmed his destination, the Great Palace. He nodded. She assured him it was a simple request. But first, they had to go inside. As they walked through the halls, students stared in shock at the director's presence. They soon entered a private chamber. He turned to her, admitting something was bothering him. She inquired what it was. He noted her apparent disinterest in the competition, yet her desperation to have him deal with this person. She confessed that shattering this prodigy's arrogance was paramount. Only then could she reorganize the White Lotus and reclaim its former glory. Juke said he understood her goal, but questioned if one arrogant individual could truly be that important to her grand design. She gestured towards a glowing magic seal on the floor, telling him everything was ready. Stepping onto it would transport him to the training room. As the light enveloped him, he asked for the prodigy's name. Yanlang, she replied. Upon arriving, he saw her, the so-called special genius, an arrogant girl with fire in her eyes. She scoffed, assuming he was another pawn sent by the family to drag her out. She told him to get lost. Juke retorted, asking if she was always this rude. He threw a powerful, disciplined punch, but she caught his fist with impossible ease. His eyes widened in shock. She retaliated with a palm strike shimmering with aura, calling him an idiot for underestimating her and mocking his feeble attack. Unfazed, he simply said they should probably introduce themselves first. But she's stunned to see him completely unscathed. He had caught her wrist, effortlessly stopping the attack. Now, Zu Hyuk unleashes his own counter. She throws up an arm to defend herself. The force of the blow sends a jolt of pain through her, forcing Yanlang to stumble back. The tables had turned completely. The arrogant girl now demands to know the name of this handsome stranger. He reveals he's just a 17-year-old high school student who simply underestimated his opponent. The girl now tries to create distance, searching for an opening, but he gives her no such chance to regroup. He winds up for another punch, striking her directly in the stomach. A flicker of excitement crosses his face. For the first time, someone had surpassed his expectations. She staggered backward, absorbing the impact to lessen the damage. Juke had to admit, she wasn't half bad. Not even his disciples from 300 years ago possessed this level of skill. Yanlang begins to take this fight seriously. There was no way someone her age should be on the same level as her. A smile of pure excitement begins to spread across her face. If he's this powerful, it means she can finally go all out. Zu Hyuk is pleased to see her pride is still burning bright. This gives him the perfect excuse to continue the battle. But they are not alone. Their fight is being broadcast on a screen. It is Xiaoyan watching intently. Her secretary calls her, admitting it might be presumptuous. But he questions if Zu Hyuk will truly be all right. The man can't believe a student from another school could stand against a prodigy from the White Lotus. He points out that Zu Hyuk is currently being overwhelmed by her. Isn't this just a waste of our time? He asks. The secretary's next words border on insubordination, noting that even the young miss herself lost to Yanlang. But to save face, he quickly adds, it was a fight without any magic power. It was a contest of pure physical strength. The only way his master could have possibly been defeated. Though she dislikes the memory, she admits her defeat to the girl. But she confesses that even with magic, she doubts she would have won. The secretary is shocked by her words, refusing to accept such a possibility. However, the woman explains that back then, the gap in magic power between them was tiny, and that was several years ago. Xiaoyan is certain the girl has grown even more powerful, both physically and mentally, since that day. So her own chances of winning, even with magic, would be slim, as if that shock wasn't enough. The man worries that Zu Hyuk will die if this continues. Despite her subordinate's panic, the woman remains perfectly calm. She declares that the boy is anything but normal. There's something strange about him, and his legendary feats in Valhalla are proof of that. We cut back to the raging battle. The manaless ninja girl rushes our protagonist. Her claw-like strike is blindingly fast, but Juke evades it. Yanlang instantly follows up with a devastating knee strike. She feels the impact and thinks she's finally landed a solid hit. But a moment later, searing pain explodes from her knee as she screams. Yanlong cries out, questioning if his head is made of steel. Zu Hyuk doesn't even bother to deny it. The girl was certain she landed a clean hit. He decided to test whose was harder, his forehead or her knee. Was this guy completely insane? Frustration begins to boil within the girl. Even her most powerful attacks are having no effect whatsoever. She grits her teeth. This is a wound to her pride. This boy's physical strength is on another level. She demands to know why he isn't using his magic. The protagonist simply replies, "Because I knew you preferred it this way." His words ignite her fury. She tells him to use every ounce of his power, because she is about to do the same. This will now be a battle with both sides at their absolute maximum. Zu Hyuk senses the girl gathering her magic, realizing she's a master of that art as well. "Are you angry?" he asks. His slight smirk pushes the girl over the edge. In that case, the legendary hero declares he will shatter her pride. As Yan Lang feels his overwhelming mana, her composure breaks. She begins to question if he's really just a high schooler. She's now certain of one thing: this boy is the craziest opponent she has ever faced. If that's the case, then there's no longer any reason to hold back. Yan Lang vanishes, reappearing before him in a flash. Her fist, glowing with magical energy, shoots toward his forehead. Juke remains perfectly still until her knuckles almost graze his skin. The girl smirks, convinced of her victory, but he bends backward like something out of a movie, leaving her completely stunned. "I've had my fun," Juyuk says calmly. "But now it's time to uphold my end of the bargain." He strikes with a single blow so powerful it lifts her clean off the ground. With the last breath in her lungs, she whispers, "You monster!" And with that, another challenger falls to his overwhelming power. The protagonist clenches his fist, satisfied with the feeling. But in the observation room, the two spectators are frozen in shock. They had just witnessed the impossible. After defeating the girl, Zu Hyuk gently carries her inside to meet Li Yan. Just as he promised, he brought the girl back after her defeat. Xiaoyan was speechless for several minutes after the fight concluded. She finally asks if Zu Hyuk is injured. Maybe a broken skull or a fractured fist, but he doesn't have a single scratch on him. The woman insists, wanting to know just how difficult that fight truly was. He considered the clash to be well-balanced, a true exchange of blows. But in the end, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. The careless way he let her drop said it all. Jolted awake by the impact, the girl's eyes fluttered open, wondering where she was. Had a meteor just struck her? Yanlin was stunned, realizing that after so long, she had finally been forced out of her secluded training chamber. To my surprise, when her eyes locked onto Xiaoyan, they burned with fury. The elder matriarch, however, cut in, her voice calm. "It's been a long time since we last met. But something far more important is at hand. A promise must be honored. And it is time for payment." She confirmed his reward one last time: access to the Great Palace. He nodded once more. "Very well," she declared. "You may enter now." Ju Hayak never hesitates. Our main character agreed, and they proceeded without another word. Meanwhile, Yanlan had been utterly defeated and simply left behind in the room. An attendant didn't know how to handle the situation, asking if she needed her injuries tended to. But she only had one question. "Tell me the name of the man who defeated me." Until this moment, he had kept his identity hidden. He finally revealed, "My name is Ju Hayak." Upon hearing his name, a slow smile spread across her face. Her arrogance vanished, replaced by pure admiration. "He is the strongest person alive," she declared, absolutely certain of it. Now, all she craved was the chance to fight him again. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure pondered a single question. About the strongest? We returned to Ju Hayak, who questioned if this place was truly a labyrinth. He recalled Xian's warning: the Great Palace was a unique labyrinth, perfectly disguised as a grand castle. She had warned him to be wary of monsters known as living armors. Beyond that, she claimed his exploration should be easy. He'd asked how long he could remain. The answer: about 5 hours. With the clock ticking, Ju Hayak began to stretch, preparing for what lay ahead. And right on cue, the living armors attacked, their only purpose to delay his progress. Sometime later, the last living armor charged him. But he cleaved it in half with a single, fluid motion, the metal shattering into countless pieces. Where is the office? He wondered aloud. Having already cleared more than 20 rooms, searching every single one would take far too long. Just then, Bachi's voice echoed in his mind. "Enter that room. It's just a hunch." As Ju Hayak stepped inside, his eyes were immediately drawn to an old painting on the wall. Looking closer, he realized this place was indeed an office. The main character wondered if the painting depicted a lifter. Below it, an inscription confirmed his suspicion. The name read, "Lifter Johnny." The room was filled with strange items, but his true objective was to find a secret passage. Ju Hayak decided searching was futile, and it was time for a less subtle approach. He began to smash everything in sight, shattering the old furniture. After wrecking several pieces, he discovered a hidden trapdoor in the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he heaved it open and descended. As he stepped down the stairs, the system announced that the conditions had been met. Lifter Johnny's secret room had been found. But what truly shocked our hero was the woman sitting calmly at an ancient table. She sat as if she had been expecting a visitor for years. Ju Hyak demanded, "Who are you? And what is this place?" The mysterious person greeted him warmly and motioned for him to sit. "I am a guide," she introduced herself. Ju Hyak was taken aback. He had never heard of anyone with that name. "That is merely my function," she explained, "not my name." She then added a chilling statement. "My true name was stolen." Those words reminded our hero of his nightmare, of the mysterious being who swore to take his name. Because of this, he asked, "Did that thing steal your name, too?" When the girl confirmed with a solemn nod, he demanded an explanation. After all, none of this made any sense. The guide began. "Names hold immense power. All creatures build their entire existence around their name. Every action and achievement gives weight to that name in the world. It represents their power and influence. And that thing steals those names, absorbing their very essence." As the terrifying implications sunk in, Ju Hyak asked, "What happens to those who have their names stolen?" Her answer was a shock. "You already know such people," she replied. "Those who lose their names become constellations." The main character was floored. "Are you saying all of them truly become constellations?" "Yes," the girl confirmed. "All of them, except for a single type of reincarnation. Your specific case." Ju Hyak grew wary of this person. How could she possibly know his greatest secret? Sensing his mistrust, the girl asked, "Do you still doubt me? Every reincarnator receives a system window." This revelation only left Ju Hyak with more questions. If that was true, did this girl also possess a system window? The main character asked directly, "What do you know about the one from the Tower of Doom who promised to take my name?" She told him the name he sought, the Lord of the Labyrinth. "It was he," she explained, "who sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth long ago, all to make a name for himself and seize its power." The girl's words twisted reality, a concept Ju Hyak couldn't grasp, and frankly, neither could we. He challenged her, stating a labyrinth lord could only send a tower to a domain they control. But before she could reply, a horrifying realization flashed in his eyes. The mysterious girl confirmed his dawning horror. The world they lived in, this planet Earth, was nothing but a massive labyrinth itself. Ju Hyak refused to believe it, but she coolly replied that belief was his choice. The facts, however, were undeniable. Playing along with this insane theory, Ju Hyak questioned the motive. Was sending a Tower of Destruction just a play for fame? She confirmed his guess. Back then, the towers unleashed absolute chaos upon the Earth. Only the most powerful warriors clawed their way to survival, forging legends that allowed them to ascend as godlike constellations. Ju Hyak fell after destroying the tower and its master. But he was certain his disciples had ascended, having carved their own names into history. He came here seeking answers, but this truth only fueled his rage. In the end, it was all just a sick game for an all-powerful labyrinth lord. But the girl corrected him. It wasn't quite that simple. His very reincarnation was an unexpected variable, a disruption to the labyrinth lord's grand design. The one who reincarnated him and granted the system window was not the labyrinth lord. The thought of another omnipotent player on the board made Ju Hyak's blood boil. So, who was this other being? She admitted she didn't know, but was certain their purpose was tied directly to Ju Hyak himself. Deciding not to waste any more time, she summoned a shimmering ring with a flash of magic and pressed it into our protagonist's hand. He yearned to ask more, having finally found someone who understood. But she insisted her time was short. What mattered was this: the opportunity for a counterattack was finally at hand. Ju Hyak then voiced the question on everyone's mind. How could she be out of time, right here and now? Her answer was chilling. The Lord of the Labyrinth was hunting her. To stay any longer meant he would find them both. She promised they would meet again in the future, then snapped her fingers. In the blink of an eye, Ju Hyak was back at the entrance of the Grand Palace Labyrinth. Burdened by this infuriating information, the mood of our reincarnated hero turned dangerously dark. That cursed tower was sent by a being who steals the glory of true heroes. So, the culprit who destroyed his chance at a peaceful life is still out there. This damned labyrinth lord will pay for everything. He carefully examined the ring, confirming it wasn't broadcasting his location. Recalling his past life's treasures, he remembered the storage stones filled with ancient magic. He hadn't absorbed them all yet. That would be his next objective. Even though the people of this era were pathetically weak compared to those from 300 years ago, he had to become even more powerful than his former self. Meanwhile, on a remote island in the North Pacific, a certain man watched the news. seeing a famed group of assassins arrested after being thwarted by a Valhalla student? Seething at the incompetence of his hired pawns, he shattered the tablet's screen in his grip and hurled it to the floor in disgust. This man is the leader of the faithful followers of the Dragon King. Hannibal, he'd been observing Kim Ju-hyak on a constellation's orders. The Ventric family's assassination request was a gift, but even they had failed. His tantrum played out before another figure, George, a major power in the criminal underworld. George remarked that he understood the fury, as he too had lost an important subordinate to the very same boy. George had been responsible for the first assassin sent after Ju-hyak, the one who ended up dead. But George dismissed the failure, calling Dira an amateur who foolishly gave information to the target. Fearing Dira would leak more secrets, George himself had ensured his permanent silence. He then suggested his friend do the same. Those 3 captured assassins are a liability. If he wished, George could silence them as well, eliminating any risk of the information spreading. But what of Ju-hyak himself? How could they eliminate him on that subject? George turned deadly serious. He advised his friend to forget about the boy entirely for now. The reason a monster named Ilgio was watching him, and to interfere would be suicide. The news left the man stunned, a chilling reminder that even villains fear the true monsters among them. George acknowledged that men like them were evil, but there were others who were truly insane, even by their standards. In the end, they agreed touching a target of that person would be a death sentence. For now, they could only watch Ju-hyak from the shadows. It seems, however, that some were already rushing headlong toward their doom, or rather, toward their target. Ju-hyak. Our protagonist found himself surrounded. He was on Valhalla's sacred ground, and demanded to know who they were and what they wanted. Then Ju-hyak questioned their intelligence. Was it really a good idea to mess with a student inside the academy's walls? Despite the situation, it was the criminals who began to feel cornered. Elsewhere, a report came in for Adelia's entry. Her men were all in position. These preparations took quite some time, the woman remarked, her voice dangerously calm. The man tried to explain, but she wasn't interested in excuses. All that mattered was one thing: were they truly ready for him? He hesitated for a moment, then affirmed their readiness, mentioning a peculiar transformation of the sanctuary itself. Finally, Adelia gave her commands. The butler would join the contact group first, and then he would lead the elimination team. He accepted without question, but a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Why was his mistress so wary of a mere student? Her tranquil facade cracked, her tone turning to ice, reminding him she would not tolerate insubordination. But her fury was a tool, a way to ensure they understood the stakes. Once her intention was clear, her calm returned. The greatest mystery was Adelia herself, acting upon the will of her constellation. Their true goal was to summon the Ventric family's divine protector. The situation remains shrouded in mystery. Folks, we must wait to see her true intentions unfold. The soldiers, having surrounded Ju-hyak, began to weave their magic, distorting the very space around him to prevent any escape or interference. Our protagonist immediately recognized the formation of a subspace, a pocket dimension, but not a single trace of fear appeared on his face. He had to admire their strategy. Drawing the Academy's attention would have been a fatal mistake for them. In fact, he was genuinely curious about the mastermind behind this elaborate trap. Ju-hyak spoke, his voice steady. My bet is on the Ventric family. Though a veteran, the butler's eyes widened in shock. How could you possibly know? Our hero simply explained his deduction. Of the 2 enemies he'd made, only the Ventric family didn't resort to dark magic. With their identity exposed, the butler declared there was no longer a need for stealth. It was time to call in the elimination team. The subspace magic dissolved, and in its place, hundreds of armed warriors materialized around Ju-hyak. Their objective was brutally simple: eliminate the target. Yet, even facing impossible odds, Ju-hyak remained completely unshaken. He even chuckled, mocking them. Did it really take all of you to deal with a single student? Orders are absolute, they retorted. Seeing he had no other choice, our main character decided he would just have to play the hand he was dealt. The men moved as one, a wave of steel and intent, but with a single, explosive movement. Ju-hyak sent every attacker on his right flying backward. One person had just effortlessly repelled dozens of trained soldiers. The butler lunged with his sword, but his strike met only empty air. Our protagonist drew his own blade, a look of disappointment on his face. Is this all you can do? Simply swing a sword? Other assassins tried a pincer attack from behind, but even their surprise assault couldn't touch him. Ju-hyak sidestepped with impossible grace. He moved like a phantom, dodging and defeating every opponent without breaking a sweat. The butler's face darkened as he prepared another strike. He tried to attack from the rear, a coward's move, but it failed just as miserably. As the leader of this force, he couldn't even land a single blow. This was not the power of a mere high school student. Despite their murderous intent, our protagonist held back, choosing not to use lethal force. Instead, he used the hilt of his sword, delivering a blow so powerful it felt as if the man's very soul had been knocked from his body. Before darkness consumed him, the soldier's last thought was one of pure regret. He should have listened to his leader's concerns. They should have been better prepared. As the last of the soldiers fell, a new presence entered the field. Ju Hyak smiled. The true mastermind had finally shown herself. Adelia had come to witness the outcome personally. She gazed upon her fallen soldiers, including her trusted butler. Every one of them had been handpicked for being stronger than the average warrior. For this boy to defeat them all so easily, it was terrifying. Adelia drew her blade. You should be proud, Ju Hyak. Witnessing the sacred relic of the Vendrick family is an honor no commoner could ever dream of. The main character laughed. That little dagger is a sacred relic. It's pathetic that your family prides itself on using an army to attack one student. Her pride wounded. Adelia lunged, her treasured dagger aimed to kill. But before her blade could find its mark, the mana stones her soldiers held began to resonate, erupting in a blinding yellow light. No one understood what was happening, not even Adelia. Everyone stared, completely stunned. And yet, our protagonist stood calmly, his hands tucked into his pockets. His overwhelming confidence was almost godlike. Adelia's dagger pulsed with the same golden light as the stones, and a deeply unsettling feeling washed over her. The world lost its color, leaving only the glowing mana stones. Adelia realized everyone, herself included, was paralyzed. In truth, only one person remained unaffected, watching the scene unfold with calm detachment. Everyone else was frozen in time, yet fully conscious. Adelia's mind raced. Was this some kind of forced sanctuary effect, locking her body in place? She looked at her soldiers. Their bodies and minds were completely sealed. She could still think, but how was he still moving freely? The moment his fingers graze Adelia's blade, a system window materializes before him, posing a single crucial question. At first, the master is baffled, until a figure begins to manifest, woven from the brilliant energy of all the mana stones the soldiers had seized. This being is none other than the constellation worshipped by the powerful Vendrick family itself. But what lies beneath its mask is something no one has ever witnessed before. When the girl finally unveils her youthful face, only Juyak and a barely conscious Adelia Vendrick are there to see the truth. An intense silence hangs in the air as the nervous girl awaits his response. Then, we're pulled back into her shadowed past. Years ago, as a child, Juyak had found her in a nearly identical state of despair. Back then, he wasn't the legendary hero, just a simple adventurer who stumbled upon a slave trader. And she was one of its captives. He saw a world of hatred reflected in her eyes, a pain he understood all too well. But the little girl spat back that he understood nothing of her suffering. Juyak admitted he didn't know her story, but then revealed a shocking truth. He, too, had once been a slave. He spoke of his youth, when he was kidnapped and forced to bear the same cursed shackles of prohibition that now bound her. His confession silenced her. He then asked a simple yet profound question. Don't you want to be free? His gaze was deadly serious. But the girl screamed in rage, insisting that freedom was an impossible dream for her. Just leave me alone, she cried. But that wasn't a true answer. So our hero told her a story about the two ways to break her chains. One path is for the owner to willingly grant freedom. The other is for the owner to die. Death typically shatters the seal of prohibition. But with her owner already gone, her situation seemed utterly hopeless. But there was a third path, one almost no one ever considers, to overwhelm the curse magic with your own powerful mana. It was the very method he had mastered to seize his own freedom. With a surge of power, Juyak shattered the shackles, freeing the girl in a way she never thought possible. Her hero then told her to live as freely as she desired and to return to her family. However, the girl had lost more than just her freedom. She had no family, no friends, no one left to return to. In that case, Juyak made an offer. He was about to begin a crusade to crush every slave trader he could find, and he asked if she would join him. And that is how their journey began, and how she became his disciple. Now, after more than 300 years, the memories flood back. But for both of them, her name remains lost to time. Finding his beloved student is a profound relief, and it finally helps him understand the true pain of having one's name stolen. Since Juyak can't recall her real name, he'll call her what he used to in the old days, idiot. It's been a while. Adelia witnessed it all, her mind reeling from the shock of seeing the constellation she worships being called an idiot by the very man they wanted to kill. The masked girl then turns her attention to Adelia. She addresses Juyak as master, asking what should be done with these people. The girl in the crow mask reclaims her relic, dissolving the spell and returning everyone to normal. But now, no one is conscious, not even Adelia. If Juyak wishes, she could end them all right now as punishment. But our hero says no, because he has a much better idea. He wanted to savor the woman's reaction when she realizes the god she follows calls the man she tried to kill Master. We don't know how long they lingered there, But by the next day, the lead professor at the academy saw that the Ventric family had made a donation of 5 billion won to Valhalla to sponsor the student Kim Juyak. It's a staggering sum. Converting to over $3.7 million, a fortune so vast, the professor begins to lose his mind. Instructor Sano went to see his colleague's reaction, having discovered the news as well. He recalls the first time Rakto was accused of ordering Dara to eliminate our main character. The Ventric family threw money at the problem to hush things up, and Juyak refused. That's why he's certain our protagonist will reject them again. To confirm their theory, Juyak is summoned to a meeting. And, to the professor's absolute astonishment, our protagonist says he accepts the money. With a calm expression, he asks what reason he would have to refuse a $3 million gift. Flustered, the professor announces that Juyak is now a VIP student and will have to move to the premium dormitory. Our protagonist admits he has no complaints about his normal dorm, so they can discuss that matter later. Finally, the professor is left wondering what is different this time, compared to when they tried to silence the rumors about Rakto before. As our legendary hero walks through the school, he recalls the conversation with his idiot, crow-masked disciple. She had suggested simply eliminating everyone who tried to harm him. However, he wanted to take better advantage of the situation. Juyak had awakened Adelia and explained to her that their constellation had authorized him to do whatever he wanted with the Ventric family. And then he asked her a chilling question. So what do you think about that? Before Adelia could even speak, the constellation declared the Ventric family's true purpose to serve the master. The shocking truth dawned on Adelia. Was the family motto, all for one, really about him? Yes, the constellation roared, her fury shaking the very air. The foolish girl finally understood. She was standing before the master of her own master. With the truth laid bare, our protagonist stepped forward, his gaze cold. What should I do with them? While Ju Hyuk despised their arrogance, he knew their power in the world was all too real. And because of that power, he had a new mission for Adelia. It was true that under Adelia's leadership, the declining Ventric family had clawed its way back to the top. Therefore, Ju Hyuk issued his command. Continue to lead your family, but from this day forward, you will support my goals. And you will do so without question. To drive the point home, Ju Hyuk gestured to the constellation, a chilling reminder of the stakes. Step out of line, and all of you will take a trip to the afterlife. His loyal disciple interjected, her voice laced with venom. I'd rather kill them all now. Master, just say the word, and it will be done. Her bloodlust then faded into a sigh. I wish I could stay longer, but my time is running out. Manifesting in this realm devoured immense energy, and the mana stones they brought were nearly depleted. Ju Hyuk wondered. Do all constellations face such limits? But that didn't matter now. She couldn't maintain her form any longer. She slowly removed her mask. To see my master's reincarnation with my own eyes, that alone was worth everything. Ju Hyuk understood the depth of her words. Go now, my disciple. Rest. She replaced her mask, her voice urgent. Before I leave, there is one more thing you must know. You are not the only one I watch over. Another has ascended and become a constellation. You will meet them soon. With that final, cryptic message, the figure in the crow mask faded, returning to her own dimension. He had learned so much, yet it only created more questions. Who was this other constellation he was fated to meet? A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could all of his former disciples have ascended? The main character returned to his classroom, his first day back since China. As he took his seat, Yu Yan's intense gaze was fixed upon him. All the while, Ju Hyuk's internal dialogue with Bars continued. Bars's memories were returning. He recalled the Lord of the Labyrinth bestowing upon him the name Bars, and the power to control the Tower of the End. The name and power he was given had twisted his will. Bars now admitted that during that time, he had not been in control of his own actions. The conversation stretched on for hours, even as he walked back to his dorm that night. Ju Hyuk's mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle of the enigmatic Lord of the Labyrinth. The feeling of being a mere pawn was infuriating. But the guide had given him hope, a chance to fight back against this cosmic puppeteer. That knowledge cooled his rage. The very next day, Ju Hyuk met the guide once more. He was shocked to see her so soon, given how urgently she had departed. And what's more, they were in the middle of the academy's cafeteria. How did she even get here? Her eyes fixed on his hand. What is that shiny thing you're holding? Ju Hyuk's anger flared. He wanted to chuck it at her head. In her sudden appearance, his food had vanished. She offered a quick apology for interrupting the most sacred time of day mealtime. But more importantly, is the ring still safe with you? Ju Hyuk confirmed he had it. A satisfied smile touched her lips. Good, because we're going to need it. Starting now. The protagonist looked down at the object. Despite her words, it didn't look like much of a weapon. The guide simply said, just use it. Try to clear a labyrinth with it. Ju Hyuk scoffed. Natural labyrinths were a relic of the past, and any that remained were already claimed. But the guide shook her head. We aren't targeting those. The Lord of the Labyrinth is about to create new ones right here on Earth. Those are our targets. It would be just like the calamity from before. That word alone sent a chill down Juhyuk's spine, bringing back memories of a devastating war. It was during that calamity that he rose as a legendary hero, a time when countless dungeons broke, unleashing the greatest chaos Earth had ever seen. The protagonist's face hardened. When and where will these new dungeons appear? They will begin in approximately 3 months, she replied. And it seems the first will appear in a specific place. A country called Korea. She said the name as if it were a distant land. A grim smile formed on the protagonist's face. Perfect. That's where I live. Convenient indeed, she agreed. But never forget, this world belongs to the Lord of the Labyrinth. Then why would he create new labyrinths on his own territory? The protagonist's eyes widened with understanding. He's preparing to harvest new names. Exactly, she confirmed. Just like before, he will raise towers to forge new heroes, only to steal their power and their very names for himself, model. The mysterious woman revealed a crucial secret. Every labyrinth is born from a name, and the full power of that name is concentrated into its final boss. Yuok's new mission was clear. He must absorb the names from every dungeon the Labyrinth Lord creates. This was the first step in their grand counterattack. But Yuok, ever the strategist, saw a flaw. Stealing 1 or 2 names, he questioned. Is that enough to challenge a being like the Labyrinth Lord? She had to admit, he was right. The true plan was far more cunning. When the Labyrinth Lord sees his dungeons vanishing before they can build up enough renown to create a legendary name, she affirmed he would grow desperate, unleashing countless names upon the world at once. That would be their golden opportunity. Yuok's task was to absorb as many names as he could, converting them into raw power. But as he processed this, a critical question formed in his mind. If we're both stealing names for power, how are we any different from him? His question caught her completely off guard. She never imagined he would care about such moral lines. Yuok simply replied, "Then you clearly don't know me at all." The red-haired woman began to explain the vital difference. First, we don't harm a single soul to obtain these names. When the Labyrinth Lord steals a name, the victim's soul is torn away, forced to become a constellation or reincarnate. Whichever path they take, their physical body is erased, trapped forever in the void of non-existence. But with the ring, she continued, you only absorb the power. The person remains completely alive and unharmed. Furthermore, the contract binding them to you will weaken over time. Eventually, they'll be completely free. She placed the choice squarely in his hands. You will meet each person, and you can decide for yourself whether to take their name or not. Yuok's response was cryptic. When the calamity arrives, you'll have your answer. The woman then added a new objective he needed to build a team. He questioned, so we just destroy the labyrinth and it's all over? Yes, she confirmed. But there's a catch. Any monsters that escape during the raid won't disappear when the labyrinth collapses. That's why he needed a powerful team to hunt down the monsters that would inevitably break free. Just like that, her spell faded. Yuok was suddenly back in the cafeteria line, leaving everyone staring in utter confusion. Where did this guy just pop out from? Walking back to his dorm, he grumbled to himself. That woman was nothing but trouble. The least she could have done was drop him somewhere less conspicuous. Now, he was left to ponder her request to form a team. He wasn't opposed to the idea. After all, in his past life, he'd had many disciples of his own. Lost deep in thought, a figure suddenly blocked his path. It was the girl from China. She stood there, overflowing with confidence. Yuok sighed. Are you another maniac who enjoys getting beaten to a pulp? I've thought long and hard since our last fight, she declared. And I've reached a conclusion I lost because you were stronger. He could only think, wow, what a genius. But she wasn't finished. I thought we were the same. Two people who have never known the bitter taste of defeat. If that's what you believe, Yuok shot back, then you are completely mistaken. I'm strong because I clawed my way here through relentless effort, not because of some innate talent, Yan Wang admitted. That's what I used to think. But now I understand. Those fists carry the weight of countless battles. The only thing separating us is pure combat experience. She claimed that just one fight with him had made her stronger. So, she declared her intention to stay and challenge him again and again, until the day she finally won. Yuok couldn't believe it. First, a maniac begging for sword lessons, and now a lunatic who thinks getting punched is a form of martial arts training. Yuok told her flatly to stay away, but giving up wasn't in her vocabulary. She'd come all the way from China to Korea just for this. He retorted, shouldn't you be mastering your own family's techniques? His words hit a nerve, and the fire in her eyes was instantly replaced by a deep sadness. She confessed that her family had only taught her until she was 6 years old. After that, they completely cut her off from all training. Yan Wang didn't know why. Desperate to improve, she challenged powerful adults to hone her skills, a choice that only isolated her further. Hearing her side of the story, Hwak realized something was wrong. This was completely different from the official version he'd been told. This girl was a natural genius who lived for battle. Yet, the rumors claimed she was the one who abandoned her training and chose isolation. Hwak then asked, "Is staying isolated in the White Lotus Palace a requirement for training?" Yan Wang shook her head. It wasn't. She chose to stay there herself, because she was sick of being treated like a problem child, ostracized by her own family. But just as quickly, the excitement returned to her eyes. "It doesn't matter anymore," she exclaimed, "because now I found you." By fighting him over and over, she could reach new heights without her family's help. Of course, he refused to waste his time as her personal training dummy. Desperate, Yan Wang begged him, "Please teach me your martial arts." But for the protagonist, the pieces still weren't adding up. If her family had cast her out and wanted her confined, then why was Xian so desperate to bring her back? If her story was true, it made more sense for her family to keep her hidden away in that palace forever. Something wasn't right and model. Fine, he agreed, but pulled his hands back. A battle was inevitable. But fighting in the middle of the street was pure madness. And so, inside the Academy's training hall, two beautiful warriors were sparring while a mountain of muscle lifted weights. They all paused, sensing Zhuge arrival and the unfamiliar woman at his side. In a flash, Cho Aram materialized beside the protagonist, calling his name with an unnerving calm. Not even a grandmaster could have predicted her phantom-like movements. Choi Aaron demanded, "Who is this woman?" Zhuge explained they'd met at the White Lotus, and she had come all this way just to fight him. Upon hearing this, a thought struck Choi Aram. Could it be? There was only one explanation. Why come from so far away just for a fight, she wondered. It seemed the battle-crazed were drawn to one another like moths to a flame. Yan Lang stepped up to Cho, her eyes blazing. "You want a piece of him too." Even Yo Yan couldn't hide a spark of jealousy. After tense introductions and threats were exchanged, the air crackled with anticipation. The battle was about to begin. But our protagonist raised a hand. "I recall agreeing to a fight between myself and Yan Lang. So why is there an intent audience here?" Yan Long just smirked. A crowd didn't bother her. All she cared about was showing him just how much stronger she had become. "In that case," Zhuge replied with a grin, "I am eager to witness how much you've improved in such a short time." In that moment, the words of that irritating woman echoed in his mind. He needed to build a team. "Yan Lang," he declared, "if you truly seek power, you must accept my challenge. If I win this fight, you will become my disciple." She was desperate to fight him, but this condition was absurd. She immediately refused. "Very well," our protagonist said, his eyes hardening. "From this point on, we'll let our fists do the talking." The lunatic with muscles for brains grinned wildly. "Now you're speaking my language." She charged forward, launching a devastating elbow strike. He had to admit it. She was on a completely different level than before. His acknowledgement only fueled her excitement. "This time," she roared, "you won't be able to block this." Her mana aura exploded with such incredible force that the other girls were blown back from the arena's edge. The muscular observer was stunned. Her mana concentration. It's even denser than Zhuge Liang's during the tournament. Yan Lang then channeled all her power into her ultimate strike. She told herself that since he'd proven he was the strongest, she could unleash her full power without holding anything back. But to her absolute astonishment, Zhuge Liang mirrored her exact combat stance. "Let's see whose technique is superior," he proposed. With battle-crazed joy on their faces, their fists collided, energy sparked from the impact, creating a titanic gust of wind. Yan Long was using every last ounce of her strength, yet she recognized she was being overwhelmed by his power. But that should be impossible. At that moment, her mana reserves were clearly greater than his. He's gotten even stronger. "Now, it's my turn," the protagonist declared. "And I will only use this next move once. If you can block it, victory is yours." He prepared a powerful kick and aimed it directly at the girl's defense. Although she defended against the kick, it was impossible to nullify the staggering impact. Yan Lang was defeated with just one blow. With that, the protagonist smirked. He had just gained another disciple. After sleeping for a while, she finally woke up and asked what happened. A sharp pain shot through her stomach as she remembered. "I must have lost." She groaned. "I thought you'd be out until tomorrow," he commented. "You woke up rather quickly." The girl glared. Is that a compliment or an insult? He just smiled. "You should learn not to question your master." The girl admitted she considered suggesting a fight without mana, but it seemed the outcome would have been the same. She acknowledged his overwhelming strength, declaring her pride in becoming his disciple. Yan Long then asked if she was officially his first disciple now, but our legendary hero replied that wasn't the case. Besides, why was a high school student already taking disciples in the first place? Cho Aram then purred to the cat-toothed girl. He's telling the truth. I was the master's first student. Meow. How was he supposed to explain that she wasn't the first either? He'd better just let that go. But Yanlang was absolutely furious about the meow. Cho Aram asked playfully, "Are you trying to pick a fight with me?" She replied, "Yes. Are you mad?" "My name is not Meow," Yanlang snapped. "Stop giving me weird nicknames," Cho Aram insisted. "But Meow is cute." Zhuge watched their argument, lost in thought. This felt so nostalgic, like so many years ago. This used to happen all the time with his former students. This scene was actually quite pleasant, so he simply watched the two of them bond for a while longer. Even after 300 years, moments like this were still enjoyable. After a while, he called out, "Meow?" And even though she was just complaining about the nickname, how could she possibly resist her new master? Zhuge told Meow to show respect to Cho Aram, because she was her senpai. "And Aram," he added, "you should help the younger ones, like a good senpai would." Aram was absolutely thrilled to be acknowledged by her master. Yanlang couldn't hide her bitter jealousy. Or perhaps it was the sting of failing to be the first in yet another thing. "All right, that's enough joking for one day," the protagonist declared, calling for rest. But in that moment, Yanlang asked a critical question. "Where am I supposed to sleep?" The main character shot back, wondering if she hadn't already figured that out before she arrived. The truth was, she hadn't thought about it at all. Yanlang simply told So Hyun she was flying to Korea to fight, and boarded a plane without a single other plan. Soo Hyuk began to seriously wonder, did he just gain a disciple or another daughter to raise? Regardless, he had a solution. The academy had just given him a new room, and now that room would belong to Yanlang. This news, of course, sparked a familiar flame of jealousy in Aram, who couldn't resist making a few more jokes with her new rival. After watching the girls forge their new friendship, he finally left. Despite not training much, he felt a deeper exhaustion than usual. Reflecting on his students, he knew Cho Aram and Meow were truly his to guide. Sael Hwan, however, was still building her physique, a long way from proper sword lessons. And Jahook, he was a lone wolf, completely uninterested, forging his own path. A heavy doubt weighed on his mind. Would these two truly be enough to face the disaster looming just 3 months away, as he pondered their fate? His phone rang. The call was from Adelia. He answered bluntly, asking what she needed. The woman on the other end was completely transformed from their last encounter. Even through the phone, he could feel the palpable fear she now held for her new master. Adelia was calling to confirm that she had fulfilled all his requests, and to deliver her latest report. Our protagonist then gave her a new, grim command recruit contractors to fight. A great disaster would strike in 3 months. Though this was world-shaking information, Ji-hook simply said his sources were secret. He laid out exactly what the woman needed to do. Then, Adelia asked for a personal favor. Could Ji-hook speak on her behalf to Lady Constellation? The powerful being was ignoring her, refusing to respond. In reality, the girl was just resting after expending too much energy that day. But that was a truth Adelia didn't need to know. And so, Ji-hook simply said he would pass on the message. On another day, deep into their training, Yan Wang begged for a break, gasping that she would die. Despite her dramatics, Ji-hook praised her. Her progress was advancing much faster than he had ever expected. But, keeping with the recent tradition of training interruptions, a woman entered the gym, calling out for Yanlang. This visitor looked uncannily like Xiao Yan from the White Lotus Academy, but it was not her. The woman announced that Yanlang's mother had come to collect her. But instead of joy, pure fury ignited it in the young disciple's eyes. The protagonist was confused. He could have sworn that Xiao Yan was her mother. Only then did the woman introduce herself as Xiao Yanhua, the current leader of the Xiao family. And because of that title, she was now Yanlang's new mother. Suddenly, it all made sense. Ji-hook realized Xiao Yanhua was the younger sister of the White Lotus leader. He briefly wondered if the names he'd heard before had been mistranslated. The girl's mother claimed her sister was supposed to contact her the moment Yanlang left the palace, but she never did. The reason for that betrayal could wait. All that mattered now was taking her daughter back home. Trembling, Yanlang finally spoke. "Why? After you exiled me." Though she couldn't possibly understand her mother's reasons, Yanlang screamed that she didn't care anymore and she would not go back. The woman's face was a mask of ice. "Rejecting you was an order from the constellation. You, of all people, should know that." But that explanation meant nothing to her. "I never heard that from you," the girl shot back. "That was just a rumor the maids spread." The two clashed, with the mother insisting the constellation's will was absolute. The new order was to bring Yanlang back, and this time, the constellation was finally willing to recognize the girl. The words didn't sit right with Meow. "So I'm only here because of another order." Her mother confirmed it with chilling indifference. The girl trembled, fighting a storm of emotions, and delivered her firm answer. No. The woman's expression made it clear that no was not an acceptable answer. But her daughter insisted. This is Valhalla Academy. Outsiders cannot disrupt our training. Xiao Yanhua had expected this. She knew force would be the only way. Concentrating a terrifying amount of mana? She struck at her own child. But to everyone's astonishment, the girl completely defended against the devastating attack. Not even Yanlang's arrogant mother had seen that coming. If you're willing to break the rules, Yanlang declared, then I won't hold back. I will expel you myself. She unleashed powerful attacks feared by the strongest warriors, but her mother parried them with ease. You've grown stronger, she praised coldly, before launching her daughter into the air, nearly knocking her unconscious. Mother and daughter were locked in a vicious battle, their pained arguments clashing like steel. This intense family feud was being watched by Cho Aram and the protagonist. Aram nervously questioned if they should call the head instructor, but the protagonist refused. Calling for help now would only cause a far greater commotion. He disliked the woman, but he knew this was a fight they had to face on their own. For now, Cho Aim watched, recognizing that soul-crushing frustration with family. Though she never spoke of it, she had walked that very same painful path herself. Yanlang fought with everything she had, desperately trying to overcome her own mother. But when she finally landed a heavy blow, the consequences were dire. A bitter frost instantly encased her leg. Her mother's voice was chilling. This is the power of our family's constellation. The blessing of the Snow King is only granted to those he deems worthy. If she just surrenders and returns, she too can forge a contract and be accepted. But our kitty refused to go back, no matter what, and her mother was prepared to do anything to drag her home. Yanlang screamed she would rather die than return. Her mother's reply was ice cold. The dead don't get a say. She moved in, ready to freeze her daughter solid and carry her away. The girl shut her eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But our legendary hero decided he'd seen enough. With his hands still casually tucked in his pockets, he blocked the attack with a single kick. Yanlang stared in disbelief, never expecting him to intervene. But Jui was radiating fury. What kind of mother would hurt her own child like this? The woman masked her shock, coldly stating that outsiders had no place in family matters. The excuse reminded him of Cho Aim's brother, and his annoyance spiked. These people were all the same. The woman couldn't comprehend how he'd stopped her, how her mother was so easily overwhelmed. There was only one impossible answer. His magic was stronger than that of a constellation. Our protagonist told Aram to get Yanlang out of there, the girl protested, not wanting him to fight her battles. But with her leg completely immobilized, she knew she was helpless. Besides, Jui declared that a master can't simply watch his student be harmed. Seeing the kitten's look of pure admiration made Cho Ram squirm. Is this girl trying to steal my senpai? Yanlang's mother was stunned. This was the first she'd heard of her daughter having a master. It made no sense. A teenager teaching another teenager? The woman questioned his true motives, but he was direct. He simply could not accept her twisted methods. If words wouldn't sway him, then she would take him down by force before taking her daughter. The protagonist noted that despite her calm facade, she was just as ferocious as Yanlang. Her attacks were too powerful to block without wasting immense energy, so dodging was the only choice. But every time he dodged, the surrounding equipment was flash frozen and shattered by the intense cold. Jue analyzed the attack's effects, then calmly informed her she would be paying for every last bit of damage before she returned to China. She agreed to pay, if he could win. At that, our hero decided blocking was foolish and dodging was inefficient. That left only one option. He lashed out, his kick charged with magic, completely dispersing her icy assault. The blow staggered her, but it was only a feint, designed to create an opening for the real attack. The next strike slammed into her abdomen with brutal force. The impact was so powerful, it drove the air from her lungs as she collapsed to the ground. Unlike her daughter, the woman didn't lose consciousness from the single blow. But it was more than enough to declare our legendary hero the victor. Even knowing her master's strength, Yanlang was utterly speechless. Her mother felt the same awe, admitting defeat, but her words carried a dark warning. This isn't over. She had to take Yanlang back. It was the constellation's direct command. Even if she failed, others would be sent in her place. Hearing this, the girl was crushed. In the end, her own feelings meant nothing. Her mother twisted the knife, confirming her fears. That's right. The constellation's will is all that matters. Our kitty trembled, asking if she'd have to fight like this forever. She couldn't take it anymore. Seeing his student completely broken was the final straw for Jui. His voice became dangerously cold. Tell me, how do I meet this constellation of yours? He would simply convince the constellation to rescind its order. For the first time, the woman looked at him with genuine horror. Who would be foolish enough to say something so insane? She explained it could only be summoned with magic stones. a privilege he would never be granted. The protagonist was unfazed. He already knew. One simply had to touch the family relic to enter the mind realm where the being resided. He was only a student, yet he knew so much. The woman couldn't deny his knowledge, so she warned him. To enter the mind realm is to enter the constellation's domain expansion, a place where his very mind would be crushed. You would still dare to face it inside its own domain? His answer was firm. Yes. The woman accepted his insane proposal. But first, he would need the approval of the other family members. She promised to arrange the meeting in 1 week, but this deal seemed entirely one-sided. And if you lose, what are your stakes? The protagonist met her gaze. I'll accept any condition, but if I win, you leave Yanlang alone for the rest of her life. I will take care of her. And with that, the deal was struck. She saw his confidence as pure arrogance, but agreed to his terms. The moment the woman left, Zhu Hyok's hidden fury finally erupted. 1 week later, the word was out. The main character was set to face the Frozen King constellation. Their fated clash was set. But before that day dawned, another story needed to be told. A few days prior, at the academy dorms, our protagonist escorted Yan Lang to her new quarters. The room itself was sprawling and unbelievably luxurious. It easily dwarfed her own family's mansion. Stunned, she asked if this place was truly just for her. He simply confirmed it was. This suite was originally meant for him, but he had given it to her instead. Hearing this, a deep blush crept across her face. Yanlang then questioned his motives. Why was he doing so much for her? Was the training that painful? Was she planning to give up? But that was just a deflection. He quickly changed the subject, asking about her family's constellation. The kitty told him what little she knew of the Frozen King, which wasn't much, given her years of isolation. All she knew for certain was that the constellation never interfered in the family's business. She'd heard that some members weren't even aware of its existence. That's why its order to capture her was so strange. Yanlang pressed again. Was he only doing this because she was his disciple? Zhu Hyuk admitted it was more than that. He confessed his disgust for the arrogant powerful who use their status to crush others. That was why he got involved. He asked if it made her uncomfortable. She vehemently denied it. Not at all. In fact, no one had ever shown her so much care in her entire life. For that, she wanted to thank him. Our protagonist wondered what reason the constellation could have for wanting Yan Lang, but even she didn't have a clue. In that case, only one path remained. He would confront the Frozen King. He told his student to rest and leave everything to him. He would, however, need her to be his guide when they journeyed to China. After he left her alone, she felt her feline heart pounding in her chest for a reason she couldn't begin to understand. Back in his room, the main character called Adelia, informing her that he had clashed with the head of the Seoul family. The news nearly sent her reeling. Curious, she demanded to know the reason. He calmly stated he needed the equipment she'd destroyed to be replaced. Could she manage it? Adelia replied that now, she would do anything for him. As for the Seoul family's constellation, Adelia's information confirmed the rumors. It never involved itself in family matters. It remained completely passive to the affairs of the outside world. He then asked if his other student had woken from her slumber. According to Adelia, she was still unresponsive. For a moment, Adelia prepared to ask a rather bold question. Was he inquiring about her constellation's condition, so that he could praise her for how well she had served him? He replied coldly that he was rethinking whether she'd done a good job at all. Adelia begged for 1,000 pardons and quickly hung up. In the end, they learned nothing new about the mysterious being. Barge then questioned his master, noting that the Ju Hyuk he knew never asked questions first and struck later. That may be true, but he no longer had the absolute confidence he possessed in his past life as the strongest of all. That's when Barge revealed a critical piece of the puzzle. When one enters the mind realm, physical power means nothing. True strength comes from knowledge. Barge explained that constellations are weakened on Earth, just as normal humans are weakened when they enter the mind realm. However, Ju Hyuk is the exception. His strength is forged from the sum of 2 entire lifetimes. A few days later, he arrived at the Seoul family mansion. The matriarch was stunned he actually appeared, assuming his challenge was just a bluff. Ju Hyuk, on the other hand, was perfectly calm and wanted to get straight to the sacred relic. Seol Yan led the way. Ju Hyuk told his dear kitty to wait there until he was finished. All she could do was wait for the outcome of this fateful encounter. The room containing the Frozen King's relic was another world. The chamber felt like an industrial freezer running without power. One might think the family fortune came from a butcher shop. The woman lifted the box containing the relic, musing on what she would demand in return for Ju Hyuk's inevitable loss. She suggested that he would become a slave to her family. Strangely, Ju Hyuk accepted without a second thought, simply asking for the relic. The moment he touched it, his consciousness was dragged to the altar of the Frozen King. Though it was prepared for their meeting, the constellation had no idea it was about to receive an unexpected visitor. Ju Hyak observed the challenger. He wasn't one of his disciples. but there was a strange familiarity to him. He wondered, just who could this man be? The constellation's voice boomed. So, it is him. A being who threatens the very Soul Clan. This only deepened Ju Hyak's question, demanding to know his identity. The king readied his fist, a chilling promise in his voice. If you survive this, then we can talk. But Ju Hyuk just smiled as gigantic spears of ice rained down upon him. They crashed to the ground with thunderous force. But the king could only watch in disbelief, as Ju Hyuk stood completely indifferent to the assault. He commented on the impressive display. Ju Hyuk had warped space itself to move beyond the attack's range. The king introduced himself as the King of the North, his true name lost to the ages. Over the years, he'd gained many titles, but now he was known as the Chaotic Ice Demon. As he spoke, jagged pillars of ice erupted from the ground, creating a frozen cage to block any hope of escape. The king launched another relentless attack, unleashing a punch that sent a blizzard of ice shards hurtling toward Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk sighed, "This is getting tedious," and drew his sword. The king recognized the blade, but his shock turned to horror as Ju Hyuk shattered it, sending the ice hurtling back. The Ice King scoffed. "To use my own ice against me is absurd. Every snowflake in this realm answers to my will alone." Ju Hyuk charged forward, but his strike was stopped by a single open palm. "Was that pathetic attack meant to obscure my vision?" the king taunted. The Ice King admitted it was a good idea, but it utterly lacked power. Ju Hyuk smirked. "Are you certain about that?" Suddenly, the king began to tremble. In the next instant, Ju Hyuk drove his fist deep into the king's stomach, unleashing a torrent of pure mana that sent the constellation careening back into its own throne. "Finally," the protagonist mused. "A satisfying fight," the Ice King grumbled, staggering to his feet. The magical attack, the shattered sword, it all clicked into place. "Are you the martial god?" Our protagonist confirmed it with a slight smile. "A nickname my disciples gave me." The constellation's mind flashed back. He didn't know the man personally, but he had witnessed his overwhelming power 300 years ago in a memory of him facing a legion of monsters. The king had fought bravely, but he was overwhelmed, determined to take down as many as he could before his own end. But then, the martial god arrived. With a single divine slash, he cleaved through the entire monster army, leaving the king in absolute awe. The magical power he felt now was the same, even if his appearance was different. There was no doubt this was the same man. "So," Ju Hyuk asked, stepping forward, "are you going to attack?" The Ice King grinned, saying he had always wanted to fight him, just once, to see how far he could go. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Yan Lang was on edge. She could feel the disdainful stares of her family members burning into her. She looked away, a bitter taste in her mouth. This was exactly why she never wanted to return to the family. She only came because Ju Hyuk requested she be his guide. As she was lost in thought, two of her relatives approached her. Her sisters, Irene and Fenol, appeared before her. "Are you here to fight?" Yan Lang asked coldly. But they insisted they only came to see her. One of them even admitted they couldn't win against her now. "If you're just here to see me," Yan Lang retorted, "you can stay with the rest of them." But Irene pressed on, saying there were misunderstandings and that she wanted to apologize personally. This statement caught Yan Lang completely off guard. "What do you mean by that?" she demanded. Irene explained that after their last major fight, she never had a chance to truly talk to her and wanted to do so now. It was a late apology, but her sister was trying. Yan Lang's anger flared. "You're only doing this because you're afraid of me now that I'm back," she shouted. But her brother stepped in, pleading for her to wait. He swore it wasn't true, that it was all a terrible misunderstanding. He explained that every time they tried to contact her, their mother had stopped them. And it was worse than that. He revealed that keeping Yan Lang away from training was also their mother's direct order. In that moment, her world shattered. The estrangement from her siblings wasn't born from their jealousy or hatred. They were all just victims of their mother's manipulations. But it wasn't quite that simple. Her sister confessed she had been envious, which was true. But her pride was far greater. Having someone so strong in the family was an amazing honor. They explained that was how they truly felt. Their mother had summoned them in the past, forcing them to stay away from Yan Lang and keep her from training. They revealed their mother was terrified that other clan members would support Yan Lang as the new successor to lead the family. And so, their mother planted seeds of doubt in everyone's minds, painting Yan Lang as a threat and forcing them to distance themselves from their own sister. Then, the siblings dropped another bombshell. They never had any desire to become the clan leaders in the first place. At that very moment, just as the revelation hit, their mother entered the room. Just as we were about to see Yan Lang's reaction to this shocking truth, the scene cuts back to the protagonist's battle with the constellation. The king was firing a volley of ice arrows, desperately trying to land a hit on his opponent. But obviously, he wasn't succeeding. Ju Hyuk closed the distance to the constellation, But before his attack could land, a volley of ice arrows erupted, forcing him back. Yet, they were surprisingly fragile, shattering with ease. He pressed the attack again. For a moment, he tested his foe's power, but none of the icy projectiles were strong enough to even scratch him. The celestial being vowed to encase him in eternal ice. But a martial god isn't a title you gain by chance. Ju Hook confessed he never expected praise mid-battle. But his mind was racing. A warrior this powerful should have been in his memories from his past life. He concluded the constellation must have leveled up here, inside this frozen sanctum. After all, a talent like this. In his previous life, he would have eagerly taken them under his wing. His strange words piqued the god's curiosity. With a smirk, our main character said it was just a simple compliment. A compliment that proved he was worthy of witnessing her divine blade. To be praised by a supreme being was indeed an honor. In return, she would answer with her full, unrestrained power. Their energies collided in a blinding flash, a true test of strength. The Celestial boasted she would overwhelm him. An empty threat. Her attacks couldn't even leave a mark. While Ju Hook's consciousness battled in a spiritual realm, his body stood motionless in the real world. His companion grew anxious. He was taking far too long. Was the god simply toying with him before the final blow, just as she imagined the countless ways he could have lost? He reappeared right before her eyes. She was stunned. His mind bore the scars of an epic battle, yet his physical form was completely pristine. What happened? She demanded. His answer was simple: I defeated the constellation. She scoffed, unaware he was the type to jest. But before another word could leave her lips, a system message appeared. From the constellation herself, declaring her absolute respect for Ju Hook. The words didn't register at first. It was simply too impossible to comprehend. Her gaze fell upon him, her mind reeling. Could this boy truly have overcome a divine being as the truth settled in? The world tilted beneath her feet. Nothing made sense anymore. Her life's purpose was shattered. Her family's guiding deity, defeated by a mere 16-year-old. As her reality crumbled around her, a hand rested on her shoulder. Ju Hook reminded her of their promise. It was time to pay up, though the terms of their deal needed a few revisions. Now, when Ju Hook finally met with Yan Lang, I have to admit, I got a few things wrong. First off, the woman who greeted them earlier was their aunt, not the mother of Yan Lang and her sisters. My second mistake. Thinking these four beauties were my type, turns out they're not. Anyway, back to the main plot. The head of the White Lotus Academy claimed it was a pleasure to see him, but the feeling was definitely not mutual. Her presence here was an unwelcome surprise. Yan Lang quickly asked if his trial with the constellation was over. He confirmed it was, promising to explain on the way. With so many daggers being stared at them, this was no place for a debrief. And just like that, without another word, they made their exit. During their journey, Yan Lang began to express her pity. He had rushed into the trial so recklessly. He must have suffered a devastating loss. With a sorrowful gaze, she sighed. That must have been so difficult for you. To her surprise, our main character agreed. He didn't bother correcting her assumption. Not yet. In her mind, their agreement meant he was now a servant to her family. A wave of guilt washed over Yan Lang. She had wronged the only person who had offered her genuine help in years. Ju Hook, knowing the truth, couldn't help but find her dramatic reaction entertaining. I should have stopped you, she cried. You risked so much for me. She then confessed what her aunt told her, that her mother was a power-hungry monster. From a very young age, her mother had coveted the title of matriarch, creating a deep rift with her own sister. Ascending to the head of the clan only fueled her endless ambition.
Her mother schemed to hold on to her power for the rest of her days.
She planned to shatter tradition, refusing to pass leadership to the next generation, keeping her own children under watch while pulling strings from the darkness. But since Yan Lang could not be controlled, her mother chose to exile her from the clan. She could never understand that insatiable greed, nor why their family's patron deity seemed to approve of it. Ju Hook listened in silence, taking in every detail of Yan Lang's painful story. The irony was bitter. She had never once desired the position of family head for herself. After letting her speak for a while longer, Ju Hook finally cut in. I was going to let you finish, he said. But it seems this could go on forever. The truth is, I won. Yan Lang dismissed it again, not expecting him to joke at a time like this, but his expression was dead serious. I don't joke about battles. Then, he delivered the final blow to her disbelief. Remember, this whole mess began when the constellation summoned you. After you left the palace. She agreed, but he confessed that something felt deeply wrong, as he'd spoken at length with the constellation himself. He recalled how, even when unconscious, the entity required the most delicate handling. So he demanded to know why the constellation was so obsessed with Yan Lang, only to discover the matriarch had requested protection for her youngest daughter. The crushing truth was, the constellation didn't even know Yan Lang by name. It was simply following the matriarch's command. In other words, the powerful being had been manipulated all along. You can only imagine the shock that crashed over Yanlong. Her own mother, consumed by greed, had deceived a being crucial to their family, all to fuel her selfish ambition. If Yanlong disliked her mother before, it was nothing compared to the pure hatred she felt now. This woman had ruined her life and isolated her from her own siblings. Seeing the utter despair in the girl's eyes, our hero revealed his countermove. He'd ordered the constellation to terminate the contract with her mother. She stared in stunned silence, unable to comprehend his reasoning. The legendary hero's explanation was chillingly simple. For a woman who would harm his disciple to gain power, the only fitting punishment was to have that power utterly stripped away. In essence, her right to lead the family was now revoked. At last, Yanlong didn't have to worry anymore. A deep blush spread across her face as she gave him the most adorable thank you. A moment that could melt anyone's heart. Feeling that wasn't enough, she repeated her thanks even louder, hiding her bright red face in embarrassment. For her, this was the single greatest kindness anyone had ever shown her in her entire life. When he brushed it off as nothing, it was clear she was destined to fall for her incredible master. But as they walked toward the airport, they were being watched. A masked figure spoke into a device, asking if they should continue their pursuit. A mysterious voice replied that it was no longer necessary. Their new directive: find this person's enemies. Do these people ever learn? Did they really think their presence went unnoticed? Elsewhere, at what appears to be an abandoned hotel, several individuals, all dressed in identical attire, gather for a secret meeting, clearly part of the same organization. The purpose of this meeting, their constellation had issued a sudden change of plans. Their original target was the teenager, but the order had been revised: find the teenager's enemies. A curious woman asked what kind of person Ju Hook truly was. The agent who tracked him explained that after long observation, he could only conclude that Ju Hook was a complete anomaly. At first, he gathered every piece of intel he could find, but none of it was of any use. The only solid fact he could unearth was that he was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Beyond that, there was nothing. He guaranteed this information was true, as it came from the most reliable sources. The agent explained that he followed every order to track the boy, right up until Ju Hook defeated the head of the Seo family in China. After that incredible feat, the mission was changed from eliminating Ju Hook to finding and eliminating his enemies instead. The constellation then asked if the men without bloodstones were ready. They answered with a resounding yes. Then, each one placed a bloodstone on the table. It seemed some lazy members brought damaged stones. But that's not important. Just my little observation. The masked man reported to his constellation that he had identified Ju Hyak's enemies, the Ventrix, the Inca, and the Easex. The constellation listened in silence. The agent added that the Ventrix had recently shifted from enemies to allies. On top of that, there were rumors that a malicious group called Break Jang was now hunting Ju Hyuk. They could only wonder how this one kid managed to collect so many powerful enemies. But before they could discuss it, the constellation gave a new, absolute order: eliminate all of them. I think you've already figured it out. This constellation must be a disciple of our legendary hero. When Ju Hyuk arrived back in Korea, his phone was flooded with messages from Choram, desperate to speak with him. She needed to tell him she would be missing their fencing classes, as she had to go to her hometown to retrieve something. That was the reason she would be absent from practice. Ju Hyuk wondered what could be so important. Perhaps it was the Choi family relic that would be perfect, as their family's constellation could very well be another of his disciples. The protagonist mulled over these possibilities during his daily training with the girls. I have no idea how he stays focused with so many beautiful women around him. This master has some incredible willpower. Ju Hook then wondered if the White Lotus Academy also had a constellation. Now that he had a direct line to the director, he could investigate if any other disciples were hiding in plain sight. While lost in these thoughts, our main character was jolted by an unexpected visitor. He had never seen this man before and demanded to know who he was and what he wanted. The stranger insisted they talk somewhere more private, warning that there were too many prying eyes watching them. For a conversation this sensitive, he knew the perfect place for some privacy. On his way, he ordered his 2 apprentices to spar, a perfect diversion for his true purpose. He left them to their childish squabble of who was stronger, a faint smirk on his face. In the hallway, his voice cut through the air. "You can come out now. Let's talk." The man in the cat mask got straight to the point, announcing he was here to deliver a message. Now, this was getting interesting. What did this mysterious figure have to say? The man simply gestured to the message itself, a letter from the true owner of this market. Ju Hook's eyes narrowed. Was this from the constellation known as the Ruler of the Shadows? The answer was yes, and this very letter had been sent to many others. The constellation was on a hunt for a very specific individual. If he could decipher the letter's true meaning and provide the correct response, the Ruler of the Shadows would be waiting. Ju Hook unsealed the letter. Barge, the spirit residing in his sword, commented that he had never seen a script like this before. That's because I created it, Ju Hook explained, a secret language that even his disciples had been taught. Now, be honest, did anyone else think this insignia looked like cat ears? I know I did. That very night, our main character made his way towards the market. He had already struck a deal with the white-haired teacher, granting him leave from the academy for the week. As he walked, his own constellation questioned the purpose of creating such special characters. He casually dismissed it as part of his training regimen. With practiced ease, he found the hidden entrance and stepped inside. Before him stood the gateway to the market. As the door swung open for the second time, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Perhaps it was the ethereal purple sun hanging in the sky. Or maybe it's a moon. Our protagonist merely said it reminded him of the sky from 300 years ago. He was pulled from his thoughts by the masked man, asking if the letter had brought him here. Ju Hook affirmed it, asking where he needed to go. The man simply instructed him to follow, leading him to their meeting place, the market headquarters. The view from the top of the building was absolutely stunning, framed by enormous windows. As he took in the sight, he noticed the cat was missing. In its place stood bizarre buildings that seemed to be crafted entirely from paper. He was certain those weren't there on his last visit. Finally, the cat-masked figure approached. "What is your answer to the letter?" Ju Hook replied. "The question itself lacks logic, but I will give her the answer she desires." He then requested a brush and some paper. To the man in the cat mask, this entire situation felt like a joke. This candidate had been summoned on a mere whim. It was impossible for a 16-year-old boy to be the person his master sought. But when our protagonist presented his written answer, the man stared in confusion. The script was identical, but the meaning of the words was completely lost on him. Ju Hook's voice was flat. "It means no." His own constellation reeled in shock. Why refuse? Had he gone mad? The man in the cat mask could barely process his words. "It's confirmed," he stammered. "You are the one the master knows." For her own sanity, he insisted they meet as soon as possible. With that, they presented a staff, a relic belonging to the constellation. They knew how this worked. One touch was all it took to be teleported into her mental realm. I doubt anyone expected the all-powerful ruler to be a young girl, but what you truly couldn't have predicted was that it would be this girl. She spoke softly. "Your appearance has changed, but your magical essence remains the same. How long has it been?" "Luminous. And for everyone who loves a beautifully unhinged character, here she is." The girl immediately dropped to her knees before her master, her voice trembling with joy. "I am so happy to see you again." Even in her madness, her respect for the most important person in her life was absolute. He gently told her to rise, saying such formalities were unnecessary. "Do you truly remember those words?" she asked. Of course, our protagonist would never disappoint. He could never forget something so important. His memory flashed back to the day he first met her. Like so many others, she was bound in chains, a slave. He and his first disciple had discovered the girl. Looking closer, he sensed she was unlike anyone he had ever met. Her eyes held a trauma that ran deeper than any abyss. This girl knew no language, no form of writing. She had never been taught, had no idea how to live in society. She either refused or was unable to learn the languages of the world. So, he created a new alphabet, one crafted specifically for her to learn. The girl beamed, overjoyed that he remembered. It was because of that gift that she first learned to write, a skill that opened the door to mastering every other language. He then revealed the true meaning of the letter. It was a question, "I miss you, master. If we meet again, will you marry me?" "And that is why," he finished. "The answer is no." The devoted girl's face fell. "Why not?" she pleaded. The reason was simple: he didn't have time for such things. There were far more important matters to discuss. The current world was just as perilous as the one from 300 years ago. They had a duty to protect it. Ignoring his grave tone, she suddenly asked, "Did you see the paper buildings outside? Oh, the buildings made of money notes? I saw them. Why?" The manic girl declares that this place is a gift for her master. From this day forward, he can live here. He, of course, flatly refuses, prompting her to question his reasoning. She persists, demanding to know why. And then it hits him. He remembered the warning she couldn't be left alone for too long, or her mind would begin to fracture. So what must it have been like for her? To be utterly alone for 300 years, he could only pray she hadn't completely lost her sanity. For moments precisely like this, he had developed a special technique. Ju Hook extended his legendary finger and delivered a legendary flick to Luminous's forehead, ordering her to get a grip. The main character calmly asks her to settle down and not let her excitement run wild. She asks if it's because he dislikes the gift. After all, this was what he always wanted. He recalled wanting a building filled with money, not a building literally made of it. But then a memory surfaced. Back when he was training the girls, he'd often joke about his dream of living in a structure made entirely of cash. And his most devoted student, the one with a few screws loose, had heard him back then and clearly never forgot. He tried to explain it wasn't a real dream. It was just because they were so poor. Having that much money just seemed like a fantasy. He told her that one day, when peace returned to the world, living buried in a mountain of money would be the ultimate reward. And that's why they had to train relentlessly, to become strong enough to bring about that peace. At the time, the young girl promised she would make his dream a reality, but he had dismissed it as mere childish talk. So now, back in the present, Luminous explained, she couldn't fulfill his dream while he was alive, but she fought on to make it happen even after he was gone. The girl demands to know why he won't accept the gift she poured her soul into. Ignoring her, he asks a different question. Did she know he would be reincarnated? Is that why she built this? She replied that she received a system notification, an alert that her master would one day be reincarnated. A chill ran down his spine as the girl's mania began to resurface. She confessed she couldn't wait a single moment longer for his return. He truly feared her madness. The girl was completely unhinged. He repeated that now was not the time, begging her to calm herself. After a while, they talked more, and her obsessive energy finally subsided. He warned her about the looming threat. The pie of destruction could reappear at any moment. The girl grew anxious, calling the situation frustrating. He explained his new life, as a teenager attending Valhalla Academy, which is why he had to refuse a building made of money. Luminous was heartbroken that her master was rejecting her gift, but then asked him to extend his hand. Even if he refused her greatest offering, he had to at least accept this. This ring would grant him complete access to the entire market, as if he were its true owner. After all, everything she had, and everything she did, was for her master. He sighed, realizing he'd been collecting a lot of rings lately. With that, he bid her farewell and departed. Did Mr. Catmask anticipate this outcome? As the meeting unfolded, a message appeared in his system window. Has that person departed? He responded immediately. He has returned to Valhalla Academy. The constellation fell silent for a long moment, before issuing a new command. You will buy Valhalla Academy for me. The staff member wondered if his master had gone insane. She just gave the grand ring of the constellation's owner to some kid, and now she wants to purchase the very school he attends. What could her reason possibly be? Mustering his courage, he asked the constellation what her relationship was with Juyuk. The girl's reply was swift and absolute. He is her sky, which means he is everything. The scene shifts to a new location, a mysterious island where one man was dismantling countless others. The men losing their teeth were operatives of a criminal syndicate, and the one breaking them was a man named Logan. He was a storm of fury, annihilating everything in his path, demanding to know who was responsible for attacking his son. He tore through them, asking questions and delivering final judgment, erasing them from existence. Curiously, the masked men were also there, observing from the shadows. Their orders were to hunt down the main character's enemies, but it seemed someone else was doing the job for them. This was the great American hero, consumed by a father's wrath because his son was targeted during a test at Valhalla Academy. He was there to capture the leader of this entire organization, but he was too late. The man had already been abducted by a mysterious constellation, snatched from his own territory without a clue as to how. He never even saw his killer. One moment he was there, and the next, his heart was simply disintegrated. Perhaps now, his body finally matched his soul. A man who harms others is a man without a heart. The Lion constellation observed this mental space, ensuring that if he so wished, the man would not be allowed to die. He declared that death would be far too merciful. The captured villain recognized the constellation's aura, asking if he was from the Ilgo clan. The man in the goat mask confirmed his identity. His name is Tudui, the guardian of the Iljo clan. If that was the case, the villain demanded, why was someone of his stature attacking him? His constellation reveals the attack isn't meant for him. The real target was his son. He immediately recognizes the man as Logan. They discuss the sudden change in targets. Originally, the goat mask was after Julia. To put it simply, this constellation sought to eliminate anyone called the strongest, believing that title belonged to only one man who lived 300 years ago. His current target was the real deal, the absolute strongest. So he vowed to crush anyone who dared to harm him. The villain knew that arguing was pointless. Trapped here, death was certain unless he fought back with everything he had. Maybe, just maybe, he could escape this dimension. He unleashed his ultimate attack, but resisting a constellation in its own soul realm was utterly futile. His strike shattered the throne, yet he couldn't even sense the constellation's presence. Within the soul realm, the owner's power is absolute. Defeat was never an option. Once again, his heart pounded in his chest, a feeling all too real as the chilling specter of annihilation washed over him again and again. And with that, we return to the next morning at Valhalla Academy. Our main character steps out of the shower, glances at his phone, and sees the news a notorious criminal organization had been utterly wiped out. Bara immediately asks if they were connected to the assassins from the Academy's competition. He confirms it. It was that very group. Looks like he won't have to hunt them down himself. He admits to himself that the system is the only reason he's here. Once his mission is complete, there would be no reason for him to stay. Meanwhile, the headmaster of Valhalla Academy receives a very unexpected guest. The Cat Mask, a figure from the black market, arrived to make an offer. He got straight to the point he wanted to buy the school. The headmaster, the Academy's founder, demands to know who he is, asking if he's truly the infamous owner of the black market. The Cat Mask confirms it, adding that his offer is deadly serious. The headmaster refuses, explaining that the Academy was built for the students, not for profit. With a snap of his fingers, a mountain of gold appears. The man scoffs, stating that principles have a price. He remembers his past as a fighter, witnessing the terrifying threat of monsters nearly wiping out humanity. Years later, he built this school to raise Earth's future defenders, and he has no intention of changing its purpose or methods. The Cat Mask snaps his fingers again. The pile of money doubles. The headmaster repeats that it's not about the money, but with each refusal. The Cat Mask snaps his fingers until the entire room overflows with gold. It is then revealed that the 62-year-old man had already officially retired and had asked the headmaster to take good care of his school. The sign that once read Academy Owner is torn down, replaced by a new name. The constellation is now the owner, and her very first order, install a surveillance system of unimaginable power. This girl is dead set on protecting her master from any threat, no matter how small. When I say devoted girls are capable of anything, you should probably be careful. Speaking from experience, it's a dangerous game. Now, you'll just have to guess if I'm the crazy one, or if I've dealt with one in my life. Our protagonist, heading home after class, feels a strange shift in the air. Before he can ponder it, Choi approaches him. But this time, she wasn't asking for fencing lessons. She just wanted to talk. She asks if he noticed the strange atmosphere at school, then says she has something to show him at practice. Later, at the training grounds, everyone waits with bated breath to see what she has planned. Choi Arm pulls a sword from her bag, explaining it was a gift from her hometown. At first, he's confused, but then he feels an immense energy radiating from the blade. Yu Yen's eyes go wide with shock. It's the legendary relic of the Chojian family. How in the world did Arm get her hands on it? The girl calmly explains that after passing her family's trials, she was named the official successor and new head of the clan. Yu Yen understands, but argues that a family relic is only given to the leader when they formally take the throne, not to a mere student. Arim shrugs, saying she couldn't care less about tradition and plans to use the relic for training. Juke, ever curious, asks if he can touch it. Yen explodes with fury, lecturing him that one does not simply ask to handle a sacred artifact like that. However, Arim, who would likely grant any wish from her master, hands the legendary sword over for him to inspect. Ju Hyuk feels a strange familiarity from the sword's energy. As he tries to place it, his consciousness is suddenly ripped away into a constellation's realm. There, a man stands with his back to him, revealing himself as the constellation of the Chojin family. He speaks, mentioning how long it's been since he last saw his beloved older brother. I swear, the protagonist is like my dad. He walks down the street and somehow knows everyone. Well, I don't even know my own neighbor's name. It seems our protagonist has discovered another of his former disciples. The swordsmanship Cho Arim learned from her family feels undeniably familiar. These were the sacred techniques of one of his own students. The constellation proudly admits he poured his soul into teaching his contractor. If his master noticed the similarity, it simply proves how well he taught. But still, the protagonist notes it's drastically different from the swordsmanship he remembers. And for good reason. His student explains that in this modern era, people prioritize flashy magic over tempering their physical bodies. 300 years ago, this very student challenged our hero as he walked with his first two disciples. At the time, the protagonist was hailed as the strongest in the entire region, so defeating him was the fastest path to power and fame. Of course, the protagonist's disciples were enraged, ready to eliminate anyone who dared disrespect their master. But our hero simply asked, "Why do you crave battle so fiercely?" The challenger's reason was noble. He sought to create an invincible sword style, a power strong enough to defend his family for generations to come. Intrigued by such a passionate spirit, our protagonist accepted the duel. And of course, he didn't hold back. He recalls how relentless the boy was, demanding a rematch every single week the moment he recovered. The student claims that if Ju Hyuk had only lost a single time, this whole cycle would have ended. To Ju Hyuk, that kind of logic makes absolutely no sense. It was thanks to his advice that the boy perfected his incredible technique. Ju Hyuk asks, "Was that the flame of the invincible sword?" The student confirms it. Our protagonist muses that if he had formally accepted him as a disciple back then, he would have guided him far more closely. This means he knew Ju Hyuk from the past, but it seems our legendary hero had a rule against accepting men as his students. Or perhaps he only accepts those who are truly lost and without hope.
Contemplating this, the protagonist realizes the system notifications were likely sent only to his official disciples. The boy wasn't one of them, so he never received the call.
As he pieced it together, the constellation declared that touching the family heirloom was no mere coincidence. It was the guiding hand of fate. This meant destiny itself had granted him one more chance to challenge his master. A chance to claim his very first victory? Our protagonist, ever kind, says he could never refuse such a heartfelt request.
Overwhelmed with gratitude, the boy resolves to unleash everything he has. But of course, Ju Hook always gives his all in every single fight.
He's the type to set an entire house ablaze just to ensure a single cockroach is dead. And so, the constellation went all out, his power surging magnificently. But in the next moment, we see Ju Hyuk returning to his body, a calm smile on his face. Unbelievably, the boy lost again. The protagonist returns the sword to Choya, his gaze intense. Take good care of this. He tells her that her constellation is a good man. She should dedicate herself to her swordsmanship and communicate with him more. Then, we glimpse the battle's result. The warrior lies defeated, whispering that his master never did make any sense. Meanwhile, at Valhalla Academy, the scene shifts to the Jewer family in China. The elders have summoned the representative from the White Lotus Academy. The woman had no idea why the three great elders called for her. She respectfully asks what they require.
They've brought her here for one reason: to choose her replacement, and to do it immediately.
However, tradition dictates that the leader of the White Lotus Academy can never ascend to become the family's matriarch. In other words, does she have a candidate in mind? They ask this, but make it clear the one she recommends must be even more powerful than the former matriarch they just deposed. The elders openly criticize her, saying she used her position to build her own influence, rather than for the good of the family. The woman thinks for a long, heavy moment, and then says she knows just the person. She recommends someone, but the name is not revealed. The scene cuts to Yan Lang, deep in training, about to face a new challenge. Choi Arim moves like lightning, nearly landing a blow, but Yan Lang just barely manages to defend. Arim presses forward, then masterfully retreats. Yan Lang is shocked. This girl's attacks were on a completely different level. Frustrated by her opponent's power, she decides to go on the offensive. But Arim continues to block every strike with ease. Arim remarks that she's grown much stronger recently. Perhaps it's the sword, or maybe it's her master's training. The protagonist had given her strict orders: avoid using any magical power. This was to be a duel of pure physical skill. And what's more, Arim was forbidden from even drawing her sword from its sheath. Yanlang says she doesn't care if her opponent draws her blade, but the protagonist shuts that down, stating plainly he doesn't want to see his student get cut. Ju Hook also questions why Maka is just watching from the sidelines, especially after her last argument with Yan Lang. The truth is, Maka is here out of sheer curiosity. In her last fight with Yanlang, Meike was utterly crushed and posed no real threat. Now, seeing that same Yanlang being pushed back by Choi Arim is incredibly frustrating. How could this girl have grown this powerful, this fast? Maka could only watch, wondering if Ari could truly defeat Yanlang. Arim's warning was chilling. If she unsheathed her blade, she declared, Yanlang would lose one of her precious 7 lives. To be underestimated like this was infuriating. Yanlang exploded forward, her pride stung by a single word. Stop calling me kitten. Yet Ari remained as still as a mountain, her stance unbreakable as their attacks clashed with thunderous force. Shockwaves of energy rippled through the room. While Ju Hook was unfazed, Maka struggled to withstand the immense pressure. The two fighters had already surpassed her in so many ways, even with her full strength. Yanlang couldn't break through Arim's defense. She unleashed a flurry of agile kicks, aiming for Cho Arim's face, but she couldn't land a single solid hit. Raw physical power wasn't enough to reach Arim. Every single one of her attacks was either parried or gracefully dodged. Doubt crept into Yanlang's mind. She'd seen Arim spar with Ju Hook countless times, but her movements were never this sharp, this overwhelming. Before she could process it, Arim lunged forward again, her blade a blur of perfect, deadly technique. Yanlang dodged, but it wasn't a clean escape. The sheer pressure of the near miss sent a searing pain through her core. Choi Ari even offered a slight smirk. You're quite good at dodging, she remarked. Despite her pride, Yanlang knew the truth. If this continued, she would be defeated. She had to risk everything on a single, decisive counterblow. Seizing the opening, Ari drove her attack straight towards Yanlang's shoulder. Yanlang caught the strike with her bare hands, finally closing the distance. If that sword were real, she growled, you wouldn't have been so careless, kitten. Her counterattack was brutal and swift, a powerful blow that must have rattled Arim's very teeth. It was a direct hit, leaving a clear mark on her chin. In that moment of the training spar, Choi Ari was utterly defeated. The duel was over. Yanlang panted, having spent all her energy. And yet, Eri was not completely broken by the blow. She staggered back to her feet, her eyes still burning with defiance. Ju Hyuk stepped in, declaring the training session was over. He warned them both that they were injured and not to push past their limits. A flicker of pride crossed his face as he witnessed Aram's incredible progress. She had formed a pact with the constellation from his past life, and her constant communication with Kiddo had clearly paid off. This was the secret to her explosive growth. But then his gaze fell on Yanlang, who seemed far more hurt, and his concern for her deepened. The girl always put on a tough act in front of her master, but in truth, the situation had been dangerously close. She knew that if Eri's blow had landed just a fraction differently, she never would have been able to block it and would have been seriously injured. A perfect demonstration of applied torque and leverage. Yanlang admitted to herself that the girl had become monstrously strong, and she was certain the relic was the reason why. This forced her to think of her own family's relic, a timely thought, as her clan struggled to decide who would be the next successor to inherit it. As daylight faded, the darkness of night began to creep in. In that darkness, the main character was pulled into that mysterious space to meet the red-haired woman. She had summoned him to reveal the exact location of the next disaster. The next calamity, she revealed, would strike Sajjong City in precisely 3 weeks. He recalled her previous warning of 3 months, realizing her prediction of the timeline had been terrifyingly accurate. That meant 2 whole months had passed since he began training the girls. He asked what to do about the monsters spilling from the labyrinth. A hint of concern touched her face. "Haven't you assembled the team as I instructed?" Juyuk considered this. He had people in mind, but were they truly ready for the hell that was to come? After a moment, he replied that he had a team ready, but his voice lacked true confidence. They discussed strategy, focusing on the fastest way to destroy the labyrinth. Juyuk asked if they should send in an advance team, but the woman was firm. His mission was to focus only on destroying the labyrinth's master, and nothing else. He disagreed with that plan, deciding he would use the ring's power to shatter the entire labyrinth as quickly as possible. As their talk concluded, she produced a purple gem, explaining that it was a single-use teleportation crystal. If he imbued the crystal with mana, it would teleport him directly back to this place. But this left Juyuk with a question. Why here? Couldn't she just summon him here whenever she wanted? The red-haired woman confirmed she could, but explained her ability to perceive the outside world had its limits. She needed to focus all her power on tracking the labyrinth's movements, so giving him an escape route was a necessary precaution. An extra escape route was never a bad thing. With a snap of her fingers, she vanished, leaving him with her final words. "We'll meet again in 3 weeks." The next day, our hero walked the city streets, his mind racing. He wondered if he should contact Adelia Ventric and ask her to dispatch contractors to the location in advance. On top of that, he needs to secure a day off for the coming disaster. He calls Professor Lilia to make the request, but her frantic shouting on the other end nearly deafens him. Through her panic, she manages to say she's in deep trouble. After calming down, she reveals the unthinkable: she's been fired from the academy. Despite her dramatic breakdown, Juyuk's response is brutally calm. He simply understands. This throws the woman off, who asks why he's being so cold. Juyuk states his logic simply. If Lilia was fired, it's because she must have done something to deserve it. Therefore, it's fair. The professor is stunned by his words, arguing that while she may seem clumsy, she is a world-class instructor. Lilia passionately explains how seriously she takes her job. And honestly, the main character can't deny it. This makes her sudden dismissal, especially at this point in the year, feel incredibly strange. The professor agrees, mentioning the academy's director was abruptly replaced. This is the first our legendary protagonist has heard of such a major change. But what truly grabs his attention is the practical problem if the professor is gone. Getting his days off just became impossible. For that reason alone, he decides to visit the new director. The professor is moved by his apparent loyalty, but tells him he doesn't have to fight her battles. He ignores her completely, ending the call with his mind already made up. The moment he hangs up, messages from Yanlang flood his screen, asking about the professor's dismissal. A cold realization washes over him. None of this makes sense. Why are the people closest to him being systematically punished without reason, unaware of the true powers at play? He heads for the academy director. When he arrives, the reality of the situation hits him like a shockwave. The masked man had bought the entire academy. The man explains that while he technically bought it, a far greater power is in control of the constellation to which he is completely devoted. So, Juyuk asks, why were Yanlang and Professor Lilia expelled? The man reveals it was a direct order from his constellation, a command to identify any potential problems in Juyuk's life and eliminate them. He identified these 2 women as hindrances and removed them, and his next target was a girl named Cho Aram. Juyuk has to agree. She definitely is a problem for him, too. But our hero refuses this path, demanding that everyone be brought back. He will not let others be punished on his behalf. Shockingly, the devoted Luminous agrees without hesitation. willing to reverse everything. Ju-yuk then asks the real question, why buy the academy? The man explains it was yet another order from his all-powerful constellation. Since the main character refused to move into the black market, Luminous brought the market to him, buying the academy to forge a connection between the two realms. Now, he can grant his master access to the very place he sought to gift him all along. He essentially linked a single room in Valhalla Academy directly to the black market, granting access only to those who are authorized. As bizarre as this all is, the protagonist sees an opportunity and asks if the director now has absolute authority over the school. The answer is yes. In that case, he has a favor to ask. We flash forward 3 weeks later, to a scene of utter chaos in Jang City. The city has been overrun by monsters, and the world is burning. Goblins swarm the streets, attacking civilians, while hulking stone golems pulverize everything in their path. A Valhalla student, home on vacation, is caught in the chaos. To think that even monsters from another world could be so lawless. It seems things are bleak everywhere.
Ju-yuk appears in a flash, saving a girl from a goblin's claws and obliterating the beast with one thunderous punch.
The woman is grateful, but a grim look remains on his face. The sheer weight of these creatures is real. This is far more terrifying than any training. But despite the fear gripping his heart, he steels his resolve. He will save as many people as he can. As he's planning his next move, 2 reckless girls blaze past him, competing to see who can cause the most destruction. We then flash back to an earlier time. Back at the academy, the new director has introduced himself to the girls. Makima, the most level-headed of the group, demands to know why such a massive change at the nation's top academy went completely unreported. His answer is chillingly simple. He simply didn't want it to be. The only reason he's revealing himself now is because he expects to be working with them in the near future. The protagonist explains he is there to propose the creation of an entirely new department.
A special class, whose students would have the freedom to operate outside the academy's walls, free from the shackles of traditional instruction.
The question hangs in the air. Did they want to become the first members of this elite squad? Yanlang smirks, saying it changes nothing for her, since she already skips her normal classes. Ju-yuk acknowledges this, but says he wanted her there regardless.
At the request of her beloved master, the girl could never refuse. Cho Arim, without a second thought, immediately accepts the offer.
Makima is the only one who shows a hint of caution. She wanted to understand the full picture before diving in. First, she asks, is this new director, the Black Cat, also the infamous owner of the black market? The answer was simple. Right. But why would he buy the academy? It makes no sense for the owner of an underworld market to become president of such a prestigious institution. How did he even get the approvals? How did he manage to pull all of this off?
Doubt swirled around this mysterious man, and without a powerful family to back him. How did he build such powerful connections? Our protagonist cuts straight to the point, asking if she'll join the new special department.
The answer was obvious. She liked to think things through, but this was a request she simply couldn't refuse. She just needed to understand exactly what she was getting into. The director explained the conditions for this special department, a class that would operate with far more freedom. Due to their advanced skills, they would be exempt from all normal classes. However, they would be required to participate in tests and exams with public exposure. Our protagonist wasn't satisfied at first, but the man explained it was a necessary price for the privileges he demanded. And there were a few more criteria.
The most important rule the students had to be strong enough to earn the respect of their peers and the teachers.
He explained that hiding the strongest students in a special class, away from everyone else, would be a tremendous loss. That's why they were required to join public activities, promoting the academy's true power to the world. In the end, several conditions had to be met to achieve his goals. After explaining everything, Juke asked if the girls had changed their minds. Not a single one of them backed down.
And with that, the girls' special class was officially formed, back in the present. We see them in special combat training at Valhalla.
Juke was surprised to run into Sehuk here. He hadn't seen him at the academy for quite some time. The boy explained that he was just visiting the city for the weekend, as his family lived there. He was trying to enjoy a peaceful weekend when all hell broke loose. Sehuk had questions too. Why were academy students in this city right now? The protagonist didn't answer directly. He simply ordered Choi Aram and Yanlang to get ready. They knew it was time for a practical demonstration. The 3 of them moved toward the creatures, while the other 2 watched from a safe distance. The monsters waited patiently, almost as if allowing them to prepare for the fight. The only problem for the monsters was that this could hardly be called a real fight. When Juke swung his sword, the stone monsters might as well have been made of butter. He effortlessly annihilated every monster in the vicinity. His students witnessed it all up close. Even the girls couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear at such overwhelming power. Sehuk already knew this guy was strong, but his power was becoming more absurd by the day. Just then, a member of the Ventric family came to the protagonist with information. He'd found an area 5 kilometers away, where the monsters were spawning from. The protagonist asked about the Ventric family's agents. They were busy evacuating civilians from the area, but something nagged at Yuke. The Ventric constellation hadn't awakened since the last incident. Juke questioned the man. Mojiri, who confirmed his fears, the constellation, their lady, remained silent. He was worried. It had been 3 months since then, and he feared something might have happened to her. At least he had this sword by his side. He still needed to form a contract with his other disciple. Juke then ordered the Ventric members to stop hiding in their capes and help with the evacuation. This, he told them, would help improve their reputation. The man couldn't argue with someone who held authority over the head of the Ventric family. They quickly formed a plan and headed towards the center of the calamity. The 2 strongest girls were tasked with defeating monsters and rescuing citizens. That meant Yin had to help with the escort mission alongside Sehug. She wasn't thrilled to be paired with this muscle-brained oaf, but those were the orders. They had to move out now. Before long, they arrived at the location where the labyrinth entrance was supposed to be. The man confirmed this was the place and that they needed a plan to clear out the monsters at the entrance. If they worked together, they could break through. Our protagonist admitted that was the most sensible option. However, it would take far too long. He had a better idea. He would just jump in from here and defeat them all himself. Mujiri tried to stop the main character from doing something so crazy. To the people of this era, these were terrifying monsters. But to them, our protagonist was the real monster. The creatures stood no chance of fighting back against his blows, as every single one was fatal. He leaped into the air, and, in less than a breath, he cut through the sky. The power of his attack swept away every demon in his path at once. Mujiri's jaw dropped as he witnessed the impossible sight. It made no sense for a teenager to be stronger than a constellation. This was the first time our protagonist had ever contracted with one. Luminous had granted him its abilities. With that power, clearing a path to the labyrinth's entrance was nothing more than child's play. Juke recalled the crucial instruction. This ring was the key to conquering the labyrinth's final master. To avoid any mistakes, he slipped it onto his finger immediately, and with that, he stepped into the labyrinth's deadly embrace. But while our hero ventured into the depths, a world-shaking event was unfolding across the globe. Meanwhile, at Ventric House in England, Adelia's composure was a fragile mask. Her pulse hammered as she confirmed Juke's terrifying prophecy. The calamity was real. Not even the South Korean government had seen the disaster coming in time. All her doubts about Yuke had vanished. If he declared he would face this threat alone, who was she to argue? Still, a cold dread gripped her heart. What would happen if her constellation awakened, only to find its master had fallen, as if summoned by her fears? A voice echoed in her mind. Her constellation had finally awakened. Its first question pierced the silence. How long have I slept? A truly magnificent being. Adelia reported that nearly 3 months had passed since its slumber began. The ancient entity paused, processing the flow of time. Then it demanded, "Where is my master?" It was still a shock for Adelia to remember Juke was the master of her master. She explained he was on a battlefield now, fighting a mysterious calamity. Back inside the labyrinth, the main character moved with a relaxed deadliness. Barge, intrigued, asked about his sword style. Juke simply replied he wasn't using one, just striking instinctively, without thought. But Barchi recognized it instantly. This was a combat style his old disciples had used long ago. They called it wishing. The protagonist found it bizarre that his followers had systemized his raw movements into a formal technique. More pressingly, this dungeon was far larger than he'd anticipated. Juke decided to spread his senses, mapping the area with his power. It was a mana detection ability, a perfect tool for locating the dungeon's core. Typically, the core and the boss reside in the same chamber. And just as he predicted, his senses locked onto a massive power source in that direction. He muttered that there was a much faster way. Channeling immense energy into his blade, he carved a line into the very floor. The structure groaned, then shattered beneath him. As the ground gave way, he plummeted into the chamber below. And there it was, a monstrous creature with insect-like antennae. The dungeon boss roared in fury as it prepared to attack. But our hero remained perfectly calm, an aura of confidence around him. His own weapon, a spear, gave him a clear advantage in reach. He also spotted his true target, the dungeon core. But to reach it, he'd have to cut through this beast first. He decided against a direct clash of skills. A well-timed counterattack would be far more efficient. The monster lunged, its spear aimed for his heart. But the main character sidestepped with contemptuous ease, commenting that the monster was making things too easy. His words seemed to ignite the creature's rage. It unleashed a ranged strike, but the attack found only air. All the while, the protagonist was coolly analyzing the beast's capabilities. The monster tried again, unleashing a storm of piercing strikes. But Juke decided to test the humanoid's raw power. He blocked every blow, growing annoyed by how the creature used its long weapon to keep its distance. The monster unleashed a massive variety of attacks, desperately trying to land a hit from even further away. But it was useless. Our hero effortlessly evaded every single one. The creature even used its spear to hurl chunks of the floor, but Yuke simply dodged or deflected them with ease. It then charged in, attempting a close-quarters assault. Its power was immense, but its attack was still perfectly blocked. Screaming in frustration, the monster hurled him away. Juke landed gracefully, his calm analysis of his foe unbroken. Even Barch had to wonder if our hero was feeling any pressure at all. But Juke's move was tactical. He was creating distance between the boss and the core, just in case. Now, it was time. Unleashing the ability Luminous had granted him, Yuke went on the offensive. The monster instantly sensed the shift in the air, tensing for impact. Whatever was coming, it would be ready. But in less than a second, the main character flashed past the beast, which never even saw him move. In fact, the boss was confident its spear had landed a direct hit. But reality was far crueler. A moment later, phantom cuts appeared across its body. The delayed effect activated, and the boss was instantly sliced to pieces. Juke watched impassively as his opponent disintegrated into light. He was curious to see what would happen next. The ring on his finger began to glow with an intense light, absorbing the massive energy pouring from the defeated boss. He realized the ring was absorbing the name, just as the woman had explained. He then turned to Bart, questioning his earlier comment about feeling pressured. But before he could continue, something caught his eye. The boss's spear remained intact on the ground. He picked it up, wondering why it hadn't vanished or been absorbed like everything else. Unsure of what he'd found, he decided to keep it. Nearby, a mysterious, door-marked tree stood silently. Deep within this hidden realm, a subordinate reported to the dungeon master that the calamity was over. From the shadows, a voice asked how many days it took. The answer was stunning. A mere 2 hours. This prompted another question. How long did the previous disaster last? The subordinate confirmed it was 5 days. The comparison was stark. This time was unnaturally fast. What could have happened? The dungeon master wondered if the mortal's power had grown too strong. This had to be the work of the newly ascended constellations. Now, he demanded to know if any single individual stood out during the assault. His subject confessed that the dungeon appeared and vanished so quickly. The entire event remained a blur. The truth was still a mystery. The dungeon master simply gave a new command: accelerate their plans. Let the names be known. He ordered a different method for spreading the names, urging his forces to move quickly. The shadowy creature thought to itself, its anticipation growing. It craved the day it would finally feast upon the most powerful souls. Soon, news reports blazed across the web. A student from Valhalla Academy named Kim Juyok had single-handedly ended the disaster by eradicating the monsters. A stylish man scrolled through the articles on a website, admiring the young hero's incredible achievements. The man wondered, how did one person handle all the escaped monsters while clearing the dungeon in record time? The more he read, the more certain he became. This kid was the perfect pawn to elevate the Alchemist Guild's reputation. This man was Baekjang John. Though his appearance wasn't what I had imagined, John turned to his companion. Wouldn't their guild's prestige skyrocket if they were the ones to kill that kid? The masked figure agreed with John completely, but offered a word of caution. The boy was no longer the same person they observed during the Academy's entrance exam. He had undoubtedly reached S level by now. They resolved to take action, deciding to assemble their team for the mission. Meanwhile, we return to the quiet dorms of Valhalla. Our main character seems to attract enemies like a moth to a flame. I know he stands out, but the number of people targeting him is unnatural. He returned home, utterly exhausted after resolving a world-threatening crisis and facing another 200 foes. Ju-Huk reflected on his growth, having absorbed countless mana stones. And still, he felt he hadn't reached his true limit. So far, he has dominated every battle, his power always a step ahead. Yet, he could feel his own mana reserves were surprisingly small. Facing the dungeon boss had been far more demanding than he'd anticipated. His body ached with fatigue. He mused that things are so much easier with a Constellation's contract. Borrowing someone else's magical power is a massive advantage. His mind was a storm of thoughts, wrestling with the problems that lay ahead. Overwhelmed, he decided to use his single-use teleportation stone. In an instant, he was in her dimension, where the mysterious red-haired girl appeared to greet him. She seemed bored out of her mind, but her face lit up the moment her guest arrived. Ju-Huk explained that he had handled the situation and defeated the boss. That teleportation stone was meant for life or death emergencies, but since he succeeded, she let it slide. Her curiosity, however, was piqued by the spear he carried. He explained it was dropped by the boss and hadn't vanished or been absorbed like other items. So, he brought it with him. How peculiar. The girl then asked to see the ring. It was safe, and he had no issue returning it. The girl took the item, and a soft pink mist seeped from the ring. After a moment, she handed it back. The name had been absorbed correctly, she confirmed. Now, the real game was about to begin. The dungeon master would surely make his next move.
She predicted that powerful, legendary names would soon appear.
She offered to take a peek into the future for him. But even without looking, she was certain they would be the ones from the Tower of Destruction, the very people he defeated 300 years ago. Our legendary hero instantly recalled their faces, a bitter taste filling his mouth at the thought of facing those bastards again. In fact, he admitted that the mere memory made his blood boil. The girl told him to cheer up, teasing that they would meet again before those names reappeared. So he should be happy. I have a feeling that meeting her isn't something he considers a happy occasion. An interesting detail emerged. Bars was the master of the Tower of Destruction. Yet he couldn't remember the people who were there. Juke theorized that the first floor was filled with insignificant grunts. If Bars were to remember anyone, they'd have to be on the second floor or higher. Their discussion on the matter didn't seem to lead anywhere important. But it sparked a critical question for our hero. If the tower reappears, wouldn't its former master, Bart, be summoned again? That horrifying possibility left Barcha stunned. He quickly stammered that he was forced into that role last time. He was terrified, desperate to avoid becoming the hero's target once more, and giving him a reason to kill him as a precaution. Our protagonist wasn't against the idea, but he still put his trust in Barch. Yet, something felt off. If Barch's name was stolen, why was he completely powerless? Even his own disciples possessed some level of strength, but this man, he was a shell, stripped of both power and memories. What's more, the protagonist realized Barch was reborn, just like him. Instead of becoming a constellation like the others who lost their names, the mystery of the script continued to elude him. Faced with this puzzle, he came to one conclusion. The only answer was to constantly train, to reclaim the absolute strength he once held. And so another night dedicated to growth passed peacefully. The following day, after school, Seahawk headed to the gym, his mind replaying the battle he had witnessed. No matter how he looked at it, that man's power was simply unbelievable. He always knew Ju Huk was on another level, but a part of him, his pride, refused to accept it. Now, he could no longer lie to himself. Worse, the very girls Ju Huk trained had grown strong enough to surpass him. That settled it. His resolve hardened. If Ju Huk trained him, he too could reach new heights of power. But as he opened the door, he stumbled upon a scene he was never meant to witness. A girl, fervently sniffing a piece of clothing. Indeed, it was Yanlong, burying her face in a towel. The look on her face revealed a secret she never wanted exposed. Just 30 minutes earlier, she had been pushing her limits on the treadmill.
After finishing her intense workout, her master praised her efforts. He then casually handed her a towel he had just used himself.
The girl still struggled to beat Sundara, but her progress was undeniable. Aram even pointed out how far she'd come from the sedentary girl she used to be. She cried out in playful protest. This was sheer madness. Mikma complained that the training was too brutal for any human, but our main character just smirked, saying it was actually quite light. A little taunt was all it took to ignite her fighting spirit. She even declared that Ju Huk's methods were far better than a certain someone else's. A trivial argument erupted between them, and our protagonist simply watched, cherishing these simple moments with his students. He ordered everyone to rest. Aram, curious, asked what he would do now. He replied that he was returning to the dorm to focus on his magical abilities. Hearing this, Aram decided to do the same. As they left, Mikma prepared to follow. But before she went, she asked if Yanlong was coming. The girl shook her head, claiming she wasn't tired and wanted to train a little more. Mikma left, warning her rival not to push herself too hard. Finally, Yanlong was all alone in the vast school gym.
In this quiet solitude, the girl's thoughts began to drift towards her master.
Her mind raced, thinking about the incredible strength she was gaining under Ju Huk's guidance. But that man, he was an anomaly, an exception to every rule. A being capable of defeating monsters like that simply shouldn't exist. A smile graced her lips as she realized he was also growing stronger by training alongside them. He was truly incredible. Yanlong tried to recall her original reason for becoming his disciple. Her goal was to surpass him. But now she knew. The man was so monstrously powerful. That goal was nothing but a distant dream. In truth, the training was already pushing her to her absolute limit. The thought of ever surpassing him was now impossible. So why did she stay? Her heart began to pound as she remembered the moment he stood before her, defending her, solving all her problems in an instant. It wasn't so simple anymore. It felt as if her entire world, her very existence, now revolved around him. With this shocking realization, her heart began to hammer in her chest. Could this be pheromones?
Her heart throbbed with a strange longing for him, an urge for more of his intense training sessions. She couldn't deny it any longer. She was having impure thoughts about her master.
Once started, those thoughts were impossible to stop. Her eyes fell upon the towel he had used. Could this really help? Was this truly strange? It didn't matter anymore. She told herself she was just picking it up to wash and return it to him. That idiot forgot it, she muttered. I have no choice. But then, a scent wafted from it. Her heart trembled, and a strange heat filled her body. No one will see, right? So, just a little sniff? Please help us reach 3,000 likes to bring you the complete saga. Things are heating up, but Yenlong was caught with her nose where it didn't belong.
Seahawk had only come to find the protagonist and begged to be trained. But now, having witnessed Yenlong's secret weakness, she decided she had to eliminate the witness. A punch flew with enough force to either kill him or wipe his memory clean. It was a vicious, desperate attempt to silence him. The girl never imagined she'd be caught in such a mortifying moment. Tears of pure shame streamed down her face. Meanwhile, our protagonist was deep in meditation, training his mana control. His concentration was absolute, until the sharp ring of his phone shattered the silence. It was late. He answered, wondering if it was an emergency. It was Adelia, apologizing for the late call, but insisting it was important. Mrs. Constellation is awake? The news was incredible. He thanked Adelia, telling her to reserve a time for him immediately. He was eager to finally meet his benefactor face to face. But more importantly, the scene cuts to his black cat, trembling in terror, as it watches its master consumed by a sudden, terrifying fury. His constellation was on the verge of losing its mind. The poor man could only watch helplessly. This entire chain of events began just 10 minutes ago. He was at the gym, monitoring the equipment, when his master gave him a strange order check the cameras regularly for her. He couldn't see the reason why, but he obeyed without question. That's when he stumbled upon the footage from a classroom and saw a body get thrown out. Sheer terror gripped him. A dead body inside his school, but as he frantically zoomed in, he realized the student was only unconscious. His master commanded him to rewind the recording, to uncover the truth of what had just transpired. And that's how they discovered the culprit Yen Lang. She had utterly decimated the student the moment he set foot in that room. But then, the constellation witnessed something far more disturbing. The girl had taken Yuke's used towel and was deeply inhaling its scent. In an instant, jealousy erupted into an uncontrollable inferno. Her fury wasn't because the act was strange, but because she wasn't the one doing it. Do you see this seething rage? The governor of the underworld is furious, and she swears on her name that she will personally destroy that girl. The masked cat thinks to himself that his constellation's fits of rage are getting worse. He remembered countless times she had erupted for no reason at all. But recently, things felt different, abnormal. And he was certain Yuke was the cause. Still, the cat couldn't understand it. Why did his powerful constellation refer to this boy as her master? How could a mere teenager be the master of a being that had lived for over 300 years? But pondering this mystery would have to wait. He had to calm his constellation before she went completely insane. Just then, a voice called his name. By a twist of fate, it was the protagonist himself. He strode into the room and asked, "Were you just speaking with Luminous?" Startled, the cat confirmed that he was, but more importantly, the hero announced they would be using the Black Cat's abilities to travel to a distant land. Juke declared their destination wasn't the United Kingdom, but somewhere else, and they were leaving now. Elsewhere, within a luxurious mansion, a secret meeting was in session. Masked figures were gathered around a large, ornate table. The man at the head of the table, their leader, asks if everything is prepared. This is Becky Yang, the leader of the alchemists. One of his men confirms the plan, revealing that nearly 200 magic circles are defending Valhalla, and about 100 of them are installed directly in the dormitory where Duke lives. This news seems to catch Biang by surprise, but he quickly dismisses it. After all, such traps are useless against the power of his constellation. The other men agree, brimming with confidence. With the immutable alchemist constellation by their side, they are invincible. They plot that once their leader nullifies the magic, they will strike Duke directly. They just need a spell to cancel out any interference from Duke's friends. The leader comments that they cannot afford to ignore Duke's allies. In fact, it would send a much stronger message if they managed to eliminate them all. Their goal is as simple as it is ruthless wipe everyone out to gain infamy and respect in the villain world. Taking down Valhalla's most famous prodigy will skyrocket their reputation. And so, the assassination operation against Duke and his friends was said. But as those arrogant words left his lips, something shocking occurred. In an instant, every single one of his henchmen lost their heads. A new masked group steps into the blood-soaked room. "We expected you to make a move," a cold voice says. "Who did you think you were trying to kill?" Their reply is chilling. "We should have eliminated parasites like you long ago. We took far too long to act." The man with the blindfold speaks, his voice devoid of emotion. "We always planned on killing your group. We simply decided to move up the schedule." Fear finally pierces the alchemist's arrogance. Who are you people?" The girl scoffs. "Our masks should be obvious enough. But if that's not enough," she says, revealing a tattoo on her neck, "it's the unmistakable mark of the one-horned god." The alchemist leader is stunned.
He never imagined that absurd sect would be after them. They declare that while he was once insignificant, that has now changed. One of the masked assassins lunges from behind, attempting to finish the target in one swift blow. But he's shocked when his target defends himself with a powerful shield. The attack is blocked completely. The masked assassin grits his teeth. A defense of this level shouldn't have stopped my attack. Jang demands to know why they're trying to kill him. He expands his barrier, violently blasting the assassin backward. The man uses his own sword, digging into his body to halt his momentum. Jang sneers. I will now show you the power of someone who serves an S-rank constellation. My power, he claims, is on an entirely different level. As he slowly slides a ring onto his finger, the ring activates his constellation's power. The sheer energy that erupts from him is astounding. The masked girl gasps. I had no idea. His constellation was S-rank. The blindfolded man confirms their fears. The constellation this man made a contract with is called the Absolutely Immutable Alchemist. Jang froze. How could they possibly know about his constellation? The masked figure sneered, telling Beck he shouldn't be so surprised. After all, he's world-renowned. The relic he wields is a legendary artifact forged in the Age of Destruction. The masked girl scoffs, saying that being S-rank is hardly a big deal, and questions why they're so impressed. They explained Jang's fame came by accident, when he forged a contract with an S-rank relic, making the entire world hungry for artifacts from the destructive era. Because of him, global interest exploded, and the price of these items skyrocketed. The masked figure laments that a man blessed with such power would use it to build a criminal empire. Raw energy crackles in Jang's hand as he lunges, roaring that they are all hypocrites. Suddenly, magic circles blaze to life around them as deadly spears materialize. The girl hadn't sensed a thing and wonders if Jang placed them. He unleashes his power again. A magic circle flashes behind the girl, another spear barely missing her. She questions just how many traps he laid in this place. The alchemist leader can only think that these intruders are monstrously strong. How do they keep sensing the attacks from the magic circles for Jang? There is no doubt. He doesn't know what power they possess, or which constellation they serve, but he believes it doesn't matter.
Even cornered, Jang is certain that his constellation's absolute defensive ability cannot be broken.
With no need to worry about defense, he channels his magic once more and attacks his enemies. To his absolute shock, his ability fails to activate. His opponents stand there, waiting for an attack that never arrives. The girl mocks him, asking where the killer attacks he boasted about are. Jang is frozen in pure terror. What is happening? The blindfolded man reveals that he detected every single magic circle upon arrival, exactly 1,200 of them. So they blocked them all. Jang questions how they could possibly neutralize so many traps without him even noticing. The man who looks like Gojo calmly comments that neutralizing is a far cry from simply blocking. Tired of their chatter, the girl unleashes her energy in a powerful blast. Jang dodges, but the resulting shockwave still slams into him. His absolute defense was shattered, and he was wounded. Jang can't comprehend how this is possible. In the next instant, another attack is upon him. He evades by mere millimeters, but his cheek is sliced open. They were relentlessly pushing him, and his legendary defense was breached with ease. He launched another attack, but they blocked it effortlessly. He can't even inflict a single scratch. The swordsman notes that their opponent is indeed strong, not just relying on his constellation. Jang is stunned as the horrifying truth dawns on him. These hunters are on a completely different level. If his ultimate defense can't protect him, he has no chance of victory. His only option now is to find a way to escape. But before he flees, he asks if they have already annihilated the entire Alchemist Guild. And if he surrenders, promising to abandon his villainous ways, would they let him go? The masked man says that is not the problem. His life as a villain was never their concern. The problem is that he tried to kill a target he never should have touched. Jang then wonders if the most dangerous villain guild in the world came to kill him all because of Ju Hyuk. Realizing there is no negotiating his survival, he decides he must use his trump card. He will activate his relic. It is his only hope. The sheer amount of mana that erupts from him surprises even his hunters, who comment that it is an abnormal level of power. Jang summons his constellation, proposing a desperate deal. The immutable alchemist answers the call and accepts. He will offer his vitality and his very lifespan in exchange for the full, unrestrained power of his constellation. It is as if the alchemist himself is manifesting on Earth. At that very moment, the masked individual says he hates to disturb an alchemist during their sacred summoning. But he carries a message from the sacred constellation Dugui. The message is, Alchemist, this bastard tried to harm our benefactor, the god of war. Hearing these words, the manifesting alchemist's form twitches in shock. It then questions its contractor. Is what they say true? The terrified subject denies it, claiming he only tried to kill a person named Kim Ju Hyuk. He cries that it's unfair to ask him this.
The constellation replies that what is truly unfair is his own stupidity. The alchemist constellation halts its manifestation. Then it delivers a final, chilling verdict. The contract with Baekjang has been cancelled. He is completely and utterly lost in the situation. The masked individual adds that his former constellation has now declared it will kill him personally. Why do I say personal lady? Look at that hair in the back. I'm sure it's a girl. We then return to our protagonist. He has reached his destination, arriving in England to speak with Adelia Ventrick. The Black Cat stated that what he is asking for is impossible. There is simply no way for all the constellations to meet at the same time. Our main character then asks for a summary. So it is impossible for all constellations to meet me simultaneously in the same place, except through sanctification. He agrees that yes, that is correct. But this method isn't a perfect solution. Each contractor must reforge the sanctification with their own constellation, a process that consumes immense magical power. The only other way is for a contractor to sacrifice their very life force, offering it up to manifest the constellation in the mortal realm. If you think back, that's precisely what happened not long ago. Juya wonders if he can just touch both relics at once and speak to both constellations simultaneously. Adelia gently tries to explain the impossibility of his idea. When one touches a relic, their spirit is drawn into the constellation's own imaginary realm. It's impossible to exist in two separate worlds at the very same time. There is simply no way to overlap the domains of two different constellations. She adds another critical piece of lore once a constellation grants a sacred contract. It anchors itself to a single sacred relic. It can never move to another. As the main character listens to his theories get dismantled one by one, Barsa's voice chimes in his mind. The spirit questions why Juya is even asking this, as it was all covered in class. Clearly, he wasn't paying a single bit of attention. Our hero retorts that next time he visits Barsa's realm, he'll deliver another beating for that sarcasm. If there's no other way, Juya declares he'll forge a new path. He'll have them communicate and exchange information directly. But both the Black Cat and Adelia look troubled. They reveal that ever since Juya arrived, their constellations have been talking non-stop, and nothing can get a word in edgewise. Luminous is speaking sweetly to her dear friend, reminiscing after so long apart. Her rival warmly echoes the sentiment. The protagonist had hoped that after all this time, things might have changed, but it seems they have the same dynamic as when he was their master. He sighs, wishing they'd finally get along. Then commands, "Both of you, stop and listen to me." The Black Cat and Adelia are stunned, watching as their powerful constellations obey his every word without question. Juya explains that the one who turned them into constellations, stripping them of their bodies, is making a move again. The last cataclysm was his doing. He warns them that something far greater than a disaster might soon unfold. Because of this, until he reclaims his original power, he needs to borrow their strength from time to time. He asks if they are willing. Adelia's constellation declares it would be her pleasure. The Black Cat's patron pledges to give its all to aid their master. He's pleased to have their approval to forge the contracts. Now, Juya thinks, he just needs to find 3 more of his disciples. And he must find them before the Lord of the Labyrinth makes his next move. With that, the protagonist orders the Black Cat to connect the Ventrick Mansion and Valhalla Academy through a permanent passage. He'll be visiting often, so a portal will make things much simpler. With his orders given, he prepares to depart. Juya leaves Adelia and the Black Cat together, suggesting they stay and get better acquainted. But Adelia's curiosity gets the better of her. She asks if he is the owner of the marketplace. He confirms it, adding that due to certain circumstances, he is now also the owner and director of Valhalla Academy. Adelia wonders why he's so deeply involved with the academy. The cat wisely suggests it's likely for the same reason the Ventrick family serves him. In that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. The scene shifts to a dark corner of the world, where a masked sect gathers for a clandestine meeting with their own constellation. Crystals flare to life as their patron makes contact. They report that all enemies have been neutralized. The constellation, her voice now revealed to be female, commands them to proceed to the next phase. It seems our hero exclusively took female disciples. Could this be another one of them? Their new mission is to protect Juya, a direct order from their celestial leader. The masked man asks for clarification. How are they meant to follow him? Should they reveal themselves? The constellation replies that they are to watch over him from the shadows. At this, the masked girl questions how they could possibly do so without being detected. Their patron dismisses the question, ordering them to reveal their identities only when a specific secret word is spoken. A word we will likely only learn when the fated moment arrives. The next day, we return to Valhalla Academy. Juya has just arrived for training when he spots someone, and something about the man's condition is deeply unsettling. Sihuk desperately begs Juhuk to make him his apprentice, a plea that catches our hero completely off guard. The man repeats his request, pleading to become his disciple. Juhuk, stunned, gives a flat and simple answer, no. The swift rejection leaves Sihuk speechless.
He mutters aloud that the rumors must have been true after all, immediately piquing Jahook's interest. The rumors that Jahook only accepts female disciples in order to build his own personal harem. Juke's voice turned cold, warning Sahook that if he repeated those words, it was over. These two girls, he declared, followed him of their own free will. He had only one disciple, and her name was Yonglang. He'd best remember that, unless he had a death wish. Never again was he to speak such nonsense about creating a harem. Besides, Juke already had 3 people he was responsible for. He simply didn't have the time to train another. The logic was sound. And even Sihook had to admit it made perfect sense. Still, the protagonist felt it was a pity. Time was a resource he was desperately short on. But a fighter like this would be useful against the monsters. Then, an idea sparked. Juke turned to Yonglang, telling her to pay close attention. From now on, she would be responsible for training him. Since they both specialized in physical combat, their synergy would be perfect, making it efficient for them to train together.
With everything decided, Juke went to begin his own workout, leaving them to get better acquainted.
Sihook remembered his battered face, a beating he'd received for no good reason. What would happen now that she had a legitimate excuse to strike him? A flustered Yonglang finally asked if he had anything he wanted to say. As a matter of fact, he did. Sihook revealed he'd checked the cameras and saw her return to step on his head multiple times after he'd already passed out. He figured it was because she must have been embarrassed about something. The reason he'd seen her drying herself when he first arrived? A wave of relief washed over the girl. He had no idea the towel wasn't even hers.
Even after realizing she had done the guy a great injustice, her attitude shifted in an instant, simply telling him he needed to be more careful.
Now, it was time to show him his new training routine. The protagonist watched, always pleased when his disciples got along. In that moment, Kieran approached the protagonist with a question. She wanted to know his plans for next week, when the holidays were set to begin.
As part of the special class, they were free from regular lessons and exams, leaving them with an abundance of free time. It was her clear attempt to grow closer to him.
Juke replied that he was simply going to increase the intensity of his training. Aram immediately declared she'd do the same. The protagonist questioned if she didn't have any personal plans. Aside from their joint training sessions, she was free to do as she wished. He wanted her to know she could use her time and effort on whatever she truly desired. But Kieran simply smiled, stating her one wish was to train and become as strong as him. Faced with that resolve, he could only agree. Yu So Hyun then chimed in, saying she would also come to train during the break. 1 week later, at the Hero Academy in the United States, the president, a man named Beck, stared at a sword pulsing with a powerful energy. He had been observing the relic for some time, recalling its arrival just days ago. He remembered entering this room to find his old friend, Logan the Destroyer, waiting for him. Logan had paid a surprise visit to inform him he had dealt with the people who dared to mess with his son.
He had completely exterminated the entire villainous group known as the Shinja.
He mentioned they were nothing but a group of weaklings in the end, but something fell off. When he finally reached the leader, the man was already torn to pieces. Beck wondered if it had been the result of some internal conflict. Logan couldn't be sure, as he had intended to get answers from the leader himself. He then revealed there was another reason he had hunted them down. He was still investigating the whereabouts of the criminal organization called the Black Lion, the very group responsible for his father's death. He came here because he found this, an artifact he couldn't simply ignore. Its name was the Sword of Light. Ever since he had invaded their base, the sword had been whispering constantly in his mind, finding it incredibly annoying. He wanted to store it in the Academy's secure vault. Beck, intrigued, asked just what the relic was saying. Logan revealed that the sword whispers for anyone watching this video to like it right now. Beyond that, it constantly whispered to be taken to its true master. And so, the object had remained here ever since.
When Beck had tried to store it in the vault with other relics, all of them reacted with such violence that he was forced to remove it. Now, it sat in his office, posing a fascinating question. How could a constellation sealed within a relic possibly have a master? As he was pondering this very thought, a deafening explosion from behind ripped him from his concentration. He spun around in an instant, only to see his academy in ruins, with countless buildings either damaged or completely destroyed. While he was still reeling from the shock, a monster crashed down on top of him, obliterating the entire building where he stood.
The demon-like creature stared him down. Beck demanded to know who he was and why he had attacked the academy in such a brutal fashion. This creature was clearly not human. Look at that disgusting tongue, Beck thought, realizing the invader had slipped past security unnoticed before single-handedly destroying the academy buildings. This was certainly no ordinary enemy. The demon said with glee that he should just kill him without a word. But since he was so pleased to have regained his name and returned to life, he decided he would speak. Talk of resurrection and a recovered name. To Beck, it was all complete nonsense. The demon revealed its true name, Hong Wei. Beck noted how unusual the name was. and decided a formal introduction was in order. Certain this creature had no idea who it was facing. You face Beck, the president of the Hero Academy? And in my prime, I was known as Beck the Bomber. With that declaration, he unleashed a devastating blow to the demon's stomach.
A torrent of emerald energy erupted, coursing through the creature's body.
Beck hoped for a one-hit victory, but his attack had no effect. The demon just grinned, thrilled, and said it possessed a similar power. Beck's mind reeled. A blow like that should have been fatal to any human. The demon then charged its own attack, striking Beck in the chest with the same force. His fist landed like a meteor, releasing a wave of molten energy that burned the area. In the next instant, the entire building exploded, launching the president backward.
The world spun as darkness threatened to consume him. But before he could faint, the creature moved in again, landing another brutal blow that slammed him into the ground.
A single kick like that is agonizing. Crashing to the earth should have instantly killed him. But the man's will was iron. He was still alive, though he wouldn't last much longer against the monster before him. Hongwei mocked him, amused. You're surprisingly resilient. Not like the other worms around here. They couldn't even withstand the shockwave of my arrival. Only then did the president's eyes focus on the academy staff, scattered lifelessly across the floor.
Pure fury erupted within him. He channeled all of his remaining strength, striking the ground with immense power.
A wave of energy tore toward Hongwei, who didn't even bother to defend himself. The attack landed a direct hit. Beck roared, "Even if I can't wound you, I will face you until my last breath." Before the smoke cleared, he gathered his green aura one final time, unleashing his ultimate attack. He prayed this would finally defeat the creature, but to his horror, as the smoke vanished, the monster appeared before him, completely unharmed. Hongwei simply said, "Let me show you a real explosive attack." As he struck Beck's arm, the skin instantly bubbled and then detonated. The force of that single blow was enough. The man was defeated, falling backward like a stone. Hongwei was ecstatic to have his body back, and to have found such a durable plaything. Beck was still alive after 3 of his attacks. "Back when I was a constellation," he mused. "I never met a contractor as tough as you." Beck was shocked. A constellation. Hongwei confirmed it was true. He was the constellation known as the Tyrant of Destruction. Upon hearing this, the constellation contracted to Beck, reacted in pure shock. The Tyrant of Destruction was here. It was just another impossible fact on a list of things Beck couldn't comprehend. But he was now certain this damned creature was a constellation that had descended to the human world. And it was about to send Beck to the next.
But as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow, a new voice cut through the chaos.
"Mind if I join the fun?" The demon was completely stunned to see someone else standing in the ruins. Lying on the ground, Beck was also in disbelief. That figure? He looked so familiar. He finally remembered. It was the kid from Valhalla Academy, Kim Ju-hyuk. The demon, not recognizing him, growled, "Who are you? Are you looking to die?"
Our protagonist simply smirked. "That's impossible. I came here to win, not to be defeated."
Ju-hyuk looked the demon over and said, "I recognize that ugly face, those strange horns, and those vampire-like teeth. And that red skin. You're Hongwei, the loser from the 2nd floor of the Tower of Destruction." Being called a loser made the demon's blood boil. Hongwei roared, "What gives a mere brat the right to speak to me that way?" "Well," our protagonist replied, "a loser like you will always be a loser. You'll remember that when I defeat you again." The aura Ju-hyuk emitted felt incredibly familiar, but the monster pushed the thought aside, deciding to crush this arrogant kid once and for all. With a single effortless swing of his sword, the protagonist dispersed Hongwei's attack. That was all it took for the creature to remember. "This feeling," Hongwei stammered, his voice filled with a terror he'd never forgotten. "It's something I could never forget. You're the hero." He had never imagined, not even in his wildest dreams, that someone could actually reincarnate. Ju-hyuk questioned what was so impressive, adding, "I also never imagined the losers I defeated would be crawling around as constellations." The red demon confessed that he had long since forgotten his own name, and everyone had begun calling him a constellation. But now, things were different. He had finally regained his name, and his body as well. "Unlike you," he pointed out, "who's so much weaker now than when you were a hero, compared to your past self? You're nothing." Ju-hyuk simply said, "That's obvious. Just a high school kid, still in his growth phase. To the demon, this was a delectable sight." He channeled dark energy into his palm, sneering that this was the perfect chance for a little payback.
Our protagonist blocked the devastating strike, but his sword began to smolder with an abyssal fire as his gaze turned grim. Hongwei unleashed a wave of pure destruction, yet it wasn't enough to even faze his opponent.
He lunged forward at blinding speed, aiming a blow at the hero's core, but his attack met only empty air. He'd missed again. How long could this pest keep dodging? Ju-hyuk remained perfectly still, realizing he had already reached this body's physical limit. This was a far cry from his battle against the Ice Monarch in the constellation's imaginary realm. There, he had wielded the full might of his past life, even in this vessel. But now, his physical power was barely a match for this low-level demon. Still, Ju Hyuk refused to let the enemy sense his disadvantage. It wasn't hard to fool a simpleton.
Manhwa was a creature of pure instinct, all attack and no thought. As he lunged, he roared a warning. "This is my ultimate technique. Blocking is futile."
As the world erupted in a blinding explosion, the demon was certain of his victory, a direct hit. Beck, still paralyzed on the ground, watched the battle in horror. He now knew the demon had only been toying with him earlier. The power in that last attack was on a completely different level from what he'd faced. The entire atmosphere of the fight shifted as a calm voice cut through the chaos, declaring that Hongwei should have been less stubborn. In a flash, a new figure struck the demon down. His right arm and horn were severed, falling to the dust. A cold, terrifying dread washed over Hongwei. The demon shrieked in agony and disbelief. "How?" he screamed. "How did you escape that explosion?" It should have been impossible. The hero's answer was chillingly simple. "I didn't escape it. I cut right through it." Absurd. Hongwei raged, but one thing was painfully clear. That sword pulsed with the power of something else entirely. In his current wounded state, defeating this damned hero was impossible. The demon made a choice. He turned to flee. Hongwei told himself that pride was worthless if he was dead. Better to run today and seek vengeance tomorrow. Our legendary hero scoffed at the pathetic sight. He rampages here, slaughters everyone, and then runs the moment his own life is threatened. That, our incredible protagonist declared, is precisely why you're a loser, Hongwei. He then added that it felt good to cleanse the world of this demon once again. With that same impossible speed, he unleashed his blade. Hongwei, in his desperate escape, had turned his back for just 2 seconds. He felt his consciousness begin to fray and fade. In his final moment, that same primal fear gripped him. Ju Hyuk, like a true victor, had already turned away. The battle already won.
After the body fell silent, he approached Hongwei's corpse. He used his ring to absorb the demon's name and its very essence.
As the power flowed into him, not a single drop of blood remained. A complete and perfect absorption, finished in an instant. Only then did he remember the witness. He turned his gaze to the fallen Beck. The protagonist spoke. "I was focused on the enemy. I didn't notice you there. Are you injured?" Beck replied that he couldn't get up, but he was alive. Then he asked, "You're Kim Ju Hyuk, the student from Valhalla, aren't you?" Our hero seemed surprised to be recognized. "You're actually quite famous," Beck explained. "It would be stranger if I didn't recognize you." The man then introduced himself. "I am Beck, the director of the Hero Academy. I must thank you for saving this place," Ju Hyuk replied flatly. "I arrived too late. Everything is already destroyed."
In any case, the rescue team will be here soon. You should wait for them. As for me, I'm busy, so I'll be taking my leave. The director's eyes widened in shock as the boy tore open a dimensional portal.
That was a power only a handful of the world's strongest constellations could wield. And just like that, he vanished, leaving the director behind, struggling to comprehend just who or what that kid truly was. Moments later, Logan arrived, screaming Beck's name. He had seen the attack on the news and had rushed to the scene immediately. Right behind him, the wail of sirens filled the air as ambulances arrived for the wounded. The director simply said there were other priorities now. He would explain all the details later.
Hours, perhaps even a full day passed. Everyone involved in the attack was now recovering in the hospital, including the director himself.
The man couldn't get the battle out of his head. How did that student arrive at the scene so fast? And how did he defeat that monster with such overwhelming ease? Damn, he thought. That kid doesn't give you a moment to breathe. After a while, Beck explained everything he had witnessed to Logan, which, unsurprisingly, left the hunter extremely suspicious.
A constellation. Manifesting directly in this world. It didn't make sense, but the fact that it had defeated Beck was undeniable proof that it could be true. Model.
But the mystery only deepened when they learned a mere kid had defeated this monster.
Logan theorized it had to be a low-level constellation, one that manifested through a contract. It made no sense for a 17-year-old to bring down such a being. Beck asked if the name Ju Hyuk meant anything to him. Logan's eyes widened. Of course, he knew. That was the very kid who'd saved his son during a competition in Korea, a rising star famous for taking down villains. But despite that fame, Logan was still baffled. Defeating a constellation? That was a feat on an entirely different level. Beck revealed he had a theory. During the boys' fight, he'd sensed a disturbingly familiar energy. He was certain the kid held a contract with a powerful constellation. More than that, he wielded its power as if it were his own. Beck then connected the dots.
The energy signature was identical to the one he'd felt from the black market. Even Logan knew that name, the commander of the underworld. A being infamous for tearing open portals through space and time. Beck admitted it sounded absurd for someone so young to contract with a being of that magnitude. But he couldn't deny what his senses told him. This was all too suspicious. Logan knew he had to speak with the boy directly. He asked for his current location. Beck replied that he should be at Valhalla Academy. But how? How could he be in the United States one moment, and back in Korea the next? Beck's answer sent a shiver down Logan's spine. Teleportation. He had watched the boy open a portal and simply step through. This had to be a power granted by the black market's constellation. The fury building inside Logan was immense. The implications were staggering. Contractors capable of teleportation were practically unheard of. And this single ability linked Ju Hyuk directly to the organization he'd been hunting for years. He had to find him. Now.
We cut back to Valhalla Academy. The black cat stood waiting in his office when a portal tore through the air, and out stepped our protagonist.
The cat's composure broke for a second. He asked if Ju Hyuk had been expecting him. The cat affirmed it. His own constellation had issued a direct order to give Ju Hyuk his full support. To that end, he had monitored the entire battle, ready to intervene the moment our protagonist's life was in danger. Ju Hyuk grew curious, wondering how exactly he was being watched. The cat confirmed his suspicions. He had opened a small, alternate portal, observing the fight from a safe distance. That's unsettling, our hero remarked. The cat, perhaps sensing he had overstepped, quickly tried to justify his actions. He explained that this very ability was how they detected the enemy constellation's attack in the first place. Our protagonist agreed, though a flicker of suspicion remained in his eyes. His mind flashed back to his last meeting with the mysterious guide. She had warned him that the next target's name would be sent in a week, and this time, it would be someone from the Tower of Destruction. He'd questioned her. How did she know the exact timing, but not the location? Unlike before, his question made her visibly uncomfortable. She blamed it on the Lord of the Labyrinth's heightened surveillance. She explained that while her existence remained hidden, the Lord had become far more paranoid about information leaking from his domain. Their last conversation was brief. She warned that their meetings would become more difficult due to the Lord of the Labyrinth's ever-watchful eyes.
Our protagonist had asked if this meant she was going into hiding. Her silence was all the answer he needed.
She had to lay low, to avoid casting any more suspicion upon herself. But before she left, she explained how to use the names he'd absorbed with his ring. She said there were two distinct methods. The first to manifest a name and wield its power directly, the second to use a single skill of that name as he saw fit. The first method had a drawback. He could only draw out a fraction of the name's true power, unlike the Lord of the Labyrinth. The second method also had its limits. He could use a target's skill, but he could never strengthen it beyond its original level. This meant he could only ever use the skill with the same power as its previous owner. If the original user was weaker than him, the skill would be a poor weapon. The choice of how to use these stolen powers was now his. This new information left our protagonist deep in thought all week, and now he had a new name to test. He activated the ring, choosing to absorb the name of the demon he had just vanquished. The abilities he gained were utterly useless. Once the absorption finished, the ring's ominous energy faded. Was that it? Our protagonist wondered, feeling no different than before. As he pondered, the black cat's voice cut through his thoughts.
That technique you used, the cat began. The one you used to defeat Hong Wai. Was it the spatial cut?
He confirmed that it was. The black cat's eyes gleamed with interest. In that case, show me. Julia finds this strange. Since he shares a contract with the very same constellation, why can't the director use the technique? The black cat admits with some embarrassment that his mastery of the ability is far from perfect. He humbly asks the main character to demonstrate the skill for him. They move to a wide open space so the cat can observe every detail.
They arrive at the mountains behind the academy. Julia explains that the spatial cut is actually quite simple.
The steps are easy. First, condense your magical power into the blade. Then, twist from your core and unleash the skill. Juliet demonstrates the spatial cut. The attack's power cleaves through the trees and extends far beyond what he intended. The black cat remarks that's the gist of it, but the result was absolutely terrifying, an unbelievable display of power. However, he couldn't help but think, just like his constellation, Julia was terrible at explaining things. He described it in the exact same way. It seems his master truly learned from this young man. Both are abysmal teachers. Our hero asks if the cat needs another demonstration, or if he finally understands. But as he looks around, he notices something is terribly wrong. His attack didn't just cut the trees, it sliced the mountain itself. That should have been impossible. He precisely controlled his energy to stop at the trees. How could this have happened? An attack of this magnitude shouldn't have been possible with his current power. At that moment, a realization dawns on him. This must be the effect of the magical power he absorbed, even if his body felt no different. The change wasn't internal. It was explosive in his attacks. And of course, this newfound power leaves our hero absolutely thrilled. He bids farewell to the Black Cat, saying he must leave, but if needed, he can show him again another time. Juya is buzzing with excitement to test the full effects of his new strength. He was skeptical about the importance of it all before, but now there's no doubt in his mind. Absorbing more names is the path to true power. Those fools from the Tower of Destruction are about to pay. Meanwhile, in a mysterious location, shrouded in secrecy, a man observes a map of the world, likely tracking the locations where the names were sent. What he sees on the map fills him with a sudden dread. Lost in thought, he's interrupted by another person approaching him from behind. The newcomer asks if he's finished distributing the names their master requested. The man confirms, saying he followed the instructions to the letter. But, he adds, there is a problem. As he spoke, his companion noticed his grip tightening on his weapon. And so, he asks why the man is always so attached to that spear. The question was unwelcome, and irritation flashed in his eyes. The spearman insists the previous matter is far more critical. His reason for holding the spear is his own business. Besides, he notes, the other man carries a weapon too. The red-haired man scoffs, saying there's a world of difference between carrying a weapon and clinging to it at all times. It's clear the red-haired man holds a deep grudge against the spear wielder. He snarls that the Lord of the Labyrinth favors him. Otherwise, he would have already ended his life. Now, about the problem. The red-haired man demands to know why one of the names has vanished. He roars, questioning if the names were truly sent as the master commanded. The spearman calmly replies that the names were dispatched exactly as ordered.
According to the plan, some were expected to be defeated, but only after the official order to attack was given.
This is a major irregularity. It must be reported to the master of the labyrinth, and the red-haired man intends to do so immediately. The spearman should be the one to report it, but he refuses to move. He just stands there, silent, gripping his spear. Back at the academy, the Black Cat was in his office when he received a sudden and very unexpected visitor. It was Logan, the greatest American hero. He was here to speak with a student, and only needed the director's permission. The Black Cat is certain this is about Yu Hyuk defeating the constellation at the Hero Academy, but he must feign ignorance. He invites Logan to speak. An uncomfortable silence hangs in the air, until Logan decides to cut straight to the chase. He asks if the director is aware that a student named Kim Ju-hyuk was recently at the Hero Academy and defeated a constellation. Yes, the Black Cat confirms. He is aware of the incident. Logan nods, stating he has 2 questions regarding the matter. First, how did a mere student know about the constellation's appearance? And how did he possess the power to defeat it? The answer isn't simple, and the Black Cat struggles to find the right words. Logan, sensing his hesitation, moves to his second point. How did the boy travel from one continent to another in the blink of an eye? And for this question, he warns, he will not accept a vague answer. The Black Cat recalls that the Academy director and even Logan himself felt the energy of the black market in Ju-hyuk's attacks. Cornered, he makes a choice. He reveals the truth, that Ju Hyuk has a contract with the ruler of the underworld, the very same black market constellation he was bound to. A shocking revelation. But Logan confirms it's not a full contract, only a partial one. So how could he possibly wield the power of teleportation? The Black Cat saw right through Logan's suspicions. The man was convinced Kim Ju-hyuk was connected to the dreaded bloodlions. Logan smirks. This just makes things easier. No need for pointless pleasantries. The Black Cat calmly explains his knowledge of the bloodlions, born from a deep and thorough investigation in the past. An investigation tied directly to the black market. At this, Logan's eyes harden. Then he must know. That wretched organization murdered his father. He had hunted them down, spilling rivers of blood. Yet, after all these years, the true mastermind remained a ghost. His only clue. Every single member of the Bloodlions was a contractor capable of manipulating space itself. The cat confirms this, but then shatters Logan's theory. Kim Ju-hyuk is not one of the Bloodlions. Yes, the boy can teleport across entire nations, but that power comes directly from his constellation. Logan presses further. Can the ruler of the underworld also bend space? The answer is yes. That is precisely how he created the pocket dimension that houses the entire market. The pieces were falling into place, but for Logan, the picture was still incomplete. He wasn't satisfied. What if the market itself is just a front for the Bloodlions, and they're using it to protect that boy? The Black Cat cuts him off. A wild and insulting assumption. The market does not cooperate with villains. Logan slams back. It's no assumption everyone knows contractors who can manipulate space are incredibly rare. Therefore, it's only natural to suspect the ruler of the underworld is one of them. Rage boils over as Logan smashes his glass on the table. And isn't it suspicious that the market's master is backing a mere high school student? To him, it reeks of a backroom deal, with either the boy or the market at its center. The Black Cat's voice turns to steel. Kim Ju-hyuk and I have a special relationship, and neither of us is involved with the Bloodlions. You are now crossing a line you cannot uncross. Logan taunts. And what happens when I do? The black cat's voice remains eerily calm. I have already revealed confidential information about my constellation's power. From this moment, my trust in you is gone. Leave now, and do not return until you have proof to back your wild accusations. But Logan, ever hostile, sneers. And what if I refuse?
The temperature in the room plummets. Then you will die, the cat says, its voice dripping with ice. A slow, mocking smile spreads across Logan's face.
You think you have what it takes to kill me? The cat admits its own weakness. I could never kill you, but if you continue on this path, my constellation will descend and erase you personally. These were not its words, but a direct message from its master.
Provoke him further and face annihilation. And he has a message for your constellation as well. Learn to control your contractor, you fool! Logan's face twists in fury, but then a system window materializes beside him.
It was a message from his own constellation. A single, stern command. Leave, Ja. Miss Namshim, do not cause a scene. Logan grits his teeth. No matter how powerful he was, an order from his constellation could not be ignored. Their will is absolute. Fine, he spits out. I'll let this go for today, but I'll be back.
And next time, I'll bring undeniable proof. As the door slams shut, the black cat slumps, the immense pressure finally lifting.
He had to report this to Adelia immediately. Meanwhile, at the student dormitory, our main character was deep in meditation, using the new cultivation method he'd acquired. He'd never had access to this in his past life. Only now did he realize its incredible power. The results were astounding 30 times faster than his old method. The truth was now clear, his own body was the bottleneck. His magical power had grown far beyond what his physical form could handle. Even with training focused solely on his physique, it was holding him back. In his previous life, his physical prowess had been legendary. That combination of a perfect vessel and immense mana had made him the world's greatest hero. As he meditated, a thought crossed his mind. Did Barch feel anything upon seeing Hongwei again? His seemingly useless constellation chimed in with a, "No. Do you still doubt me, Juhyok?" The protagonist counters, "This isn't about trust. What's to stop the Lord of the Labyrinth from brainwashing you again, turning you back into a villain?" Barch could only reply meekly that he was still powerless and felt nothing out of the ordinary. He switches tactics, pressing Juhyok. Did he truly not sense the strange energy emanating from that building at the Hero Academy? An energy that felt eerily similar to Juhyok's own power from the past? The main character confesses he felt nothing at all. But if this is true, it could be a massive clue. He vows to return soon and investigate this anomaly. The scene shifts to a remote location somewhere in the world, its exact place a mystery. On this isolated island, an even more secluded building stands. Inside, dozens of figures are gathered.
Their sinister words confirm it, these are villains, assembled as soon as they received their names. Here, by direct order.
One of them notes that while most have answered the call, a few are conspicuously absent. Another demands to know who dared to defy the summons. The fish-faced man scoffs, saying the first absentee is that absolute fool. Apparently, his sheer stupidity led him to disobey a direct order. Yet, even as they mock him, they wonder, who in this modern era could possibly defeat such a powerful individual? Their best guess. The idiot underestimated his opponent and was defeated. Now, any of the returned who die will wander as lost souls for another 300 years. They were all sent here with a single mission to unleash destruction. But they must await the signal before their rampage can begin. That being the case, the fish-faced man asks who else is missing. The answer comes swiftly, the one called Watcha, the corpse collector. The villain just sneers, hoping Watcha didn't get himself killed showing off like a moron. If he's dead, it would be a very bad omen. Though Watcha skipped the meeting, he did send a message. He vowed to cause an absolute storm at the global competition. With that, we return to Valhalla Academy. Our hero was deep in his training, pushing his body to its absolute limits. When he realized the training grounds were packed, even during the vacation, everyone was here, training relentlessly. Except for his one official disciple, Yan Lang. It turns out she had informed him she was visiting her family in China and would be gone for a few days. This troubled him. Hadn't she cut all ties with her family? In truth, he was deeply concerned for her safety. After a while, he calls for everyone to take a break. Now, another worry surfaced. With her gone, he had to oversee everyone else's training personally.
Aram approaches him, asking where Yan Lang disappeared to, since she was missing their session.
Ju Hyuk explains she left to handle a family matter, pretending it wasn't a problem for him, though it clearly was. The girls complain that they had all promised to train together. But Ju Hyuk recalls that Aram also skips training sometimes for her own family succession issues. So, he points out her complaint isn't entirely fair. For now, Aram is to lead the others in their training. As the girl goes to explain the situation, announcing herself as their temporary new master. Ju Hyuk can't help but smile at the scene. For him, seeing his disciples get along is a true joy. Baekcheon observes that his master seems prouder than usual. Ju Hyuk agrees, but admits it's bittersweet, lamenting that his old disciples can never reunite. He just wishes he could have one more comfortable conversation with them all. At that moment, Baekcheon recalls something he witnessed many years ago. He reveals there was a time in the distant past when the constellations themselves gathered. It happened long ago, when a mysterious door suddenly materialized within his imaginary realm. Overcome by curiosity, he couldn't resist opening it to see what lay beyond. On the other side, all the other constellations seemed to be gathered, their expressions showing they were just as surprised to be there as he was. Baekcheon says he fled immediately, terrified someone would recognize him. As the former master of the Tower of Destruction, he was weak and powerless then. If his identity were exposed, he would have been killed on the spot. He adds that after 2 days, the door vanished, never to appear again. Ju Hyuk had never heard of such an event, but knowing it was possible in the past filled him with a surge of excitement. We are then transported to China, to the home of Yan Lang's family. They are shocked by her sudden, unexpected visit. The girl states her purpose clearly. She wants to see the family's sacred relic, if they'll permit it. Seo Ryun, now temporarily in control of the family, sees no issue. Leading Yan Lang to the relic would be a simple matter. They quickly make their way to the palace where the artifact is kept. Along the way, a dark premonition grips Yan Lang as she asks what became of her mother. Her aunt reveals a harsh truth: Seo Yanhua was expelled from the family for her crimes. Worse, after the constellation severed its contract with her, she was stripped of her title as the clan leader. Yan Lang was stunned. She only knew the contract was terminated because Ju Hyuk had exposed the truth to the constellation. Her aunt confirms it was thanks to Ju Hyuk that everyone discovered how her mother had been suppressing the growth of any clan member who could challenge her for leadership. As Ryan thanks her for saving the clan's future, a rare blush creeps across Yan Lang's face. Her heart swells with gratitude for Ju Hyuk, and it feels incredible to see his worth acknowledged. But Ryan cuts to the heart of the matter. The position of clan leader remains vacant, a gaping wound in their leadership. Yan Lang immediately questions why her aunt can't fill the role, since she seems absolutely perfect for it. Ryan explains the harsh reality. Leading the White Lotus Academy and heading the family are 2 immense burdens that no single person can bear. Tradition demands a separate leader for each position. She was about to say more, when a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Yan Lang spins around, completely stunned. The grand hall they were walking towards is now engulfed in flames. This is an attack on the clan. They sprint towards the chaos, Yan Lang demanding answers from her aunt. Her aunt's voice is grim. Their family is number 1 in China, but with the clan leader exiled, their very foundation has crumbled. This show of weakness was an open invitation for rival families to rise up, smelling blood in the water. A full-scale assault was inevitable. Reaching the main gate, they don't hesitate, shattering it to confront the invaders head-on. The scene that greets them is a waking nightmare, as the ground is littered with the bodies of their fallen clansmen. For a moment, they are paralyzed by the sheer carnage. Invaders, dripping with blood, brandish their weapons with savage glee. All this bloodshed, just for a taste of power. A cold fury builds in Yan Lang's eyes, wondering if these creatures even deserve to breathe. Before her aunt can utter a single word, Yan Lang explodes into action. The invaders spot them instantly, shouting that to seize power, they must eliminate Seo Ryan, the new head of the Snow Clan. They are here to claim the title of the strongest clan and to exact revenge for everything the former clan head made them suffer. Rage burns within Yan Lang, but she has to know the truth, asking if her mother truly committed such atrocities against their clan. Ryan confirms their family's history. Her mother suppressed other clans. Yes, but she never resorted to murder. The revelation only fuels her fury. Yan Lang never approved of her family's past. But this is a line that should never have been crossed. And with that, she unleashes hell, striking the first enemy in her path. The man swings his blade in a vicious arc, but in a move of pure instinct, Yan Lang meets the cold steel with her bare fists. She shatters his attack, completely overpowering him with a single shove. He becomes a human projectile, taking out a second enemy in one devastating blow. The invader's bald leader stares in disbelief. With just one move, she took down 2 of his strongest warriors. But he has no time to think. Yan Lang is already behind him, delivering a kick with bone-shattering force. Another single blow, and 2 more invaders fall. Her aunt watches in awe, wondering if they are even still alive. Yan Lang's power has grown exponentially. Just what kind of monstrous training did Juyak put her through? As if to erase any lingering doubt, an assassin strikes from the shadows. Yan Lang doesn't even bother to look. A mere flick of her wrist is all it takes to neutralize him. Ryan's eyes widen. Her niece's performance is beyond anything she could have imagined. In that moment, a new resolve forms in her heart. Her niece will be the next head of the clan. Meanwhile, deeper within the palace, Yenlong's sisters are locked in a desperate battle of their own. They are the last ones standing, fighting with every ounce of strength they have left, but they are rapidly approaching their limit. They knew a leaderless clan would be a target, but no matter the odds, they are determined to protect their home with their very lives. Still, a bitter thought crosses their minds: what a pathetic way to die. But their moment of despair is shattered as Yenlang carves a path through the enemy lines with her bare hands. At her side, Ryan unleashes a storm of relentless ice magic. The tide of the battle shifts, drawing every eye, friend and foe alike. A spark of hope ignites within the defenders. The two strongest warriors of their clan have finally arrived. Yenlong's command rings out, sharp and clear. Their priority is to crush these invaders. Her sisters, overjoyed, couldn't agree more. Her tomboyish sister, now filled with renewed courage, launches back into the fray. Her more elegant sister, just as fired up, draws her blade, sending more invaders to their final judgment. She fights with a desperate ferocity, so focused on her enemy that she misses the blade aimed at her back. But Yenlong moves like lightning, saving her from death's door. This single act serves as a silent peace offering for all their past grievances. She even calls her little sister, a simple phrase that warms the girl's heart to its very core. The invaders are clearly shaken, intimidated by the presence of Ryan and this mysterious, overwhelming powerhouse. Just then, their leader steps forward, his voice dripping with menace, asking if they truly have the right to feel fear. The man declared that fear has no place in this battle, and as punishment, cowards do not deserve to live. He mercilessly crushed his subordinate's skull. The scene that followed was too grim to show, reflected only in the girl's horrified eyes. Ryan whispers to the others, recognizing the monster before them. He is the notorious leader of the Gamma family, Si Huang. Now that his identity is revealed, the man sneers, dropping the uncomfortable masquerade. He proudly confirms he is the head of the Gamma family, and he's here to claim the title of China's #1 power. Yenlong steps forward, her voice cutting through the tension. She scoffs at how he speaks of his crimes as if they were trivial matters. Ignoring her completely, the leader announces a proposal. If the Snow family bows to them as vassals, they will be spared. But the condition is a cruel one. They must all become his slaves. Yenlong's counteroffer: if he survives her next attack, he can keep spouting nonsense. It was clear this bastard had no intention of resolving things with words, so he resorted to his only other option: violence. He would eliminate this insolent girl first, then deal with Xiaorian. Yenlong met his attack head-on, but as their fists were about to connect, she noticed something extraordinary. To her, it felt like he was moving in slow motion. In reality, her own movements were blindingly fast, her perception sharpened to a razor's edge. She could process all of this mid-battle, feeling a surge of gratitude for becoming Juhei's disciple. She unleashed a blow so swift, the man never even saw what hit him. The impact instantly exploded his heart. He was dead before his body even hit the ground. The invaders watched their leader fall from a single, effortless strike. That sight was enough to shatter their will to fight, sending them fleeing in terror. Yenlong let the enemies run, making no move to pursue them. Instead, she roared a promise that their punishment would come. She knew the priority was helping the injured. Her immense strength was matched only by her strategic intelligence. Her older sister watched in awe, declaring Yenlong the perfect choice to be the family's new leader. She proclaimed that both sisters would fully support Yenlong, a sentiment they shared. Rian could only agree. They were all in agreement. The only question remaining was what Yenlong herself wanted. After helping evacuate the wounded from the burning compound, Ryan and Yenlong made their way to the Constellation Temple. Yenlong questioned if they were still inside a room. Ryan confirmed it, explaining this was a powerful barrier created to protect their family's sacred relic. After she finished explaining the barrier's creation and maintenance, Ryan reached into a mound of snow, retrieving a box that held the relic. She presented it to Yenlong. For the first time, the girl laid her eyes upon it, seeing only an ordinary-looking glove. But its appearance didn't matter. Yenlong believed this was the key to gaining the same incredible speed and power as Cho Aram. The truth was, Yenlong was deeply impressed by how her rival grew stronger after forging a pact with the Choi family's relic. She thought that if she became even more powerful, Ju Hyuk would give her more attention and more praise. Seeing that determined glint in her eyes, Rian understood her niece's intentions. She used this moment to ask why Yenlong was so interested in the relic. But first, Ryan praised her, admitting Yenlong had become unbelievably strong since she began training under Ju Hyuk. If she became the head of the family and made a divine pact, her power could reach even more impressive heights. The direction of the conversation was becoming crystal clear. Yet, the question still caught the girl completely by surprise. She had never once considered becoming the leader of a family she had despised for so many years. She insisted her aunt's suggestion was absurd. However, the woman was persuasive and laid out the facts. If she only wanted to look, then her wish was granted. But if she wanted to form a pact, The divine pact could only be made with the family's true leader. Essentially, a constellation can only be linked to a single relic. While a constellation can form many pacts with hunters, it can only have one divine pact, a singular connection to one hunter. The girl, understanding the source of this immense power, questioned if it was too early for her to lead, since she was only 17 years old. But her aunt's intelligence was formidable. Ryan argued that with the leader's position vacant, the family was vulnerable. Attacks like the one today would only continue. As a member of this family, she cared for it deeply, and that is why she wanted Yanlong to be the one to lead them. She added that her older sisters felt the exact same way and had already nominated Yanlong for the position. And not only that, Ryan promised to handle the burdens of leadership while Yanlong was still young. As long as she needed it, her aunt would be there to help carry the weight. By shouldering all of the family's responsibilities, she could forge a far more powerful contract with their patron constellation. The girl weighed the heavy risks against the immense rewards, then declared to her aunt that she accepts the proposal. She would rise as the new matriarch and defend the family's honor. Hearing this, her aunt bowed, stating it was a pleasure to welcome her as the new leader. With a hesitant hand, she reached for the relic, knowing the true test was yet to come, convincing the constellation itself. The moment her fingers made contact with the glove, her consciousness was ripped from her body and pulled into another dimension. There, she stood before the magnificent, frozen constellation the Snow King, who was once defeated and humbled by her master, now staring down at her. Could this young girl truly convince him to grant her his full power? That chilling smile on his face seemed to give an answer. From a distance, Ryan watched as a torrent of divine energy began leaking from the relic, in what felt like mere seconds. She had not only conversed with the Lord of the Constellation, but had successfully forged a divine pact. The girl returned to her body, a confident smile spreading across her face as everything had gone according to plan. Her aunt looked on with pride, perhaps seeing the daughter she never had. A few weeks later, the scene shifts back to the United States, where our protagonist was watching events unfold in silence. He seemed deeply irritated by this grand international competition between the magic academies. Just days earlier, he had been summoned to the office of the new director. The man known as the Black Cat had interrupted his vacation without any explanation. Only upon his arrival did the director reveal his true intentions. He needed a favor from Ju-hyuk. Our protagonist had no clue what a man of his stature could possibly want from him. The Black Cat then reminded Ju-hyuk that classes would begin in just 1 week. This news made our hero's head spin, since studying was the last thing he ever wanted to do. The director then mentioned the international competition, also happening next week, hinting that if Ju-hyuk was smart, he would have already connected the dots. This event was similar to the tournament between the 3 great academies, but this time, competitors would arrive from every corner of the world. The Black Cat, having only recently been appointed director, claimed he had just found out about the tournament himself. The rules were clear. 2nd and 3rd year students were strictly forbidden from participating. The Black Cat then finally asked if our protagonist would be willing to compete. Ju-hyuk asked if this favor was just an excuse to get him to join the event. Truthfully, our main character had absolutely no interest in participating. However, the Black Cat then revealed the competition would be held at the Hero Academy in the United States, the very same place that was recently destroyed. It was a catastrophe our protagonist had witnessed with his own 2 eyes. But the Black Cat simply said they had unlimited funds, allowing them to rebuild everything in just a few days. The director tried to tempt him with a fun trip to the US, but Ju-hyuk couldn't care less about something so trivial. Noticing his disinterest, the director was about to withdraw the offer when Ju-hyuk suddenly accepted, claiming he had matters to settle there. For that reason alone, he would grant the director his favor. His true motive was that Barry had sensed an energy identical to Ju-hyuk's coming from one of the academy buildings, a detail he'd failed to mention earlier. Now, he had no choice but to go there and investigate this strange phenomenon. The Black Cat then asked which student Ju-hyuk would take with him as his partner for the competition. He didn't need a partner, but the rules stated each academy must send 2 representatives. His thoughts immediately drifted to his one and only disciple. But Yanlong was not a student at this academy and was busy handling affairs in her own country. In that case, the best choice was Choyim, a warrior whose skills were on par with Yanlong's. But as he considered this, he remembered the red-haired witch's ominous warning. One day, she had appeared before him without warning, shouting that they were in serious trouble. Ju-hyuk sarcastically asked what would have happened if he had been in the bathroom when she summoned him so abruptly. Besides, the witch had said they wouldn't see each other for a while. She insisted that she had no other choice. She had just discovered that the red demon he defeated last time did not come to Earth alone. The Lord of the Labyrinth had sent several other powerful beings as well. In fact, all the names from the 2nd floor of the ancient Tower of Destruction had been unleashed upon this world. This was a catastrophic problem. Our protagonist noted that in his past life, he could have handled them all without issue. But now, dealing with all of them at once was a major threat. The red-haired girl explained that they probably wouldn't all attack at the same time. Even though they were sent here, the Lord of the Labyrinth's orders must have been specific, as mindless killing wouldn't improve their reputation or names. She warned Ju Hyuk to stay on full alert and to be extremely careful while he was out in the world. The protagonist simply replied that she wasn't the only one who should be careful, noting that her own condition looked unstable. The great guide should be careful, too. Hearing his words, the girl blushed slightly, admitting it had been many years since anyone had worried about her. He acknowledged her warning, promising to be careful, and told her he would see her again soon. That was his last real conversation with a girl, until he arrived in the United States. "What are you staring at, teach me swordsmanship?" "Absolutely not." Twi Aaron's face flushed as she explained the Academy representative informed her that Ju Hyuk had personally requested her presence. She was deeply grateful for the chance and vowed to exceed his expectations. But Ju Hyuk couldn't bring himself to tell her she was his second choice. He simply said he was counting on her. Nearby, a few familiar, handsome faces appeared. It was Logan, the very same student Ju Hyuk saved during the last tournament. He was a bundle of nerves, anxious about facing our protagonist in the competition. And now, his worst fears were confirmed. He admitted with certainty that Ju Hyuk was the undeniable favorite to win it all. Besides, both he and his friend had a debt to repay. Melissa chimed in, expressing her own gratitude to Ju Hyuk for saving all of them back then. They both knew they stood no chance against him, but they hoped to use the competition to finally thank him properly, and maybe ask how he became so impossibly strong. Just then, the leader of the American Academy commanded everyone's attention. He introduced himself as Becky, the president of the Hero Academy, and welcomed them to the international competition. He acknowledged the recent attack on his academy might have them worried, but the culprit had been punished. The academy was fully rebuilt, and security had been reinforced to its absolute maximum to guarantee their safety. The director's voice boomed with confidence, telling them to relax, nothing would go wrong. Our protagonist, however, watched on, lost in his own thoughts. He tuned back in just as the competition rules were explained a 2-day, 1-night event. The first challenge conquer a labyrinth within a strict time limit. But as the director laid out the plans, someone was watching from the security room. It was Logan's father, obsessed with uncovering the truth behind Ju Hyuk's power. As he nervously monitored the protagonist, a familiar voice called his name. A woman named Lana from the Contractors Association had arrived. They were clearly old acquaintances. As Logan's father asked what brought her here, she explained her company was hired by the Academy to manage security, and she was overseeing the operation. She reminded him with a smirk that she'd always insisted the private sector was where the real action was. He understood her point, but explained he was here investigating a particular participant who deeply concerned him. Lana immediately guessed it was his own son, Logan, but he corrected her. "The one I'm interested in is Kim Ju Hyuk." But before he could finish, the entire building began to shake violently. Lana, a true security professional, instantly sprinted to assess the situation. It took only seconds, but when they reached the window, a scene of absolute horror greeted them. Hundreds of monsters were erupting from the ground, as the sky itself bled into a terrifying shade of red. These grotesque creatures, dripping with malice, were on the hunt. As they stared in disbelief, the woman's radio crackled to life with frantic energy. She furiously demanded why she wasn't warned of the approaching danger. Her agents were already aware of the threat, but the problem was, the monsters hadn't approached. They had simply clawed their way out from beneath their very feet. This was a complete anomaly, something far beyond any security protocol they had ever prepared for. Lana made her decision in an instant, signaling to Logan's father that she was heading down to neutralize the threat and secure the area. This woman was no joke. She leaped from the high-rise building, confronting the horde of zombies head-on, daring them to face her. She was determined to wipe them all out. The zombies, in turn, seemed determined to die. Her blade moved so fast, it left afterimages in the air. With a single elegant sweep, several monsters were utterly decimated. She shouted to her team that the creatures had extremely low defense, and not to fear them. However, even if they were individually weak, their numbers were overwhelming. This was not a normal spawn. She wondered if a dungeon break had occurred nearby. Did anyone spot a gate opening in the vicinity? No, ma'am. Nothing has been detected. That's impossible. She gritted her teeth, trying to make sense of the chaotic situation. I have to say, her eyes are truly stunning. The warrior realized if the monsters came from below, it meant a hidden catastrophe was unfolding right under the academy. The entire institution was in grave danger, but as she waged war against the monsters outside, she had no idea that dozens of zombies had already infiltrated the building itself. Amidst the widespread panic, our protagonist and his team remained eerily calm, wondering which poor souls were foolish enough to try and die a second time. A panicked announcement echoed through the halls. The competition was canceled, and all students were ordered to evacuate immediately. President Becky screamed for everyone to run, not to engage the monsters. That wasn't a student's duty. This was a disaster of epic proportions. First, his academy was defeated and destroyed. And now, a second time, his life's work was crumbling before his eyes. Were the heavens themselves conspiring to ruin his reputation? One of the security guards rushed to the academy president, urging him to flee for his own life. He was told to join the students and evacuate, but he refused to run. A fire of frustration was burning inside him.
Rolling up his sleeves, he declared he would fight too. He swore he wouldn't let this happen again.
He cracked his knuckles as a green aura erupted around him. He then launched himself at a zombie, delivering a devastating punch that sent several of them flying. Ju Hyuk simply watched from the side, observing the chaos with an unnerving calm.
Another student realized the monsters looked familiar. Choi also defied the evacuation order, choosing to fight.
She placed a hand on her sword's hilt and in a flash of steel, cut through every monster before her. Another zombie head rolled to the ground. Aim defeated countless monsters. But she paused to think. No matter how many she took down, their numbers just kept growing. She turned to the main character, demanding to know what he thought. Ju Hyuk told her to save her strength. Wasting energy fighting them was pointless. The reason their numbers were infinite. Therefore, the best option was this. He struck his sword against the ground, unleashing a brilliant yellow light in all directions. The monsters stared blankly, their rotten minds confused by what was happening. Perhaps those husks couldn't even think. In the next moment, they all began to melt, as if their brains had already turned to liquid. The main character's technique caused every zombie in the area to dissolve. This power was an ability from one of his disciples.
He thought to himself that the idiot had a pretty useful skill for crowd control.
Meanwhile, the director was fighting for his life against the horde. Then, before he knew it, the creatures around him were melting away. This wasn't his doing, and he had no idea what was happening. Looking around, he desperately searched for who was responsible. Then he saw him, the protagonist. He instantly knew only a monster like that could defeat so many others. That boy had saved his skin once again. The protagonist warned his friend that this was only a temporary fix. They needed to conserve their energy.
Aram wondered what he would do now. Ju Hyuk replied with confidence, declaring he was ready to take down the bastard behind this entire incident.
But from the shadows, someone else was watching these events unfold. A strange and despicable being was using puppets to observe the battlefield. As his pawns were swept from the board, he realized something was terribly wrong. The masked monster watched his zombie legion get annihilated in a way that should have been impossible. He had more than enough materials, but the zombies weren't respawning. He wondered if a powerful contractor was on the field, because against these numbers, even the strongest hunter should have been overwhelmed.
A twisted excitement began to build in the creature. If he killed this powerful foe with his own hands, his name would become legendary.
But as this creature plotted its glorious victory, something crashed through the ceiling above him. The main character descended through the wreckage with a calm expression, as if this was normal. The demon looked on, pure terror filling its eyes. Why was this terrifying person coming for him? The protagonist landed with the force of a comet. The masked demon didn't know who this was. He stood frozen, his mouth hanging open, only to take a devastating punch straight to the chest. He was sent flying several meters back. With no time to think, the creature slammed its hands on the ground, desperately summoning as many zombies as it could. Ju Hyuk simply smiled at the pathetic display. With one slight motion of his sword, the entire horde was wiped out. The monster couldn't believe what it was seeing, unable to even process what had just happened.
The protagonist then raised his sword, but he didn't aim for the monster's face. Instead, he destroyed the puppets used for observation.
As the monster stood terrified of the human before him, the protagonist smirked. "It was great that you dodged. I'm glad. Watcha." The monster was terrified yet again upon hearing its name. How could this human possibly know its true name? And in that moment, a horrifying realization dawned. That overwhelming presence and that sword technique could only belong to the god of war. Ju Hyuk confirmed its guess with a cold stare. Then, with incredible speed, he struck at the monster's face. The creature tried to block the sword, but it was a futile defense. Its hand was completely obliterated. The creature wanted to scream, but it couldn't even react. It never expected to see the one who had defeated it in its previous life. Ju Hyuk was smiling, clearly excited by this reunion. He prepared his next attack, letting out a grin more terrifying than any demon's. The attack struck the monster's shoulder, and in the next instant, its arm was severed from its body. It was almost pathetic to see the demon squirming in fear, gasping for air. This was not the same being that had been hunting humans from the shadows just moments ago. Cornered, the protagonist declared this was far from over. If the demon craved annihilation, Juke would gladly oblige, ensuring it met the same fate as the red demon. The masked fiend sneered, asking if Hongwi's sudden disappearance was the god of war's handiwork. The protagonist calmly confirmed the demon's guess, even adding a mocking, "How clever of you!" That final taunt sent the creature into a rage. as it summoned a monstrous beast to attack. The sheer size of the monster was overwhelming, but Yuke's expression remained colder than ice. The masked one explained their presence on this world was simply to follow orders.
Killing the former god of war wasn't part of their mission, making this entire battle pointless.
Despite his words, he launched his puppet forward, but Juke dodged with ease. Juke then activated his relic, asking if the demon truly believed this fight was meaningless. With a single light swing, his sword ignited with a ghostly green aura. A horrifying realization struck the demon. Juke could wield the power of multiple constellations at once. The aftershock of the attack caused the monster's body to liquefy, collapsing into a foul sludge of its own corrupted flesh. The demon was stunned. He stared at the molten remains of his pet, trying to process what had just happened.
A smirk crossed Juke's face as he warned, "This is a terrible time to get distracted."
His blade flashed, landing a perfect strike on the creature's neck and severing its head. Even detached, the head kept speaking, boasting that the god of war was weaker than before. If those words were meant to provoke him, they failed completely. He simply retorted that the monster was just as resilient as ever. The puppet demon vowed that no matter how many times it was defeated, its name would rise again. One day, it would return with the first red demon Juke had ever slain. Juke connected the dots. "So that's why you claimed this fight was pointless. You believed you'd just be reborn." Then, with a chillingly cruel smile, the protagonist asked if the demon really expected the red demon to come back. "That's not going to happen," he declared. "Not for him, and not for any of you. Because now you all belong to this ring." Their very weapons had been converted into raw power for Juke to command. The truth finally crashed down upon the creature. The protagonist could absorb the very names of the villains he defeated. Juke admitted it was just an imitation of the Labyrinth Lord's absorption technique, but that detail hardly mattered. What mattered was that they would never return to cause chaos again. The severed head on the ground was now consumed by absolute terror. As it grasped the finality of its doom, the protagonist began absorbing its very essence, while the head shrieked not to be erased. Unfortunately for the villain, the pleas of a monster are never heard. In seconds, every drop of its energy was drained into the ring. Juke looked on with grim satisfaction, pleased that another one of those bastards had met their deserved end.
While this battle was fought in secret, it was being watched by two of the protagonist's servants, thanks to a relic in his possession.
The black cat asked Adelia what she thought of the clash she had just witnessed. The girl, having never seen Juke in a real fight, was completely mesmerized by his incredible power. It stirred something deep within her. Noticing her dazed reaction, the black cat prodded. "So, which part did you like the most?" The cat's tone was informal, so she told him he could just call her by her first name. She asked, "Did you see how he masterfully used our constellation's technique, the ultimate ability? The secret no one ever reveals. But because they were allies, they had shared their greatest secrets with one another." Adelia was baffled how he could use her ultimate technique. When she, the true owner of the relic, could not... She began to explain the nature of the poison he used. It was her constellation's secret weapon, an art that transforms magic power into a deadly poison that melts an opponent's body. The black cat became curious and asked what would happen if a normal contractor tried to use that power. She explained that a direct touch is required just to make the melting effect start. Even for her, a high-level contractor with a direct pact, she would need to touch the opponent's vital organs. Yet Yuke was melting monsters without even touching them. What Adelia meant was that his level of mastery was simply unimaginable. It was a feat that wasn't even supposed to be possible. Their awe of the protagonist's power only grew deeper. She remembered that he only had a temporary contract with her constellation, one that granted him only minimal access to its power. Still, he wielded it with far greater skill than she, who held a much stronger contract. After the shock faded, she confessed her honest admiration for the protagonist. This was the first time she had seen him fight other monsters, and now she had no doubt that he was truly incredible. As soon as she said that, a voice echoed directly in her mind. It was her constellation, who said that his skill was obvious. It explained that while the poison was its unique power, a true master had helped in training that ability. In terms of pure application, Juke was superior to her in using her very own skill. Adelia's mind reeled. This boy had trained the very constellation she'd revered her entire life. So, she could only nod in stunned agreement with its statement. Adelia turned to the black cat, her resolve hardening. When the protagonist returned, she had a request to make. She wanted to be trained by him as well, while those two celebrated. We shift back to the United States. The invasion site was a scene of utter devastation, the landscape scarred by the summoned creatures. All the security teams could do was fight a hopeless battle against monsters, whose source was a terrifying mystery. The leader barked orders, searching for survivors amidst the chaos. She was fixated on the cause, unable to accept that this apocalypse had no explanation. Her mind raced, replaying Logan's words. Could the protagonist truly be the reason the zombies had vanished? At that very moment, she was locked in a desperate struggle against the creatures.
Pouring every ounce of her strength into the fight, she felt her energy draining away. The monsters were an endless tide. Even as the strongest warrior present, she couldn't hold out forever. They just kept multiplying. As she desperately searched for a way to stop the swarm, she saw him. The protagonist had appeared, standing before the entire zombie horde. With one hand casually in his pocket, she wondered if she'd been so distracted she missed his arrival, or if he'd simply materialized out of thin air. A desperate scream tore from her throat, begging him to flee for his life. But his calm smile caught her completely off guard. That enigmatic student slammed his blade into the earth, and a wave of brilliant green energy erupted across the area. All around them, the creatures began to melt away. That power, that overwhelming aura, she couldn't comprehend it. It disintegrated monsters that she, at her full power, couldn't even defeat. The sheer absurdity of it was staggering. She didn't hear a name, but a certainty settled in her soul. This was the work of Kim Ju Hyak. The protagonist had resolved the entire crisis in an instant. But she couldn't shake a chilling thought the monsters attacked the very moment he arrived on the scene. Lost in her suspicions, she barely noticed Logan approaching, calling out to his friend and asking if she was unharmed. He also needed to know if the situation inside the academy was under control. Logan assured her all the students were safe. Beck had taken care of the rest. The girl then seized the opportunity, asking about the student Logan was so interested in. Is it him? She pressed. Is it Kim Ju Hyak? He had never told her that name, and he demanded to know how she figured it out. To Logan's utter astonishment, she explained that Ju Hyak was the one who had annihilated the entire zombie horde. He walked right into that sea of zombies, she said, her voice filled with awe. Planted his sword in the ground, and they all just melted. Logan grew thoughtful. He knew Ju Huk's contract was with the Lord of the Underworld, a constellation that possessed no such holy ability. Before he could reveal any more information, he remembered the Black Cat's warning, never disclose confidential details about their constellation's powers. Because of this strict rule, he said nothing more, only asking if she knew where the protagonist was now. As expected, she had no idea. Logan was disappointed, but not surprised. He had hoped for answers, but that would have to wait. He would simply bide his time for a better opportunity. The girl was surprised that Logan didn't insist on pursuing Ju Hyuk immediately. Logan admitted he was curious, but claimed he had no intention of digging deeper. She couldn't accept that. This isn't normal, she insisted. We have to understand his connection to the undead. Logan's demeanor instantly shifted, his voice dropping to a deadly serious tone. Rana, he warned, do not investigate this any further. If you do, he continued, you will be killed. She knew Logan well enough to understand he would never say such a thing unless he was absolutely certain. He offered no more explanation and walked away, even as she kept pressing him to discuss it further. Meanwhile, in a dark sanctuary where monsters lurk on a remote island, the beings summoned by the Lord of the Labyrinth were gathered for a meeting. They announced that another of their kind had been captured. The masked one had acted alone, but none of them had expected his defeat. They speculated his overconfidence in his own strength had led to his downfall at the hands of mere humans. However, a fish-headed man declared that their opinions didn't matter. Their comrades had died far too quickly, and that was not normal. Two other demons then suggested they all attack together to ensure their safety. The scene shifts to the following day, where our two protagonists were walking through the city. Aram lamented that the tournament had been canceled because of the monster attack. It was a shame to have come such a long way only to leave.
Juke hadn't stayed with her until the end, so she asked if there had been any trouble after he left. Aram said no. After he disappeared, she managed to defeat the remaining monsters. And then, suddenly, they just stopped appearing. She wondered aloud if he was the reason the monsters vanished. He answered humbly, yes, you could say that was the case. Without giving away details, Juke mentioned that the monsters felt familiar to him. So, he went after the one responsible, already knowing who it would be. The girl asked how they could possibly be familiar to him. The protagonist didn't think much before giving his answer.
How could he reveal a secret buried in a past life? He simply deflected her question, warning her to forget what she saw.
Confused, the girl asked for their next destination. The ordinary path would be a bus to the airport. But Ju Hyuk knew better. With the tournament canceled, every normal route would be chaos. He had a far superior method.
All he had to do was follow a hidden path, and a miracle would unfold.
As they moved through the American streets, his eyes found a secret passage. This was classified knowledge, a door only he could open. He pushed it wide, revealing the shimmering gateway of the Black Cat, still active. Aram stared, completely lost. To her, it was just an old warehouse, but the main character knew the physical location was irrelevant. He recalled the Black Cat's words. The Korean market could be accessed from gateways hidden all across the globe. These doors all led to a central hub, a nexus point for the black market. Back then, the ability to cross continents in seconds had left him breathless. On that day, the Black Cat had revealed this warehouse as a discreet entry point, leading to the market's central tower, which held a gate straight to the United States. Using the tower's gate was essential. It prevented ordinary people from witnessing students appearing in the black market, which would shatter their academy's reputation. The Black Cat had even connected Valhalla Academy directly into this hidden network. They ventured through the derelict warehouse, their footsteps echoing until they reached the magical door, and it pulsed with energy, just as he knew it would. The warehouse was merely a clever illusion to hide the portal. Ju Huk urged her forward, inviting her to witness the impossible. That final door didn't just lead to another place. It led to another dimension entirely. This market exists on a separate plane of reality, and these gateways are the bridges connecting it to our world. In a flash, they stepped through the portal and were standing back on Academy grounds. Ju Hyuk needed to report to the director, so they went their separate ways. Aram blushed, stammering a compliment about how incredible Ju Huk had been. Her feelings for him were painfully obvious, but our main character's mind was elsewhere. He glanced at his ring, thinking only of how close he was to achieving his true purpose. He had claimed his third title. He could feel his power swelling to new heights, and the sensation was intoxicating. But as he opened the director's door, he found a guest he never would have anticipated. He acknowledged the Black Cat first, but standing before him was Adelia Vendrick. He demanded to know what she was doing there. She insisted on him using her first name, explaining she had come to ask a monumental favor. The protagonist, with his usual calm authority, told her to stand straight and speak freely. There was no need for her to bow. Flustered, she blurted out her request she wanted him to become her teacher. Ju Huk was baffled. Why this sudden change of heart? She explained that she and the Black Cat had been monitoring his achievements. They had come to a single conclusion: he was the most extraordinary being they had ever known. It was meant as the highest praise. But Ju Huk felt a chill run down his spine. These two had been spying on him. It was utterly creepy. He whipped around, yelling at the Black Cat, demanding to know if this was his scheme, or if that meddling constellation was pulling the strings. The Black Cat flinched from his fury, just as a system window materialized with a dire notification. It was a warning: if his constellation discovered their secret meeting, she would descend and personally obliterate him. It seemed both of them were desperately trying to keep this request hidden from their powerful patrons. Adelia quickly changed the subject, praising his mastery over the constellation's poison and begging him to teach her his methods. Ju Huk sighed, rubbing his temples. He remembered the Black Cat asking for the exact same thing not long ago. Can't you two just learn from Luminous and Balkan? They are the literal source of those techniques. Ju Huk pressed the point. What difference could he possibly make when the constellations themselves were their teachers? He stated that as their contractors, they should have instinctively learned the skills. The method for using them was identical. There was no secret. But then he revealed the truth. The one crucial difference was that he never relied on borrowed power from a constellation. He amplified every ability by infusing it with his own vast reserves of pure mana. He lamented that the youth of today only focus on increasing their mana pools, not on mastering its control, creating a critical weakness. Even if he showed them his method, their bodies would be instantly drained. The two stared blankly, wondering how he could speak of young people when he was one of them. Adelia didn't care. She pleaded with him to teach her his technique, even if she lacked the capacity to handle it. Ju Huk shook his head, explaining he was swamped and barely had time for his own students. However, a thought crossed his mind. Since they were the chosen contractors of his own beloved disciples, he vowed to personally train the two of them, declaring that physical conditioning was paramount. Their trial would begin in the training room at dawn. After their session, he would also need to speak privately with the mysterious Black Cat. His mission in the United States was far from over. He had been denied the chance to investigate the building, radiating that unsettling aura. He had to go back. He needed another opportunity to uncover the secrets hidden within that place. As darkness draped itself over America, the scene shifted to the very heart of the Contractors Association. On the highest floor, Logan obsessed over Kim Ju-hyak's file. The boy remained an unsolvable enigma, a ghost in the system. Nothing could explain his monstrous power, nor his uncanny involvement in major attacks across the globe. Then, a chilling memory surfaced. The protagonist had spoken as if he intimately knew Logan's own constellation. He reached out to his celestial patron, asking if it recognized the ruler of the underworld, who seemed to know him. The destroyer of all gave a swift, chilling response. Yes, a warning followed Logan was to be wary of the fanatics of the Silent Moon. The answer itself wasn't surprising. But this new variable, these so-called fanatics, were a complete unknown. He scoured every database for information, but found nothing. They were ghosts, just like the protagonist he was hunting. A bitter smile touched Logan's lips. Trying to investigate this boy felt like wandering an endless labyrinth with no escape. As he pondered his next move, a sinister voice echoed from outside. asking if this was the Contractors Association, looking for a job. Perhaps a monstrous creature stood beyond the glass, its voice dripping with malice. Despite its terrifying appearance, Logan showed no fear. He simply asked, "What are you? And what do you want?" The monster let out a low chuckle, impressed by his courage. "You don't even flinch at the sight of me." Gripping its massive club, the creature roared, "You really are the #1 hunter," before launching its devastating attack. Glass exploded inwards like a crystalline storm, but Logan met the blow with icy calm. The impact sent him flying, but he landed on the ground with perfect grace. Though his arm was marked, his expression remained unbroken. But a slight tremble in his hand betrayed the terrifying power of that single blow. This thing could speak, which meant it possessed a horrifying intelligence, far beyond any normal monster. Logan knew he couldn't underestimate this foe. As he braced himself, the bald, grinning monster mocked him. "How funny. A mere human thinks it can fight me." Logan's eyes narrowed at the insult. "Then let's see you block this with that arrogant mouth of yours." He met the monster's club head-on. In a clash of titans, Logan's power overwhelmed it, sending the creature hurtling backward. But even as it flew through the air, the monster just laughed, booming. Not bad at all for a human. Logan advanced, his face a mask of grim determination. "Save your compliments for after you're dead." He unleashed another attack, so powerful it completely obliterated the building's floor. A blinding light erupted from the impact, and the entire skyscraper groaned, threatening to collapse at any moment. Floors below, Rana was thrown from her chair as a violent tremor shook the entire building. At first, she thought it was an earthquake, but the shockwave originated from the top floor, from Logan's office. Back in the storm, Logan felt the brutal impact reverberate through his arm. It was a clean hit, but through the dust and rubble, his opponent had vanished. In the next instant, a killing blow screamed past his ear. Only the honed reflexes of America's #1 hero allowed him to block the surprise assault. Even so, the force of the blow was catastrophic, slamming him into a solid wall. He was already battered and bruised, struggling just to stay on his feet. This was no ordinary creature. Was it a reincarnated constellation, or something far worse? The bald monster sneered. "I expected the #1 to be stronger than this." Sweating, Logan shot back. "Shut your mouth! I haven't even used half of my power yet." It wasn't entirely a lie. If he unleashed his full strength here, he would bring the entire building down around them. That couldn't be an option. His only path to victory was to touch the monster's body directly and activate his ultimate power. But he couldn't get close. As he calculated his impossible odds, backup finally arrived. It was his trusted friend, Rana, leading a team of elite hunters. She had rushed over the second the tremors began, but the sight that greeted her made her blood run cold. That bald, grotesque creature? It was a special class demon of unimaginable power. On the other side, the demonic creature grinned, its eyes lighting up with sadistic joy. "More toys to break!" he roared, charging forward to slaughter them all. "Fall back!" Rana screamed at the weaker hunters. This was not their fight, clenching her fists. She poured all her mana into a desperate counterattack. She unleashed the same flurry of supersonic punches she had used once before. But the bald demon weaved through every single strike with contemptuous ease. Cold fear seized Rana's heart. She was sure she had predicted its exact path. Pushing past her limits, she aimed a direct punch at the monster. Her fist finally made contact, grazing its skin. But in a flash, the monster was gone. Her fist met only empty air. Confused, she never saw it lurking above her, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The bald demon struck with all its might, but in that final, critical moment, Logan threw himself in the way, his arm taking the full force of the attack to save his friend. She could see the attack would cost him his arm, but Logan merely shrugged it off as nothing. He revealed a chilling truth the monster wasn't dodging. They had been striking nothing but illusions. The demon only showed its true form the instant it attacked. A wicked grin spread across its face as it thought, "This human is surprisingly sharp. He's already figured out my genjutsu." The demon decided to melt back into its illusions, but it was caught completely off guard. Logan's foot slammed down on its own, pinning the creature to the ground. He mocked the demon, asking why it wasn't disappearing now. The weight of Logan's foot was immense. The monster howled in pain, unable to break free. With a new fire in his eyes, Logan told it to prepare for what was coming next. He roared that this would be his ultimate attack. The blow descended like a meteor, but suddenly stopped, inches from its target. His entire body had frozen solid. A second demon appeared beside the first, remarking how Bekuya had been careless again, no matter how weak the opponent. This newcomer gloated that if it weren't for his petrifying eye, his friend would have a gaping hole in his stomach. The two demons chatted casually, acting as if the humans weren't even there. Logan and Rana held their ground, wondering if this second demon had been hiding in the shadows the entire time. The purple-skinned demon smiled.
asking which of them should be the first to die. He paralyzed them both, letting his friend Bikia choose the first victim.
But as Bikia savored his moment of victory, he never sensed the presence that split his shiny head into two perfect halves. Wak, the main character himself, had come to deliver a personal lesson in swordsmanship. Logan and Rana stared, utterly stunned. Once again, at the most impossible moment, Wak had appeared to save their lives. He calmly finished off his opponent, while the other bald demon standing behind him was frozen in pure terror. Did he know this guy? He stammered, asking who he was, but his question was cut short by Logan, who shouted, "Is it really you, Kim Ju-yuk?" In that moment, they realized the paralysis holding their bodies had vanished. The main character didn't even glance at Logan, simply muttering that these pests were a problem back then, too. Yuak recalled their old patterns. Haki always relied on the assassin's eye, while Baekuya just tried to bludgeon his foes. That's why he eliminated Haki first. Then, he turned to Baekuya, asking if he remembered him now. Terrified, the bald demon had no idea what Yuak was talking about. He screamed, asking if the boy was insane, and how he could possibly know their true names. Besides, claiming he had killed them before made no sense at all. Logan interrupted, thanking Juak for saving them and introducing himself. The name triggered a memory. The main character recalled the Black Cat's words. A man named Logan had traveled all the way to Korea just to find him. This left our legendary hero deep in thought. He couldn't imagine what business he had with this man. Growing tired of their conversation, the bald demon roared with impatience and charged forward to attack. But even with his enemies completely distracted, his clumsy club swung through empty air. Right in the middle of the fight, Logan yelled to the main character, asking if he knew these demons from a past life or something. Once again, the main character realized he had said far too much in front of others. Yuak knew he had to strike the demon down before it could dissolve into an illusion and escape. True fear finally appeared in the demon's eyes as it turned to run. Perhaps it had finally realized the true identity of the boy standing before it. Logan and Reina were baffled. Why was the monster that had just dominated them now fleeing for its life? They wondered if they should give chase. The main character warned them that they were looking at another illusion. The real body was already escaping nearby. Yuak knew that with his disciple's relic, he could annihilate both the illusion and the real body in a single strike. However, he hadn't renewed his temporary contract. And besides, an attack of that magnitude would cleave the entire building in half. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a presence emanating from Logan. His constellation was speaking. "Is that the martial god?" it said. "Now I understand." That familiar energy. Juak greeted Shung, acknowledging it had been a long time since they last met. He then requested a temporary contract with Shung, and asked if his contractor had the relic on him at this very moment. Shung affirmed, then commanded Logan to immediately hand over the super sacred relic. An order from his constellation was absolute, and Logan could not disobey. Rana, unaware of what was happening, warned them that the demon was getting away while they were talking. The bald demon had already leaped through the window and was now far from the building. The relic handed over. "Now," Wak commanded, sliding it onto his gauntlet. A wicked smile spread across his face. "Perfect," he hissed. Meanwhile, the bald demon who had barely escaped couldn't process what he'd just witnessed. How could his partner have been annihilated so effortlessly? He refused to accept the terrifying truth that he had just faced the legendary martial god himself. His only goal was to find the others and warn them of the god's reincarnation. But a chilling presence appeared directly behind him. None other than Yuak. With a single motion, his fist unleashed a wave of raw power, an energy blast that struck the demon like a divine judgment. The hulking creature crashed to the ground, his body scorched by the overwhelming attack. Only then did he realize the martial king was the one who had struck him down. High above, two figures watched the entire scene unfold from a rooftop. Rana asked Logan if that was his constellation's secret technique. He shook his head. No, but it holds the same devastating power. For Yuak to wield such an ability with a temporary contract made only moments before was simply unheard of. That single attack was all it took to vanquish the beast. Just like that, the crisis was over. Before long, authorities swarmed the area to handle the aftermath. Logan received first aid, as did a shaken Rana. The main character informed Logan he was leaving. He had no desire to stick around for the media circus and demanded his identity be kept a secret. Logan, burning with questions, tried to stop him, but the mysterious hero had no time for him. Yuak just wanted to end this and disappear. Then he remembered what the Black Cat said, that Logan was the #1 ranked hunter. Dealing with him was unavoidable. And Yuak considered, if he could win the top hunter over to his side, it could prove immensely useful. With that in mind, he changed his tone. "My apologies," he said, feigning exhaustion. "I'm tired right now. But when the time is right, I will visit you at the association. I will answer your questions then." Logan was stunned. The man spoke to him so casually, without a shred of the respect that the #1 hunter always received. Juok then declared, "I am granting you this time only because you are Shung's contractor. You should be grateful." The statement made no sense at all, and Logan called out, desperate for an explanation. But his own constellation's voice boomed in his mind, insisting that he let the man go. Shung warned him to address that person with the utmost respect. Logan had no choice but to obey his constellation's command. His friend Rana then pointed out a new problem. The demons' bodies were gone.
They vanish like smoke the moment they're defeated, Logan explained.
"That's a problem," Rana muttered. "Without bodies, we'll need security footage as proof for the authorities."
Rana's curiosity about Wok only deepened. "Who is that boy?" she asked again. Logan could only shake his head, hoping he would find out soon.
Our hero, meanwhile, walked away without a care in the world, as if he had nothing to do with the chaos he just ended. Sometime later, while strolling through a forest, he called out to Barcham in his mind. He needed to know if the energy he'd felt back there belonged to Sayong. His loyal companion confirmed that it wasn't.
A wave of relief washed over Juok. Even though Seong had received his teachings, he was never truly a disciple. He then wondered where Sasami could be.
Suddenly, a masked figure appeared from the shadows and dropped to one knee before him. Puzzled, Yuok asked who he was. "I am a member of Ilgio," the man declared. "It is an honor to finally meet our leader." Yuok was completely baffled. "You must have me mistaken for someone else," he replied. "I'm not the leader of anything." The man explained that his constellation, Tugway, had given him an order if a man ever spoke a certain word. He was to reveal himself. Yuok's curiosity was piqued. Was that the word the scene then flashes to the past? Where the constellation Tugway was giving this very order to his followers. They wondered aloud what the sacred word could possibly be. That night, their constellation gave them the answer, Sasami. At that exact moment, back in the present, our protagonist uttered that very name once more. Sasami? Instantly, dozens of figures appeared from the trees, all kneeling before him. In unison, they cried, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Master." Wasting no time, the main character asked if they had the sacred relic. The man immediately presented it to his new master. The moment he touched the gauntlet, Wok's consciousness was pulled into the constellation's imaginary world. He found himself in a dark, desolate place, with a single sign that read, "Red Mushroom." He felt a flicker of anxiety, but it vanished as he called out affectionately, "Sasami." From a throne in the shadows, the person sitting there couldn't hide their blush, even behind a mask. "Sasami?" Wok called again, his voice gentle. "Come out now." The constellation descended from the throne and knelt before him in a profound gesture of respect. But our hero kindly asked her to rise. Yuok looked around, a nostalgic smile on his face. "This mental realm of yours, it's identical to our old martial arts school from 300 years ago." The girl, who had been so nervous, finally relaxed. She replied, "Red Mushroom wasn't just a school, Master. It was our home." Yuok should have realized just how precious that place was to her. His memories flashed back to a life from 300 years ago. In that era, the world was drowning in chaos. Endless battles ravaged the lands. When humans weren't warring amongst themselves, they faced the hundreds of monstrous beasts that claimed the earth. In that age of despair, they dedicated their lives to protecting the innocent and eradicating the demonic and monstrous threats. Long before he was ever known as the martial god, Wok and his disciples were already legends in their own right. In such a turbulent world, their immense power meant they never wanted for rewards. Even surrounded by war and misery, he had little to complain about. Yet, despite having more than enough to live on, there were evils in the world he could never turn a blind eye to. 300 years ago, human beings were bought and sold like cattle. To him, this vile slave trade was a plague as horrifying as any demon. The evil glint in the slave trader's eyes, as he prepared to sell a young girl, revealed his wicked intentions for all to see. With a pouch full of coin, he'd bought the child from her own family. It was a sickening sight to see parents trading their own flesh and blood for a pittance. The moment our main character saw Sumi being treated like property, a burning rage erupted from deep within his soul. The slave trader drew his blades in a futile attempt to fight back. But cold steel was no match for Yuok's fist, which burned with righteous fury. From that day on, whenever he encountered slavers, he ensured they were eliminated and their captives were freed. And make no mistake, his justice was swift and absolute. After witnessing the slavers' end, the girl's parents, fearing for their profits, abandoned their own daughter and ran. In that instant, Wok's anger shifted, burning even hotter for the craven parents. But his blazing fury softened the moment the defenseless child clung to his leg. Her only hope for survival in a cruel world. And so, as he hunted down slavers, he began taking in the children with nowhere else to turn. This, however, created a small complication. His original plan was simple work hard as a hunter in his youth, save up a fortune, and enjoy an early retirement. He would also train his disciples to hunt the remaining slavers, ensuring his vital work would continue. The complication: he could never save enough to retire. The cost of caring for so many was immense. But he was not discouraged. Instead, he decided to found a martial arts school. When choosing a name, a suggestion came from the shyest girl Mushimum. It was a name they all instantly loved. And so, the Mushimum School was born, with a single, noble purpose to teach the weak how to defend themselves in a merciless world. Juke was well aware of his own immense strength. But his journey had been flawed. He'd learned improper techniques and lacked raw talent, soon hitting the ceiling of his power. His disciples, however, were different. Under his expert guidance, they could achieve unimaginable heights of power and one day, even surpass their master. He resolved to train them until the day they no longer needed his guidance or his protection. Besides, once they became truly powerful, Juke figured he could take a small cut of their earnings. It was, in his mind, the perfect retirement plan. But unfortunately for him, just as his plans were taking shape, just as their influence began to spread, that cursed tower of destruction pierced the heavens. Everyone knew the main character was the strongest alive, but his disciples were destined to surpass him. On that fateful day, he gave his life to destroy the tower. His disciples survived the ordeal and rose to become the most powerful beings in the world. But the Lord of the Labyrinth, the will of the planet itself, stole the names of his disciples and other legendary figures. These legends became the very constellations humanity now worships. This revelation makes Sammy visibly nervous, but Ju Hook simply bids her farewell for now. He tells her he'll invite her contractor to a meeting with the others. There, they could finally speak freely.
A few days later, within the Heroes Academy, Ju Hook stands before Logan, surrounded by all of his fellow contractors.
The sight of so many high-ranking contractors gathered around Ju Hook fills Logan with a deep sense of unease. Once they were all assembled, he began the meeting with a simple question. "Do you all know who I am?" The query caught everyone completely off guard. Adelia is the one who answers, stating that he is the master of their constellations. Ju Hook confirms her statement is correct. He then reveals the fragmented truths he's pieced together about the world after his death. To give them context, he explains everything about his disciples and the Tower of Destruction.
A wave of pure shock silenced the entire room. Black Cat is the first to break the silence, asking if it was truly Ju Hook who destroyed the tower 300 years ago. Our hero confirms it was.
Adelia then questions the official history. Did the Age of Destruction truly bring the tower that caused the world's ruin? As far as they knew, the tower only collapsed after unleashing its monsters. This revelation startles Ju Hook. He asks if their constellations ever spoke of what truly happened.
However, according to Adelia's testimony, their constellations only ever speak directly to Ju Hook. Even Luminous has revealed nothing. Hearing this, Ju Hook realizes a horrifying truth. Even his own disciples have no memory of what truly happened.
Yet, he holds on to a sliver of hope, now that they are reunited with their master. Surely, their memories would one day return. The young man continues, explaining that all the heroes of the past have now become constellations. To Black Cat, this suddenly makes perfect sense.
It explains their powerful obsession with artifacts from the Age of Destruction. But then, Ju Hook unveils a far more chilling truth.
The very creator of the Tower of Destruction is still out there, orchestrating disasters and sending constellations, which means the tower itself could be rebuilt. The revelation slams into Logan, but Ju Hook calmly adds they have about 4 to 5 years before that nightmare becomes reality. With unshakable resolve in his eyes, he vows that by gathering disciples and claiming names, he will grow strong enough to erase the tower from existence. Logan can barely process it, but he chooses to put his faith in the boy.
After all, his own constellation once spoke of Ju Hook as the legendary martial arts god from 300 years ago.
It seems Ju Hook had even saved that constellation, passing down the first authority, though the memories from that time are hazy for him now. Hearing this, Logan rises to his feet, bowing respectfully and asking to be spared if he truly is that legendary figure. Ju Hook simply nods, and the group heads for the gym. Once there, Logan suddenly challenges Ju Hook to a duel, a move that confuses Adelia. Black Cat theorizes that the reality of the situation was just too much for Logan to accept. The idea that a high schooler could be a hero of legend from 300 years past? He needed to confirm it with his own 2 fists. With that, both warriors ignite their magical power, launching at each other like meteors and unleashing a cataclysmic, earth-shattering blow. As their fists collided with a deafening boom, a massive shockwave of pure pressure erupted outwards, staggering the contractors watching from the side. Even Director Beck felt the impact from his office, the entire room trembling from the aftershock. Instantly alarmed, he traces the sound back to the stadium, his heart pounding with the fear of another attack. But then, a memory of his conversation with Logan surfaces. Just that morning, Logan mentioned bringing guests and warned him not to be alarmed by any loud noises.
Remembering this, Beck forces himself to calm down.
He trusts Logan completely. Still, the sheer force contained in that sound, that aura, was on a completely different level. Back in the gym, a thrill of excitement lights up Ju-Hook's face. Logan, however, is trembling in disbelief, shocked that he's being overpowered by a mere high school student. In that moment, he understood. This boy had survived countless battles against monsters, using nothing but his own ferocious power. Overwhelmed by this realization, Logan instinctively focuses his mana into his elbow for a desperate counterattack. But Ju-Hook deflects it with a simple, almost casual, arm block. Though he absorbed the blow, even our hero was slightly staggered by the force behind it. Ju-Hook knew his own advantage. The constellations granted him an ocean of magical energy to command. But raw physical strength, something that grows with the body, was still a realm where he was lacking.
Even so, the thrill of facing a constellation-level contractor like Logan was intoxicating. A rare chance to truly test his limits.
As Logan gambles everything, pouring all his mana into one final desperate charge, the young martial god decides it's time to end their little spar. Just as Logan's fist is about to connect, Ju-Hook sidesteps with impossible speed, countering with a swift strike from behind that sends Logan flying. The attack seemed almost weightless, yet its power sent devastating ripples through Logan's entire body, knocking him unconscious before he even hit the ground. Sometime later, Logan awakens with a jolt of panic, finding himself lying on a couch. Confused, he looks over to see Ju-Hook and his contractors watching him. Ju-Hook simply explains that Logan fainted, so he brought him here to rest. Overcome with gratitude, Logan thanks him. After a moment of heavy silence, he asks the question burning in his mind. Is Ju-Hook a reincarnator?
With a slight look of surprise, Ju-Hook reminds him that he already shared that truth.
He adds that he understands the disbelief, noting that Logan's own constellation has a similarly stubborn personality. But now, having felt that divine power with his own body, Logan nods in solemn agreement. He pledges to become Ju-Hook's disciple in the war against the Tower of Destruction. A wide, thrilled smile spreads across Ju-Hook's face.
Meanwhile, a hidden cult member observes from the shadows, finding this new team of high-ranking contractors
to be an unexpected and utterly fascinating development. Ju-Hook then surprises Logan, asking if he's seen anything at the Academy that felt like one of his disciples' a relic or artifact. The true reason Ju-Hook came to the Academy was because he'd sensed a familiar, ancient magic lingering there. But now, with the air saturated by the immense power from their duel, pinpointing the source has become a monumental task. With countless relics stored in the Academy, finding the right one is like searching for a single star in the galaxy, unless the artifact itself chooses to awaken. Just then, a memory surfaced in Logan's mind, of a relic that once spoke, desperately searching for its master. That single thought propelled him forward, directly to Beck's office.
He found Beck pacing, panic etched on his face, who immediately demanded to know the identity of his mysterious guest.
Logan calmly revealed it was Ju-Hook, but when Beck pressed for more, Logan cut him off, stating that the time for full disclosure had not yet come. Instead, he changed the subject, asking about the radiant sword he'd given him. Beck, already tormented by the blade, confessed it was the source of his crippling headaches. To prove his point, he activated a hidden switch, revealing a concealed chamber within the room.
Inside lay the radiant sword, pulsing with an overwhelming and sinister dark mana.
The raw pressure was suffocating, causing the very walls around it to crack, unable to withstand the sheer energy pouring from the blade. Looking at the damage, a wave of deep regret washed over Beck for ever keeping such a thing in his office. The fractures were spreading like veins across the walls. It was clear the weapon couldn't be contained here any longer. Logan stared at the destruction in disbelief, unable to grasp how a single sword could unleash such chaos. He questioned why Beck didn't place it among the other relics, behind the magical suppression fields designed for this exact purpose. Beck admitted that was his initial plan, but something completely unexpected stood in his way. The moment he tried to place the sword within the sacred relic chamber, the ancient guardians of the relics awakened, unleashing their power to deny him entry.
At the exact same time, the radiant sword erupted with violent energy, as if reacting in defiance to the guardians themselves.
With no other choice, Beck was forced to bring the sword back to his office, but even his secret vault, layered with sealing enchantments, failed to contain its malevolent aura. Despite the room being wrapped in powerful magic-suppressing spells, the blade continued to splinter its confines. This was the very crisis Beck had intended to discuss with Logan. To his astonishment, however, Logan had come asking for the sword first. When Logan asked if Beck could hear the sword calling for its master, Beck heard only silence. Then, before Beck's shocked eyes, Logan reached out his hand and effortlessly lifted the radiant sword. The instant his fingers made contact, the sword's menacing aura vanished completely. The torrent of dark mana simply ceased.
Stunned, Beck stammered, asking how he did it. But even Logan himself seemed unsure of what had just happened.
He sheathed the now silent blade and said he was taking it to the meeting place, leaving Beck utterly bewildered by the mention of a meeting.
Logan paused, a calm look in his eyes, assuring Beck that soon everything would make sense.
And because Logan had never broken a promise, Beck chose to place his faith in him once more. Logan then returned to Ju Hook and handed him the radiant sword. But as Ju Hook held it, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The blade felt empty. There was no trace of magic power within it. Logan explained that the sword's chaotic energy had completely disappeared the moment he touched it. It had been in that same dormant state ever since he brought it to the academy. Yet, Logan added, he could still occasionally hear its faint whispers, a call for its true master. Upon hearing those words, Ju Hook knew exactly what Logan meant. However, when he tried to enter the artifact's mental realm, he was met with a wall. Confused by the rejection, he turned to Adelia for answers.
She confirmed that such a reaction wasn't impossible.
If the constellation bound to a relic refuses entry, then no one, not even a contractor, can force their way into its mental domain. This revelation caught Ju Hyuk completely by surprise. To investigate further, he asked Barsh if he could sense any familiar magic from the weapon. Barsh replied that the aura was faint, but the scent of familiarity was undeniable. Ju Hook then wondered if there might be another way to gain access. The Tower Master suddenly recalled something he'd mentioned long ago, the mysterious door that had appeared in the realm of imagination. Ju Hook remembered it vividly, a colossal gate where all the constellations had once gathered. Barsh then revealed a crucial detail. It wasn't just one door. There were many. Each constellation had its own door, a potential gateway to a realm reflecting their very essence. The Tower Master theorized that these doors might be the only way to access the realms of other constellations. The idea made perfect sense to Ju Hook, but when he asked his other contractors, none of them knew anything about these gates. Barsh speculated the event had been so brief that many constellations might have been completely unaware it even occurred. Suddenly, Ju Hook remembered someone who might know more. Holding that hope, he decided to end their discussion for the day. Before departing, he turned to the first cult member and asked for his name. The man revealed he had none, telling Ju Hook he was free to name him. After a moment of thought, Ju Hook appointed him with a new title, the former protector. With his orders given, the former protector begins a new mission to meet the other contractors, whose constellations might crave a gathering of their own. Their business settled, the group finally puts the academy behind them. A few days later, Ju Hook arrives at a secluded house, buried deep within the forest, to meet the guide. Before she can even offer a greeting, he cuts straight to the heart of the matter, declaring his intent to absorb every last second-tier constellation he finds. He offers a brief thanks for the ring, acknowledging the new depths of power it granted him. But then, he reveals his true purpose. He needs to know about a rumored door, a place where constellations gather. The guide's eyes light up with ancient memory. She speaks of a place known as the Arena. She explains that soon after the Labyrinth Master created the constellations, he also forged the Arena, a pocket dimension accessible only through constellation doors. Its purpose, she reveals, was to serve as a grand battleground for the constellations to wage war amongst themselves.
Through endless conflict, their original names were forgotten, replaced by new nicknames earned in the heat of battle. These titles were not mere words.
Each was imbued with a fragment of their soul, granting them additional power that the Arena itself amplified to terrifying levels. However, the Arena became something the Labyrinth Master never intended, and in the end, it was sealed away from the world. Ju Hook leans in, his intensity rising. Was there any way to reopen it? The guide confirms it's possible, but only a constellation acting on direct command could do it. The revelation leaves him momentarily stunned, but she wasn't finished. With a look that pierces right through him, the guide reveals why she summoned him. She has located the very constellation he hunts, along with all the second-tier ones. Ju Hook's eyes blaze with excitement. Now he must know everything.
Elsewhere, in a secret meeting place hidden from mortal eyes,
the one known as the Keykeeper rages at the other constellations, his voice echoing with their repeated failures. He accuses them of just sitting there, waiting to die, clinging to the pathetic hope of reclaiming the names they once held. With pure, scathing anger, he forces them to remember the torment they all endured. 300 years of wandering without a name, stripped of their very identities, reduced to mere fragments of existence. They were nothing but drifting consciousness, endlessly circling a single, lonely tree.
For reasons that remain a chilling mystery,
those wandering spirits were transformed into the fruits of that very tree, trapped in a horrifying, endless cycle. It was a fate the Keykeeper himself had only narrowly escaped. Though he too had roamed for centuries without form, he had somehow, against all odds, regained a body.
After surviving all that suffering, he couldn't understand why the others were so eager to just fade away again without a fight.
His fury sharpens as he spits out the names of the twin ghosts, the two constellations who died accomplishing absolutely nothing. It was only a few days prior that the green-horned constellation delivered the grim news of their fall. That announcement sent a shockwave through the others, especially the fish, who had always considered the twin ghosts to be among their strongest. The green-horned one confirmed their deaths, but warned of a far more pressing danger. He reminded them that everyone gathered here had once regained their names and been sent to Earth. As long as they stayed apart and avoided any needless conflict, they could survive by passively siphoning ambient magic. But gathering together like this was creating a catastrophic situation.
In such close proximity, their individual magical reserves were being drained at an exponential rate.
They may have once known true power and identity, but their current state was fragile, and this unity, ironically,
would only lead them to ruin. So, the Labyrinth Lord had ordered them to an island where a massive, floating magic stone was buried deep beneath the earth.
Upon hearing this, the others finally understood the source of the immense power they'd all been sensing.
However, one of the constellations questioned why this would be a problem.
The green constellation laid out the harsh truth. The magic stone was being rapidly drained simply by their presence. For a magic stone of its size to replenish its power, it needed a massive infusion of new magic. But that was an impossible task for them now. The Labyrinth Lord's 2-month time limit was far too short. Their only solution was to acquire new large magic stones and place them beneath the island to maintain a steady magical flow. But there was a fatal flaw in the plan. This critical task had been entrusted to the twin ghosts. This revelation horrified the other constellations, who demanded to know where the twins had gone. The green constellation revealed they had targeted the Contractors Association, because a company working with them was making news for discovering a huge magic stone. The plan was as brutal as it was simple: destroy the association entirely and steal the magic stone. Hearing the sheer stupidity of the plan, the Keykeeper was utterly stunned. The green constellation's words about laying low grated on him. A surge of raw frustration erupted as he stormed out, roaring that they were all fools. The Keykeeper slips into a private chamber, his whispers echoing in the empty room. He scoffs at the memory of the twin ghosts, its mere weaklings, slain while hunting the very same magic stone. A chilling premonition of danger washed over him. He knew that lingering in this room would drain his power, causing him to fade into nothingness. Leaving felt like the only choice. But in that very instant, a swirling portal materialized before his eyes. From its depths, Ju Hyuk emerged, calmly asking, "Are you the Keykeeper?" A wave of pure terror crashed over the Keykeeper. It had to be him, the one who defeated the twins. He turned and fled, but in a horrifying flash, Ju Hyuk was there again, blocking his path. "Why are you running?" The terrified Keykeeper collapsed to his knees, desperately pleading for his life. He swore he hadn't taken a single life since the day he became a constellation. Ju Hyuk's hand froze mid-strike. He paused, realizing how utterly dull this all was. This so-called constellation was barely a flicker of existence to him. For a foe this pathetic, our hero didn't even bother wearing the absorption ring. Taking his power would be meaningless. Ju Hyuk's voice was cold as he confirmed, "You've never killed anyone." The Keykeeper frantically admitted he hadn't. He confessed that his only role had been to open a door to the imagination realm. That was the extent of his duty. Hearing this, Ju Hyuk relented. "I won't kill you," he declared. "Not until you open that door to the arena once more." But there was a problem. The Keykeeper couldn't open the door alone. His own magical power was far too weak to forge a connection to the imagination realms. In the past, he relied on an artifact to amplify his strength. Ju Hyuk instantly understood. Even absorbing this weakling and using his own power, reopening the door was impossible. As Ju Hyuk turned his back, ready to leave, the trembling constellation called out, his voice shaking. "Are you strong?" Our hero simply confirmed it. Hope ignited in the Keykeeper's eyes. He could reopen the arena. If Ju Hyuk helped him reclaim the artifact he'd lost. Meanwhile, inside a Chinese temple, Yenlong stretched, a thrill of anticipation running through her. A horde of skeletons charged her, but before they could even get close, she became a blur, crashing into their ranks with devastating force. The adrenaline was electric. She marveled at how the Seal Constellation's power amplified her own magic. It was almost unbelievable, landing one critical hit after another, felling monsters with an ease Ju Hyuk had always promised she would achieve. A thought of him surfaced, and she wished he was there to see her now. Just moments earlier, the young lady had confidently announced her arrival at Valhalla Gym. But to her surprise, the reception was lukewarm at best. A few unfamiliar faces made her wonder if she'd chosen a bad time to visit. Ju Hyuk, sensing her hesitation, spoke up. "No, your timing is perfect," he assured her. "What brings you here?" Yenlong vaguely mentioned family matters, but Ju Hyuk had already seen the headlines. He knew the truth: she was now the official head of the Seal clan. The revelation caught her completely off guard. Flustered, she explained it was only at her aunt's request. But Ju Hyuk was still taken aback. He'd always thought she had zero interest in leading her family. She quickly changed the subject, eager to move on. But that's when her gaze fell upon Ain, standing silently in the background.
Ain met her stare without flinching. "You want to fight?" she challenged. The sudden question sparked an idea in Yenlong's mind. It had been far too long since she'd had a proper battle, and she had yet to truly test the limits of her borrowed constellation powers.
The thought of a fight was suddenly very appealing, with a confident smirk. Yenlong accepted the challenge, but Ju Hyuk stepped between them, his voice calm but firm. "There's no time for that today." He then pointed out the obvious. As the new head of her clan, shouldn't she be drowning in official duties? She explained that external activities, like slaying monsters, brought great honor to her family's name. Besides, her aunt was already handling the clan's other affairs. With the matter settled, Ju Hyuk got to the real point of his visit. He needed their help to destroy the labyrinth.
He turned to Yenlong. "Have you tested your new abilities since making the contract?" When she said no, Ju Hyuk laid out the plan. They would move in pairs to tackle the labyrinths. However, seeing her current state, he believed she was strong enough to handle one all on her own. He could already sense an incredible surge in her magical power, a fact that even took Yenlong by surprise, who hadn't realized how much she'd grown. Ju Hyuk laid out the strategy. Magical attacks shred labyrinth monsters where physical ones fail, making her the perfect weapon for the China mission. He urged her to embrace her constellation's power, to make its divine strength her own. He revealed her objectives: locate a labyrinth stone hidden deep within the area, and possibly a legendary relic sealed inside. Her mission was to claim the relic and return. Yenlang accepted, but a flicker of jealousy burned beneath her calm exterior. The thought of Ju Hyuk fighting alongside another woman while she was gone was a bitter pill to swallow. In the present, Yenlang unleashes a storm of divine fury upon the monster hordes, her awakened constellation power on full display. A single punch rips through their ranks like paper, consumed by a burning rage. She vows to annihilate every last one of them. Meanwhile, across the world in the USA, Ju Hyuk steps onto a desolate wasteland with Se-hook and Logan at his side. Logan attempts to navigate the barren expanse, but even with his skills, their destination remains hidden, like a ghost on the wind. The main character knew, however, that if any real information existed, he wouldn't need to rely on his own special abilities to find this place. Logan confirmed their fears. Only a select few inside the Institute even know this site exists, its records intentionally buried. As far as he knew, the official story is that only one large magic stone was ever found here, wrapping the entire location in a thick veil of secrecy. A wave of guilt washed over Juke, knowing the Institute was sacrificing a treasure they had fought so hard to find. But Logan dismissed his concerns, explaining that modern artificial storage units had already made the stone's primary function obsolete. Juke gave his silent thanks, his thoughts drifting to the Keykeeper's words about an artifact that fell to Earth alongside him. When our hero had asked, the Keykeeper explained the relic had shattered, its fragments scattered across the world's labyrinths. He had added that these artifacts crave powerful magic, and their lingering aura would serve as a guide. Just as he turned to leave, the Keykeeper's voice stopped him, adding one final, crucial task: Ju Hyuk must also retrieve the large magic stone. Ju Hyuk already knew of the stone, but the strange request made him pause. He had to ask why the Keykeeper needed it. In a grave tone, the Keeper revealed that an immense tide of mana was needed to open the ancient door, a power only that magic stone could provide. But even with all his ancient knowledge and power, the Keykeeper confessed a chilling truth: he was afraid. Seeing that fear, Ju Hyuk gave a firm nod, his quiet determination solidifying into a vow to bring back not just one, but 2 magic stones. Now, back in the present, Ju Hyuk felt the crushing weight of that promise, realizing that finding even a single large magic stone was a near impossible quest. His brooding was shattered by Logan's voice, announcing their arrival. Ju Hyuk's head snapped up, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. A colossal golem, a towering mountain of living rock, stood in their path. The sheer scale of the golem was breathtaking. Both Logan and Sayuk could only stare, wondering how such a creature could possibly exist here. Before they could react, the golem's massive fist descended upon them like a meteor. Logan and Sayuk leaped back, dodging the cataclysmic impact. Logan stared in disbelief at the enormous crater the punch had carved into the earth. The raw power was terrifying. The golem drew back its arm, preparing to unleash another devastating blow. But this time, Logan stood his ground, ready to counter. With a defiant roar, he met the creature's fist with his own. Stone and flesh collided in a thunderous explosion. To Juke's amazement, Logan's strike didn't just stop the golem's arm, it shattered it completely. The force of the blow sent the titan crashing to the ground. Sayuk could only watch in absolute awe. He was witnessing the might of the #1 contractor, a man who could pulverize a golem with a single punch. It was unbelievable. Even more mind-boggling to Sayuk was the fact that this unbelievably strong man followed Ju Hyuk with unwavering respect. A surge of pride swelled within Sayuk. He was standing beside two living legends, about to witness history being made.
But despite the decisive blow, Logan's instincts screamed that something was wrong. The monster, though downed, didn't feel defeated.
It was still in remarkably good condition. Ju Hyuk, analyzing the golem's immense size,
Theorized the impact hadn't been deep enough to reach its core, which would explain its resilience. With that, Ju Hyuk leaped onto the fallen behemoth, driving his sword down into its body with all his might. But to his shock, his powerful blade failed to even scratch the creature's impossibly tough hide. As he reeled from the failed attack, the golem's eyes flared to life. It rose to its feet, surging with an overwhelming aura of power as it swung at him. The fist connected with devastating force. Our hero managed to block the attack, but the crushing impact sent him skidding backward. In that instant, the terrifying truth struck Ju Hyuk like lightning. The golem had absorbed the large magic stone. The revelation struck them both like a bolt of lightning. Our hero immediately questions Logan. Did you cast an anti-magic spell to hide the stone's presence? Logan confirms it, but Ju Hyuk is still struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. He declares that by all laws of magic, it should be impossible to completely conceal the stone's aura. Even Logan, sensing nothing, hangs on his every word. Ju Hyuk reveals the spell's true purpose. It doesn't block magic. It merely deceives human senses, blinding them to its existence. But for creatures born of pure magic, the rules are different. And the golem is one such being. It can sense even the faintest ghost of magical energy. It must have detected the lingering aura and siphoned it directly into the magic stone. Ju Hyuk's chilling theory forms. The golem slaughtered every other monster here, absorbing their power for itself. Even with the golem's terrifying strength, something doesn't add up. Ju Hyuk is baffled that absorbing mere residual energy could make it this powerful. This could only mean one thing: the stone itself possesses an unimaginable level of power. He now bitterly regrets coming alone. If he'd known the stakes were this high, he would have brought his disciples. With a new fire in his eyes, Ju Hyuk turns to Logan, demanding he hand over the artifact. He's about to demonstrate the devastating truth of the One Punch. Meanwhile, in an English labyrinth, Black Cat and Adelia cut through hordes of monsters as a deadly duo. Adelia is clearly winded. Her family always handled the dirty work, leaving her unused to such grueling combat. Even Black Cat admits he's breaking a sweat, acknowledging her fatigue. It's been far too long since he'd fought like this. Wiping his brow, he removes his mask, revealing a face so handsome it could stop a heart. Adelia is completely captivated, her mind reeling at how impossibly attractive he is. Thank heavens, she thinks. It's nothing like the monster from her nightmares. Black Cat notices her stunned silence and misreads the room, asking if she's uncomfortable and quickly apologizing. But Adelia reassures him it's more than fine. With a hint of curiosity, she asks, "Are you even allowed to do that?" He just nods, explaining that since this isn't the black market, the rules don't apply. And besides, we're practically alumni, he says with a smile. This much is fine between us. Adelia's heart skips a beat.
When Ju Hyuk assigned her this mission, she wasn't thrilled. But now, this single moment was making it all worthwhile.
With a blush, she ventures a suggestive question. Does this mean I'll get to see your face more often? He confirms that he will. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from their constellations. Enough flirting, focus on the mission. Mortified, the two instantly leap back into the fray, clearing the labyrinth with renewed focus. Back in the USA, the battle with the colossal golem rages on. As they evade its earth-shattering blows, Ju Hyuk channels his constellation's power into his fist. Watch closely, Logan, he commands. The golem unleashes a cataclysmic punch, but our hero meets it with a strike so overwhelming, it doesn't just obliterate the golem, it vaporizes the entire mountain behind it. The sheer, world-breaking force leaves everyone utterly speechless.
Even Ju Hyuk is impressed. It's been a while since he'd unleashed a punch with that much destructive power. He gives a silent nod to the terrifying might of Logan's constellation.
Logan can only watch, his mind blown by the spectacle. He was finally witnessing the true potential of the destruction skill. As Ju Hyuk returns the bracelet, Logan is lost in thought, replaying that one impossible punch. After a long moment of silence, he finally speaks. He asks Ju Hyuk if, after this is all over, he would train him in that very technique. A confident smirk spreads across our hero's face as he agrees, but on one condition. They must acquire one more large-scale magic stone. Logan's mind races. An association-affiliated company has one we could use. At this news, Ju Hyuk's eyes gleam with excitement, promising to return once the deal is done. But then, Logan hesitates. To take the stone, he reveals, they would have to provide a replacement artificial storage system. Unfazed, Ju Hyuk simply points to the crater left by the golem. He orders his team to start digging, certain the real prize is still buried deep within the earth. A few days later, Ju Hook arrives at a secret location with a massive, floating artificial magic stone, leaving the keykeeper awestruck by its sheer scale. But he wasn't done yet. The young hero hadn't brought the required 2. He'd brought 3, just to be safe. 2 were from Logan's deal, while the third was a trophy from the constellation Suami, used by a cult to receive their dark orders. As if that wasn't enough of a shock, Ju Hook also presented a cache of powerful artifacts, pushing the keykeeper into a state of total disbelief. It was more than enough. He stammered to activate the legendary arena, which in reality was just an enormous glorified cave. He then announced his next move. The summoning of the entrance gate was about to begin. He confessed that a single magic stone was all that was ever required for the task. Ju Hyak, however, saw right through the keykeeper's deception. The extra stones were a pathetic attempt to bribe the other constellations. That revelation sent a chill down the keykeeper's spine. With ice in his voice, our hero declared he would use those very stones against the gods they were meant for.
With that threat hanging in the air, he pressured the keykeeper to begin the summoning immediately.
Juke then ordered the former protector to guard the keykeeper's every move, and to prepare for his upcoming contract with Sumi. He added a final, chilling command if the keykeeper tried any tricks. He was to be eliminated without hesitation.
Meanwhile, in the Constellation Assembly Hall,
Absolute chaos was brewing. The fish constellation roared in fury, enraged that they were accomplishing nothing. He screamed a warning that if they remained idle, they would all die there, their ends meaningless and forgotten. The crushing silence from the Maze Lord only deepened their terror, making them fear their comrades had died in vain. The chamber erupted into a storm of shouts and protests. The constellations demanded action, screaming to storm out and slaughter their enemies. But just then,
a sudden silence fell. Juke's voice cut through the tension, revealing he'd been watching them for 10 minutes.
A wicked grin spread across his face as he offered to grant them the oblivion they were so afraid of. The fish constellation stared blankly, failing to recognize Ju Hook. But the vampire noted with suspicion that he hadn't sensed a single shred of magical power, which explained his hidden presence. The vampire's shock turned to fury at the intruder's sheer arrogance, and he spat out a warning. Our boy, completely unmoved, simply doubled down. He mocked them for being too busy screaming nonsense to notice him hiding in plain sight. Then he casually swung his sword, issuing a cold promise that they would understand everything once he'd beaten them into submission. His overwhelming presence and absolute arrogance left the constellations utterly stunned. Then, in a single fluid motion, Ju Hook spun, his blade drawing a 360-degree arc of death. The green constellation screamed for everyone to duck, but it was already too late.
With that one devastating attack, the majority of the constellations were instantly decapitated. Only a handful of the vampire, Green, and the fish constellation managed to dodge the fatal blow.
In that horrifying moment of carnage, Green finally realized the truth. This man was the martial arts god. But as quickly as he appeared, Ju Hook vanished without a trace, sending the survivors into a panic. They assumed he was using a high-level concealment spell, and that he was still in the room, watching them.
Suddenly, another silent slash tore through the air, and more heads rolled across the floor.
The survivors finally grasped the terrifying reality. Juke had been toying with them from the very start. In a desperate move, the green constellation unleashed his power, raising a barrier around the building to trap Ju Hook. But the vampire voiced a dreadful concern. Had they trapped the hunter, or had they just trapped themselves in here with him? Green acknowledged the deadly risk, but argued that their fallen comrades had been slaughtered far too easily. He admitted they would likely die here as well, but accepted it grimly. They would simply respawn eventually. However, he warned them that if they fell now, the Labyrinth Lord's entire plan would fall into ruin. As Green finished speaking, our hero materialized, swinging his sword. With lightning reflexes, Green blocked the attack with his bare hand. In that instant, he understood. This wasn't concealment magic. Ju Hook was completely invisible. The barrier was active. Their prey was trapped. He shouted to the others, noting that Ju Hook's power felt much weaker in this body. The fish constellation sensed it too, speculating that the martial arts god must have undergone reincarnation. The vampire agreed, pointing out the simple fact that their own heads were still attached. The god's legendary strength was clearly diminished. As they assessed the threat, Ju Hook reappeared silently behind the vampire, his blade slashing out, only to strike a clone made of blood. It was all a deception. The clone was merely bait to draw Ju Hyuk into the open. Now that their true target was exposed, the constellations unleashed their combined fury, launching a cataclysmic barrage meant to annihilate the very ground he stood upon. Yet, when the smoke cleared, he had vanished, without a sound. He reappeared behind Green, his hand clamped around one of his massive antlers. With a chilling smirk, Ju Hyuk taunts them. Even with all their so-called wisdom, they were always destined to fall. He offers Green a cold mercy, a painless end. Then, without warning, his blade pierces straight through his heart. The impact erupts in a blinding flash of power. A destructive beam tears through the air, shaking the very foundations. The remaining constellations can only watch in utter shock. Just moments ago, Ju Hook seemed completely outmatched. But now, he's effortlessly executed one of their strongest. Sensing their doubt, he confirms their deepest fears. He scoffs that if he were in his true form, this pathetic struggle would have ended with a single strike.
Ready to end this charade for good, our hero summons 2 floating magic stones, stunning every constellation in the room.
He reveals they are artifacts from a forgotten age, their true purpose long lost to time. But when fully charged, a direct strike to their core unleashes catastrophic, explosive power. A horrifying realization dawns upon the fish constellation. Juke is planning to annihilate them all in a single blow.
With a final, chilling goodbye, Ju Hook smashes the stones into the ground. They detonate in a world-shattering explosion, as a colossal beam of destruction consumes everything.
Meanwhile, deep within the ancient world tree, the guide stealthily approaches the wheel of reincarnation. The sight of it triggers a memory of the crucial conversation she had with Ju Hook. In a hidden safe house, she had warned our hero about the constellations gathering on the island, led by the keykeeper. While her intel wasn't perfect, she was confident the location was correct. Ju Hook was ready to move out instantly, but the guide stopped him with a strange request she needed to borrow the absorbed names. He handed her the ring without hesitation, explaining he'd already consumed most of their power when they were absorbed. Still, a few remnants might remain. He asked what she planned to do, as the guide absorbed the lingering essences from the ring.
Her plan was brilliant. She would use their power to blind the Labyrinth Lord's all-seeing eye, giving Ju Hook the cover he needed for a massacre.
Back in the present, the guide approaches the Great Wheel and breathes a cloud of dark smoke across its surface. With the deed done, she is confident the names are now hidden from the Lord's gaze, at least for a little while. But as she plots her next move, the Spear King appears from the shadows. He catches her completely by surprise, his weapon pressed to her throat. She tries to de-escalate, assuring him that nothing is wrong. The Spear King isn't buying it. This is a restricted area, and he declares she will answer to the Labyrinth Lord himself. This is a disaster. If the Lord finds her now, her movements will be restricted, and all her plans will be ruined. She needs a way out of this, and fast. She asks the Spear King to forget he ever saw her, claiming to be just a nameless constellation who wandered in by accident. But he sees right through the lie and firmly orders her to come with him, stating it is his sworn duty to guard this sacred place. The guide praises his unwavering loyalty, but her words strike a nerve. He slams his spear down, warning her not to speak of things she can't understand. He reveals the bitter truth: this duty is a cage, a title forced upon him 300 years ago, stripping him of all memory of who he once was. He confesses he is simply too weak to defy his orders. That is the only reason he still stands guard. Shaking off the weight of his own confession, he once again commands her to follow. But in that moment of weakness, the guide spots her opening. She claims to have a unique gift, an ability to see the deep confusion within his soul about his lost identity. She offers him a sliver of hope, a chance to meet someone who knows the truth of his past. The offer sends the Spear King reeling, lost in thought. Hours later on the island, Ju Hook and his contractors watch as the keykeeper finally summons the arena door. At first, it looks like a simple door, but the keykeeper reveals its true nature. It is a door that leads to another door. It is merely a passage, a waypoint. A direct connection to the arena, he claims, is now impossible.
Frustration ripples through the group, but the keykeeper defends himself, insisting the arena created by the Lord still exists. However, it's now located up in the celestial realm, where the Labyrinth Lord himself resides. When the constellations were in the realm of imagination, they could access the arena directly. But now that they have descended, they require a connection through the Great Hall. The keykeeper declares that with the floating stone sand and his artifacts, he finally has enough power to open the passage. Opening this door will open its twin in the celestial realm. Hearing this, Ju Hook demands he begin at once. But before he starts the ritual, the keykeeper gives one final, chilling warning: the path ahead is swarming with monsters. He didn't even need to finish his sentence. Our hero understood the constellation desired an escort. Wok agrees, a rare smile gracing his lips. As the celestial being prepares to open the way, he orders his contractors to warn the other constellations, do not open any doors you see. With that command sent, the keykeeper inserts his key and unlocks the passage. Peering inside, Ju Hyak is met with an eerie, oppressive darkness. He warns the keykeeper to stay close, if he wishes to live. Then, the two of them charge into the unknown. They are immediately swarmed by monsters, but Ju Hyuk carves through them with effortless grace. The keykeeper, however, is visibly terrified. Our hero urges him to keep up, unless he has a death wish. With that, he pushes forward, a whirlwind of steel cutting down beasts left and right. The constellation follows close behind, until finally, they reach the Great Hall door. But just as they are about to enter, a massive, wolf-like monster leaps into their path. The creature is enormous, radiating a furious energy unlike anything Ju Hyak has ever encountered.
The Keykeeper theorizes the beast is a mutation, a product of the twisted time and space within the passage. Ju Hyak hadn't prepared any of his disciples' abilities, thinking it would be overkill. Now, he would have to rely solely on his sword. The monster swings, but he leaps back, countering with a swift strike. His blade slices clean through the monster's arm. But to his horror, the limb regenerates almost instantly. The young warrior channels dark energy into his sword and attacks once more. This time, his blade dissects the monster's arm into countless, precise pieces. As the creature roars in agony, he seizes the opening, leaping high and delivering a devastating slash that cleaves the monster in two. The Keykeeper is left utterly stunned. Ju Hyuk just defeated a powerful, mutated beast with shocking ease. Our hero snaps the Keykeeper out of his daze and orders him to open the door. The constellation obeys, inserting his key and unlocking the next passage. Meanwhile, a door materializes before Ju Hyuk's disciples as well. After Juak returned from the passage, the world descended into chaos. While his disciples understood the door's meaning, the other constellations were baffled by the Great Hall's sudden appearance. Even the mighty martial god himself found he was unable to access the Radiant Sword's imagination realm.
On the rare occasion he could step into it, the door would vanish the moment he crossed the threshold.
His disciples could enter the Great Hall freely, but he, their master, was denied entry. He confronted the Keykeeper, who explained that the Great Hall itself was rejecting Ju Hyak, likely due to the will of the Labyrinth's lord. Ju Hyak realized this meant he could no longer gather his disciples in one place, or even see who resided within the Radiant Sword's realm. His original plan was to enter the Great Hall himself and find the door leading to the Radiant Sword's imagination realm.
Now blocked from entry, he devises a new strategy. If he cannot enter, his disciples can. He will send them to find the Radiant Sword constellation in his stead.
With that decision made, all of his disciple constellations step into the Great Hall. However, the moment they arrive, an argument erupts. Luminous, it seems, had arrived late. As they bicker, Simi steps in, reminding them of their master's orders. Her words hit home. Both of them acknowledge their mission and turn their focus toward a new goal, tearing through every other constellation in the room. Just a few days earlier, Ju Hyuk had gathered his disciples' contractors to arrange a meeting between the constellations. He asks about Sui and confirms she had reached her imagination realm. He is visibly shocked, however, at how easily Sui found her door.
According to Soami, she had masked her presence from the Great Hall and located Moron's realm by following her senior's familiar scent.
She also mentioned using other members' trails to search for their divine artifacts. But only Moron's could be found. That scent alone had been her guide. Now that two disciples were in one realm, Ju Hyuk turned to Adelia, asking if she was the one rejecting his entry. But she denied it, explaining that it felt as if some other force was preventing her from summoning him. He then turned to Sasami, asking if she could sense the others. Simi admitted she had tried to track the remaining divine artifacts, but the search had failed. As a result, she had no idea where the other members were. Upon hearing this, Ju Hyuk asked if she had checked the Radiant Sword's realm, but Susumi said she hadn't, as she couldn't even sense the sword's mana. It was then that Ju Hyuk revealed his plan he would access the sword's imaginary realm through the Great Hall. So, however, was confused. She remembered the countless doors in the hall and questioned how he would ever find the right one. A maniacal smile spread across Ju Hyuk's face as he gave them a simple order: kill every constellation in the hall. After that, they would simply walk through the only door that remained, back in the present. Ju Hyak's disciples prepare for the coming slaughter. However, in another part of the battlefield, Susumae proposed that before any blood was shed, they would first remind everyone of their master. With a grand gesture, she summoned the legendary school he once commanded. The sudden materialization of the Mushin Moon School sent a wave of powerful nostalgia through the air. Old disciples recognized it, falling into a stunned, emotional silence. Susumi then revealed her true plan, a list of constellations they would target first. Ever since she ascended to become a constellation herself, she had meticulously recorded every soul who dared speak ill of Ju Hyuk. The others instantly agreed. Their purge would begin with the names on that list. Meanwhile, a group of constellations scoffed at the sight, laughing that the martial god had been dead for 300 years. One of them sneered, questioning who would dare build such a monument now. The words had barely left his lips when a figure appeared, slamming his face into the ground and crushing him instantly. The rest of the constellations stared, frozen in shock. Realizing these fools misunderstood their station, Luminous was quick to correct them.
"We are the Master's disciples," she declared. Without another word, she fired a beam of pure light that pierced through the heads of multiple constellations.
Witnessing Luminous's devastating power, another disciple joined the battle. She plunged her sword deep into the earth, channeling her own formidable energy through it. Luminous grew slightly concerned,
fearing such a wide-area attack might harm even their allies. But her sister promised it wouldn't. As the blade sank into the ground, countless constellations began to dissolve. Luminous was stunned by the poison's pinpoint precision. It targeted only their enemies. leaving bystanders completely untouched.
But to their horror, the constellations began to regenerate. Realizing brute force wasn't the answer, the trio resolved to break their spirits instead. And among their foes was a member of the renowned Choi family. The moment he saw the trio, he knew instantly. These were the disciples of Yu Hyuk. The constellation of the Osun family then approached him, noting it had been a long time since they had last crossed paths. The Osun constellation, known to all as the Fist King, called the Choi warrior by his old title, Dao Wang. Though they greeted each other with the familiarity of old rivals, Dao Wang still found the name a bit embarrassing. The Fist King gestured to the three disciples carving a path of destruction and asked who they were. Dao Wang grimly explained.
When he heard the name Mushin Moon, the Fist King immediately knew it as the sect of the legendary martial god. Dao Wang then revealed the shocking truth. The martial god he remembered was the master of the three women fighting before them. This revelation left the Fist King speechless. He recalled the epic tales of the martial god, a man who faced down countless calamities alone, carving his name into history itself. He had read of the martial god's disciples and their overwhelming power, but this was the first time he had seen them in the flesh. Dao Wang added that the master himself had taught him sword techniques that became the foundation of his entire style. Using those teachings, he roamed the world and eventually met the Fist King. Dao Wang also remembered his surprise when he found the Fist King had already established his own martial hall, training countless warriors in bare-handed combat. For the Fist King, however, those memories were now bittersweet. He recalled how it all ended in failure when the Tower of Destruction appeared, unleashing an unstoppable tide of monsters. In the end, his forces were annihilated, a defeat he still viewed as his greatest shame, a betrayal of the very soul of martial arts to protect the innocent. Dao Wang understood. Explaining it was why he still devoted his life to perfecting the ultimate sword technique. The Fist King shared that same iron resolve. But right now, his attention was completely captivated by the three disciples, who were felling constellations with ferocious grace. The urge to fight them was overwhelming. Before Dao Wang could stop him, the Fist King launched himself directly at the trio. He landed beside them and issued a direct challenge, leaving the disciples momentarily confused. Susumi, however, recognized him immediately as the Fist King, the guardian constellation of the Osun family, a title that placed them among the 5 great families. Luminous, still puzzled, asked why he would approach them only to seek death.
The Fist King declared with unwavering confidence, as disciples of the martial god, "You are among the only worthy opponents I have faced since becoming a constellation." This brazen statement did not sit well, and one of the disciples' eyes began to blaze with fury. In her mind, the title of strong belonged to their master, and him alone. But her conviction only fanned the flames of the Fist King's arrogance, who readied himself for a glorious battle. Luminous moved to end the man's life in an instant, but a new challenger stepped forward, insisting that this opponent was hers to face. Since he dared to speak their master's name, she would show him the true meaning of the martial god's power, a lesson he would never forget. Her entire demeanor shifted as she prepared for the clash. A powerful magical aura erupts from her body, and the Fist King mirrors her, his own energy flaring to life in response. Luminous observes, knowing she could easily end this with long-range poison, but chooses a direct confrontation out of respect for a true warrior. So Semi, however, feels a knot of concern growing within her. The difference in their weight class is enormous, and she quietly fears the outcome. But Luminous simply reassures her, saying she can handle this. With that settled, she stomps the ground and unleashes a punch straight at the Fist King. His eyes light up with excitement, recognizing the technique as the crushing fist. Still, he scoffs at her small frame, assuming the strike will lack impact, and decides to meet it head-on. The moment her fist connects, he feels absolutely nothing. But a second later, an explosive force surges through him, blasting him off his feet. In utter shock, he realizes she transformed the crushing fist into an inch punch, amplifying its power with an unknown footwork technique. The sudden shift in form and the delayed release of force leaves him stunned, yet completely exhilarated. Despite taking a heavy blow, the Fist King recovers in an instant and counters with his ranged fist technique, unleashing a devastating shockwave. So Shimi watches the attack with pure awe, but Luminous remains calm, knowing the Fist King's style always leaves a fatal opening for a counter. And just as she predicted, a figure appears behind him in midair, delivering a powerful kick to the back of his neck and slamming him straight into the ground. Luminous, who saw it all coming, is utterly unimpressed. With the duel over, the trio resumes their task of sweeping through the constellations. Meanwhile, Barch peeks secretly from behind a nearby door, silently watching their advance. As the Tower Master skulks in the shadows, Ju Hayak demands an update on his disciples. Barch stammers nervously, denying that he's checked on them. Ju Hayak roars at him to get it done, but the Tower Master is paralyzed with fear. The disciples are already running rampant in the Great Hall, and if they were to notice him, especially as the former head of the Tower of Destruction, they would likely tear him to pieces.
Now completely powerless, the Tower Master is terrified of a merciless beating. Lost in his panicked thoughts, he hears Ju Hyak press him once more to take a look.
Hesitantly, trembling, Barch slowly cracks the door open. All he can see are explosions. He reports back that the disciples have seemingly defeated most of the constellations. Barch can't help but feel that they've grown even more monstrously powerful than before. But as he continues to sneak a peek, Luminous's cold gaze locks right onto him, so Shemi recognizes him as well, the Tower Master. However,
she recalls Ju Hyak's past order not to touch Barch if they found him, and grows uneasy, unsure if Luminous remembers that command.
The Tower Master, completely exposed, awkwardly pretends not to know Luminous, but she remembers him perfectly, standing high above, watching them from the Tower of Destruction. Though she states her desire to deal with him now, she restrains herself, honoring her master's instructions. Instead, she delivers a single, swift kick that sends Barch flying back into his room. Before slamming the door, she issues a chilling warning she'll remember exactly where he hides. And if he ever dares step out again, he'll be mangled on the spot. Meanwhile, Ju Hyak stands on the island trying to contact Barch, but receives no answer.
Soon, a portal opens and Black Cat arrives, accompanied by Aaron and Yanlang.
Both looking confused about their sudden summons, Yanlang immediately spots the ruined buildings and massive crater, pointing out that the island looks like a war zone. Ju Hyak simply brushes it off and gets straight to the point. He announces it's time for the next stage of their training, adding that Black Cat has been summoned for an entirely different reason. He first addresses Aaron and Yanlang, acknowledging their contracts with constellations and their progress so far. But now, it's time for them to set a new standard for their power, to demonstrate what he means. He borrows Aaron's sword, channels pure lightning into the blade, and unleashes a powerful slash toward a distant mountain. The strike is so immense it cleaves the entire mountain in two. Ju Hyak declares that this is the new standard he expects Aaron to reach. He returns her sword and tells her to figure out the necessary mana usage and control on her own. He then asks Yanlang for her divine artifact and equips it, leading her to the crater. He channels mana into his fist and slams it into the ground. Instantly, massive walls of jagged ice erupt from the earth, completely engulfing what remains of the structure. Yanlang is left speechless, utterly stunned by what she just witnessed. Ju Hyak then explains that with enough training, she too can reach that level. After all, this is the true power of her constellation. With their lessons delivered, he turns his attention to Black Cat. Meanwhile, back in the Great Hall, Suemi discovers the priest's imaginary space. Luminous and the others find themselves stunned by the strange new environment that surrounds them. This entire realm is painted in shadow and blood. A familiar scent hangs in the air, a memory he just can't grasp. Exploring the desolate landscape, they discover a crack in the wall and decide to pass through it. Inside the narrow corridor, a lone figure sits, cloaked in crimson. A jolt of recognition, they call out to him, their long-lost junior brother. But the nature of this strange, illusory realm remains a mystery. The man rises, questioning how other constellations breached this space. The answer is simple: they came from the Great Hall. His eyes widen in understanding. They're talking about the arena, but he waves them off, having no desire for battle. He confesses a bitter truth: becoming a constellation plunged him into despair. News of Ju Hug's reincarnation had ignited a spark of hope, only for it to be extinguished by a crushing reality their master has been missing for 300 years. He desperately searched for their master, even aligning with those who stole his divine artifact. But they were no help, corrupted and consumed by its power.
Hearing this, a sharp comment is made. With that kind of power, he should have guarded it, not handed out contracts like cheap trinkets.
The man's story takes a darker turn. He speaks of one who appeared, someone who could actually withstand his overwhelming power. But that person didn't save him. They trapped him in a basement. He's talking about Logan, who abandoned him to rot in the silence, letting despair fester in his soul.
In a rush of excitement, she rips off her mask. She reveals the truth. They are here on the direct orders of their master to find him. And what's more, the ancient relic has already been returned to the master's hands.
The revelation shatters him. The man collapses to his knees, slamming his forehead into the ground in a display of absolute, fervent reverence. The trio can only watch. Completely stunned by this shocking behavior, a quiet explanation is offered. This is precisely why their master calls him Freak. After a few more brutal impacts, Freak rises, claiming he feels refreshed. He vows to prepare himself for an audience with the master. Their mission complete, the group departs. Meanwhile, at the Contractors Association, Logan's jaw hits the floor, staring at the massive magic stone Ju Hug has brought back.
This stone is colossal, easily twice the size of the one he'd received before. Our hero confirms the magnificent stone is for him and begins to tell the tale of its discovery. It all started back on the island. While investigating the mana flow, Ju Hook sensed it a colossal magic stone buried deep beneath the earth. He immediately summoned Black Cat.
The constellations on that island pulsed with an insane amount of mana. Yet they survived without any external source, hinting at a hidden, powerful energy well. Ju Hook's instincts screamed the truth. A mana stone was feeding them all. Finally, they pinpointed its location. Ju Hook commanded Black Cat to clear away the debris obscuring their prize. And that is how the legendary stone was unearthed and delivered safely into Logan's hands. Back in the present, just after the handover, Black Cat receives a message from a constellation. He informs the martial god that one of his disciples has been located. It's none other than the Radiant Sword constellation. A flicker of excitement crosses Ju Hook's face. He already knows who it is, but he holds up a hand, telling Black Cat to keep the name a secret. He wants to confirm it with his own eyes.
Before departing, our hero makes Logan an offer he can't refuse. Visit Valhalla anytime to learn the one-punch technique. Then they teleport, stepping through a portal directly into Black Cat's office.
But they freeze mid-step, stunned by an unexpected and overwhelmingly powerful presence. Someone who was already waiting for them. A legendary sword in hand,